Button Press presents The Herbalist, Book 2 in the Blessing Giver series, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2023, Button Press. Prologue. Gish was careful, calculating. He didn't mind drawing out the chase, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. But he lived for the moments when patience wasn't necessary, when the goddess presented a perfect set of variables and watched from her throne, hoping someone would take advantage of it. Gish always did. Yesterday, he'd walked toward the port, humming to himself as the morning sun washed the streets of Aith with gold. That was when a gift, tied with a ribbon, was dropped directly at his feet. The ambassador of the Blessing Givers. The woman had pulled a cloak around her face, but he caught just enough of her side profile to recognize her immediately. She'd broken into a jog, trying to keep up with a golden-haired man with a disfigured nose as he headed toward the shipyard. They'd exited an inn across the street. Stopping to dig for details cost him the last loaf of day-old bread at the baker's, but the innkeeper's information had been worth it. Now, Gish's back was stiff, and his hips ached. After riding all night, it was a blessed relief to stretch his legs as he walked down the main street of Yearns. A bell jingled above the door as he entered the Blood Oath, one of the oldest public houses in the township. Set inside the ancient stone walls, protected from the elements and city sprawl, this quaint establishment had served sieges and river floodings. It had stood as a pub, a brothel, and even a family residence for a time, but now was elevated to its true purpose, a meeting place for those serving the true goddess. "I'm not in the mood for games." The older man yawned and kicked his feet up on the table. The wood was sticky from years of spilled ale and darkened with dirt and dust ground into the grain. Gish scraped his chair against the stone floor and sat down across from Malik at their usual table. It was odd to meet at the pub this early in the morning. Without the raucous laughter and clinking of bottles, the room had lost its soul. Gish leaned in and lowered his voice. "This isn't a game. I have it on good authority that the magic shifted last night, at the Temple of Glass. Then, yesterday morning, I saw the ambassador in a tizzy with my own 2 eyes. I know who she's following." Malik's pupils dilated. He dropped his legs to the ground as his lips curled over his yellowed teeth. "Who?" "A small group, including the ambassador's daughter, and..." He paused, watching as the older man twitched with greedy anticipation. "Her daughter's lover, who just happens to wear a patch over one eye." Malik wet his lips. "The Enclave finally caught wind of the aberration?" "The guards never found a body at the temple." Gish leaned against the back of his chair, pleased with himself. "The description from the innkeeper matches." Malik rubbed his hands together. "You think they're on the run? And the ambassador is after them?" Gish nodded. "The ambassador was tasked with eliminating his mixed blood from the realm. If it was her own daughter that freed the aberration, set him loose, she'll be punished. She'll lose her seat." A wicked grin stretched across Malik's face. "She's distracted. Her attention is split." I wondered if it might be time to split it further. Gish pulled a small vial of inky liquid from his coat pocket and set it in the center of the table. "I know how to find them." Malik ground his teeth. "You do have a talent for such things, but can you convince them?" "The rumors. The aberration pulls deeply from the fount." "More to my benefit if he does." Gish raised an eyebrow and twisted the glass bottle in a slow circle, careful with his words. "There is another. I don't think it will take much." Malik's eyes glittered as he dropped a purse heavy with coins next to the bottle. "Then I'll meet you in Trill." 3 weeks. That's all I need. The Book of Ariadne, translated by Colodius Lingua III. Words of Piantu, prophet under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 1, Verse 1. I burrow in a hole and shut my eyes to the realm in search of rest, but darkness does not erase, only delays. Chapter 1. Mel kicked the iron fence in frustration. I told you, we're trying to talk with our friends. We don't want passage on your goddess-forsaken ship. She put her hands on her hips and sucked in a breath. They'd raced all the way to the Brockle Bar dock, actively avoiding main streets where Stavro and the ambassador could spot or intercept them. It made zero sense that Stavro found the inn, given all the precautions they'd taken, and less sense that Rael's own mother was with him. She knew Stavro would be livid when he found they'd left Viviers, but she didn't think he'd chase after them. He was rarely willing to get his hands dirty, more in favor of hiring brutes as he'd done in Calwain. He said he'd followed them by feel. Mel knew nothing about how the magic worked. She sold her elixirs to members of the order, but never asked questions. She wanted as little to do with that world as possible, though she'd failed abysmally at maintaining distance since Rael and Paladin rode into town. If only she'd been able to quiet her conscience. When had she grown so soft? Now, roadblocked by this dim-witted, infuriating man, all their heroic efforts felt like a waste. All she had to do was warn Rael, Paladin, and Taryn. Then she could go back to her quiet life in the mountains without losing sleep. Though, maybe they already assumed they were being hunted. Maybe she should forget this whole thing and trust they'd figure it out on their own? No. Rael would never guess Stavro could feel her, could sense her every move. Mel wouldn't have believed it either had she not heard it from his own mouth behind the inn. It was the only way he and the ambassador could have found them so quickly. Could Rael feel him too? Mel groaned, then craned her neck to see past the gatekeeper and make sure the ship was still there. The maiden's blessing. Rael, Paladin, and Taryn would be on it, barring some disaster on their way to the docks. You're begging for me to call the guards. The battering ram of a man in front of her crossed his burly arms over his unnaturally broad chest. I love it when pretty little things beg. Mel's nostrils flared as she stifled a laugh at his attempts to intimidate. Blatant aggression with that physique may have the desired effect on most pretty little things, but not on her. Her hackles raised. She took a step closer. The man blinked lazily as he scanned her scrappy frame from head to toe. She had half a mind to kick him in the groin and show him what she was capable of, despite her size. Maybe when he was writhing in pain, he'd take her seriously. Instead, she flashed a look at Leeds. He always reined her in when she couldn't do so herself. Leeds gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Mel clenched her jaw and forced her eager boot to stay grounded, then drew a deep breath. We aren't trying to sneak aboard, sir. We were trying to relay... The gatekeeper barked a laugh. Not sneaking aboard. Then why did I catch you skulking around, eh? He pointed an accusatory finger toward the other end of the fence and leaned forward to look her directly in the eyes. Why didn't you come straight here and explain your predicament? Mel groaned and threw out her hands. Because we don't have time to deal with this. Our friends are in danger. She glanced up the street, sure that at any moment, Stavro's hideous, bruised face would materialize above the steady stream of vendors and carts. Paladin hadn't held back when he'd attacked him in Calwain. And even days later, the man looked as if he'd dived face first into a sea of tentacle fish. Mel. Leeds tugged on her elbow, and she spun on her heel, seething. He flinched. We might need to pay the man. For what? For passage? He held his breath, waiting for her reaction. She gritted her teeth. We don't need passage, Leeds. He put up his hands in defense and lowered his voice. I'm aware, but it would allow us to get to Rael and Paladin. They can pay us back later. Leeds reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 10-Derrick coins. Mel's eyes widened. Where did you get those? Leeds smirked. Sold a few more of Stavro's things earlier. Mel scoffed. And when were you planning to share that information? Leeds lifted her hand, turned it over, and dropped the coins. She closed her fingers around them, drew a breath, then turned to the gatekeeper. She didn't even try to keep the annoyance out of her tone. We'll take passage, then. Paying this much to board a ship with weathered wood and worn sails was already ridiculous. Paying for the privilege of snooping around the dock only to get back off and walk home was ludicrous. But it felt better that Stavro was footing the bill. The gatekeeper smiled smugly as he palmed the coins and riffled in his pocket. He handed her 2 crumpled proofs of passage, then ambled over to the gate. The metal ring attached to his belt jangled as he inserted the key and twisted. "Your friend is a—" Mel knocked the man's shoulder as she bolted past him, swung the gate wide, and charged onto the dock. She didn't care to hear how that sentence ended. She scanned the loading area but didn't see any movement. The only people there were dockhands closing up the storage hatches, which confirmed her suspicions that the maiden's blessing would be departing soon. "They have to be on the ship!" Mel shouted. Leeds's boots pounded on the dock behind her as she pushed her weary legs faster toward the gangway. She shot past the bewildered deckhand standing at the end of the ramp, only stopping when she dropped onto the main deck. Passengers gave her dirty looks as they gathered along the railings and gazed out to sea or admired Aith's cityscape. Where would they be? "Not here on the main deck. They'd be hidden," Leeds murmured as he dropped next to her, panting. "Agreed. Storage holds?" Leeds nodded resolutely, and they bolted for the first set of stairs leading down. They scrambled down the steps and ran through the narrow hall. All the passengers were on the top deck awaiting departure, and Mel took advantage of the unexpected privacy. "Paladin! Rael!" she shouted. They didn't have time to check every room. Mel could barely take in the wooden paneling, the ropes wound on hooks, and the bronze door handles as her head whipped side to side yelling their names. She growled in frustration as they reached the end of the hall. They could be on the other side of the ship, or inside a storage compartment where they couldn't hear her. She turned and retraced her steps, motioning for Leeds to backtrack. There was no chance they could scour the entire ship before it pulled away from the dock, and a door scraped open in front of her, and Mel slammed into it. She cried out and stumbled back, holding a hand to her forehead. "Mel?" Paladin hissed, his face peeking out into the hall. "What are you—" Leeds grabbed Mel's arm and drew her into the storage hold, then slammed the door closed behind them. They gasped for breath in the pitch black until Leeds opened the door back up just a crack to let in the light filtering down from the upper deck. "How did you get on the boat? Did you decide to come with us?" Taryn, Rael's younger brother, spoke so quickly Mel could barely keep up. "We paid to get on the boat. So you're coming with us?" The boy seemed to age backward, his eyes filled with the hope and excitement of a small child on the eve of solstice. "No," Mel answered bluntly. Best to crush his dreams quickly. "We're still heading back to Viviers, but we had to warn you—" "Stavro. He found our coach," Leeds interjected. "What?" Rael gasped. "How could he—" "He said he can feel you. He can sense where you are." In the dim light, Mel couldn't make out her expression, but there was an audible whoosh of breath as air left Rael's lungs. "But that's not possible. Paladin pulled Rael to his chest. "Did he say anything else?" His voice was a low growl. Mel shook her head. "He was angry. The ambassador was with him. He said he knew we'd been there and that he could feel something, a pull." "How is that possible? Paladin, your magic—" "He doesn't have my magic," Paladin snapped. "But he is a blessing giver." Taryn folded his arms over his chest. "Do you think there's some way? Something within the magic that would connect the two of you?" Rael blanched, but Mel didn't wait for her to answer. "We'll have to make sense of that later. If what he said is true, he's headed this way right now." "Hopefully we'll be out of port soon," Taryn muttered. As if on cue, the floor beneath them shifted, the wood creaking and groaning. "They're releasing the moorings." Mel turned back toward the door. "We have to go, now." Rael pulled from Paladin's grasp and put a hand on her arm. "Thank you for risking your safety to let us know." "Good luck." Mel nodded, then escaped with Leeds back into the hall. They retraced their steps, taking the stairs 2 at a time back to the main deck. Mel blinked as her eyes adjusted to the bright morning sun. As she suspected, the deckhands were hoisting ropes as thick as their thighs over the railings, detaching from the dock in preparation to set off. Men scurried around the masts, preparing the sails. Mel had never traveled by ship before, though growing up east of Trill should have given her plenty of opportunities. Trill was upriver from Aith. She wouldn't have traveled on a ship this large, but she could have taken a riverboat. There were so many parts of her life in Cantheon that had slipped through her fingers before she realized she should have clung to them. Mel shut the thoughts from her mind as she ran full tilt toward the gangway. The same man they'd passed when they boarded had barely finished detaching the ramp from the posts, and 3 men worked to hoist it aboard. "Stop!" Mel shouted. She screeched to a halt, sliding across the worn boards of the deck. "We have to get off!" Leeds panted next to her. The man blinked. "You paid for passage." "We only needed to relay a message." Mel's heart raced in her chest as she lunged forward and slammed a hand on the ramp. "Put it back, please. We'll get off and then—" The deckhand grasped her shoulders and pulled her back. "I have orders from the captain." "I'll give you orders from the captain." Mel spit as she shook free and whirled on him. "Where is the man?" She spun, scanning the helm. "It doesn't look like your captain is even at his post. I don't think he'd mind if you took an extra couple of minutes so we could get off." Someone cleared his throat behind her. "The captain is quite particular about being on time." Mel froze as a tingle traveled down her spine. Something about that voice. Low, with a little rasp. It made her hands tremble. A pit of dread opened up in her stomach. She pivoted as her mind raced. It couldn't be him. She'd misheard. Or this man had a similar tone. It wasn't uncommon to... Mel stiffened, and her mouth fell open. Leeds bristled as he took a protective step closer to her side. How was it possible? How could he be standing here on the deck of a ship in front of her? In Aith, of all places. Roderick? The name felt wild and exotic on her tongue. For the past 6 years, that particular order of consonants and syllables had lived only inside her head. He wore a hat, a uniform. Mel struggled to synthesize the newness of his appearance with what she knew by heart. The captain's smug smile faded, and he blanched. His mouth worked, but nothing came out. The 2 of them stood rooted to the spot, their gazes locked on each other, neither of them speaking until Leeds bumped her shoulder. "Mel?" The contact brought her world back into focus. "We need to get off your ship," Mel blurted with as much gumption as she could muster. Her voice still wobbled. Roderick's eyes flicked over her shoulder, and he frowned. He was looking past the deckhand at something on the dock. Mel turned to follow his gaze, and her stomach dropped to her knees. Blonde hair. A woman in a cloak. "Go," she whispered. "What?" The man responsible for pulling up the gangway balked. "I thought you said—" "Bring in the gangway and go!" Mel screamed, whirling back to Roderick. She didn't explain or beg. He had spotted the tall man with blonde hair barreling down the dock, his face twisted in rage. Now he saw the crazed terror in Mel's eyes. Roderick's jaw tightened, and he gave a quick nod, then stalked back to the helm. "At sea!" The sailors on deck jumped back into motion, and Leeds pulled Mel down to a crouch below the railing. Her breaths came in quick bursts as panic flooded through her. They weren't getting off this ship. Where was it heading again? North? Mel groaned and squeezed her eyes shut. If the deckhands had listened to her in the first place, they could have disembarked and crawled into some hole in Aith until all of this blew over. Stavro never would have known they were there, and she wouldn't have been within 2 feet of him. Roderick. He was there, right in front of her, and yet she still couldn't believe it. A captain of a ship? Since when did he know anything about sailing? It had been 6 years. 6 years since she'd walked out and never looked back. 6 years since. Mel gasped for air as the ship pulled away from the dock and out into the bay. She dropped to all fours and fixed her eyes on a knot in the wooden boards to keep the world from spinning. The next stop. It was a big ship. She would do anything possible to avoid Roderick until then. They had paid for passage, after all, which meant they could voyage like every other passenger. She doubted the captain would speak to any of them. He definitely wouldn't want to speak to her. Shame flashed through her, radiating under her skin like a fever. Roderick knew her secret. He'd seen her worst and had to endure the fallout. Away from him, she'd convinced herself she wasn't that woman from Cantheon. She didn't want to be that woman from Cantheon. If she stayed out of sight, she could slip off the maiden's blessing without crossing his path a second time. She and Leeds would get off as soon as possible and find a way home. Then she would gather her belongings and start somewhere new. Again. Chapter 2. Mel was tempted to walk back down to the storage hold and sit with Rael and Paladin, but didn't want to attract unwanted attention to them. Unlike Mel and Leeds, they didn't have proof of passage. The last thing they needed was for one of the deckhands to realize they'd stowed aboard. This morning had not gone as planned. She and Leeds should have been hours into their journey to Viviers by now, and standing here idle at the back of the ship left far too much space in her head to think about Roderick being on board. Who was that? I was beginning to think you two might know each other. Leeds spoke softly, his expression a mix between curiosity and trepidation. Despite his apathetic demeanor, he was always paying attention. He'd seen through her spiny exterior from the day she walked into the pub in Viviers, which was why they'd become such close friends. He'd been one of the only people there to stubbornly keep putting forth effort when she repeatedly pushed him away. The waves churned as the ship sliced through the water, then bobbed and wobbled before settling back into their lazy rhythm. That was Roderick. Mel pursed her lips and fought against the pressure building behind her eyes. If that name is supposed to mean something to me, it doesn't. Leeds smiled and nudged her shoulder. He was too good to her. She'd snapped at him outside the gate, and that hadn't been the first time. He never asked for an explanation or an apology, and she was typically too stubborn to give one. Mel shook her head. I've never mentioned him. She swallowed hard, then bit the inside of her cheek. Her heart pounded like it was clamoring for her attention. This was fine. She could talk about it, especially with Leeds. Just say how it is. We were married once, years ago. Leeds's eyes widened, and he blinked rapidly before composing himself. Oh, no one of importance then. Mel was too stressed to join in his tight chuckle. She'd never told anyone about her life in Cantheon. Light. She'd never told anyone about her life before Viviers, period. If she had opened up, it would have been to Leeds. But saying that now wouldn't help. Hurt and confusion flickered over his face as he realized what she'd known all along. Leeds didn't know anything about her. Nobody did. You were married. Leeds frowned and leaned on the railing. A couple, obviously from Aith based on the woman's ruffled shirt and the man's obscenely tight slacks, stopped briefly next to them, then took one look at Mel's face and moved on. She slumped against the rail. I was married. Leeds nodded. Did you have... No. Mel quickly shook her head. No children. His lips twitched as if deciding whether to probe further. He didn't. Instead, he ran a hand over his face and sighed. Mel, I didn't know. I didn't want you to know. He nodded. I understand. Mel reeled on him, the compassion and acceptance in his tone suddenly infuriating. You shouldn't understand, Leeds. You've been a loyal friend, more reliable and trustworthy than I ever could have deserved. And I haven't given you anything in return, so please don't understand this. Don't... Leeds pulled her to his chest before she collapsed for the second time. Her whole body shook. Sobs threatened to rip through her, but she clenched her hands into fists. After the trauma of last night and running through Aith all morning, then getting stuck on this blasted ship, heading who the light knew where, Mel's emotions charged through her like a loose carpin mule. You can let go, Mel. I won't tell anyone. Leeds whispered. No, she couldn't. If she opened the floodgates, there would be no telling what would escape. There would be no telling when it would stop. Roderick watched the two of them from a distance. Mel, after all these years. His stomach twisted as the man standing next to her pulled her into his arms. A million possible lives splintered from that single moment. Were they friends? Lovers? Had she settled down and started a family somewhere else? He had to believe the answer to that question was an unequivocal no. It had been 6 years, but he knew Mel. She'd been serious enough to sacrifice their life together. She wouldn't have tried again with another man, would she? An icy shiver ran down his spine. He had known her, but now her eyes were cold, guarded. They held none of the warmth they used to. She was still beautiful, stunning with her high cheekbones and pixie nose. How he'd loved tracing the slope of it. Heat flashed through him and his stomach soured. What had happened to her, and how had she ended up on his ship? Last he heard, she'd disappeared into the Satyas. 6 years ago. That was as far as he'd followed her trail before it went cold. Even then, he'd pressed on, searching the mountain villages for weeks on end, trekked into tiny townships and knocked on cottage doors, asking anyone he could about his missing wife. She'd left in the middle of the night without a goodbye, then left no trace, which had left Roderick no choice but to put her behind him. He couldn't keep searching for someone who so obviously didn't want to be found. He'd done an admirable job of moving on, considering, but everything he'd built evaporated at the sight of her face. She was wound tight, tense. Her hair was different. Still dark, like he remembered it, but cropped short. It hit just above her jaw, and to his surprise, he liked it. Mel had never fit in with the demure, tittering girls of Cantheon, which was why he'd fallen for her instantaneously, like he'd been smacked upside the head with a paddle. When they'd met, she was carrying a basket through the market, and a vendor bumped her elbow, nearly knocking her off balance. The moment her eyes flashed and she muttered a curse under her breath, then smiled to cover it up, he knew he was a goner. He'd loved her. So deeply, so completely. He shattered into 1,000 pieces when she left. Losing their son had darkened his soul, but losing her obliterated it. Roderick had walked around half dead for the past 6 years, convincing himself he was living, searching anywhere for a thread that would stitch him back together, but eventually he'd stopped trying. Distracted himself with a new city, new vocation, the opposite of anything he would have done in Cantheon, the opposite of the life they'd wanted back then. Roderick forced himself to turn away from her. The sight of another man running his hand over her hair made his insides burn as if someone had shoved a hot poker down his throat. Those were supposed to be his arms. She was supposed to be crying on his shoulder. But Mel never gave him a choice. In all these years, he'd never blamed her for leaving. But now, seeing her made him boil. It wasn't her fault that their dreams were dashed. It wasn't her fault that both their families, the whole township really, whispered about her being unfit. His mother had told them both she thought it best that Mel move on, that she unselfishly give Roderick a chance to have a family with someone blessed by the goddess. But he hadn't agreed with any of her words, and Mel knew it. He told his wife in no uncertain terms that he wanted her. He'd never done or said anything to convince her otherwise. Still, she'd left. Roderick tried to keep his focus on the sea, but Mel drew his eyes like a magnet tugging on the needles of a compass. His stomach turned to solid lead as the man with sandy hair brushed his lips across her forehead. He clenched the wheel of the ship. How dare she? He'd crawled on hands and knees, sifted through the ashes of the life she'd burned to the ground to gather pieces of himself, then arranged them into a semi-decent picture. His life wasn't perfect, but it was doable. With one look from her, all of it was undone. He was undone, plucked from his reality and thrown back to their darkened room and their empty bed. He couldn't bear it. She'd torn him apart once. Whatever her reasons for being here, he refused to let her do it again. Sir. Roderick looked down to find Ryman standing below the helm. This was the third time the older blessing giver had sought passage on the maiden's blessing, and already they were becoming more than associates. Roderick swallowed and tried to breathe through the tightness in his chest. He backed away from the wheel and descended the steps. Is everything amenable? Ryman nodded. Yes, of course. I only wanted to give you this. The blessing giver dropped 40 derrick into Roderick's hand. Ryman, there's no need. You've been discreet. I appreciate that more than you know. Roderick closed his eyes over the coins. Isn't it any merchant's job to make their clients comfortable? Ryman chuckled. You'd be surprised how few are willing to do so. Roderick dropped the money into his pocket and smiled. When Ryman approached him in the pub in Aith, he'd had only 2 requests. That Roderick never ask about his companions, and if someone were ever to approach him about Ryman, he'd tell them the blessing giver only traveled alone. It was simple enough, especially since the man had paid full price for passage and been generous with extra compensation. Ryman nodded and turned back toward the stairs leading to the lower deck. On the last journey, the blessing giver had been with 2 men and a young woman. They looked like siblings, all with the same strikingly pale blue eyes. This time, it was only one companion with the same features. Roderick walked back up the steps and took his place at the wheel. His eyes immediately swung back to where Mel had been. She and the man who'd been holding her were gone. Emotion panged in his midsection as he wrapped his hands over the spokes. "Captain!" Roderick turned to find Valta wringing her hands. He cleared his throat and drew a deep breath. "What is it?" "There's a problem." Her lip wobbled. "Obviously. Spit it out." He hadn't meant to snap, but there it was. "Stowaways. In the starboard storage hold." Roderick frowned. "Bring them to me." Valta's face blanched. "We can't." Roderick sighed heavily. Valta was an excellent first mate, but something about her kind eyes and soft voice hardly demanded action. "Valta, No, sir. You don't understand. There's a blessing giver who—" She swallowed hard. Roderick sighed impatiently. "Who what, Valta?" "Captain, you need to come with me. Now." Valta's lips drew into a tight line, and her pupils dilated like a feral cat's. She wanted to say something else, he was sure of it, but she stood there dancing around the issue. It wasn't like her. He'd promoted Valta because of her direct communication and unwillingness to put up with the men's malarkey. "Fine," he sighed. "Camden, watch the wheel a moment, will you?" The deckhand nodded and gave an energetic "aye aye" as Roderick followed Valta down the stairs. After the morning he'd had so far, the last thing he needed was a stowaway situation, especially one he had to handle himself. He hoped whoever was in that hold was ready for the storm rumbling inside him. Chapter 3. Even with Valta's warning, Roderick wasn't prepared for what he found on the lower deck. Thorin, his burliest deckhand, cowered like a ton rabbit against the wall, across from the splintered door of the starboard storage hold. "What happened here?" Roderick barked. Valta stopped next to Thorin, neither of them willing to walk a step closer to the opening. Their trepidation put him on high alert, but he wouldn't be seen as weak in front of his crew. Roderick stalked forward with more confidence than he felt. He pulled up and stood in front of them and opened his mouth to give an order, then closed it again. He didn't have enough information. Did they have weapons? Was it a single person or multiple people? Why would a blessing giver be hiding out on his ship? They had free passage. There was no reason for any member of the order to be skulking in a storage hold. His muscles tensed. Breathe. Captaining a ship had taught him that overreactions only exacerbated problems. Everything had a logical explanation, and tapping into this usually provided a route to a rational solution. He didn't need to walk in there with a decision made. He only had to gather information. Roderick poked his head around the frame of the now useless door and peered into the hold. A man with dark hair stood in front of at least one other person, but in the dim lighting, he couldn't quite make out their shapes. A woman? It seemed that way from what he could see of her shadowed hip. The man who stood in front of her protectively had a patch over his left eye, and the other glinted violet. A blessing giver, like Valta had reported. "Show yourself!" the blessing giver roared, and Roderick, not spotting any obvious weapons, did as he commanded. "Who are you?" There were 3. A young boy's eyes blinked at him over the man's shoulder. "I'm the captain of the Maiden's Blessing, a ship you don't have license to be aboard, if what I'm told is correct." Roderick looked down at the shards of wood littering the deck. He kicked a board with the toe of his boot. The woman he'd spotted stepped forward, violet eyes like his. "We don't want any trouble." "Clearly," Roderick muttered. The man with the eye patch curled his arm around the woman and forced her back behind him. "We seek passage to—" "You could have asked for a ticket." Roderick cut him off and pointed to his face. "Or did you have a bout of acute memory loss? Suffer a head injury? I would have thrown one in for the boy even without the eyes of a blessing giver." The blessing giver slowly rose out of his defensive crouch. That was all it took. a little rational conversation. Valta had likely come down here with guns, in this case Thorin's massive arms, blazing, and made their 3 unwanted visitors defensive. We couldn't ask for a ticket. The blessing giver stood to his full height, and Roderick gained a bit of insight into Thorin's current posture in the hall. The man was tall, imposing to say the least, but he was still a member of the order. He still lived by their rules, and it was unconscionable that a blessing giver would go to these lengths. Unless... Roderick drew a deep breath as understanding washed over him. You're on the run. The blessing giver's jaw clenched, and Roderick leaned against the doorframe. Tell me your names and don't bother lying. If blessing givers are on the run, I'm sure it won't be difficult for me to track down the information at the next stop. The ambassador won't be pleased, and when she's upset, we all tend to hear about it. The woman took the man's hand in hers and stepped next to him. He gave her a look, but she shook her head. Rael Aberdo, the ambassador's daughter. This is Paladin. Roderick's eyes widened as he barked a laugh. The ambassador's daughter snuck aboard the Maiden's Blessing? He looked between the two of them. Let me guess. Forbidden love? Wait, no. He pointed to the boy. A secret love child. Rael gasped. No, that's my brother. Roderick raised an eyebrow. So that's a yes on the forbidden love? This was getting more interesting by the moment. Almost entertaining enough to make him forget about seeing his estranged wife on deck, but not quite. Even now, a piece of his mind wandered, questioning where she was on the ship and whether that man still stroked her hair. Had she seen him go below deck? We don't owe you anything, Paladin muttered. Oh yes, this was going to be fun. There was nothing less rational than love. He knew by unfortunate personal experience. Paladin stood like a wildcat guarding a fresh kill. Roderick clasped his hands behind his back. As members of the Order, you must know the penalty for stowing away on a ship. Not that it would apply to the two of you, but him. He motioned at Rael's brother. He will be required to serve as my indentured servant, until I see fit to let him go. Paladin bristled. You won't touch the boy. Of course not. I'm not an animal. But he will touch plenty of buckets and mops, scrub brushes, dirty dishes, possibly slop buckets, depending on how eager he is to follow orders. Rael put a protective hand over her brother, and Paladin bared his teeth. Before Roderick could process what was happening, he lunged forward and knocked Roderick to the ground. Roderick rolled and slammed the heel of his hand against the man's chin, but the hulking blessing giver barely budged. Paladin slammed his fist into Roderick's nose. The crunch reverberated through his skull as light exploded across his vision. The room began to spin, and it seemed as if Paladin had sprouted arms. His fists flew from all directions, but Roderick felt nothing. A low buzz filled his ears, and he was barely aware of a woman's voice yelling, "Stop," before the sharp tang of iron filled his mouth, and his world went dark. Mel cursed under her breath and dabbed at Roderick's nose. Avoid him. That had been her plan. But there wasn't another herbalist on board, and Paladin had just put the captain's face through a meat grinder. Why did they even have an infirmary if they didn't employ an herbalist? Having only a nursemaid on a passenger ship was laughable. What were you thinking? Mel hissed in Paladin's general direction. He was threatening Terran, he seethed. He slumped on the chair opposite Roderick's bed in the infirmary with his arm around Rael. Terran sat next to her with his arms crossed over his chest. Mel scoffed. He said one thing about Terran working on the ship, so you decided to crack the man's skull? Lead sighed. Mel, he didn't know. It isn't about that, she snapped, her eyes flashing. About what? Paladin looked between the two of them. Right, Leeds grumbled. Definitely not. Valta sat on a stool next to Mel, watching her like a hawk. Explain to me again. How do you know the captain? Mel dipped the blood-soaked rag in a bucket of warm water, wrung it out, then soaked it in the tincture she'd mixed. They didn't have a third of the herbs she would have liked, but she made do. She'd reset Roderick's nose and now focused on soothing his cut and swollen skin. We grew up in the same town. Paladin and Rael's eyes seared into her, but she refused to look up. Instead, she lowered herself further and dabbed at Roderick's split lip. He had a silvery scar there on his chin. She'd never seen that before. He groaned, and Mel gasped, nearly dumping the bowl from her lap. Roderick's eyes fluttered open, and she tried to scoot out of the way, but the stool's wooden legs got stuck between Valta's seat and the table. Roderick blinked. Mel? His voice was raspy and raw as he focused on her face, and she gave up on her attempt to escape. What happened? He pushed himself up off the table with his elbows. She put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head. Lie down. You need to rest. He winced as he lay back. I feel like I got run over by a cart. Mel raised an eyebrow. You're not far off. She dabbed more tincture on the oozing cut over his eyebrow. Roderick flinched and sucked in a breath. She hushed him. I know. I'm sorry. He stared up at her through swollen eyelids. Why are you here? I'm an herbalist. You were in need of my services. It wasn't the question he was asking, but it was the one she had an answer for. Mel dropped the cloth in the pail and motioned for Valta to switch her spots. Being close to him, even under these circumstances, made her mind buzz as if a hive of bees had taken up residence between her ears. Valta stood and moved her stool out of the way, then leaned over Roderick. Captain, you're in the infirmary. The herbalist applied a tincture to your skin to promote healing, and Who's watching the ship? Is straight sailing, and we have a steady northeasterly. Camden's plenty capable, Valta huffed. As I was saying, what is he doing here? Roderick's voice was strangled as he caught sight of Paladin. Everyone out! Mel shouted as she wiped a towel over one of the bowls she'd used to crush herbs. Her eyes flashed as she turned to Roderick. You? No more questions. Lie still. Your boat is fine and nobody's going to hurt you or anyone else. Understood? Her eyes flicked to Paladin, and he lowered his eyes as he obediently got to his feet and left the room. Leeds lingered a moment, but Mel nodded for him to follow. He closed the door behind him, and Mel quickly turned back to her prep counter. Roderick was the last person she wanted to be alone with at the moment, but it couldn't be helped. He wasn't going to relax with their group watching him like hawks, and she didn't have the energy to act as mediator. If only she and Leeds hadn't gone down to the lower deck, she could have pled ignorance, let Paladin beat him senseless. Though, that thought made her stomach roil. As soon as she'd heard the crash and guttural yells from down the hall, she knew exactly what was happening. A primal force had taken over then, compelled her to sprint toward them and break up the fight. Roderick shifted on the table. I'm fine. I don't need your help. Clearly. Mel set the clean bowl on the shelf and wiped out the next with a vinegar-soaked cloth. He coughed. You know them? The blessing givers who snuck aboard? Were they the friends? I'm not here to answer your questions, she snapped. My vocation and my conscience require that I help when help is needed. I'll look after your wounds until you're up and about. That's all. Her words were harsh, but she'd spent years compacting the silt of her heart into something that wouldn't crumble again. And the familiar cadence of his voice scraped away at it like a chisel. The bruising of his face made it easier to look at him, easier to convince herself he wasn't once the love of her life, that he was simply the captain of the Maiden's Blessing. I wasn't asking out of curiosity. Roderick closed his eyes and sighed heavily. It's my job to maintain order here. Their actions require penalty, and Paladin attacked the captain of a ship. Mel turned. And what? You'll go easy on them if they're my friends? Roderick glowered, but she couldn't take him seriously with his swollen eyes. I'd at least let you say goodbye before throwing them overboard. So decent. Mel's eyes flashed as she spun back to the counter. They're blessing givers. Ah, so they can do whatever fits their fancy. No, You think I should give them a pass? Mel slammed her hand on the counter. Your first attempt to enforce the rules seems to have gone well. I'll be looking forward to your second. Roderick made a sound somewhere between a grunt and a laugh, then gasped in pain, and Mel's head whipped toward him. Stubborn man. He lay back on the table and put a hand on his chest. I can't show up looking like this, with no one to take the fall, he wheezed. Mel poured a few drops of angle root into a glass, then mixed it with alkaline water. Agreed. Roderick scoffed. You agree? They need to accept their punishment? I do. They will. Whatever you ask. She set the spoon on the counter and carried the drink to Roderick. They were desperate. It's not an excuse. Sounds like one. Roderick took the cup and lifted it to his lips. Let me take the fall, if someone has to. Say Leeds and I caused the problem. That way you won't have to explain why a blessing giver is scrubbing the deck. She didn't expect special treatment for her friends. Justice had to be met, and if she were stuck on this ship, this would keep her out of sight. Roderick's, specifically. Roderick exhaled, then drew a careful breath. The next port is 3 days off. Mel stiffened. 3 days? How far north were they going? Fine. She nodded to the cup in his hand. I suggest you lie back now. What? Roderick's head lolled as the tincture took effect. He'd be out for at least 8 hours. Mel caught him as he tipped, pulled the glass from his hand, and laid him back on the table. When she was sure his head was comfortable, she pulled a blanket over him and returned to the counter to finish cleaning up. Chapter 4. Mel checked on Roderick during the night and applied a poultice to his cuts and bruises before breakfast. His skin already looked better thanks to the soothing herbs. She had no doubt that tomorrow he'd feel more like himself, even if he still looked like he'd fallen face first into a brackleberry bush. Now, she, Leeds, and Terran stood on the deck as Valta stood above them at the helm. Many of you heard the disturbance last night on the ship? The first mate raised her voice so everyone, passengers and crew assembled on the deck, could hear. Her eyes flicked down and Mel dropped her gaze to the deck. These 3 stowed aboard and lashed out when attempts were made to rectify their stolen passage. Murmurs rose through the crowd. Raelle shifted on her feet. She stood next to Paladin at the edge of the group, and her eyes were fixed on the 3 of them. Mel had tried to leave Terran out of this, but couldn't argue with Roderick, especially not when he was still groggy from the sleeping draught she'd given him. 3 stowaways, 3 scapegoats. Well, 2, and 1 legitimate perpetrator. Mel wasn't even annoyed as Valta laid out in detail the events of the evening before. Let everyone think she was a miscreant. Hard work sounded damned well better than walking around for 3 days trying to entertain herself. She'd all but zoned out when she heard Valta say, Since the Herbalist has offered her services to our captain and crew, we will only require penance in the form of hard labor. Thank you. Mel's head snapped toward Valta. The first mate gripped the wheel and fixed her eyes on the horizon. Mel clenched her fists and moved to stomp up the stairs, but a thick-set deckhand stopped her. I'll be giving your first assignments, mate. Mel tried to dodge him. Right, I only need to talk with your first mate. There's been a mistake. I've got strict orders to take you to the back deck. You'll have to talk to her later. He crossed his arms over his chest. Mel? Leeds grabbed her elbow. I didn't offer my services to anyone, she hissed. Roderick was on his own as far as she was concerned. She'd taken care of him last night out of necessity, but this morning she'd washed her hands of it. It was probably only lip service, he whispered. The deckhand motioned for them to start walking along the rail. Mel clenched her teeth and did as he asked. Mel worked until her shoulders burned. After 4 hours of scrubbing, Raelle and Paladin arrived with plates piled high with roasted meat and potatoes, fresh greens, and biscuits. Leeds sat back on his heels and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't know slaves got food. Raelle sighed. I'm sorry you got pulled into this. Please, sit and eat. She motioned to the tables and chairs in the shade. Shouldn't he be the one apologizing? Mel flashed Paladin a look as she dropped her brush and stood. She didn't need Raelle to ask her twice. Paladin grunted. I told you, I know. But if you would have taken a second to think, it could have been only Terran on his hands and knees with a bristle brush. Mel winked, and Terran rolled his eyes. Leeds stood and poured a pail of water over his section of boards, then used a straight brush to push the excess water through a drainage hole. Mel sat at the table next to Terran, and Raelle handed them both lace-edged napkins. Mel's skin was red and raw from gripping the scrub brush. She wiped them clean and plucked a biscuit from the plate. Raelle looked over her shoulder, then pulled Paladin next to her to block their table from the view of the other passengers. We need to talk to you. Mel, you said Stavro could sense us. Sense me? If that's true, he's probably already on his... He was running up the dock when the ship left Aith. Mel chewed and swallowed. The biscuit tasted like a buttery cloud. Rael put a hand to her forehead. Taryn stretched his arms over his head. I don't understand. How could a man as awful as you described, even if he is a blessing giver, have power like that in the magic? Her eyes shuddered, and Paladin's jaw tightened. I don't know, but magical bonds do exist. Maybe. Mel's eyes narrowed. What had happened to them in Calwain? Before Paladin was beaten and shoved into a cart? Hopefully, this ship is moving faster than Stavro can. Where will you go from Yearns? She'd pressed Valta this morning and found out some information about the next port, at least. Yearns was a fishing town. They'd stop to drop part of their shipment and pick up a few supplies, then head north to their final stop at the port of Talmuth. North, into the mountains, Rael answered. Mel's eyebrows shot up. Why? That was the last place she hoped to go, and thankfully it was too far north to warrant passing through on their way back to collect their things in Viviers. Rael's lip twitched. I have a feeling about it. A feeling. Mel's heart twinged at Rael's confidence. That had been her once. She used to live and breathe by her feelings, by her gut, until the moment she held her dead son in her arms. You will serve as a link, as if in a chain, connecting ancestors before you with fruit of your womb. False. Her faith in the order had evaporated like dew from blades of grass on a summer's day. Yet the idea that the order could be so wrong, that fanned coals she hadn't been aware were smoldering within her. For 6 years, she'd served blessing givers and balancers, never fooling herself into thinking it could be enough to change her fate, hopefully enough to prepare her for an opportunity in her next life. She'd kept her head low in Viviers, never getting involved in the politics or causes of the day. Then Rael and Paladin had dropped into her life. But if the order had been wrong about Paladin, wrong about the prophecy? Mel's cheeks flushed. She thought she'd boarded the ship out of loyalty to her friends. Now, she wasn't so sure. Valta appeared behind Paladin and Mel jumped. The woman raised an eyebrow but didn't comment on their plates of food. I'd appreciate you checking in on the captain. Mel swallowed her earlier complaints along with her large bite of biscuit. She nodded and shot a look at Taryn. Don't eat it all. Valta put a hand on her hip. And just take a plate. It might take a while. Mel suddenly felt like she'd swallowed some of the linseed oil from their wash buckets. She picked up a plate, though her appetite had vanished, and followed Valta to the infirmary. Roderick sat up as she entered. Valta asked me to look in on you. Mel crossed the room and stood as far from him as possible with her back pressed against the counter. Feeling any better? Roderick drew a breath. Better. Still dizzy. Understandable. She set her plate down, her heart pounding. Roderick stood and put his hands out for balance, but pitched to one side and caught himself on the table. Careful. Mel darted forward and put out a hand. Might be best if you stay put for a bit longer. Roderick gritted his teeth. I need to get to my quarters. If you're looking for your childhood blanket, I can retrieve it for you. Roderick pinned her with a blue-eyed stare. The effect was less than intimidating since his nose was still swollen to roughly the size of a rutabaga. I need to take care of something. Mel put a firm hand on his shoulder. Roderick was stubborn, but he was no match for her. You need to lie down. I'm sure Valta— I need to take a piss, Mel. He pushed her hand away. I was trying to be discreet. Mel blinked. Roderick held onto the table, unable to stand straight without wobbling. She could offer him a chamber pot or slop bucket, make him take care of his business here, but he'd be humiliated by having to watch her carry out his waste. What did you do last night? Or this morning? Surely this morning, the nursemaid was available, Roderick explained through gritted teeth. He flushed, and Mel pursed her lips. He'd never enjoyed asking for help, and allowing one of his crew to help with that particular task probably caused him more pain than his bruised face. Mel put out a hand. Let's go then. Roderick leaned on her, and they labored together up the stairs to the top deck. Valta raised an eyebrow as they passed the helm and entered the captain's quarters. Mel helped Roderick into the back closet where there was a bench with a seat cut into it. Must be nice to have privacy, Mel muttered. The seats they had to use were on the bow of the ship in the open air. I can do this part myself, thank you. Roderick turned and slid the door closed. Mel waited for him in the bedroom. The decor was simple. 2 windows stretched across both side walls, letting in plenty of light and open views of the sea. The 4-post bed looked handsome and comfortable, with crisp white sheets and a forest green down comforter draped over the top. A tad better than the barely padded wooden pallet he'd been resting on in the infirmary. The door to the closet slid open, and she stepped back to offer Roderick her arm. Thank you, he whispered as he nodded toward the wash basin. She led him there, and he pumped the large iron handle a few times until water began to flow. Roderick lathered up his hands with a bar of soap, then rinsed them and dried them on a towel. The clean scent of peppermint wafted toward her. Is that seawater? Mel asked. Roderick shook his head. How antiquated do you think we are? Mel frowned, and the corner of his mouth lifted. We have tanks in the bilge. Since we only travel for a few days at a time, we can afford to carry fresh water. Mel reached out to pick up the wash basin and toss the used water. It didn't budge. Locked. Roderick reached over and flicked a metal handle to the side. Tied down, in case of rough seas. Mel nodded and lifted the bucket with ease, then carried it to the closet and poured it down the hole in the bench. She returned the basin to the counter and flipped the handle back in place. Back to the infirmary, then? Roderick paused. I'd like to rest here, if that's all right with the herbalist. His voice was soft, almost intimate. It sent a shiver through her. Mel glanced at the bed and her cheeks flushed. His expression hardened. I know it will be more work for you and Valta. If you need... No. Mel swallowed and shook her head. It's fine. I'll get you settled and then bring what I need here. Was she offering her services now? She hadn't planned to, but seeing him like this... She inspected his face. It looked better. But the cut above his eyebrow needed another layer of poultice to ensure it didn't get infected. Roderick nodded. His mouth quirked, pulling on the tiny scar on his chin, and the simple motion sent a jolt through her. That twitch of his lips, the slight crease in his cheek, it was so distinctly him. It felt as if the room had raised 30 degrees. Roderick leaned on her as she walked him to the side of the bed. I'm sorry about this, Mel murmured as Roderick sat on the mattress. Paladin and Rael, they didn't mean any harm. Roderick winced as he lifted his jaw and settled his gaze on her face. They may not have meant it, but harm was still caused. Mel's heart jolted. She had the distinct impression they were no longer talking about the fight in the storage hold. The image of Roderick lying peacefully in their bed, in the moonlight, flashed through her mind. How long had she stared at him, counted his breaths, before slipping out the door? Suddenly, the bruises on his face weren't caused by Paladin's fists. His cut brow and swollen nose were her fault. They were his soul flayed open, manifestations of the pain she'd inflicted by leaving without a backward glance. He reached up to undo the buttons of his shirt, and she quickly turned away, fighting to pull air into her lungs. I'll go get the herbs, she coughed out, then skittered out of the cabin. Mel treated Roderick in record time because, by the time she returned, he'd fallen asleep. She'd left the jars inside the wash basin, hoping they wouldn't slide around with the ship, then slipped back out to join the others on the deck for afternoon chores. Now, at mid-afternoon, her skin itched from sweat and salt spray, and her arms felt like they'd shriveled up and dropped from her body. Mel regretted everything she'd offered. If they'd discussed it now, she'd have gladly watched Roderick toss Paladin overboard to avoid another hour of labor herself. Valta finally had pity on them and insisted they put away their supplies and rest. She offered Rael, Paladin, and Taryn a small room with mats on the floor. Better than crashing on deck like they had the night before. Mel and Leeds, since they were paying travelers, got a cabin with a porthole. Ironic, considering they were slated as stowaways. It gave Mel a strange, selfish satisfaction to know that while she was working all day, at least the others had to sleep on mats while she got a proper mattress. Her enjoyment didn't last long. Leeds, always the gentleman, offered his bed to Rael. She tried to refuse, but Paladin insisted. Mel was secretly grateful for this, too. Leeds was her friend. She wanted to keep it that way, and sharing a room wasn't her best strategy for keeping things platonic. Mel pulled off her boots and fell onto the bed. She'd tossed and turned the night before, and even now when she was bone-weary, her mind still struggled to still. What would she do when they got off this blasted ship? She had nothing. No one besides Leeds. She couldn't ask him to leave his life in Viviers and come with her, especially because she knew he'd say yes. They were friends, but as much as she tried to ignore it, there was something more there too, primarily coming from him. She wouldn't have felt such relief at Rael taking his place if there weren't. She cared about Leeds, loved him even, but not that way. It wasn't his fault either. She was incapable of drawing close to someone. Roderick was the last. It wasn't a conscious choice, simply a fact. She was unfit. The goddess had spoken, and it would never be worth getting her hopes up, letting someone else get their hopes up, only to discover she couldn't give them what they wanted. Mel? Rael lay down next to her. Mel lay flat on her back and kept her eyes closed. You knew Roderick before you settled in Viviers. It was a statement, not a question, so Mel didn't feel the need to reply. Rael continued. I wondered if... What are you and Paladin hiding? Mel changed the subject and rolled to look at her. What happened in Calwain? And why don't you want Taryn to know about it? If Rael was going to ask personal questions, Mel had more than a few of her own. Rael bit the inside of her cheek. A push and pull played out in her eyes until she dropped her head to rest on her arm and sighed. I can feel him. Stavro? Rael shook her head. Her violet eyes sparkled like gems in the light from the window. Paladin. Mel frowned. Because of his mixed blood? Rael's mouth fell open and she sat up. You know about that? Mel smirked. He didn't tell you? His patch fell off. That's why I sent him to Jude. Rael processed this. You knew? And you didn't expose him? Why? The order hasn't done me any favors. Mel lay back on her pillow and put an arm under her head. Rael drew a deep breath and mirrored her. My parents condemned Paladin to death at the Enclave. But I saw a vision that made me question. You saw a vision? Mel turned to look at her. Rael swallowed hard. I can see things. Images, sometimes. They're unpredictable, and I don't fully understand them, but I think they're guiding me. One took me to Paladin, then to a truth Ariadne wished for us to find. Mel clicked her tongue. Taryn doesn't know. You saw something about the Northern Mountains. Her judgments from the other day dissipated. Rael wasn't only following her gut. She had a gift. Rael bobbed her head. Yesterday, a man next to a woman with long blonde hair stood in line to board the ship. Do you know who she is? No, I haven't seen her since we snuck on with the cargo boxes, but... Rael's breath caught. She closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. Mel? I saw something about you. Mel's limbs went rigid. Her mind flashed to Roderick, then back to her family, still living in Cantheon outside Trill. What had Rael seen? Her palms began to sweat. In a split second, she combed through myriad answers, categorizing them into better and worse potential options. Rael said her visions guided her. Nothing in Mel's life would send them closer to truth or even point them in the right direction. Mel, I saw you with a baby. Rael's voice wobbled. It wasn't breathing. That's why I said to be careful when we returned to the inn. I don't know what it means, and I wasn't trying to... Stop, please. Mel couldn't breathe. Rael's words opened up a pit inside her, and she couldn't hold back the darkness leaching into every corner of her being. Mel, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Her mouth and tongue wouldn't work. The pressure inside her roiled and expanded until she felt like she might burst. I have to go. Mel drew herself up off the bed and stumbled out into the hall. She slammed the door behind her and scurried toward the stairs. How had Rael seen that? By what cruel twist of fate would the magic show her the darkest moments of Mel's life? That had nothing to do with Rael. Their paths may have been connected for a time, but they weren't anymore. And her knowing Mel's past would only serve to twist the knife embedded in her heart. The blade was already deep enough to scrape against the backside of her ribs. You're not being chased." Mel skidded to a stop and whipped her head in the direction of the voice. Thorin, the man who had been with Valta in the hall when they found Paladin attacking Roderick. "What?" "I thought you'd like to know. There's nobody chasing you." Mel panted and stared down the hall behind her. It was empty. "I wasn't running from anyone." Thorin raised an eyebrow. "Well, in that case, I think I might have something that could help." The Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, Prophetess under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 2, verse 3. The tears of the children shall plead with the mothers, but their ears shall be deaf, and their eyes blind. They shall walk through the realm hand in hand, speaking different words and dreaming different dreams. Chapter 5. The door to the scullery burst open, and Mel smiled widely as she raised her glass. "Leeds, come and join us." Leeds blinked as his eyes darted between Mel and Thorin. His shoulders relaxed, and he ran a hand over his face. "Mel? We've been looking for you everywhere." Mel frowned. "But I've been here the whole time." She patted the stool next to hers and looked at Thorin. "We told them I was here, didn't we?" Why did Leeds look so upset? Thorin was finished with his work for the day and had invited her up for a drink. It was the first time she'd felt relaxed since she'd ridden to Viviers to tell Rael Bex was in labor. How long ago had that been? Thorin laughed heartily and took a long draw from his mug of ale. Mel took that as a challenge and did the same. Leeds sat down next to her and, with some effort, pulled the drink from her hand. "How many of these have you had?" Mel sighed and reached for the handle, but Leeds slid it across the table, keeping it out of her grasp. "Only a few. I was upset, and—" "I know. Rael told me. We were worried about you." Mel placed a clumsy hand on his cheek and wobbled on her stool. "You didn't need to be worried. Thorin took care of me." "And a bang-up job he did," Leeds muttered. "Let's get you back to the room." Mel slid her hand over the stubble on his jaw, then wrapped her fingers around the back of his neck. He warmed to her touch. Had she ever noticed how soft his skin was? She'd only ever touched his hands, calloused and rough, even though he wore leather gloves when he worked. She'd never touched him here before. "I don't want to go back to the room," she whispered. "I want to stay here." Leeds held her gaze and licked his lips. "Mel, you need to get some sleep." His voice was low and soft, like warm honey. Mel leaned closer. "You're strong. You know that?" Her hand refused to stop wandering. It traced along his collarbone and over his shoulder, then rested on his upper arm. He smelled good. Old hickory? The edges of her vision were fuzzy, but she didn't miss the slight dilation of his pupils, the flare of his nostrils. He wanted her, and she latched onto his desire like a leech. She felt better now. Whatever hit her after talking with Rael had disappeared at least 2 drinks ago. Mel lifted from her stool and stumbled, but Leeds caught her as she knew he would. She lay her head on his shoulder and whispered her lips against his skin. "Hold me." That look in his eyes told her he wouldn't say no. Leeds stood, cradling her against his chest. "I've got you. Let's take you somewhere you can lie down." Thorin laughed heartily and poured himself another glass. "You kids have fun. Lovely getting to know you better, Mel." "I love you, Thorin. You're the best deckhand I've ever met, and I plan to tell the captain you deserve a promotion." Leeds cursed under his breath. "The captain will certainly be hearing about this." Thorin hiccuped and nearly fell off the stool before he caught himself. Leeds dragged Mel out onto the upper deck, and she closed her eyes against the garish sunlight. She groaned. "It's too bright. Why is the sun out?" "Because it's still the middle of the afternoon." Leeds' tone snuffed out the warm glow she'd felt for him moments before, and she pushed against his chest, sending him off balance. She tried to walk away, but slammed hard against the railing. "Mel, stop it." "No, you stop." She flung her hands out and leaned against the weathered wood. "I was enjoying myself for the first time in weeks, until you burst in." Leeds normally drank with her at the pub. They usually had a good time together. Now he was all serious and treating her like a child. She'd risked her life to help Rael get to Aith. Stavro, of all people, wouldn't allow her to live that down, which meant, even though they'd escaped, she must now give up her life in Viviers. And for what? So she could spend her days with a wire brush bent over a floor caked in mud and crusted sea salt? If this was how Ariadne repaid her for her good deeds, she wasn't a goddess worth serving. Leeds exhaled. I'm sorry I ruined your good time. His eyes were wary as he took a step closer. Mel bristled but didn't pull away. He put out a hand as if offering it to a strange dog to sniff. When she didn't snap at him, he slid it around her waist. I was only worried about you. He pulled her off the rail until her hips rested against his. Will you come with me? We could lie down and talk. Mel's hackles lowered, and she melted against him like warm butter. He was pacifying her, but right now, she didn't care. Leeds didn't waste any time pulling her to the stairs and helping her down to the lower deck. They walked along the hall until he stopped and rapped his knuckles on a wooden door. It flung open, and Rael stood on the other side with Paladin and Taryn behind her. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes wild as she glanced between the two of them. Leeds sighed. She was upstairs, in the scullery. Rael pursed her lips. She looks like she might vomit. Mel scoffed, but Leeds put a finger to her lips. She might. Rael breathed a sigh of relief. Use our room. I'll stay here with Paladin and Taryn. Who did Rael think she was? Mel's mother? Mel was capable of making her own decisions. If she wanted to get a drink with a friend, she was damn well going to get a drink. It had been exactly what she needed. A little time to relax and let loose. She wasn't going to vomit. Truly, right now she felt better than ever. I think you'd all be a lot happier if you went and hung out with Thorin, she muttered. Leeds chuckled as he walked down the hall and opened the door to Mel's cabin. We'll see what you think about that in the morning. She rolled her eyes. I'm not that drunk, Leeds. Right. Leeds held onto her tightly until she was safely on the bed. He pulled off her boots and helped her slide in under the quilt, then sat on the bed next to her. Come closer. Mel reached for him. I don't think that's a good idea. His voice was gruff. He stood and walked around the bed, then lay on top of the covers and propped his head up with a pillow. We're going to talk, remember? You said lie down and talk. Leeds smirked. We are lying down. Mel pulled at the blanket. I'm cold. No, you're not. Leeds crossed his arms over his chest. He was playing hard to get, but he wanted her, and they both knew it. She'd ignored the way he watched her in Viviers, pretended to be oblivious, and continuously put him gently in his place as a friend only. What if she didn't want that anymore? She hadn't done anything to string him along or give him false hope. In fact, she'd presented him with plenty of opportunities to go his own way, encouraged him to be with other women. Besides a night of fun every once in a while, he hadn't taken her up on it. She'd even gone so far as to get him a job in Calwain. One of her contacts there needed a handyman, and Leeds was more than qualified. He turned it down, stayed in Viviers, and worked with old man Lucy even though the pay was worse and the work was mundane. Leeds had fixed nearly every roof in Viviers by now, some twice over. And by the way he acted at the pub each weekend, he didn't find hammering nails and working with boiling pitch fulfilling. He had his own reasons for not wanting to move on, and they both knew one of them was her. She'd avoided it, not because she wasn't interested, but because she couldn't be. No man in his right mind would want what she had to offer, not if he truly understood. As much as potential partners tried to convince her they'd be perfectly satisfied with casual romps, they never were. She'd figured that out the hard way. But that was all she had to offer. She wasn't capable of giving or receiving anything more than physical pleasure, and she cared enough about Leeds not to toy with him. Her heart had frozen solid the day she hiked away from her home and into the mountains, and she didn't anticipate stepping past her permanent winter anytime soon. Now, as Leeds' eyes flickered with that familiar twinge of hopeful longing, she wondered if she'd made a hasty decision where he was concerned. He stayed in Viviers and clung to a life as empty as hers. He met her at the pub each Friday night and never pushed or asked for anything more even when they both felt antsy, and desire was written all over his face. Would it be the worst thing to give him at least a piece of what he wanted? She had no doubt the feel of his skin against hers could soothe her ache, at least momentarily. Leeds had been stuck with Les for years, so maybe he wouldn't mind if that's where it ended. She could open the doors and provide them both with a bit of comfort, couldn't she? What aren't you telling me, Mel? Leeds tapped his fingers on her arm. I told you about Roderick. Tap, tap, tap. Leeds exhaled. It feels like there's more to the story. I only want to help. Mel didn't want to tell him anything, but her head was fuzzy and her tongue loose. I lied to you. When I said we didn't have children, I carried a baby boy to term. He was stillborn, so I left. The words bubbled up before she could stop them and spewed out like sour vomit. Leeds flinched, and his fingers stilled. He must know what a stillborn meant. Of all scripture, that was the verse from the book of Ariothne that permeated every woman's thoughts across the passage realm. Mel had read the verse from the book, wept over it. So many times it was seared into her memory. A child born without breath proveth a union unfit under the order. An improper mother shall revoke her own privilege. Her chest tightened, and pressure built behind her eyes. She could still feel their baby's skin, fade from being filled with the warmth of her womb to chilled and cold, lifeless. It had been 6 years, and yet she could still see with vivid detail the fuzzed hair on the top of his head, his blue lips. Mel had loved Roderick with her whole heart. He was a year older than she, and from the moment they met, she'd longed for him. His smile was the only magic she'd ever touched, which was why the deep sadness in his eyes each day after the birth aided her from the inside out. She was the improper mother. In the middle of the night while he slept, she'd done as the verse commanded and revoked her privilege, set him free. She wondered if he'd taken advantage of it. The walls swam as she rolled to her side and pulled herself flush against Leeds. A muscle in his jaw jumped as she slipped her fingers under his shirt and over the bone of his hip. Everything within her felt raw, and she only wanted the stinging to stop. Mel's head pounded as she traced along the waistline of his slacks, his skin prickling under her touch. Warmth pooled between her legs as his breathing quickened. Leeds' hand shot out and grasped her wrist. No. The word was clear, but his voice was ragged, and she wasn't one to give up easily. She lifted her head next to his and pulled the lobe of his ear into her mouth. His breathing hitched, and his grip on her arm tightened. Mel, stop. You're sad. And drunk. Not that drunk. He pushed her back until her face was even with his. His eyes were shadowed. Not like this. Mel went cold, as if he doused her with a bucket of lake water. Her cheeks flushed as she recoiled from him, curling into herself. Her personal cavern of loneliness yawned open, and she scrambled to keep her head above the shadows. Her heart ached. Everything ached. Please leave. Mel rolled over and pulled her knees to her chest as blood rushed in her ears. She squeezed her eyes closed as the door scraped shut behind her. Mel blinked to find herself standing above her body. Her physical form was there, curled on the bed with the quilt pulled up to her chin, still asleep. She scanned the rest of the small room. Empty. Had Leeds been here? She vaguely remembered him lying next to her, remembered touching him. There was something about the look on his face. Where was she now? She looked up, and her awareness instantly lifted, leaving her body behind. She passed through the floorboards of the ship, but the world she entered was not the one she expected. There was no upper deck, no deep blue ocean, no shoreline in the distance. Maybe she'd drunk more than she thought. All around her was open space, nothingness, darkness as far as she could see. She floated within it, not in her body, not contained by anything. Something about this wasn't right. She had no physical senses to work with. It was dark, but she knew it without seeing. It simply was. She sensed a chill but couldn't feel it. It was as if her soul had latched on to a passing cloud, sucking life from a force greater than herself. She'd become something different altogether. She shouldn't have gone to the scullery. She shouldn't have said those things to Leeds. Wake up. Mel felt completely out of control, and she hated it. A spark flickered in the distance, and she moved toward it. Light? Warmth. The motion drew her like a moth to a flame. As Mel's awareness approached, The pull grew stronger, and she couldn't have drawn back even if she wanted to. It was as if she were being pressed against the wall of a bubble. The membrane stretched around her until she was sure. Had she still been in her physical body with lungs, she wouldn't have been able to breathe. Then the bubble burst, and she swam through an inky viscosity until a room opened in front of her. A cottage. Nothing like hers, but yet somehow familiar. An oil lamp burned on the hearth, and she peered at the stones. They were nearly identical to the ones she'd grown up with. "I wasn't expecting you so soon." Mel turned and took in the scene in front of her. A woman, on a wooden stool at a table covered in a tatted lace cloth. Her back was toward Mel, and she stared at a man who sat across from her. He was young, probably close to her age, with a strong jaw and closely cropped dark hair. "The goddess has given us a gift. I thought you'd be happy." The woman stiffened. "Of course I am. Just surprised. It wasn't easy to arrange for us to meet alone." The man smiled and nodded knowingly. "I know the Dark Sister appreciates your efforts." "Gish, the general opinion here has shifted. After the drought and everything the Order did to support the families here." "I know, I'm aware. But that only means our action will strike a more powerful chord." The woman wiped her hands nervously on her apron. "This won't solve everything, and that means I can't get caught. I'll still have to live in this community, and if anybody knows I was involved..." "You won't be the one to do it. I only need you to cause a distraction." Mel's mind raced. What were they talking about? The goddess? The Dark Sister? What actions were they planning to take? The woman nodded and exhaled. "A distraction I can do." The man stood. "I'll be in touch in the next couple of days. I need to talk with a few others before I make final plans." The woman stood and scooted her stool to the side. "Thank you, Gish, for trusting me." The man stepped closer and put a hand on her shoulder. "Together, we will put the realm back in its proper order and release her bonds. It will be as it was always meant to be, and she will not forget our loyalty." Bonds. Dark Sister. They were talking about Sidonai. They had to be. Why would anyone want to release her bonds? Wasn't that what Rael and Paladin were trying to prevent? The woman put a hand over his and squeezed. "I'll await your instructions." She turned to walk him to the door, and Mel turned to ice. She knew that face. She hadn't seen it in years, but would never forget the disapproving glances, the pursed lips, and narrowed eyes. Roderick's mother never liked her, and seeing her now made her shrink. It was almost laughable that her mind had spun these details from the far corners of her life into one mind-bending nightmare. Mel pushed against the room, willing herself back into the space, the cold and dark. Terror filled her as the woman walked closer, but she passed through her and walked the man to the door. This wasn't real. Mel wasn't here. The thought filled her with relief, and she scrambled to latch onto the image of her lying on the bed, cuddled in her blanket. "Wake up." She would have shouted the words if she had a mouth. "Wake up." She repeated the words over and over, begging for release from the terrifying scene in front of her. The woman held the door open as Gish stepped over the threshold. "In creation we are bonded." The man turned back. His eyes glittered in the light of the torch. "In rebirth, we are set free." Chapter 6. Roderick adjusted the pillow behind his neck. He couldn't get comfortable, though he'd tried every possible position in his bed over the past 2 hours. His face still throbbed, but now his back ached and his legs tingled. He'd slept for most of the afternoon, but now he felt wide awake. He should check on Camden and Valta at the helm. He'd offered to give them a break, but he already knew Valta wouldn't let him. He looked pathetic, but she didn't understand how much he needed a distraction. Roderick flung his sheets off and dropped his feet to the floor. Sitting straight made his heartbeat echo in his ears. Had Mel worked all day scrubbing the deck? Had he really allowed her and her companions to take the brunt of the punishment because of aesthetics? Why couldn't he have explained to his crew and passengers that these blessing givers made poor choices? Members of the Order had the magic, but it didn't mean they weren't human. He'd always felt their preferential treatment within the realm leaned a little too far toward worship. Yet the idea of announcing their secret made his stomach clench. It meant something to Mel, obviously, or she wouldn't have volunteered. There had to be something she wasn't telling him, something forcing her loyalty. Even if there was a reason, this was wrong. If he knew his crew, they would have assigned the three of them the chores none of them wanted to do. Her fingers were probably raw, and her back worse off than his. He smiled to himself. The idea of the man who'd held Mel in his arms bent over scrubbing his decks did give him a sweet sense of satisfaction. It was still wrong to let them take the blame. He sighed and braced his hand against the wall as he stood. A quick glance in the mirror above his wash basin proved he looked as bad as he felt. Roderick reached for the thin scissors on the counter. Maybe a trim? He laughed to himself. The idea that a close-cropped beard could improve his appearance. He sighed and sat on the stool. A trim. Then he would walk. If he could make it to the door, he could easily step out and use the rails to guide him for a jaunt under the moonlight. The sea felt calm, and a little fresh air was exactly what he needed to clear his head. Mel gasped awake and sat up, then threw a hand against her forehead to stop the throbbing that came with movement. The room was black as pitch, but based on her soft sheets and apparent hangover, she had to be back on the maiden's blessing. She slowly turned her head to check for the porthole on the wall. It was there. The outside sky ensconced in that circle was a slightly lesser shade of gray. It could be an hour since she fell asleep, or almost dawn for all she knew. She needed herbs or some fresh air before she hurled the contents of her stomach. Mel crawled on hands and knees in the direction of the hall, then felt along the wall until her fingers found the doorframe. The sconces still burned in the hall, and she narrowed her eyes until she made her way up the stairs. Clouds covered the moon and stars, but she could still make out the masts and the rail. Someone had to be at the helm, though she doubted it was Roderick. Most likely Valta or Camden. Valta had caught her in the hall on her way to the scullery and told her Roderick had taken her advice and rested in his room for most of the day. She leaned over the rail and listened to the slow slosh of the sea against the hull. The breeze was exactly what she needed, though she would have been wise to bring the quilt. A damp chill seeped into her skin and coated her bones. Nothing about this felt like her own life. All she'd done was try to help Bex with her birth. She'd ridden alone to Calwain only to have Stavro force her into giving him information. He'd twisted her arm into selling out the two people she knew needed more protection than anyone else in the realm. Jude, with the golden eye, living peacefully in the woods, and Paladin. They were hated for their mixed blood. She'd intended to keep their secret safe. Stavro had always been a snake, but she didn't think he was truly dangerous, until she witnessed him that night in the back of the pub. The Order was the reason she'd left Cantheon. Not a member of the Order specifically, but their laws, their scripture. She'd believed everything they taught until the moment those teachings turned on her. She'd done nothing wrong. Sure, she hadn't been the picture of obedience, but she'd never broken the laws of Ariadne, never even come close. From the moment she and Roderick found out they were expecting a child, she'd done everything possible to care for her body and the growing babe inside it. Twice, now, she'd been on the wrong side of the leaders the Order produced. Her heart sped in her chest. She hadn't even known the name of the blessing giver who served the townships around Trill, but she remembered his face. The way his violet eyes had dropped as he caught sight of her lifeless child. He'd announced to everyone in the room that this was the goddess's wish, and one person had latched onto that more than any other. The woman in her dream, Roderick's mother. She'd told Roderick that his only hope of receiving his own passage was to leave Mel and try again with someone blessed in the magic. She probably thought she was being kind when she explained that Mel would have another chance. She'd be reborn and given another opportunity to do things right. And she was right. Roderick and Mel wouldn't be able to have children. No woman in the realm who gave birth to a stillborn had succeeded in birthing a child with a beating heart later. It wasn't possible. And it was her womb that bore the blame. The taste of iron flooded her mouth, and Mel realized she'd bitten her cheek. Mel ran her tongue over the cut. It was a dream. She shouldn't have drunk so much, though it had felt blissful to throw off all her worries and bob to the surface for a moment. Leeds, she groaned, remembering what she'd done. How could she explain it? He was going to be embarrassed, probably angry. She couldn't blame him. He was trying to help, and she'd done her best to take advantage of him. All of this was a mess. She shouldn't have let Stavro get inside her head. Should have kept to herself and stayed in Viviers. Let Paladin and Rael fend for themselves. She closed her eyes and imagined this possibility for a moment. No, she couldn't have lived with that either. Paladin would have been put to death, and Rael would be stuck in that cottage with Stavro. Mel groaned and stood, still holding her forehead. She had to get off this ship. With her hand still on the railing for balance, Mel made her way to the back of the ship. Stern? Bow? She couldn't remember which was which, but the infirmary was 2 levels down on the side furthest from the helm. The deck was empty. Probably close to dawn, then. Barring a recent accident on deck, the infirmary should be empty, especially now that Roderick was staying in his own quarters. Mel took her time with the steps, found a candle and holder in the cabinet in the hall on the lower level, and used one of the sconces to light it. Then she cracked open the door to the infirmary and peeked inside. The bed Roderick had used lay empty with new sheets folded and stacked at the foot of the platform, and the rest of the room was unoccupied. Mel slipped inside and set her candle on the table, then went to work. She always hated to be without her tinctures, but the last 2 days had been particularly rough. Mel didn't rely on tinctures as some did. Leeds wasn't the only one after her to make a valerian concoction with amanita, but she'd never partaken of the hallucinogen herself. Even though that one was mild, Leeds described it as an influx of love. She hated the idea of letting an herb take over her mind. Ironic, since she was always up for a fanker of ale at the pub, or, in her current situation, the scullery. Amanita wasn't available on the ship, or she may have been tempted to lower her standards. Instead, she crushed lemon balm, chamomile, and witheria, then removed the stems and dropped the rest into a glass jar. Mel uncorked bottles of alcohol until she found the rye liquor, then poured enough into the jar to cover the crumbled herbs. This would have to sit. Tomorrow she'd add oil, leave some with Roderick, and take the rest with her when they arrived at port. For now, she'd have to make do with what Balta had purchased in Aith. Mel scanned the labels and finally settled on galphinia and lavender. It would at least lessen the throbbing in her head. Raiding the infirmary, I see. Mel squealed and dropped the bottle. It landed with a thud on the counter, then fell onto its side. She righted it and quickly scooped the spilled oil from the worn wood with her fingertip. She whirled toward the door as she rubbed the oil into the skin at the base of her skull. I wasn't raiding, I was... She stopped short. Roderick stood in front of her, in a loose button-up shirt and linen slacks. The swelling had gone down around his eyes, and the bruising on his nose and cheek had shifted from angry purple to pale blues and greens. Looked like he was able to get around without swaying. I wasn't raiding anything. Mel started again. I only needed herbs. For my head. I didn't want to wake anyone. Then you shouldn't have left the door open with the candle lit. Mel raised an eyebrow. You saw that from the top deck? I see everything that happens on my ship. Roderick's voice was gruff. Mel's cheeks flushed. There was no way he could know about her drinking in the scullery with Thorin yet. Leeds wouldn't have said anything, would he? Next time I'll close the door. Next time, ask. Mel swallowed a rude retort and forced a smile. She probably deserved that. Yes, she'd helped him with his injuries, but he also believed she ruined his life. Noted. Mel picked up the bottle and held it out to him sweetly. May I? Roderick walked closer and inspected the label. The heat from his body radiated against her chilled skin. What is it? She cleared her throat. Helps with headaches and nerves. He'd trimmed his beard. It wasn't overgrown like it had been the first day she'd seen him on the deck. He'd always kept some facial hair, and it suited him. Now, with his tanned skin and longer hair, it looked like it belonged. How long have you had that beard? He looked up. His blue eyes pierced hers. Why do you need a remedy for nerves? Mel didn't answer as he handed the jar back to her. His scent was both familiar and new. Something about him had always reminded her of Ginger, though he used to swear his soap only held a hint of lemon. She'd switched to using it after they married, but it never smelled the same on her. Plants were like that, putting on different masks for different skin. Now there was an added layer of freshness, of salt, and open air. Roderick smelled of the sea. Almost a year. Mel blinked. The beard? Mel's heart fluttered as she dabbed oil on the other side of her neck. Bad dream. Her skin tingled as she replaced the cork in the jar and placed it back on the shelf. The gentle flicker of the candle and the sound of Roderick's slow breath made the room suddenly feel far too small. And this? He stepped past her and pointed at the jar of herbs and liquor. Mel nodded. A sleeping draught. It won't be ready until tomorrow. Even then, it will be best to let it sit in the sun for a few days before the herbs release. Not the same as the one you gave me? Mel shook her head. I've never done well with engleroot. Roderick's lips drew into a line. We port tomorrow. That snapped her back to reality. Mel pulled a cloth from the edge of the counter and wiped her hands. Right. You'll finally be free of us. Roderick turned and faced her. His strong, expressive brows were still pulled together, but his eyes searched hers. Anger and hurt seemed to roll off him in waves. He wanted answers. He deserved answers, but she couldn't give him any. Nothing she said would make him hate her less or ease the pain she'd caused him. No explanation would help him come to terms with why she'd left if he didn't understand already. She'd tried to talk to him before she walked away. Mel, will you please stop and listen to me? Roderick reached out and grabbed onto her shoulder. Let me go. She pulled away from him and marched toward the trees. Roderick reached out again, and this time he didn't let go. I won't. He turned her to face him. I know you're furious right now, but you need to hear me. Tears pricked her eyes and she struggled against his grip. She didn't want him to see her cry. Didn't want him to know how much his mother's words had affected her. Roderick worked to catch his breath. She's wrong, Mel. If I would have known she was going to spout off like that. He clenched his jaw and blew a breath out his nose. She's not wrong. Tears pooled in Mel's eyes. That's the problem, Rod. She's not wrong. Roderick searched her face. What are you talking about? She had no right to... To what? Quote scripture? A child born without breath proveth a union unfit under the order. An improper mother shall revoke her own privilege. Mel spat. Roderick stiffened. Mel continued. Roderick, Malachi was born without breath. His heart wasn't beating in his chest. The goddess has spoken on our union and I... Roderick shook her shoulders. No. I didn't see a goddess at our son's birth, Mel. Nobody spoke. And I don't care what the order's interpretation is. Our union is my entire life. I love you. Mel groaned. It's not about love. And even if you and I say, to hell with Ariadne's laws, you know our family would never accept us. Roderick straightened, his hands sliding down her arms. Then we'll leave Cantheon. Start a new life somewhere. And do what? Live alone together? If the goddess took Malachi, she'll take any other children we try to have. You'll be giving up your chance to be a Gladly. I would gladly give that up for you, Mel. Mel shivered. He'd done his best to convince her, but those words couldn't be true. They were lies he told himself before he ever uttered them to her. He'd proven them false every night. He'd rubbed her belly and hummed to their babe as he kicked inside her womb. Every day Roderick talked about the things he wanted to teach his son. She could never believe his words, because she'd seen the truth buried in his eyes. Mel pushed away from the counter and sniffed. Thank you for the herbs. Roderick didn't move to let her pass. You're welcome. You live in Alierne? Viviers. The name felt bitter on her tongue when once it had wrapped her in comfort. It wouldn't be home for long. She turned to the side and slipped past him. I'm sorry. The words sounded like a verdict. Mel turned back. Sorry for what? That you don't like where you live. Viviers. Is that far west? The pulsing inside her head began to dull, and she rubbed her skin to warm the oil on her neck. Why would you say I don't like where I live? Roderick's lips twitched and the scar on his chin pinched. "How did you end up here, Mel?" Her mouth grew dry. She opened her lips to speak, but then shook her head. His eyes darkened, and if she had to guess, he was itching to throw out something commanding, an order or threat befitting a captain. She was on his ship, after all. She stiffened, ready to meet his force with potency of her own, but was disappointed. Roderick sighed as his shoulders dropped. The anger in his face shifted. Disappointment? Pain? "I'll be in my quarters tomorrow, before we port in Aliern. You can explain yourself then, or scrub the lower deck with your friends. I don't care which." He ambled toward the door, pausing ever so slightly as their arms brushed, then disappeared into the night. Chapter 7. Mel's door opened and she jolted awake. "I'm sorry," Rael whispered. "I thought you might want to bathe before we port." Mel rubbed her eyes and breathed to calm her racing heart. "What time is it?" "It's 7 o'clock. We'll reach port at 10. Rael held out a bundle in front of her. "Clean clothes. Courtesy of Valta." Mel stood and slipped on her boots. She smoothed her hair as she followed Rael down the hall. The sea was choppy this morning, and Mel put out a hand to steady herself. They traipsed down the stairs to the lower level and walked toward the infirmary. Roderick. Had that been a dream? No, she had a terrible dream and then went to the infirmary for herbs. She rubbed the back of her neck and breathed in the faint remnant of lavender. He told her he'd be in his room. "Don't we have chores we need to do?" Mel asked. "Paladin and Taryn are taking care of it." Rael smiled and pushed against a door across the hall from the infirmary. This room was larger, but not by much. 3 wooden wash basins sat on the floorboards with iron pump handles and spigots arching over their edges. A shelf edged the back of the room and held bars of soap and folded towels. "This is unexpected." Mel followed Rael in and closed the door. Rael grinned, her violet eyes sparkling. "Valta said passengers normally don't use these, only staff. But since we've had such a long journey already and we're only about to embark on another one, she made an exception." Mel's eyes narrowed. "Did you tell her what we're doing?" Rael shook her head and set their clean clothes on the shelf. "Not exactly, but I told her Paladin and I were trying to protect the magic. It bought you a little time off chores this morning." She turned and walked to the corner. Mel had missed the small stove sitting there, but the welcoming temperature of the room suddenly made more sense. The handle creaked as Rael lifted it and opened the door, then fed a log from the pile into the flames. When she was satisfied, she closed the door and brushed off her hands. They undressed, and even with the warmth radiating from the stove, goosebumps raised on Mel's skin. Their hunched bodies cast shadows around the room, blocking the light from the oil lamps hanging on the wall. Mel tossed her dirty clothes on the floor and peered into the basin. There was a drain at the bottom with a plug attached to a chain. She pushed it in, then stood and pumped the handle. Rael balked. "This will be cold, no doubt." "Not as comfortable as the Enclave?" Mel teased. They worked the handles in unison until water began to flow. Mel dipped her hand in as she waited for the basin to fill. The water was frigid, but not intolerable. "What happened in Calwain?" Mel asked. She'd asked the question as a shield yesterday, but Rael hadn't answered it fully. When they'd traveled to the Enclave, Mel hadn't wanted more information. She did the right thing by helping Rael get back to Paladin, but had no vested interest in their cause. Now, she couldn't stop thinking about her dream. Without her permission, her mind had collected nuggets of information. Darkness in Aeon, Paladin's search for truth about his mixed blood, Rael's mother's attempt to remove him from the realm, and had created a story that haunted her. What she'd seen wasn't real, but her mind wouldn't let go of it. Perhaps if she knew what was, she could put it to rest. "What do you know of the prophecy?" Rael asked. Mel curled her toes over the floorboards. "I've read it. I learned it as a child." She hadn't read it since leaving Cantheon, or any scripture, for that matter. "My magic is given freely, but protected with a purpose. And I give unto you a warning, that upon the day my fount is polluted, "Ye shall know the great and formidable day of Sidoni is near," Rael recited. Mel nodded and lowered the handle. The water was high enough. "Darkness in Aeon, paladins mixed blood. Do you believe that's what the prophecy is referring to?" Rael nodded and drew a deep breath before pressing her handle down and climbing into her basin. She gasped as she lowered herself into the water. Mel laughed as she reached for the soap. Mel hadn't grown up within the order. Masani had a lower level of responsibility, and though she'd paid attention to the prophecy, she doubted it had sunk as deeply into her soul as it had for Rael. In Cantheon, they lived under the laws of Ariadne, but it was never her responsibility to lead people to the magic or protect bloodlines. She wouldn't pass judgment, but what Rael and Paladin were doing was against the laws, as she understood them. Mel wasn't capable of drawing closer to the goddess or accessing her power. Her goal had always been to be true to her own blessings and curse, to use her gifts and talents to help others do the same. After she left, and her passage was all but revoked, she'd settled for survival. Rael lathered her bar of soap between her hands. It smelled of peppermint and rosemary. "In the Enclave, we were taught to adhere strictly to the rules, to avoid the day of Sidoni." "That's what the laws are for." Mel shivered as she ran the soap over her skin. Rael's teeth chattered. "Not exactly." She scrubbed under her arms, then lifted the pump handle to douse her hair. She squealed as the cold water ran over her head. "As a blessing giver, my sight gives me access to light auras." "Sight, sense, service. I've heard the mantras." Mel felt for her handle and tipped her head back. "Paladin shouldn't have had the light. If he was such a danger to the Fount, his aura should have reflected that." "It didn't?" Mel scrubbed the soap into her hair, then pulled the drain in the basin to let the dirty water escape. "No. He has more access to Ariadne's magic than I've ever seen. I've already told you we share a bond through the magic." Rael used her hands to scoop the water over herself and rinse off the suds. As soon as her skin was clean, she hopped out of the basin and grabbed a towel, then tiptoed to stand in front of the stove. "We found answers in Calwain." Mel rinsed herself and turned off the water, then pulled her own towel off the shelf and stood next to Rael. Their skin was pink and tender from the cold water. "Answers to the prophecy?" "Answers to all of it." Rael shivered and used her towel to wring the water from her hair. "Mel, Ariadne's magic was given to more than balancers and blessing givers. We've lost the truth, lost our access to the fount, and we have to restore it before Sidoni frees herself." Mel's brow furrowed. "More than blessing givers and balancers?" That didn't make any sense. Mel swallowed hard. "What if you're wrong? What you're doing, it's against the laws of the order. I don't believe Stavro or your mother were right in what they did, but..." She thought of the darkness in Aeon, the man's face in her dreams. Rael sighed. "Welcome to the last few weeks of my life." She wrapped her towel around herself. "The truth is, Mel, Paladin and I have no idea what we're doing. I've questioned myself every step of the way, but I know he and I were drawn together for a reason. I know Ariadne needs us to do this, even though I don't know how. Ariadne has shown us that we're on the correct path, even if the rest of the realm believes we're wrong." Mel ran her fingers through her short hair. How could Rael be so sure of herself? How could the two of them set a course that flew directly in the face of their enclaves, of the entire order, and believe they were right? The idea to question had never entered her head. Resent? Yes. Ignore? Absolutely. But question? The thought made the ground shift out from under her. "You made it possible for us to get this far." Rael walked over to the shelf and pulled her clean shirt from the pile. She pulled it over herself and turned back to Mel. Her eyes shimmered in the flickering light. "Have you ever loved someone, Mel?" Mel's throat constricted. Though her mouth didn't work, her response was written all over her face. "Then you know how much your help has meant to me. To both of us." Mel ran up the stairs with wet hair and a vial clasped in her fist. They'd washed their dirty clothes in the basin and hung them to dry. She'd still be damp when they exited the ship, but at least she wouldn't be caked with days-old dirt and sweat. The ship would port soon, And though Mel had tried to go with Rael to help the others with her chores, the thought of seeing Leeds filled her with dread. She wanted to avoid that as long as possible. That and her involuntary recoil at the mention of a scrub brush gave much-needed motivation for her current trajectory. The thought of knocking on Roderick's door made her feel like a handful of butterflies were let loose in her abdomen, but she was driven by the way he looked at her, like he expected her to disappoint him. Again. She couldn't force him to see things her way. He hadn't been the one looking into his eyes. The only thing she could offer was an explanation. Veiled behind a quick check-in on his health and a brief expression of gratitude for his hospitality. He could still hate her, blame her for ruining his life. But maybe this chance meeting was an opportunity for both of them to accept what was and move on. Camden was at the helm as she hurried past. She would have to find Valta after visiting Roderick and thank her for her kindness. The woman was more thoughtful than her own mother. In seconds, Mel stood in front of the captain's quarters. She adjusted her shirt. The borrowed pale blue blouse was thankfully plain besides the pearl buttons up the front, but it was a bit large on her. The scooped neck dipped low on her chest no matter how many times she pulled it up. She knocked on the door before she could change her mind and run in the opposite direction. In seconds, Roderick opened the door. His brow twitched, and his pupils dilated as he took her in. The swelling in his face had gone down considerably. He looked like himself, if slightly more colorful. "Mel, I wasn't expecting you." He was breathing hard. His shirt was clumsily pulled over his shoulders. Mel's stomach sank. Did he have someone in there with him? She clasped her hands around the vial to keep from shaking. "Come here or scrub the deck, correct?" He took in her damp hair and gleaming skin. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Seems you scrubbed something else." "Valta deserves a raise." Roderick almost smiled, and Mel's stomach swooped. Check in on his health, thank him, and say goodbye. Roderick held the door open, but Mel shook her head. She had zero desire to see what lay behind the threshold. "I don't want to take up any of your time. I know we'll be pulling into port soon." "In over an hour." She thrust the vial out in front of her. "I only wanted to see how you were feeling and bring you this." Roderick's hand brushed hers as he took it from her. Her fingers felt singed. She pulled back and shoved her hand into the pocket of her slacks. Goddess, what was wrong with her? Her heart beat so loud she was sure he could hear it. "This is what you made in the infirmary." He held the vial up to the sunlight and inspected the color. "Keep it warm, sunshine. In a few days, strain out the herbs, unless you don't mind a little grit in your tinctures." "I don't mind at all." He slipped the vial into his pocket. "I didn't know you had an interest in healing." "I didn't," Mel whispered. That wasn't entirely true. Plants had always fascinated her, but she'd never delved in before Viviers. Roderick's blue eyes locked on hers, and her heart thumped against her ribs, making it difficult to breathe. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better, and thank you for your help." Roderick's gaze was even. "For forcing you to clean my ship?" Mel took a step back from the door. "You didn't force us. I volunteered." She swallowed hard. "Roderick, Captain!" Valta ran up behind Mel, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her cheeks were flushed. She looked between the two of them and shot Roderick a look. His cheeks colored. She held out a large hourglass with both hands. "Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're off course." "What do you mean, off course?" Roderick snatched the instrument from her and shook it. A large, round stone clinked against the glass as the sand shifted. Roderick clamped his hand around its neck and glowered. Mel scooted out of his way as he stalked after Valta toward the helm. Chapter 8. Mel sat sandwiched between Taryn and Leeds on the upper deck. Rael and Paladin slumped across from them, leaning against a barrel wide enough that any one of them could have hidden inside. "Don't!" Rael pointed a finger at Taryn as he pushed himself up to stand. Taryn scoffed. I was only stretching. Rael shot him a matronly look. The captain was clear we weren't to leave this spot until he spoke to us. I was stretching. Taryn rolled his eyes and turned away from her. Mel snorted, then covered her mouth and pretended to cough as Rael's eyes flashed. It wasn't a laughing matter. The incident with Roderick's wayfaring instrument had sent them sailing too far from shore for a large chunk of the morning, and they'd passed their port in Yearns. Roderick was, understandably, furious. Valta was beside herself, and Camden, who'd been at the helm, looked like he might vomit, or faint, or both simultaneously. We had nothing to do with this, Rael stated. As soon as we can convince Roderick of that fact, convincing him won't solve anything, Mel muttered. We'll be stuck on the ship until Talmuth. Another 3 days. Paladin adjusted his patch. Not helpful. Mel's chest tightened. They were heading north regardless, but she would now be set back an entire week traveling to retrieve their belongings in Viviers. Not to mention the fact that she now had to share a room with Leeds for 3 nights, and see Roderick when she'd already mentally closed that chapter of this convoluted and maddening horror story she was living. Was he seeing someone on this ship? Would she have to see them together? Would they have to continue scrubbing decks? How could a marble have ended up in their hourglass? How could something so small send us that far off course? Mel slammed the palm of her hand against the deck. They use the hourglass to keep track of time, before they change direction, Leeds explained. And Camden somehow didn't notice that it hadn't changed in hours? Taryn slumped back to sit next to her. It's decided. Camden's an imbecile. Paladin laughed out loud, and Rael scoffed. None of us have ever navigated a ship. Let's cut the man a break. Before any of them could argue with her suggestion, Rael stiffened. Her eyes narrowed, and she leaned forward, staring at something lower on the deck. Someone. Mel followed her gaze and saw a girl with long blonde hair standing next to an older man beside the rail. She turned to Rael. Is that her? Rael nodded. Who? Taryn craned his neck. Shh! Rael waved him off. Stop staring. Who are you talking about? He asked, ignoring her completely. Mel leaned over and whispered. Right there against the rail, with the long hair. Taryn jumped down the steps to the deck without another word. Rael gasped and scrambled to her feet to catch him. The rest of the group, unwilling to be left out of whatever was about to happen, quickly followed. When Mel drew closer, she realized the girl wasn't a girl. She had youthful features, but her face belied an age closer to hers than Taryn's. She possessed high cheekbones and a sharp jaw, with none of the roundness of early adulthood. The man next to her looked like he could be her father, with creases around his eyes and gray streaking the hair near his temples. Were they related? Were they lovers? She'd seen larger age gaps than this, even though they were generally frowned upon. The man turned, and Mel's eyes widened. A blessing giver. His violet eyes shone brightly in the morning sun. The man took them in one by one, then froze when his eyes landed on Paladin. I'm sorry. Rael pointed at Taryn. He's old enough to have manners, but somehow those lessons still haven't sunk in. It's not a problem. The woman with the blonde hair smiled. Mel peered at her, contemplating what about her face was so intriguing. She wasn't stunning in the traditional sense or strange-looking by any stretch of the imagination. Her features were perfectly symmetrical, her skin pale and smooth. It had to be her eyes, wide and captivating, blue, but so pale they looked like ice along the waterfalls during dark season. Her name is Bella. She's on her way to Trill for the equinox. Taryn smiled smugly. The blessing giver next to Bella cleared his throat, never taking his eyes off Paladin. We were on our way to Trill by way of Yearns, but it looks like all of us will be enjoying a detour. Will you miss the festival? Rael asked. Mel swallowed hard, and her palms began to sweat. She'd wanted to attend the festival in Trill. The last time she'd had a chance, her belly was 3 times its current size. Bella smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. No, it lasts for 2 weeks, and we plan to be there 3 days early. Where are you headed? She clasped her hands in front of her, but not before Mel saw her fingers shake. She was nervous. Why? Mel's lips twitched. On a trip with friends. Leeds stepped up next to her. We'll be on our way home as soon as the ship docks. Home. She cringed. Not sure if the wave of nausea was because of that word, or the fact that Leeds was next to her. She would have to talk to him. Why had she been so stupid? Where's home? Coralie, Mel blurted. It was the first township that came to her mind that wasn't Viviers. She struggled to draw enough air into her lungs. Viviers felt like another realm. It was. That version of it would never exist for her again. How long would it take them to get back? Would they be safe to collect their things? Would Stavro and the ambassador leave them alone on their journey, or did they have their guards after her and Leeds too? Stavro couldn't sense her like he could Rael. At least there was that. As soon as they split from Paladin and Rael, they should be safe. Her stomach twisted thinking of Calwain. Or the way Stavro had treated Paladin. Jude. How had she not thought of him until now? She'd betrayed his confidence by sending Paladin to him. He'd kept himself out of sight for years, and she'd unwittingly exposed him to dangerous enemies. Where was he? The likelihood of Stavro letting Jude live on in peace was low, but she hadn't seen him that night, or in the temple with Paladin. What mess would she walk into when they got back home? What other lives had she destroyed in her quest to help her friends? Everyone she tried to help ended up hurting. When was she going to learn her lesson? When would she finally hold true to the commitment she'd made when she left Cantheon and keep her heart at a distance? You lost your eye? The blessing giver pointed at Paladin's patch. Paladin kept a stoic expression, but his hand twitched against his thigh. Yeah, battle wound, I'm afraid. Which battle? Paladin chuckled. Oh, that was an exaggeration. I was a guard at the Enclave. Got unlucky chasing an escaped prisoner. Bella gasped. Recently? Was it the aberration everyone was talking about? Paladin's smile faded. No, this happened years ago. The man nodded. I'm sorry. That must be difficult. Inconvenient, mostly. He winked. But women find it compelling. Rael elbowed him in the ribs as her cheeks flushed. I thought I told you to stay put, Valta barked from the helm. Everyone swiveled their heads toward her in unison. Her normally calm demeanor had been replaced by the strict command of a true first mate. You! She pointed at Paladin, and Mel's stomach sank. They were doing this one at a time? She hoped they'd all go in together and she could hide behind her friends. She didn't know what Roderick was hoping to discover. None of them would have touched his navigation instruments. How could he even think they would do something to intentionally stay on his ship longer? They'd been humiliated in front of everyone aboard, and their fingers were rubbed raw. Wasn't their desire to disembark obvious by now? Bella and the blessing giver wisely walked further down the rail, distancing themselves from their group now that they were garnering disfavor from the first mate. Mel sighed as she followed the others back up the steps to sit on the helm and await interrogation. What do you think he'll ask? Taryn asked as he slumped next to her. The fact that he hadn't complained more was impressive. At 16, Mel would have grumbled every hour of the day had she been forced into hard labor. Leeds sat down on her other side, close enough that their shoulders touched. It doesn't matter, Mel muttered. We won't have any answers for him. Rael folded her arms over her chest. You know him. Couldn't you? No, she couldn't. Leeds clenched his jaw. Mel exhaled. She didn't need him to protect her, but it felt nice all the same. Her shoulders had already risen to her ears, imagining talking to Roderick, let alone asking him for any favors. Taryn pulled at a loose fingernail. Maybe we should go to Trill when we leave the ship. Rael frowned. I told you we're heading to the northern mountains. I know, but I've never been to the festival. Taryn, this isn't a holiday. I know, but we can't afford to lose any time. Taryn sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Fine. Sorry I brought it up. Mel's heart twinged. If she could stomach the idea of going to Trill, she would have offered to take him along and let Rael and Paladin sojourn into the mountains on their own. She mentally kicked herself. There she went again, wanting to do things for other people. No. She had to cut this off and get back to her own life, or start a new version of it. The door to Roderick's quarters swung open, and Paladin, his face fuming, stepped out. Valda didn't have to say anything. Her gaze and flick of her wrist was enough to send dread pulsing through Mel's midsection. She was next. Roderick sat in a chair next to a circular side table, his jaw clenched. The balancer hadn't given him anything, though he hadn't expected him to. He'd hoped bringing this group in one by one would give him the upper hand, but as soon as Mel walked in, he knew he'd already lost ground. Mel wouldn't speak first. Though it had been years, he knew that look on her face, sheer stubbornness and force of will. It was the same expression she displayed when his mother had made a patronizing comment or expressed how unlikely it was that Mel could fix or accomplish something. That fire used to fill him with hope and pride. Now, steeping in the aftermath of what she'd done, it was terrifying. What are the chances, do you think, that the first time I have to deal with members of the Order as stowaways on my ship, I also encounter something like this? Roderick held up the hourglass. You've never had instruments tampered with? Mel asked. She stood next to the door with her arms crossed over her chest. Her short, dark hair gave her a harder look, all sharp angles, intimidating. But she was still stunning, with her strong cheekbones, round almond eyes, long lashes. He cleared his throat. No, never. Impressive. What a blessing. Mel tilted her head to the side and Roderick ground his teeth. He set the timepiece on the table and stood, then patted the pocket that contained the vial she'd given him. Time for a new tactic. Mel, I'm grateful for the help you've given me. I'm not accusing anyone, aren't you? He exhaled and took a step closer. He hadn't said a damning word and she came in with fangs bared. Infuriating. I'm not accusing you. I don't think you had anything to do with... Then why am I here being questioned? Roderick pulled at his hair. Mel's eyes tracked the movement and it made his heart speed. I don't know. You don't know, she repeated dryly. Exactly, he snapped, breathing hard. Honesty. Plan C. None of this makes any sense. The ambassador's daughter is on the run, and mentioning that fact led to this. He pointed at the still tender bruises on his face. Now my instruments have been tampered with? He took a step closer. I have shipments, Mel. People in Yearns were counting on me to deliver, and now they won't receive their goods for a week, if they're lucky. I'll be catching up for at least 2 and paying out of my own pocket to make up for the losses. If there's one thing I've learned over the last 6 years, it's that my gut isn't off. He took one more step and stood directly in front of her. Mel tried to take a step back, but was corralled by the door. My gut tells me this is connected. All of you ending up on the Maiden's Blessing. The struggle in Aith. There's something off with all this. I need to know what it is. You at least owe me that, he thought, but had the decency not to say it. His anger hadn't quite reached the level of outright cruelty. A few years ago, he wouldn't have been able to hold back. Progress. Mel's lips pursed. She'd flinched when he said 6 years, exactly as he'd hoped. Before she left Cantheon, he'd known something was wrong. His gut had tried to tell him then, and he hadn't listened. He described her standoffish behavior to healing and loss. It was, in a way, but had he known what she was planning, he would have moved mountains to convince her she was wrong. He wasn't going to stand back and keep his mouth shut when his gut spoke this time. Roderick. Mel wet her lips and shifted on her feet. Finally, he was getting somewhere. Paladin and Rael, they only need safe passage out of Aith, that's all. I came aboard to give them a message, and you saw with your own eyes how badly I wanted off this ship. I never intended to journey this far. None of us would have any reason to delay. That won't sail, Mel. Roderick mirrored her and folded his arms over his chest. I need more than that. Mel's eyes hardened. You have my word. Your word doesn't mean much to me, he spat. Mel pulled back as if he'd slapped her. then dropped her hands to her sides. Not as much progress as he thought. Then there's no reason for me to say another word. Mel spun on her heel and reached for the door, but Roderick slammed a hand against the wood, holding it closed. Her head snapped up with eyes blazing. I didn't say you were dismissed. He towered over her. The faint scent of herbs, peppermint, met his nostrils. The sight of her at his door with tendrils of damp hair curling around her ears this morning flared through his mind. Mel had bathed, on his ship, with his soap. Heat flashed between his thighs. I didn't ask for permission, she hissed. Mel yanked on the door handle, but Roderick's fist didn't give. He wouldn't let her walk away without giving answers. Not this time. Mel shoved against his torso. Move, Roderick! When he didn't budge, Mel pulled back and slammed her fist into his chest. He grunted and caught both her wrists with his hands. She struggled, and without thinking, he pressed her back against the wall, pressing her flat with his weight. Stop, Mel. Let go of me, Roderick, she growled, jolting to pull her arms free. With their bodies flush, he dropped his chin and met her eyes. Her lips were parted. Her breath came in short bursts. Every inch of him became instantly aware of her body against his. She felt exactly as he remembered. Lean, strong, with softness in all the right places. The fight seeped out of her the moment her eyes flicked to his. He hated her, and missed her so much his body ached. He loosened his grip on her arms, and she let her hands fall against his chest. Her skin was velvet against his rough hands. Pure velvet. He lowered his head to rest against the wall, his mouth next to the shell of her ear. Mel. Something crashed on the deck outside and Roderick stiffened. A fist pounded on the door. Mel slipped out from between his arms like a silver trout, then flung the door open and darted out. Chapter 9. Mel pushed past Valta and gulped in the fresh air. Her heart felt like it had dislodged from her chest. Roderick hadn't let her go. She pressed the back of her hands to her cheeks to keep them from setting on fire. What's going on? Roderick growled, rushing out the door behind her. Mel spotted the problem. Paladin had the blessing giver they'd seen earlier, Ryman, pressed against the rails of the ship. You need to keep your dog on his leash, Roderick barked as he pounded across the helm and leapt over the steps. Mel cursed under her breath. What could the old blessing giver have said to set Paladin off like that? Did he have no self-control? She stomped after Roderick, not sure what she hoped to accomplish. Rael, Leeds, and Taryn were already there, attempting to restrain Paladin. The deckhands shouted at Roderick as they pointed to Paladin and Ryman, each trying to share a detail they deemed vital. Finely dressed couples from Aith clung to each other and tittered as they watched the scene from the rails. Perfect, Mel muttered. Now the whole world would hear about this when they finally docked this damned ship. Roderick flew between the two men, fuming. Everyone in my quarters, now! Paladin dropped his arms and stepped back. Ryman straightened his shirt and gasped for breath as rough red marks bloomed across his neck. Paladin tromped toward the helm and the others followed. Impressive. She'd never seen Roderick take control like that. He'd always been a gentle soul, but what she just experienced was anything but that. The way he refused to let her leave the cabin, blocked the door and pressed up against her. His chest was solid and unyielding, his shoulders broader than she'd remembered. Now, the way he'd commanded obedience made it crystal clear that he wasn't the same Roderick she used to know. If the heat swirling in her abdomen was any indicator, some part of her liked this newness. The part that wasn't prodding her to smack him and add to his bruises. All 6 of them crammed into Roderick's quarters. Leeds put an arm around Mel's shoulders to pull her out of the way as Ryman came in behind them and closed the door. Roderick's eyes flicked to Leeds. His lip twitched, and he glanced away to focus on the rest of the group. All of you, to varying degrees, have caused disturbances on my ship. After you were asked to wait while I got to the bottom of this. Roderick picked up the hourglass and slammed it against the table, and Mel flinched. Please, enlighten me as to what was so inflammatory you couldn't act like a grown man. Paladin ground his teeth. and Rael put a hand on his chest. "I asked him to remove his patch," Ryman stated, still catching his breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he ran a hand over his face. "You know each other?" Roderick asked. "Just met, unfortunately," Leeds muttered. Taryn blew out a breath. "He told you he'd rather not, and you wouldn't let it alone." "Taryn!" Rael shot him a look, and the boy shrugged. Roderick's nostrils flared. "You almost threw a man overboard because he asked to see your damaged eye?" Paladin glowered at him. "I almost threw a man overboard because he insinuated—" "Shh!" Rael pursed her lips. Mel looked between the two of them. Insinuated what? Mel could only think of one thing that would set Paladin off like that, but Ryman was a blessing giver. Paladin had done everything he could to ensure people assumed the same about him. They knew of the aberration. Mel's stomach sank. Ryman must know his secret. "Did you accuse them of having an illegitimate child? That was my mistake," Roderick muttered. Mel's eyes widened, and she coughed to cover up a snort. Is that what he'd said to them in the holding cell? Mel looked at Taryn. He rolled his eyes. Ryman frowned. "No, Roderick clapped his hands. "Enough! I don't care what you said or didn't say. As members of the Order, you have your own agendas. I understand that, and I've never made it my business. But this is my ship." He stared them down as though they were petulant children. "We're now stuck at sea for 3 days longer than planned. I've missed a shipment in Yearns, and you all have disturbed my peace and the peace of my passengers and crew twice." His eyes snapped to Rael and Paladin. "You three are running from the ambassador, and you." He turned to Ryman and pointed to a handful of coins sitting on the stand next to his bed. "I haven't asked any questions, but you wouldn't be handing me these if you were broadcasting your plans far and wide. I've been discreet, but I refuse to be taken advantage of. I don't expect you to trust me with all your secrets, but I do need answers." Roderick closed his mouth and waited. Nobody spoke. Paladin's arms flexed and Mel's stomach flipped. What was Roderick thinking? He'd seen firsthand what Paladin was capable of, and now he was going to try and force them to speak up? Mel stepped forward. "Roderick, I don't think you want— I met the ambassador once." Ryman cleared his throat. "When she was a young girl." Rael's mouth dropped open. "You must be mistaken. She didn't grow up around Aith." Ryman nodded. "Neither did I. I'm from the northern mountains," Rael finished. Mel held her breath. Her vision. She'd seen something about the northern mountains when Ryman was boarding the ship. Where was the woman he was with earlier? "What do you know of her?" Rael bit her bottom lip. Ryman exhaled. "Very little. I met her once before she left for Aith. Of course, I didn't know then that she would become the ambassador, but on one of my trips to the Enclave..." He cleared his throat. "Hers was a face I didn't forget. Which is why I asked you to remove your patch." His shoulders slumped as he looked over at Paladin. "Your aura. I made a decision once. The only other time I've seen a split like that." "Split?" Rael's lips drew into a tight line, and her violet eyes widened. Paladin's hands clenched into fists. The blood drained from Mel's face. Maybe Ryman did know about his mixed blood. But how? What would that mean? Stavro and the ambassador were already on their tails. Rael and Paladin couldn't afford for anyone else to know that he was the aberration who had escaped from the Enclave. She shuddered thinking of the dream she'd had last night. It suddenly felt as if the walls of Roderick's cabin were closing in. Ryman's jaw twitched, and Rael stepped closer to him. "The ambassador is my mother. I need to know what you're talking about." "Your mother?" Ryman blinked. "And you're running from her? Why?" "She believes— she doesn't understand." Rael shook her head. "It must be life or death if she's after her own flesh and blood. By my memory, family used to mean everything to her." Rael's eyes were glassy. "It still does," she whispered. "Just not as much as her duty to protect the magic. What she believes she has to do—" Rael's hand flew up and covered her mouth as her face pinched. Mel gaped. How could she defend her? Her mother had tried to kill Paladin, had successfully poisoned the temple steward, and was hunting for them with Stavro, who had to be the slimiest of them all. Did Rael know about her mother's history with the steward of Viviers? She clenched her jaw, remembering how he'd goaded Paladin. When your charm gets you into the knickers of the future ambassador, then it's all blessing. Her stomach roiled, remembering the way his voice had dripped with smug satisfaction. Mel felt eyes on her and looked up as Paladin stepped forward and pulled Rael close to him. Roderick was watching her. What was going on in his head? At least she'd spent time with members of the Order over the past few weeks. This world still didn't make sense to her, but at least she was fluent with the verbiage. Though Cantheon was close to Trill, they kept to themselves, not worrying over the profit or politics in the city. Roderick suddenly seemed exhausted. Circles under his eyes, shoulders slumped as he lowered himself into his chair. He'd set out to make a regular shipment, and now his whole world was flipped on its head. I would have thought she'd be different. Ryman walked past Mel and Leeds and sat at the foot of the bed. Of all the people who have shown up on my door over the past 25 years, she was the one I had the most hope for. Why her? Rael whispered. Every word he spoke seemed to be twisting a knife into her heart. Ryman continued. I see auras differently than most. It's why I left the Enclave and I ended up in the northern mountains in the first place. The ambassador of the time thought I accessed dark magic. He slumped over his knees and exhaled. The last time I saw an aura like that of your friend here was that day in the mountains, the day I consecrated your mother, her sister, and her 2 friends. Rael frowned. My mother was trained and consecrated at the Enclave. Ryman shook his head. I'm sorry if that's what she told you, but it's not the truth. She showed up at my door in desperation, running from her home. The people in Piatha stayed as far from the Order as they could, separated themselves from people like me. Rael mouthed the word, Piatha, trying it out on her tongue. But surely that can't be true. They were blessed. No, not all. Some townsfolk didn't believe in blessings. Your mother, for one, didn't have blessing companions attend her birth. I'll remember her consecration always. It was the only one I ever performed where the goddess required I bless. Ryman sucked in a breath. You gave a blessing? At her consecration? Rael whispered. Ryman nodded. He looked up again and searched Paladin's face. Her sister was very ill. She needed to get to the Enclave, but her friend. His aura looked like yours. At least to me. Powerful. He lifted his hands, painting a picture in the air. 2 sides, working as one. Paladin stood frozen to the spot. Ryman scratched the stubble on his chin. What are the chances that we, with such coincidental history, would end up on the same ship on very different errands? Curious. Rael turned to Taryn. Could you walk to the scullery and retrieve a flask of water? Taryn scowled. I don't. Please, Taryn. Mel knew this strategy. Her mother used it on them all the time growing up. Send them on an errand so she could say what she needed to without them overhearing. Taryn stalked toward the door. When he was safely on the other side, Rael reached up and pulled at the edges of Paladin's patch. Are you sure? Paladin whispered. Rael paused, then nodded. Mel held her breath as she pulled it from his head. Paladin fixed both eyes on Ryman. The blessing giver didn't look afraid. He looked as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. How long have you known? Paladin's face was stoic. I was raised a balancer. Consecrated only weeks ago. You're a bit old for consecration, Ryman mused. Rael fought back a smile, and Paladin shot her a sideways glance. She reached for him and twined her fingers with his. Mel's chest tightened. She'd done that once, with Roderick. She'd looked at him the way Rael looked at Paladin now, fiercely, protectively. Mel dared a glance at Roderick. His lips were pulled into a tight line as he peered at Paladin. Even without being members of the Order, they'd grown up with prophecy. They knew blessing givers and balancers were off limits, that the bloodlines were sacred and had to be protected for all their sakes. Mel's blessings and her curse were special to her, and while she didn't understand how they'd lead her to gain passage, she'd trusted Ariadne's laws. Until she didn't. Darkness and Trill. Mel's attention snapped back to Ryman. What was he saying? Leeds spoke up. There's been a darkness in Trill since before we were born. Ryman shook his head. Not like this. You've heard of the Heralds? Rael nodded. Heard of them? Mel exhaled. Heralds of Sidonai. The name was a joke when she was young. The name they called friends when they were throwing a fit or ruining everybody else's fun. She didn't think they actually existed, or could be a real threat. I'd heard the rumor for years. Then I visited Calwain and saw for myself. We were just in Calwain. Paladin's eyes narrowed. What did you see there? The degradation of the temple. Ryman turned and took in all of the confused expressions. He blew out a breath. I shouldn't be surprised. The Prophet won't take any of this seriously. Any of what? Rael stood nearly on her tiptoes, hanging on every word. The Book of Ariadne speaks of pollution of the fount, the original temple falling into disrepair, conflict between bloodlines, and the rising up of a dark order. Signs of the Day of Sidonai, Rael whispered. Yes, obvious when you're looking for them, but easy to dismiss. The Prophet is supposed to be the closest to Ariadne, the one who intimates her will through the order. Ryman shook his head. He guides the order, and the order guides the realm, Rael murmured. Are you following any of this? Leeds whispered in Mel's ear. Shh. She held up a finger, then shot him an apologetic glance. Rael spun and faced Paladin. We didn't go to the temple in Calwain. We should have left the Terrine Pool, and you went to the Terrine Pool? Ryman stood. Paladin nodded. Ryman's breathing quickened. I found nothing there. Nothing besides water that sapped my strength. Rael's cheeks colored. There's a second pool. Behind the first. Mel's eyes widened. Did she trust this man enough to share her secrets? Ryman reached out and gripped her arm. What did you see there? Just then, Roderick's door swung open and Taryn walked in holding 2 flasks of water. He stopped and scanned the room. Still thirsty? Rael nodded and rushed forward, took a flask from his hands and twisted the top open. She took a long drink, then returned it to her brother. She turned to face Ryman. The Heralds. What do you know about them? It didn't escape Mel's notice that she didn't answer the man's question. What had they seen at the pool? Ryman looked between Rael and her brother. There's a group in Trill. We're hoping to infiltrate. Roderick's eyes widened. Infiltrate? You and what army? I've heard of the Heralds. Taryn spoke up. They're planning something. To hurt the enclaves. How do you know this? Taryn's throat bobbed. My mother's the ambassador. I hear things. Mel fought back a grin. She'd heard the story of his eavesdropping on the ambassador. It had already saved Paladin's life. Ryman's face was grim. They're plotting something. I have people watching. I believe they're using dark allies. What are dark allies? Mel's skin prickled as Ryman spoke. Who? Not what? Dark allies look like normal townsfolk, but they've sworn their alliance to the Heralds, and therefore Sidonai. They know each other only by a saying, a phrase. The blood drained from Mel's face. Ryman continued. It took me nearly 2 years to discover it. In creation we are bonded. In rebirth we are set free. The image of the imposing man standing at the door flew into Mel's mind, his eyes glittering in the light of the candle. Mel? Leeds jostled her shoulder. She blinked and noticed all eyes were on her. Ryman watched her like a hawk. How do you know that phrase? I had a dream, she whispered. Last night. It was nothing. Nobody moved. Why weren't they looking at her like it was nothing? Taryn scoffed. Looks like I'm not the only one who gets nightmares. Mel smiled at him. What did you see? Ryman prodded. Mel shook her head. Nothing. A man. He was talking to She caught herself and swallowed hard. To a woman. He said he wanted her to be a distraction. Then he spoke the phrase, and she finished it. That was it. Ryman's eyes narrowed. Did you recognize these people? No, Mel snapped. It was getting hard to breathe. She needed to get out of here. She needed to get off this ship. You were about to say a name, Rael whispered. The woman. Who was it, Mel? Pressure built behind Mel's eyes. She felt faint. Why did it matter? It was a stupid dream. She must have heard the phrase of the heralds through one of her clients or something. Her brain had paid attention and then thrown it into her nightmare, just like Taryn said. She hadn't cried in years, and she wasn't about to start now. I don't know, she muttered. She turned toward the door and froze. Roderick, standing across from her, his face unreadable. Mel, you've done nothing wrong, Ryman soothed. But this could be a message. Something sent to you through Aeon. Mel whirled to face him. Aeon is only accessible to those of the magic. What I saw was a dream. Ryman's eyes flicked to Rael. She doesn't know? Rael's lip twitched. I wasn't sure. Paladin's face darkened. He looked between Mel and Rael, his eyes widening. But you are now, Ryman murmured. Rael nodded. It felt as if Mel's head might explode. Wasn't sure? What did Rael know that she didn't know moments before? Mel wanted to scream. They talked about her like she wasn't there, like she couldn't hear them coming to some conclusion about her. Mel, Aeon is only accessible to those of the magic. Rael spoke slowly. Mel scoffed. That's exactly what I just said. Rael pursed her lips. Mel waited for her to say something. When she didn't, Mel's mouth dropped open. No. She shook her head, then laughed out loud. Were they crazy? They were trying to tell her she had magical blood? You're insane, all of you. She stalked toward the door, just waiting for Roderick to try and stop her. This time, she'd be ready. This time, who did you see in the dream? Roderick's voice was soft, pleading. She had not been ready for that. She turned to face him. You don't want the answer to that question. I promise. Roderick's gaze never wavered. Please. Mel's voice shook as she spoke. Your mother. She turned and reached for the door handle. That's not possible. Roderick knocked the side table as he stepped toward her. Mel pulled hard. I didn't want to say it, Rod, but you forced... That's not possible, because my mother's dead. The Book of Ariadne, Words of Calamine, Prophet under the Order of Ariadne, Chapter 2, Verse 1. I am weighted down and troubled in my heart. I lay all desires at the feet of the goddess, but she availeth me not. Chapter 10. Mel burst out onto the helm, startling Valta at the wheel. She scanned the deck for anywhere she could be alone. Too many people. She could go to her room, but even the thought of sitting in a dark, enclosed space made her skin crawl. She scurried down the steps to the main deck, then turned right instead of left. There was a narrow passage between the rails and whatever room lay beneath the captain's quarters. She hoped it would lead to a private space, somewhere she could breathe and not be bothered. Mel rounded the corner and nearly walked into wooden planks. The passage didn't go all the way through. She frowned. Not exactly what she'd hoped for, but this would have to do. The curvature of the wall hid her from the main deck, and it was quiet here. Nothing but the sea breeze, the crash of the waves against the ship, and vast open sky. Wispy clouds stretched across the miles of blue. Mel sighed and leaned on the railing. My mother is dead. Roderick's words repeated in her mind. Her first thought had been good riddance, but she'd never admit that. Treya Harden had never liked her. Well, that wasn't exactly true. She'd seemed pleasant enough when they had first met and had even supported their marriage. Until she found out Mel had been the one to put a bug in Roderick's ear about doing something other than taking over the family shop. Long day? Mel greeted Roderick at the corner where the streets they grew up on kissed. Now they lived up on the lane on the other side of the hill, but Mel hated waiting for him to arrive home. She'd much rather meet him here and walk together. Roderick dropped his leather bag on the grass and scooped her up into his arms. Too long. They'd been married for a month already, and he still looked at her this way. His eyes, deep blue like the river, dancing, alive, like she lit him up inside. Mel smiled as Roderick kissed her, curling her fingers in his hair. He usually kept it short, but he was due for a haircut. Mel liked it longer than this. Rod said it irritated the tops of his ears. He slowly lowered her to the ground, but didn't allow any space to come between them. Roderick dropped his hand over the curve of her bottom and squeezed. "Rod," Mel laughed, "at least wait till we're behind closed doors." He grinned wickedly and slid his hand up the back of her thin summer blouse. "Nobody's here." He slid his fingers into her hair and gently tugged her head back, exposing her neck. He curved into her and nipped. "I'd be glad for them to see I love my wife." Mel squirmed as the stubble on his chin tickled the tender skin. "Rod, you better take me home now, unless you want me to undress you in the middle of the road." Roderick squeezed his arms around her and inhaled deeply. "Fine, but only because you promised to undress me." Mel slapped his hip as he released her. He sighed and adjusted his pants, then picked up his bag. Mel twined her fingers in his as they walked toward home. "You hurt yourself." She looked down to see a bandage wrapped around his thumb. Roderick smiled. "Caught myself with the file." "Is it bad?" "No." Mel looked up. Roderick had been at his father's shop since first light this morning. It was now 6 o'clock. She'd been exhausted after working at the market until 3, and she hadn't gone in until after breakfast. "Rod, I know your father needs the help, but you know you don't have to work there forever if you don't want to." Roderick's lip twitched. "It pays well. We need to save." "I know we need to save, but if it takes us a bit longer before we can try for a baby, that's all right by me. We're not in a rush." He frowned. I don't know what else I'd do." Mel nudged his shoulder. "I'm not saying you have to make a new plan. If you want to make shoes, then make shoes. I only thought, it's all you've ever done. I wondered if you might want to try something else." "Mel, I don't want our marriage to make you feel stuck." He looked over and quirked an eyebrow. "You think I feel stuck?" She shrugged. Roderick slowed and pulled her to a stop in front of him. "Where is this coming from?" Mel pursed her lips. "I've seen it before, where someone jumps into life, the vocation, raising a family, and then finds out 20 years later they're miserable, that they never got to explore the realm or try something new." "Someone? Or your father?" Roderick squeezed her hand. Mel lowered her eyes. "I don't want to do that to you." He pulled her close and held her against his chest. "Mel, the fact that your father blamed your mother for his lot in life has nothing to do with her and everything to do with him." She breathed him in. Warm spice with a tinge of old leather from the shop. "I know." Roderick kissed the top of her head. "But thank you." She nodded. "I don't care where we go, Rod. I don't care if we live in a cottage or a tent like the Milnicks, finding a new place to live every few—" "No." Roderick laughed. "I don't plan on making my wife a nomad." Mel pulled back and swatted him. "I know, I'm only saying I don't care what we do. As long as I'm with you, I don't mind if we have less." Roderick leaned down and kissed her. "I know, and I promise I'll give it some thought." Mel smiled against his lips and stepped back, but he caught her waist. Roderick pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "If I win, I get to do the undressing." He laughed and bolted down the lane ahead of her. Mel swallowed hard and gripped the railing. Her heart ached at the memory. They had been perfect together, regardless of what his mother thought. It was too bad Mel was forced into ruining it. "How did you know she'd be here?" Mel spun to find Leeds and Paladin approaching. Paladin's patch was back over his charcoal eye. He smiled smugly and shrugged. Mel sniffed and rolled her eyes, turning quickly back to the sea so they wouldn't see the moisture in them. I came here to be alone. We came here so you didn't have to be. Paladin turned and leaned his back against the rail. Leeds did the same on the opposite side of Mel, trapping her in. It was almost like they knew her. What is this? An intervention? Mel didn't take her eyes off the waves. What were they trying to accomplish? They didn't have a way to get her off this goddess-forsaken ship, and that meant there was nothing they could offer her that would make her current situation more palatable. Paladin crossed his arms over his chest. I know how it feels to discover something new about yourself. Leeds grinned. And I know nothing. I only came as muscle in case you tried to rip his head off. Mel laughed in spite of herself. I didn't discover anything. I'm fine. Paladin nodded. Right. He straightened and pushed off the rail. Had they come here to convince her she was from a magical bloodline and didn't know it? No one in her family had ever hinted at any of their ancestors being members of the order, and they knew their heritage back at least 5 generations. I don't have the magic. Leeds sighed and clicked his tongue. I don't know, Mel. What they said. They said only those with magic in their blood could enter the dream world. I wasn't in Aeon, Leeds. The dream I saw was only that. A dream. She shivered, remembering the man sitting across the table. Nightmare was more like it. Paladin considered this. Maybe. Mel turned on him. Maybe? Not maybe, Paladin. Roderick confirmed that what I saw couldn't have been real. His mother is gone. That proves it was a figment of my imagination. Except for that phrase, he mused. Mel's eyes flashed, but Paladin didn't back down. You knew the phrase of the heralds. Could have been from somewhere else. Something I overheard, she snapped. Mel turned to Leeds and he blanched. You believe this nonsense? No, not... I don't know, Mel. He scratched his head. It's odd, isn't it? Paladin sighed. You could be a herald. Mel threw up her hands and slammed them back on the railing. Thanks. Helpful. Leeds put a hand on her arm and she flinched. It wasn't that she didn't want him to touch her. She didn't want anyone to touch her. In moments like this, she did what she'd always done. Retreated. Ran away. Lashed out so anyone around her would disappear and allow her to sink into herself. That was how she'd stayed safe all these years. Lonely? Yes, but safe. I'm not a herald, she muttered. A shadow passed over Paladin's face. I know. Mel's eyes narrowed. What? Velta took pity on Terran and the rest of you. No chores today. Paladin straightened and drew a breath. We're going to help the staff prepare lunch, if you want to join. Paladin was like her. Couldn't sit still when something simmered under the surface. But what was he not saying? He'd been off since he attacked Roderick in the storage hold. Come to think of it, Rael had sensed it too. I'll be in our room, if you want company. Leeds brushed his hand against her elbow. Her skin prickled as he walked past. She could go to him. She hadn't been drinking, which meant he wouldn't have any excuse to turn her down if she asked him to continue where they left off. A part of her desperately wanted to drown herself in physical pleasure, no matter how much she'd hate herself when they finished. Self-loathing felt easier to handle than hope. Hope. That was precisely what she had to fight against. The seed sprouted the moment Rael looked at her. Aeon is only accessible to those with the magic. The words were like water cascading over dry, cracked ground. Those with the magic were chosen of the goddess, not cast out. What if... She yelled at the sea in frustration. No what-ifs. The dream she saw wasn't correct, which meant whatever Rael thought she'd seen wasn't true. Mel curled over the rail and gasped for breath. She was weak. One phrase, one glimmer of hope that she could be something more than what she'd accepted, and she was suddenly ready to believe that the last 6 years were a mistake, that she could somehow atone for what her body had failed to create. Thoughts like that were poison, a slow-burning venom that would eat her from the inside out if she let it. She didn't have special gifts, and she certainly wasn't chosen. She would pluck out that tender green shoot and bury the husk. She was an herbalist. Nothing more, nothing less. Mel turned and marched along the narrow stretch of deck, descending the stairs, and made her way down the hall to her room. Her heart beat dull in her chest, each thought in her head pounding it into a poultice. I will never have the life I want. I will never have the one man I've ever loved. She opened the door and slipped inside, closing it softly behind her. Leeds sat on the end of the bed and looked up in surprise. His face was drawn, and his sandy brown hair mussed. I didn't expect to see you back here. Mel didn't say a word. She pulled off her boots and closed the space between them, pushing Leeds back so she could climb onto his lap. She kneeled on either side of his thighs and pressed her hips against his as he propped himself up with his elbows on the mattress. Leeds' breathing quickened as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Goddess, how she wished this could be Roderick. But it couldn't. It could never be him. To be with him would be to ruin him, to take away any chance he had at having a family or of following the laws of Ariadne, so he could receive his passage. Leeds' pupils dilated, and his throat bobbed. That was all the encouragement she needed. Mel lowered her mouth to his and kissed him. There was no tenderness, only desperation. Leeds fell back fully to the bed and grasped her waist, crushing her body on top of his. Mel. He whispered her name. The harder Leeds' hands pressed against her skin, the less she felt, and she wanted to feel nothing. This was who she was. Someone who ran, escaped, who sealed off her heart to protect it. Someone who grasped for whatever she could when she had nothing left to give. I've wanted this for so long, Leeds murmured. Good, she answered, and hated herself a little less. Leeds' hands paused, and his mouth slowed. Good, he murmured. Mel couldn't tell if it was a question or a statement. Yes, good. She kissed him again, but he barely kissed her back. Leeds pushed up onto his elbows, and Mel pulled her legs under her to sit on his thighs. His breath came in short bursts. What do you want, Mel? Her brow furrowed. Isn't it clear what I want? Leeds sighed. For how long? Mel shook her head. What are you... For how long do you want this, Mel? For the night? A few days? Leeds. He stared up at her, his gaze intent. I'm serious, Mel. I didn't do anything the other night because you were drunk, and I wanted this to happen when we both chose it. When you chose it. Mel threw her arms out in frustration. That's what I'm doing. What else do you want from me? Your heart, Mel. Well, I can't give it. Her words echoed through the room, the storm still raging against the bulkhead of the ship. Mel slid off Leeds and sat next to him on the bed. I want to, but... Is it because of him? Leeds' voice was low. He didn't have to say his name. They both knew he was talking about Roderick. Yes. And no. It was about so much more than Roderick, and yet only about him. It had always been about him. I lost a child, Leeds. I lost my family. Everything. Leeds nodded, and for the first time, Mel realized she hadn't ever asked him about his own family, his own life before Viviers. Somehow, they'd floated through years without ever having a real conversation. Mel sat and crossed her legs under her. Leeds, you've made my life bearable ever since I stopped in Viviers. You buoyed me up when I was drowning. Leeds pulled himself up to sit next to her, his legs dangling off the end of the bed. I didn't know. I didn't let you know. I still can't make you or anyone else understand what it feels like here. She closed her fist and placed it over her heart. It's broken. Irreparable. I can't give you what you want. I can't even figure out what it is that I want. That wasn't true. Mel knew what she wanted. She just couldn't have it. That's fine. I don't need anything now. We can just... No. Mel slumped and reached for his hand. Pretending wouldn't help. It never did. The few times she'd tried to drown her loneliness in another man, she inevitably woke up feeling like her insides had been scooped out. Why had she thought this would be different? She couldn't be with Leeds the way he wanted, and he wouldn't be satisfied by a hollow relationship. How could he be? Maybe she'd come here because that's exactly what she wanted. For him to finally see her for what she was. To stop waiting around for her, hoping she could be anything but broken. She couldn't give him what he needed. And now he knew it. Finally and completely. Mel swallowed hard. You said plainly what you want, and I can't give you less. I can't do that to you. Leeds swallowed and twined his fingers with hers. I think you already have. Leeds. He squeezed her hand and swiveled on the bed, then dropped to the floor. I need some air. Leeds, I never should have. Please, Mel. He shoved his feet into his boots. She closed her mouth. Please, Mel. He didn't look back as he pulled open the door and walked back out into the hall. Chapter 11. Life had been simple in Cantheon. Mel grew up an only child, which meant her parents hovered over her like hawks. Truthfully, it hadn't taken much to ensure her happiness. Mel had been content to prune and mulch the vines during dark season, then tend and pick as fruit ripened, and take turns selling their wine at the market. Vendors came from throughout the valley to buy from Behunan vineyards. Her father would be horrified with her drinks of choice now. He'd cradled his bottles and presented them to buyers as if he'd birthed them himself. The words he used to describe the flavor profiles seemed nearly as edible as their grapes. They rolled off his tongue, rich and full. When buyers purchased a case, they weren't only taking home 9 bottles of wine. They were carrying the stories that came with them. Mel's father always had stories. When she chose to leave, she'd walked away from them too. Though her parents hadn't been as forthright as Roderick's mother in their disappointment, she'd seen the light dim in both their eyes after seeing her lifeless child, after the visit from the blessing giver. No grandchildren. Her parents tried for years after conceiving Mel to have more children, but they never came. The only person who rivaled Roderick's excitement for the birth of their child was her own mother. She'd collected knitted blankets, rompers, hats, socks, toys, and even traded a case of wine for a gorgeous cradle built by their family friend. She'd been their one chance at expanding their family line, and she'd failed. Mel hadn't only left Roderick. She left her home and family. She left the vineyard. Left an entire make-believe life she, Roderick, and their parents had jointly created, convinced it would stretch out ahead of the two of them with flowers blooming and birds singing. But it had only been that, a story. She wondered if any of her father's vendors got home, popped open a bottle of wine, sipped from their glass, and realized the truth. The bottles were only filled with sour, fermented grapes. Mel couldn't stay in their room on the ship alone, but the idea of talking to any of her friends filled her with dread. She adjusted her clothing, then slipped out the door. Now that her brain was functioning properly, the reality of what she'd done began to sink in. Leeds was her friend. One of her only friends. They'd crossed a line. One she didn't think they would come back from. Mostly because they'd been hiding behind it for years, hoping it would disappear. Leeds didn't understand that, for her, that line was written in stone. Mel marched down the hall and descended to the level of the infirmary. She was tempted to find Thorin and drown the angst swirling inside her, but considering how that ended last time, she opted for something simpler. Papaver sap. Used traditionally for illnesses of the heart, it relaxed muscles and also had the convenient side effect of slowing the mind. Mel had noticed the bottle in the infirmary the night she'd made her sleeping tincture. At the time, she didn't need anything that strong. Now, she was desperate. Ironic that she'd criticized Leeds for being a bag grabber when here she was looking for swift, blissful, momentary relief. Had he been suffering like this in Viviers? Why had she never asked him? Mel crossed over to the other side of the ship to enter the infirmary. She knocked lightly, then waited a moment before reaching for the handle. Before she could wrap her hand around the rounded brass, the door swung inward. Roderick. His lips parted, and Mel's stomach clenched. Mel, do you need something? She thought she might throw up. Her hand flew to her midsection. "No, I like to stop by the infirmary for fun." Her voice was acerbic, and Roderick stiffened. "You don't look well." He moved to the side so she could enter the room. Mel cringed and drew a breath. She wasn't angry with Roderick. None of this, especially not the past few hours, was his fault. Yet the sight of him, the sadness in his eyes and soft timbre of his voice, felt like a steel pike to the heart. "Thank you," she whispered, and stalked to the counter. Her stomach swooped. Would Roderick know what she was doing? What she'd been doing? He didn't have a general knowledge of herbs that she was aware of, and unless he knew someone with a struggling heart, she doubted he'd know anything about Papavar. Had he sought to numb his pain with this or other people? It had been 6 years, and with his blue eyes, dark features, and strong physique, there was no way he hadn't attracted the attention of other women. Mel's throat tightened as she scanned the bottles. Good. It would be good if he'd moved on. Maybe he was with someone now. Someone he loved, and who would give him a chance at having a family. He'd told her his home was in Aith, but she never thought to ask if he shared it with someone. Why would she? She sniffed and blinked to clear the stinging in her eyes. What was wrong with her? Her shoulders tensed and she bit the inside of her cheek. There, Papavar sap. She pulled the bottle down and swirled the milky liquid, then twisted it so Roderick couldn't see the label, just in case. "I'm sorry about this morning. I shouldn't have put you all on the spot like that." Roderick sat on the infirmary bed and dabbed oil on his healing bruises. She hoped it was helichrysum. "Your gut was right. I don't blame you." Mel worked to keep her voice even as she poured a 1/4 teaspoon into a glass, then used the ladle to dilute it with water. "I was wrong to accuse you or your friends of purposefully taking us off course." "Please stop apologizing," Mel shrugged. "The old blessing giver was suspect." Roderick chuckled. "You trust your friends implicitly?" Mel nodded without hesitation, then swished the liquid before lifting the glass to her lips and swallowing in one gulp. She grimaced and quickly rinsed the cup. "What was that?" Roderick eyed the glass curiously. Mel kept her face expressionless. "Digestive health." Roderick raised an eyebrow. "You don't trust the cooks on my ship?" Mel's mouth curled upward in spite of herself. "We've been at sea longer than expected. Who knows what will be in our soup tonight?" Roderick laughed and leaned over his knees, the bottle of oil still in his hand. A smile stretched across his face but didn't quite reach his eyes. His lashes brushed his cheeks as he twisted the glass in his hand. The ache in Mel's chest yawned wide. "I didn't know about your mother. I'm sorry I said—" "No, don't be. I didn't intend to be so blunt." "How long?" 2 years. Infection in her leg that spread to her blood." Roderick stood and twisted the lid on the bottle, then replaced it on the shelf and tossed the used cloth into the laundry bin. Mel assumed the knowledge of her former mother-in-law's death would erase the pit of shame in her stomach that gaped every time she thought of the woman. It didn't. Annoyingly, it seemed deeper. "Were you present?" Roderick shook his head. "I was aboard the ship. Messengers reported when I returned to Aith, 3 days after." "But they held a memorial." Mel's voice shook. Her own parents would have attended. Everyone she knew, gathered together without her. "They did. It was lovely." Mel turned to the wash basin to hide her grimace, then furiously scrubbed her glass. Lovely. A memorial for the woman who wanted her gone from Roderick's life, but also the woman who raised him. "I'm glad you were able to attend." Mel rinsed the cup, then set it on the drying rack and strode back to the door. "Thank you for the herbs." Roderick stood and opened his mouth, then closed it as she reached for the handle. "You're welcome." Mel avoided her room. She doubted Leeds had gone back, but she didn't want to take the risk. Instead, she found herself back on the top deck watching the sea. Her stomach grumbled, but she didn't feel like eating after swallowing her tincture. Now that it was taking effect, she didn't feel like doing much of anything. "You too?" Taryn slumped over the rail next to her. "Me too what?" Her head seemed to float an inch above her neck, as if at any moment it could lift off into the clouds. "Sick of this place." "You have no idea." Mel felt bad for the boy. He'd wanted to come with Rael on an adventure, to discover the truth of the magic, not scrub boards from sunup to sundown. At least Valta had given them a break after the incident that morning. "You're just sick of having cracked skin on your hands." Taryn flipped over his palms and sighed. "Don't they know blessing givers aren't used to hard labor?" Mel barked a laugh, and her eyes closed a few seconds too long. "You're 16. You're telling me your parents didn't have you doing chores around the enclave?" Taryn scoffed. "Not like this. I helped in the gardens, but mostly I was in training." "Ah, training," she sighed. Taryn puffed out his chest. "It was hard work, okay? Just ask Rael. She'll tell you how stressful it was." Mel grinned. "I know. Herbalist training was the same. Though I doubt you had to worry about killing someone if you messed up." "Did you? Ever kill someone?" Taryn's eyes widened. She smacked his shoulder. "No." "Because you never messed up?" Mel winked. "Because I figured out how to fix it." If only the proper concoction could fix this disaster. At least the one she'd taken made her care less. Taryn chuckled, then turned back to watch the waves. "Mel, what you said in there this morning, about the dream?" Mel nodded, and Taryn continued. "I have those too." "It's normal to have dreams, isn't it?" She drew a deep breath and her whole body tingled. Taryn shrugged. "I don't know if mine are the normal kind." "What makes you think they aren't?" She turned and leaned on the rail. Taryn swallowed hard. "If I tell you something, do you promise to keep it a secret?" "Promise," Mel answered without hesitation. She had plenty of her own secrets. She wasn't about to spill anyone else's. "I'm the one who put the marble in the hourglass," he blurted. Mel's eyes widened. Perhaps she'd spoken too soon. She blinked and cleared her throat, suddenly wishing the visual world wasn't expanding and contracting around her. How much papaver had she ingested? "I know." Taryn pulled at his hair. "It sounds awful, but I had a dream. We got off at Yearns and my mother was there waiting for us. Another man with a wicked grin was next to her, along with a small army. They bound us all, told us we'd be kept as prisoners at the enclave. My own mother." His voice broke, and Mel put a hand on his shoulder. Taryn drew a ragged breath. "It was so real. I had to do something." Mel nodded. "Understandable." She bit back the words that wanted to follow. "Shouldn't you have said something? Told an adult instead of taking matters into your own hands?" She could give herself the same advice. Except she was the adult in this scenario, and that still didn't seem to help. "I'm sorry," Taryn whispered, his eyes glassy. Mel sighed and dropped her hand. "You haven't told anyone else?" Taryn shook his head. "You know what they'd do if they found out." Mel nodded. She could imagine. Though she doubted Taryn was giving his sister and Paladin enough credit. Rael, of all people, should understand making rash decisions. "I won't say anything if you don't want me to. But if dreams are coming to you, it might be good to be able to talk them through with someone who understands." "You understand?" Mel laughed. "Hardly." Taryn turned to face her. "I had another dream last night." "Mel?" Rael stormed up behind them. They both jumped and whirled around like they'd been caught stealing fresh hand pies from the windowsill. Rael narrowed her eyes. "What are you two doing here?" Mel swallowed, hoping Rael wouldn't notice the dilation of her pupils. "Avoiding everyone else." Rael raised an eyebrow at Taryn. "Did you get lunch?" He nodded, then glanced down at the vial she held in her hand. "What's that?" he asked. Rael's eyes flicked to Mel. "Can I talk to Mel for a moment?" "He can stay," Mel said quickly. She needed a buffer. The bottle wasn't completely transparent, but enough light passed through the smoky glass for her to catch a hint of indigo. Rael thrust the bottle into her hands. "This is for you. I didn't think you had your supply, and why would I need this?" Mel's voice was hard. This was for members of the Order, the elixir for dream walking. You know why. And if you try to tell me you're not curious, I'll... She balled her hands into fists. You're almost as bad as Paladin, you know that? Raelle spun on her heel and stomped back toward the stairs. Trouble in cabin 2? Mel muttered, rolling the vial against her palm. Taryn smirked. She thinks something's wrong with him. Mel turned. With Paladin? She thought back to her conversation with Raelle in the washroom. The darkness. How could it harm him, though, if he didn't draw from the fount? Taryn sighed and nodded. He hasn't been feeling well. He says it's only because we're stuck on this damned ship. Mel chuckled, hearing that phrase in Paladin's voice. But your sister isn't convinced. Taryn shook his head. I heard them whispering last night. They thought I was asleep. Dangerous to pretend to be asleep with 2 lovers in the room. Taryn put a hand to his throat and screwed up his face like he was about to throw up. Mel laughed and tried to slip the vial into her pocket. She missed the first time. Found it the second. Taryn caught the motion and leaned against the rail. You're going to use it? No, Mel scoffed. I don't particularly look forward to a stopped heart. Or maybe she did? Taryn blanched. That's what that elixir would do? If you weren't of the magic? He frowned, looking back the way Raelle had come. Why would she give it to you? Unless... She's convinced I am. Mel blew out a breath. Why would Raelle still think she had magical blood? Her dream had been just that. A dream. A twisted figment of her imagination. Taryn ran a hand through his wavy hair. Raelle still cares about you. Mel's lips pulled into a tight line. I know she means well, but she's wrong about this. Taryn shrugged. Or, you've got bigger secrets than I do. Chapter 12. Gish wrapped his fist on the heavy wooden door and waited for the window to slide open. This was Trill, not Aith. He could be standing here a while before someone deigned to leave their table and answer. He leaned against a support beam and folded his arms over his chest to keep warm. The pleasant evenings of light season were officially over. If things went well tonight, all his pots would be placed perfectly over the fire. He'd only need to keep the flames stoked for another week, maybe less, depending on how fast the blessing givers traveled. They'd be landing south of Talmuth now, instead of Yearns, which wasn't ideal. Still workable, though. Everything was workable. The festival ran for 2 weeks, which gave them plenty of time and space to maneuver. He'd initially wanted to make his move on the night of vanquished darkness. That would have been poetic. But it almost felt sweeter to do it on the night of the goddess, after darkness had been vanquished, when the entire township celebrated the birth of Ariothne's magic. Delicious. Yeah? A voice growled as the window slid open. Gish popped up and positioned himself in front of the square gap in the wood. I'm here to meet with Samara. Only the bridge of the man's nose, his furry eyebrow, and one hazel eye were visible. Name? Piantu. The man blinked. Named after a prophet? Or was he named after me? Gish raised a brow. The man rolled his eye and slammed the window shut. Gish slumped back against the beam. Samara was present. At least he knew that much. If she weren't, the man would have sent him away without any hesitation. Samara had worked for the prophet in Trill for nearly 20 years. She was old enough to be his mother, but didn't look it. Or so he'd been told. He'd never met the woman face to face. For good reason, too. If any of the blessing givers caught wind of her true allegiance, she'd have been burned at the stake. Metal creaked as the latch turned and the door opened into the public house. Public was the wrong word for this place. It was as private as they came. Set in the heart of Trill, but hidden behind a run-down bathhouse across the street from the old chapel. At least 10 blocks from the main drag of shops and watering holes near the temple. The only people who came here were those who came on purpose. Gish didn't bother to say thank you as he strode past the doorman. It would have made the man more suspicious than he already was. Though, judging by his sallow skin and missing teeth, he of all people could likely benefit from a bit of human decency. Gish was not in the business of harming people. Some men and women who called themselves heralds wanted the whole realm to burn. He didn't see how they could call themselves true followers of Sidoni. The sister didn't want to destroy the realm, quite the opposite. She wanted it to remain intact, forever ebbing and flowing in the circle of life and death, never shriveling up like Ariothne and the Order would have it. Because that would be the end result. As children received passage they were never entitled to, their population shrinking, until all who were left were those who couldn't gain passage, left to stagnate and rot in a realm bereft of richness and order. How could a goddess be so preferential? Gish strode into the main room and squinted to scan through the haze. The sour smell of liquor and cigar haze made his eyes tear. He blinked and searched for the woman in the veil. She'd told him her face would be covered, but that seemed to be common in a place like this. He caught sight of 3 men and women with fabric draped over everything but their eyes. A hand lifted in the corner and beckoned. Of course. Gish smiled to himself as he wove through the tables toward the booth. This woman had a veil that covered her head, and only her eyes, leaving her finely shaped nose and petal-pink lips clearly visible. Samara, Gish asked as he sat down next to her. She nodded, and the corner of her mouth quirked. Piantu, a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Her voice was smooth like silk, her teeth glaringly white against her olive skin. Gish smiled despite the fluttering in his stomach. He rarely felt nervous around anyone, especially not since his melding with Sidoni's power. What had he to be afraid of? He scratched the stubble on his jaw. I assume you're willing to meet with me because you approve of our intentions in Trill? Samara nodded, and the corner of her mouth curled. I will do as you've requested. Gish nodded. You'll leave the door open. For 20 minutes, directly before the ceremony. Will you be there? He peered closer, wheeling the fabric over her face to disappear. He itched to build a full picture of her face, to catch a glimpse of her violet eyes. The door will be open. She lifted a copper mug to her lips and took a sip. Is there anything else you desire of me? How could this woman have worked for the prophet for as long as she claimed? Her cheeks were smooth, and he was already imagining what it would feel like if he reached out and ran his fingers across her skin. He shook his head. No. Your service will be rewarded. She placed her mug on the table and wet her lips. In creation, we are bonded. In rebirth, we are set free. In her dream, or could this truly be a vision? Mel followed the man back down the smoky hallway and out onto the street. What had he been talking about with the woman in the dark room? It was the same man from before, she was sure of it. The woman had half of her face covered, but she didn't act like the woman at the table from the other night, the woman who looked eerily like Roderick's mother. Nothing about this felt like a dream. It's normal to have dreams, isn't it? How could she have flippantly uttered those words to Taryn? This wasn't normal. There was a texture to this world, a vibration, unlike anything she'd experienced before. Rael's words echoed in her mind. Could it be possible? There was no rational explanation for why she kept seeing this man. But how could he be real, if Roderick's mother wasn't? Mel kicked herself for not noting down the details of that first dream. Maybe there was something she was missing. Even if it was only a figment of her imagination, was her mind trying to tell her something? The first woman had mentioned a ceremony. It could have been anything. A consecration, blessing, celebration. Something about that last word stuck. Celebration. Trill. The conversation with Bella on the deck folded back into her mind like a deck of cards. The equinox. Taryn had asked her about the festival and suggested they visit. All of these strings sailed through her consciousness as she scrambled to grasp their tails and weave them into some picture that had meaning. Why would she be seeing this? Was her mind so weighted down by the past few days that it had finally fractured, forcing her into world nonsensical narratives infused with all the pieces of her life she desperately sought to keep hidden? Torches flickered in their holds. Mel hadn't spent enough time in Trill to know if the streets they walked now were part of the city. They certainly weren't in Cantheon anymore. Could Gish have traveled to another large township in only a few days? Not real, she reminded herself. These dark streets, the stone buildings. The last dream couldn't be set in this realm, which meant this one couldn't be either. Still, the experience tugged at her, itched at the base of her skull. She slingshotted back and forth. What if only parts of it were real? Could truth find her in her sleep in slivers? The thought was chilling. Mel hadn't touched the vial Rael had given her. Her eyelids had drooped far before she left Taryn on the deck and stumbled back to her room. She wondered where Leeds had gotten off to, but wasn't in any state to check on him. She'd barely removed her boots before dropping onto the mattress and slipping deeply into sleep. Had she taken any herbs the last time she dreamed? The herald ambled down the street, not in any hurry. His gait was light, and all the tension from the dark, smoky room was gone from his shoulders. He must have gotten everything he wanted from the woman in the booth. But what did he want? A door opened? A door to what? Mel followed as he turned down a winding side street, narrower than the one they'd been on. She was grateful she couldn't smell. The nearby gutters were full of food scraps and old waste. His boots thumped against the cobblestones, then scuffed as he climbed a set of stone steps. If this wasn't real, there was no need to follow him. She could turn back, try to find her way to her cabin on the Maiden's Blessing, to her sleeping body. The thought made her sick. A force willed her forward as the man drifted further up the street. Was there something else she needed to witness? Her heart twinged. There it was again, that seed of hope. A tiny sprout whispering that she was a part of this. She was needed. There was something only she could see, and if she didn't follow through, everyone would miss it. Mel gave in and moved forward. Had she gotten too wrapped up in the drama of Rael and Paladin's story? Was her loneliness creating a psychotic break? That explanation was more believable by the second. This man was a herald, and both of the women he'd met with had known the phrase. If Rael was serious about heading toward Trill after talking with Ryman, maybe that had something to do with this. If there was a plot, could it be connected with the old blessing giver, with Ryman and Bella? Could Sidoni know of their plans, or could they be involved? This thought stopped her cold. On their trip to Aith, Rael had spoken of Sidoni. Both she and Taryn worried something was off with Paladin. Could the Dark Sister have done something to him? Something Gish knew of? She followed him and rehearsed in her mind the facts she knew in this strange realm. His name. He'd given a different one this time, though. Piantu. From the Book of Ariadne, she assumed. Perhaps he used well-known names each time he met someone. She'd never heard of Gish, but that wasn't saying much. Her hours spent studying the scriptures could be counted in fingers and toes. She would have laughed had she been in her body. Here she was, following a man she knew nothing about, hoping to discover information that would allow them to foil a vague plan in a city she hadn't been to in years. Possibly. The whole idea was laughable. But she couldn't stop. The herald rounded the corner and picked up his pace. They were between the buildings now. No light from the torches reached this alley, and Mel could barely make out his silhouette. She pushed to keep up. He slowed and reached above his head, pulling on something. A ladder. The man hoisted himself up and caught his feet on the lower rung, then pushed and began to climb. Mel moved closer, but as she tried to follow him up, her feet rooted to the ground. Odd. She'd floated effortlessly moments before. She tried again, but couldn't ascend above the cobblestone. She reached up and gripped the bottom rung. The metal felt cool against her skin. Felt? She pulled back and stared at the hand in front of her face. She hadn't been able to feel anything moments before, and now she had physical sensation. The ladder vibrated with each step above her. She was losing him. Had she suddenly landed here? Did she exist in this world? Mel let go and stepped back, pleading internally for the man not to look down. She should run. Get far away from here before he noticed her at the bottom of the ladder alone on the street. She couldn't. Whatever this man was doing, she had to know what it was. When he disappeared on the landing above, Mel reached again for the ladder. She pulled herself up, but her body felt slow, sluggish. The wind picked up. It swept down the alley and blasted dust into her eyes. She pulled her knees up and scrambled to the second rung and wobbled. Keep going. It wasn't that much further. She took another step up, and dizziness overcame her. What was happening? This was a simple task. Climb the ladder. The wind wasn't strong enough to push her from the metal rungs. Another step, and the wind increased. Bitterly cold now. Her face felt almost damp. Keep going. Mel scurried up the next few rungs and clung to the landing, then pressed herself up so she could see through the window. There he was, safe inside, protected from the wind and slanted rain. Mel's short hair clung to her ears and forehead, but she didn't dare lift her hand to sweep it out of her eyes. Gish held something in the palm of his hand. Mel peered, leaning as close as she could without leaving the ladder and moving too close to the window. The room wasn't well furnished. Bare floors and only a single chair next to a low table. Mel's breath caught as he held the object in his hand out toward the light. Green. Brilliantly green. Was it a piece of jewelry? It had to be a gem, but it didn't look like it was attached to a chain or a ring. Why would he be holding a loose gem? Especially one that large. If she could see it this well from here, it had to be nearly the size of a crabapple. The storm swirling around her was furious enough. She doubted he'd notice her sliding forward. If she could get a little closer. She lifted her hand to grasp the rail and move her knee to the landing, but her hand slipped. The ladder rocked violently as her foot slipped. She cried out as her arms shot ahead, grasping for anything to keep her upright. Her fingers caught only air. And then, Mel was tumbling through the wind and rain toward the cobbled street below. Chapter 13. Mel! Roderick shook her shoulders, drenched from the storm. Why had she walked up to the top deck in the middle of a torrential downpour? Why had she climbed to the top of the rail? Lightning flashed overhead. Is she all right, Cabin? Roderick couldn't tell which one of his deckhands was tying off the ropes on the mast closest to them, but he nodded and called out, She'll be fine. He had to get Mel to shelter. Roderick hoisted her off the sopping deck and cradled her in his arms, then took slow, purposeful steps to avoid slipping as the boat bucked beneath his boots. He leaned against the rail to ascend the few steps to the helm, propping his knee up against the wall to support Mel's weight, and opened the door to his quarters. Valta had taken over for him at the wheel barely an hour ago. She raised an eyebrow as he passed, too focused on keeping the ship steady in the roiling waves to speak her mind. He was sure he'd hear about it later. After watching his reaction to Mel before they left port, and then witnessing the fight in the storage hold, it hadn't taken her long to corner him. He trusted her implicitly and told her everything he knew, which mostly got him pitying looks and sighs, though that may have been mostly due to the state of his bruised face. Roderick maneuvered through the doorframe, careful not to knock Mel's head, then laid her on the bed before turning to close the door and block the sheeting rain. Was she breathing? It was a miracle he'd seen Mel's form silhouetted in the flash of lightning outside his window, and even more miraculous he hadn't written it off to his mind playing tricks on him at this late hour. The oil lamp glowed on the writing table, casting his shadow against the far wall as he bent over to tug off his boots. His clothes were dripping. He stripped his shirt to avoid soaking the bed, though Mel was already doing a fine job of that. Goose flesh prickled his skin as he leaned over her and checked for a pulse. It was weak, but her heart was pumping. Her lips were blue. Roderick cursed under his breath. He had to warm her up. Mel, it would be helpful if you were awake for this, he muttered, then pulled his soaking pants off and left them in a puddle on the floor. Don't hate me. He gritted his teeth, then unbuttoned her slacks and slipped them over her hips, averting his eyes as best he could. Why was she still in her clothes but not wearing any shoes? This woman had swept back into his life and almost been the death of him. Twice. Mel's blouse came next. This proved a bit more difficult. It was simple to slip the fabric over her head. less simple to avert his eyes, because she wore nothing underneath. For the goddess, Mel. It took all his self-control to keep his eyes on her face and not on the display of ivory curves draped over his bed. Roderick rolled her face to the wall, wrapped his arm around her waist, then slid her to the top of the bed and ripped the quilt and bed sheets out from under her hips. He climbed into bed next to her and pressed his chest against her back. Light, she was cold. He pulled the blankets over them both, then pulled her into the curve of his body, careful to cross her own arms over her bare chest. He rubbed his hands over her skin, starting with her shoulders, then moving down her side and over her hips. Gradually, Roderick created a pocket of warmth, and when he checked, Mel's fingers and toes no longer felt like ice. He relaxed and drew a full breath as he wrapped his arm around her. As his heart rate slowed, the reality of his situation sunk in. He'd undressed his estranged wife and pulled her into bed with him. When she woke, would she have any memory of where she was or how she'd ended up in this storm in the first place? He closed his eyes and breathed her in. She still smelled faintly of peppermint. His soap. His ship. Goddess, how he missed this. They'd slept exactly like this every night, and he'd never convinced himself to recreate it with anyone else. 6 years he'd tried to move on. But any women who ended up in his bed, which had been few, were always a disappointment. Too eager to please. Not enough bite. I've missed you, Mel. The words slipped out, spoken against her damp hair without her conscious to hear them. He didn't know if he'd be able to repeat them for her ears. It hurt too much. Remembering what they'd had, what he'd lost because she left. Old anger and ache expanded within him, like he'd popped the cork on a bottle of aged wine and let it spill through him. More like he'd been steeping in it since they left port. Unlike his father, he'd never fooled himself into thinking his grief was gone. That was the problem. Roderick was all too aware of the half-life he was living, and it was her fault. He didn't believe he could ever forgive Mel, and yet in that moment, with the wind howling against the walls of his cabin, he gave up the fight for just a moment and soaked her in. It was masochism. The cavern in his heart would double in size the second she woke and, surely with eyes flashing, dressed and stalked off to her room. Then triple when he saw her companion, Leeds, put a hand on the small of her back, when she strode down the gangplank with him and disappeared from his life a second time. Was this worth it? Mel groaned, and her shoulder twitched. Roderick's heart skipped a beat. Was she awake? Hope and regret exploded through his chest. He wanted her to be healthy, safe. He also selfishly wanted a bit more time. As her back stiffened, he knew. Any moment now she'd... Mel gasped and bolted upright, then turned to face him. Roderick blinked, and Mel's eyes followed his lowered eyes to her bare chest. Her mouth dropped open, but instead of covering herself or jumping out of bed to find her shirt like any normal woman, she raised her chin and fixed her eyes on his. When she set her jaw, he knew he was in for it. Some things had changed, and some had most definitely not. Roderick stared, using every shred of his willpower to avoid lowering his eyes to her jaw-droppingly perfect, chilled breasts. From the few glimpses he'd allowed himself, she looked exactly the same, and yet somehow better than his imagination had ever been able to recreate. It was as if she'd shown up purely to prove his memory deficient. She always proved him wrong. He hated that he secretly loved it. "It appears I've ended up in your bed, without clothing," she purred. Her voice sent a zing down his spine, and he fought to keep his body's reaction from reaching his face. Roderick wasn't fooled. Her voice was tender, but her eyes were harder than granite. He slammed his walls back up. "It appears you ended up on the top deck of my ship, in the middle of a thunderstorm, and nearly launched yourself into the sea." Roderick lifted himself onto his elbow and motioned toward their pile of soaked clothes on the floor. Mel's brow twitched, and Roderick stifled a triumphant smile. He wasn't staring at her breasts, and his words had come out mostly casual. Point one for him. She shifted and inhaled. The expansion of her chest made his breath hitch and his mind go blank. His eyes wandered before he caught himself and snapped his gaze back to hers. Never mind. Mel tilted her head. Why would I walk up to the deck in the middle of the night? Roderick swallowed. Exactly my question. Until now, you were too unconscious to answer it. Her brow furrowed, and she shivered. Roderick's heart pounded so fast, he thought it might bruise his ribcage. He drew a deep breath and exhaled. Mel, you were freezing cold when I found you. I did what I thought. He pursed his lips. You wouldn't wake up. I took off your clothes and mine so I could help you warm up. Mel's face softened. Her shoulders relaxed as she searched his face for the truth of his words. Satisfied, she lay back down next to him and pulled the covers to her shoulders. In seconds, Roderick was transported back to their life in Cantheon. How often had they lain next to each other like this? Usually after slow, delicious lovemaking. They talked about her day in the vineyard or his afternoon in the shop, made plans together, dreamed together. His body remembered all of it. The smell of her, the sound of her breath. This reaction from Mel was far worse than anger. Anger he could have handled. A criticism, venom-laced dig, all of that would have put him at ease. But this normalcy, comfort, that cracked his heart wide open and let the soft, unprotected middle ooze out unrestrained. Roderick rested his head on his arm as she curled her knees into her chest, accidentally bumping against his stomach. He shifted his hips to keep her from nudging anything else. You found me climbing on the rail? She murmured as her eyes searched the ceiling. Breathe. Roderick nodded. I was sitting at my writing desk and happened to look up during a flash of lightning. I barely got to you before you slipped. I slipped? He nodded again. Almost went over the side. Mel blanched and sucked in a breath. She was in shock. She'd come to herself any moment, get her wits about her, and whisk out of the room. The unanswered urge to reach out and comfort her made his muscles twitch. Roderick fought to keep his voice even. What were you doing up there? Mel pursed her lips, pink and flushed. Much better than blue. I didn't know I was there. She caught herself and shook her head. Walking in your sleep? Roderick frowned. Had she ever done that before? Not that he'd ever known when they were together. She bit her lower lip. I had another dream, Rod. Heat swelled in his lower abdomen. When she called him that in his quarters this morning, he'd nearly fallen over. Now, at least, he was already lying down. This was a mistake. He should have called for Valta, asked her to take Mel to the infirmary, boiled water for a heating bottle or something. Anything but this. A dream. That was the point of her sentence. He cleared his throat. What did you see? Mel rolled onto her back and smoothed her damp hair from her face. Goddess, but she was beautiful. Her high cheekbones and dark lashes. How had he forgotten the way she always thought with her lips in a slight pout? She sighed. Same man. He was talking to a different woman. She wore a veil over her face. They talked about a favor she would do for him. Roderick propped himself higher on his elbow so he could see her face. What kind of favor? What was he doing? Flirting? His cheeks flushed. Mel shot him a glance and rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth lifted. He wanted her to leave a door open. She said she would do it before a ceremony of some sort. Roderick pondered this. Before he could ask another question, Mel continued. I followed him, down a street and then another. It was a dirty city, or township. I thought the last dream I had was in Cantheon because... Her eyes widened, then flicked to his face. Roderick nodded. It's fine. Go on. Because I saw your mother. Mel swallowed and looked up at the ceiling instead of meeting his eyes. I thought maybe this one was Trill, but You're convinced, then, of what your friend and Ryman said this morning? Mel's cheeks colored. Her eyes grew glassy, and this undid him. Was Mel crying? He'd only witnessed it twice in his life. Once when they married, and once when she held their lifeless son in her arms. The memory triggered a deluge that rolled through him and threatened to choke the air from his lungs. I don't know. Mel blinked rapidly. Roderick watched her in silence, worried that if he moved, touched her, or did anything besides barely breathe, she would break. And that would break him. Mel's jaw tightened. I followed him into an alley and up a ladder. He was inside on an upper floor, inspecting something. It looked like a large gemstone. Green. Roderick couldn't take any more. Each word that left her lips plunged him deeper into the life he'd buried. The anger he felt at seeing her on the ship, the initial satisfaction that she'd be on all fours scrubbing his decks. He thought he'd wanted her to hurt as much as he did. But now, watching her lie vulnerable in his bed, fighting to be in control of something neither of them understood, all of the fire seeped out of him. Mel, his indomitable, headstrong Mel, was scared, unsure, alone. It was nothing like her, and that stung worse than his own wounds. He reached out a hand under the sheet and trailed it over her stomach, resting his fingers across her ribs. Her breath caught, but she didn't flinch or push him away. The tremors in his body warned he should put distance between them. He greedily ignored them and stayed put. His hands didn't feel like his own as he reached out and slid her body next to his. Mel, I don't know where these dreams are coming from or what they mean, but I'm worried. Roderick. He shook his head, hovering above her. You helped me when I needed it. I'd like to return the favor. Mel's shoulders tensed, and her face twisted. Roderick, you know nothing of... I know I don't understand the magic. Of me. I'm not who I was then. Her voice caught in her throat. I have to go. She pushed his hand away and rolled to her side. There it was. The moment he'd known was coming. Mel, I don't need to know. He reached for her arm, but she recoiled. Don't you think I'm different now? It's been 6 years, for goddess' sake. The muscles in her shoulders tensed. It seems like you've already sacrificed enough for me tonight. Roderick nearly laughed out loud. Huge sacrifice. I might never recover from the loss of body heat. Mel didn't move further toward the edge of the bed. The warning bells blared in his head. This was already going to hurt in the morning without sinking deeper. He knew it, and he reached out and brushed his hand over her anyway. Every nerve ending in his body lit up as her skin prickled under his fingers. No, he wasn't sinking. He was being pulled under, drowning in everything, Mel. He rolled her back to face him and took her in, her vibrant eyes, skin like silk. How many times had he touched her like this, never imagining it would be the last? Mel's hand lifted, and her palm pressed against his cheek. Ripples of pleasure flared across his skin at her touch. He ran his hand over her bare shoulder and stifled a groan. Nothing had changed. The laws were the same. The truth behind her leaving 6 years ago still hung in the air between them like the smell of rotting fish. They either cast aside the order and the beliefs they'd embraced since childhood, or they cast aside each other. He knew his choice, but Mel had already made hers. Was there a chance she'd make a different one now? Need swelled in him, and he lowered himself against her. That pout. He wanted to claim it, attack it, prove to her that she'd been wrong to walk out, wrong to give up on them. He closed the distance between them, and a fist pounded on the door. Mel yelped, and Roderick nearly jumped out of his skin, then growled when the pounding didn't stop. Mel pulled the covers to her chin as Roderick rolled off the bed. He turned quickly away from her and searched for something to put on that wasn't drenched. Coming, he grunted, then opened a drawer and pulled out a clean pair of slacks. He yanked them on, then stomped to the door and flung it open. The man standing at the door was soaked to the bone, his sandy hair slicked with rain and his eyes on fire. He didn't bother with Roderick. He looked straight past him and locked eyes with Mel, clutching the covers on the bed. Roderick's throat tightened. Leeds, it's not what you think. Chapter 14. Mel's stomach sank, She already felt nauseous after coming out of whatever deep dream state she'd been in, and Leeds appearing in the doorway only amplified the feeling. She was freezing cold, and Roderick started, but Leeds pushed past him into the room, dripping water all over the floor. Leeds, he's telling the truth. I had a dream. I woke up on the ship, tossing like a pebble in a stream, and found your side of the bed empty. Leeds snapped. Mel's eyes flashed. If you'd listen for 2 seconds instead of barging in and running your mouth, you'd understand why I was gone. She hadn't meant to yell. Her nerves were on edge, but Leeds was the last person who deserved the brunt of her ire. I'm sorry, she mumbled. Roderick closed the door and slipped behind Leeds to sit on the chair near his writing desk, his brow pulled together. Shame, deep and hot, pierced Mel's heart at the look on Leeds' face. She'd hurt him. Again. Leeds crossed his arms over his chest. Fine. I'm listening. Mel didn't dare shift to sit higher in the bed. Leeds didn't need to know she had nothing on above her waist under these covers. Her skin still tingled where Roderick's hand had been. She drew a deep breath to calm her nerves. I had another dream, Leeds. I ended up on the top deck climbing over the rail. If Roderick hadn't found me. She shook her head. It was a good thing Roderick found me. Leeds' eyes flicked to Roderick. He ground his teeth. Was it necessary to? He pointed at their clothes on the floor. Yes, Roderick stated. Mel was unconscious and freezing cold. Human aid recommends. I know the procedure. Leeds muttered through gritted teeth. I only just woke up, Mel explained. I'm sorry I scared you. Roderick's face darkened as Leeds' shoulders relaxed. This was worse than her nightmare. Rod, shirtless in a chair next to a sopping wet Leeds whom she'd kissed earlier that morning, and her stuck naked in a bed that wasn't hers. Or his. She'd gladly escape back to the alley right now. How had she gotten to that alley? She hadn't taken Rael's elixir, only her sleeping tincture. Yet she dropped back into the same world, then somehow connected her body between the two. She'd walked in her sleep? Nearly plunged over the edge of the ship? Mel shivered. Let's go then. Leeds motioned to the door. Mel's eyes widened. Just put on your wet clothes. We'll get soaked again going down to our room anyway. Roderick straightened. Is the water draining properly? In the hall? Leeds nodded. The floor's wet, but there isn't any sloshing around. Roderick sighed with relief. Mel waited, looking between the two of them. What? They both asked in unison. Mel rolled her eyes. Turn around, please. Both of them glowered, but did as she asked. She slipped out from beneath the covers and found her pants and blouse. The fabric stuck to her skin, and it took more effort and flexibility to pull them on than normal. She was out of breath when she finally gave them the go-ahead to turn back. Her clothes sagged, and without boots, she had to pull her slacks up to keep from tripping on them. Leeds turned toward the door, then paused. Thank you, he muttered, not meeting Roderick's eyes. My pleasure. Leeds' jaw tensed, and Mel pursed her lips. She flashed a look at Roderick, whose face was stoic. Did she catch a hint of a smirk on his lips? Her heart galloped in her chest as she followed Leeds back out into the rain. He didn't say a word until they descended to the lower deck, and she was glad for that. What would he say? When he found her naked in her ex-husband's bed? He'd come looking for her. He'd walked through sleeting rain for who knew how long to make sure she was safe. After she'd unequivocally told him she couldn't give him what he wanted. Even with their explanation, Mel knew what she'd be thinking. She would have stormed away from Roderick's door without a backward glance. But Leeds was better than that. Water made the floorboards slick, and Mel pressed her hands against the walls to keep from slipping. Thank you for checking on me. Wasn't needed, Leeds grunted. I still appreciate it. Leeds stopped at their door and paused. His head dropped and he exhaled. You terrified me, Mel. I came back to the room to find you gone. With the storm and after what I said, I thought... Rael and Paladin's door swung open and Mel spun. Rael looked green around the gills. Taryn peeked his head out and didn't look much better. What happened to you? Rael asked. Mel shrugged. Decided to go for a swim. Taryn laughed, but Leeds tensed next to her. Probably not the best choice of words. Rael winced at the rocking of the ship. None of us can sleep. Can we talk? Mel nodded. Just let us get on dry clothes. They slipped into their room and changed in silence. Mel wanted to ask what Leeds had been about to say at the door, but couldn't find the words. He thought she'd given up? Thought she'd gone drinking again? A viable possibility. A few minutes later, Leeds stalked out into the hall and motioned for their friends to come in. The 5 of them piled into Mel and Leeds' room where they could at least see out the window. Half the time, waves rose too high for them to see the inky sky lit up by bolts of lightning. But it was better than being trapped in a dark, rolling box. It sure would be nice if you could create some light right about now, Taryn grumbled as he sat on the end of the bed. Rael sighed. I told him about Paladin's abilities. Did Mel know about Paladin's abilities? Rael told her he had more access to the fount, but without knowing details about the magic, it hadn't meant much to her. Now she found herself itching to understand the intricacies. What can you do? Mel asked. She sat near the head of the bed and crossed her legs to make space for anyone else who wanted a seat. Leeds dropped down next to her, while Rael and Paladin stood, bracing themselves against the wall so they didn't tip over with the motion of the boat. Nothing right now. Paladin's jaw clenched. Right now? Why hadn't he mentioned any of this back to her in Viviers? Rael's face fell. Paladin. He slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her to his side. It's not your fault. Mel watched them, waiting for some explanation. Did something happen to Paladin's magic? What had she missed while she'd been distracted with Leeds and Roderick? Rael slumped against him and exhaled. We thought it best for Paladin to stop pulling from the fount. The darkness he feels is increasing. What do you mean, increasing? Mel thought back to their prior conversations. Darkness in Aeon, the prophecy. Paladin wouldn't go into Aeon, would he? But if he hadn't, how was the darkness reaching him? Rael straightened. I told you of our quest, to find the truths we've lost within the Order and restore them before Sidonai's return. Mel nodded and glanced at Leeds. He knew nothing of this, unless Paladin had filled him in. Guilt niggled at her. He was supposed to be her best friend, and she hadn't told him any of this. She hadn't talked with him freely in days. Ironic that she barely knew Paladin comparatively, and yet she was annoyed he hadn't said more. We believe her bonds will continue to weaken. Sidonai's power and influence will only grow until the day she breaks free, Rael continued. The force of that statement punched into Mel's chest. Rael spoke as if she expected it to happen next week. What happens then? Rael looked to Paladin. We hope we're prepared. I think we need to talk with Ryman. Paladin nodded. He knows who I am. He knew the moment he saw you, Mel added. Paladin frowned. Do you think we can trust him? I don't think we have a choice, Rael sighed. I was led to Bella for a reason. I think they're our next step. They know about the Heralds, Taryn added. What if our next step is to keep them from gaining too much power? Is it possible they could? Leeds asked. We don't know, Rael answered. But I'm not sure. Not sure? Taryn threw up his hands. You trust your sight, so why won't you trust mine? Taryn's sight? Mel thought back to their conversation on the upper deck. His dreams. He was convinced they were true. Rael had interrupted them. He hadn't gotten the chance to tell her what he saw. Rael's face looked pinched. Taryn, there's a big difference between sight I've been trained. I've never been consecrated, true, but I know when the magic is guiding me as well as you do. These dreams are real. Taryn crossed his arms over his chest. Rael's lips drew into a line. Mel might have been amused at their sibling conflict if the stakes weren't so high. I happen to agree with Taryn. Mel swallowed hard and turned to Rael and Paladin. I think you were right. Paladin's eyes narrowed. About what? About me. Seeing something in my dreams. Rael's mouth dropped open. You tried it? The elixir? Mel shook her head. No, I'm not that stupid. But I did end up in another dream. No need to admit what she'd taken. Rael crossed to the bed, throwing her arms out for balance, and dropped next to her. What was it? Mel nodded. It was the same man. The same woman? Leeds asked. They hadn't talked about that either after coming back to the room from Roderick's quarters. Mel cringed, remembering the look on Leeds' face in the doorway. She drew a deep breath. No, different. This time they discussed a plan, something he'd do before a ceremony. I don't know where they were, but my first thought was Trill. I followed him and saw him holding something. A stone. What kind of stone? Paladin watched her from his spot against the wall. Mel shrugged. I don't know. I wasn't close enough to see the shape, but it was large and brilliantly green. He held it in his hands. Then what happened? Taryn asked. Mel cleared her throat. Then? I woke up. That's an understatement, Leeds muttered. Mel ignored him. She wasn't in the mood to tell the story of how she nearly launched herself off the ship or ended up nude in the captain's quarters. Rael's brow knit together. What could this mean? I don't know. I'm still not sure if what I'm seeing is in the future or the past. Mel leaned back against the headboard. Rael nodded. I have the same problem with the visions I see. I've decided they might not all be the same, but they're intended to guide me. So you act on them? Mel asked. Rael nodded, then put a hand on hers. Mel, these dreams are nothing like the visions I see. I believe you're walking in Aeon. But why haven't I felt the darkness? Why wasn't I in danger? Leeds frowned. You were, Mel. You nearly fell into the sea. Taryn's eyes went wide. You were up in that storm? I don't know how I got there, Mel admitted. Paladin grunted. Maybe darkness feels different to everyone. Mel considered this. What force had been drawing her forward? Light or dark? She had no experience with any force beyond the physical world and the connection she felt with the herbs she worked with. How was she supposed to make sense of this? The point is, our dreams are telling us something, Taryn reiterated. We need to take them seriously. Rael nodded. I'm not sure how to. We'll do what we've always done, Paladin offered, and Rael turned to face him. We'll make the best choice we can. Trust the goddess to adjust our course. Rael's mouth turned up at the corners, and Mel looked away. Seeing them together, happy, committed, supportive, made her feel like she'd swallowed a handful of pond kelp. She yawned, and suddenly noticed the ship wasn't rocking as heavily. Out the window, no more waves crashed over the glass. There were only flickers of lightning flaring within the angry charcoal clouds. We've passed through the worst of it, I think, Mel murmured, though something inside of her whispered the storms ahead were barely beginning to form. Mel stood next to Rael and Paladin against the rails outside of the scullery. Ryman and Bella approached, both carrying bowls of porridge from the assembly line. They were late for breakfast. It was a blessing there was any food left. Off the ship in the morning. Still heading to Trill? Ryman asked. Bella smiled and clutched her bowl with both hands, absorbing the warmth. Paladin nodded. Some of us. Mel opened her mouth, then closed it again. Normally she would have explained how they were heading back home to the Satyas. For the first time, that path didn't feel as solid as it had when they'd climbed aboard this ship. I wish you the best. On your journey. Bella smiled and pushed up her sleeve, revealing a bracelet that glinted greenish blue. Mel pointed. What is that you're wearing? Bella's cheeks colored. Oh, a family heirloom. Had she shown it to her on purpose? Let's see it then. Mel had always been blunt, but usually didn't command perfect strangers. When Bella's lip twitched, she wished she'd found a more subtle way to ask. Ryman turned and nodded. Bella pulled up her sleeve to reveal an intricately designed metal cuff with a pale blue oval gem the size of a pullet egg. Mel leaned closer, marveling at how the light reflected shimmering iridescence. It's stunning. She sighed, disappointed. What had she been expecting? Not green. The words left her lips before she'd even noticed them forming in her head. Bella looked at her curiously. Not green? Mel took a step back. Nothing. Thanks for showing me. Lovely. Ryman's eyes narrowed. You're interested in something green? Mel thought of their tense conversation in Roderick's quarters, how Paladin had trusted Ryman enough to show the blessing giver his true nature. Ryman had been the first to assert she was pulled into Aeon. He also spoke of Sidonai's bonds, just as Rael had. I think we need to talk to Ryman. Rael had said last night that she thought they needed to trust the blessing giver. Mel steeled herself. A stone. I saw it. In another dream. Ryman's violet eyes fixed on hers. A stone. A stone. Green? You saw this in Aeon? Mel's eyes flicked to Rael's. If I was in Aeon and it wasn't only a dream. Yes. Ryman ran a hand through his hair and turned to Bella. Her eyes were wide, hopeful. He turned back to the three of them. Come. We mustn't be overheard. The Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, Prophetess under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 5, verse 10. The path to the fount, though it be divided, shall be one. Light begets light, and shall chase away the shadows. Chapter 15. Once, when Mel was a child, the temple steward from Trill visited Cantheon to tour their vineyard. She couldn't remember the man's name, but it had been the first time she'd seen a blessing giver other than Maylin who served their township. They prepared for weeks beforehand. Since the man worked directly with the prophet, her father was intent on making a perfect impression. The prophet was more than a figurehead or political leader. He was the mouthpiece of the goddess. Serving him was serving Ariadne herself. When the day finally arrived, she watched the coach pull up to their modest home and waited to be shooed to the backyard. Her parents never made her go. She walked with them through the vineyard, followed into the wine cellar, and absorbed each morsel of their adult conversation. Half of it didn't make sense with her limited experience, but her mind whirred, alive with the intrigue of this unexpected entrance into a world beyond her own. That was exactly how Mel felt today, as she led their group to the infirmary. I've been on this ship a handful of times and never once visited this room, Ryman noted as they walked in. He scanned the shelves, reading the labels on the bottles of tinctures and herbs. Be glad you didn't meet Paladin your first time aboard, Mel muttered. Paladin shot her a look. Rael closed the door behind them, then perched herself atop the closest infirmary bed. Mel was too antsy to sit. In a matter of days, her whole life had become an unrecognizable tangle of the past she thought she'd outrun, and now a future she couldn't comprehend. Was it possible she had been born of the magic? Wouldn't her parents have known? If she had magical blood? The past 7 years replayed through her mind with only one question continuously forcing itself to the front of her consciousness. If she was chosen of the goddess, why did they lose their child? Bella stood next to her, and they both leaned against the counter. Ryman exhaled. I'm about to tell you something that very few people know. Well, believe. That would be a better word. Many people have heard the story, but they assume it to be only that. He paced across the room. I told you my purpose in traveling to Trill. Rael nodded. You wanted to stop the Heralds. Ryman smiled. That was a simplified explanation. I wouldn't care about the Heralds if they weren't also seeking the Bloodstones. Paladin's eyes snapped up. Bloodstones? Ryman raised an eyebrow. You've heard of them. Paladin scoffed. I've heard the conspiracy theories. Nattering old men at the Enclave insisting the whole world will burn unless we find them. And you paid them no heed? Paladin shook his head. It's a myth. The same as fairies ushering in light season. Isn't everything in our realm a myth? Bella spoke up. Yet it seems you have personal experience with some of those fables coming true. Paladin pursed his lips. Fables. Mel had heard plenty. Stories of the goddess watching them from her throne in Sael. Lavender and honeysuckle should be used to bless the marriage bed, honey and rose hips to strengthen the womb. Her stomach soured. I've never heard of these. Rael pressed her hands into the table and leaned forward. Ryman raised a brow. You know of the creation? Of course, Rael answered. Mel started, then snapped her mouth shut. Ryman seemed to understand without her finishing the sentence. Ariadne and Sidoni, 2 sisters formed of the fount itself, created this realm and everything in it. Earth, water, plants, animals, us. The fount is creation, and both sisters found joy in their magical abilities. But Ariadne didn't think it fair that her creations were forever damned, trapped in a loop of rebirth, never to partake of the joy she experienced. Ryman sat on the end of the table Roderick had recovered on. Even with her world twisting upside down, she still couldn't keep her mind from floating back in his direction. The old blessing-giver clasped his hands on his lap. Ariadne petitioned Sidoni, but her sister wouldn't allow her to bring their magic to the realm. Ariadne did it anyway. When Sidoni found out, their clash grew so volatile, so dangerous, even in the magical realm, that Ariadne had no choice but to bind Sidoni, for Ariadne's protection, and ours. Ariadne desired to gift her magic to her creations, to provide them a path to return to her in the magical realm. Her realm. But what of the stones? Why do we not speak of them? Rael cut in. Ryman shook his head. The Order has ignored much of our past because it does not serve their version of the future. Ariadne desired to give passage, Paladin added. Ryman nodded. And Sidoni desired to strip the realm of their magic, to cut it off from the fount entirely, as it was before Ariadne sealed her magic to the bloodlines. In the book of Ariadne we read, In the darkest night my soul pleads for restraint. I cry out for tethering. My heart yearns to break free and soar, but wisdom cautions, only bonds will set me free. I've always read that as a prayer, Rael murmured. Whose prayer? Ryman asked. I believe it is an allegory, a truth taught for us to understand the true nature of the fount. It isn't an amorphous source of magic, but a force that must be connected to us, goddess or human, earth or living thing. Mel's mind hummed as she tried to follow. She knew of the fount, but had never thought of it as something physical, like stalks and leaves growing in the soil. Like a seed. It lies dormant until planted. Ryman smiled. Exactly. Ariadne planted it here, within us, and within this realm. Each connection to the magic tethered to stones to be kept sacred within the bloodlines. And the magic used to bind Sidoni, Rael pondered aloud. Ryman drew a breath. Tethered to the realm through the goddess. One unbroken line to the fount of all light. You believe this is true? Mel asked. It felt like a story her father used to tell, full of mystery and magic. But she'd seen enough quarrels over interpretation of scripture. Her own life was torn apart by a single verse that she was now beginning to question. It made her sick, and she didn't want to be sucked into another version of it. I know it is. Ryman stood and walked to Bella, then motioned for her to hold out her arm. He removed the bracelet from her wrist. It's a bloodstone. Rael's voice was hushed. Ryman nodded. How can you be sure? Mel asked. It was beautiful. So eye-catching she'd asked about it on the deck. But that didn't prove the magic of the goddess was tied to it. It's been handed down. For generations, Bella stated simply. Mel blinked. You aren't a blessing giver. Bella raised an eyebrow. Ryman looked Mel straight in the eyes. And neither are you. Mel walked back to her room, her head spinning. 6 lines? 6 magical bloodlines? Rael and Paladin had known this since returning from Calwain. She understood why they didn't say anything, especially to her. Why would they? The ambassador was willing to take Paladin's life because of mixed blood. Who knew what the Order would do to people spreading this story far and wide? Was it a story? Was it truth? Mel didn't know who or what to believe. She'd never had any connection to the Order besides her own blessings and curse. Though she'd tried to push them away, the words wouldn't seem to leave her. You will serve as a link as if in a chain, connecting ancestors before you with fruit of your womb. Not true. She had no fruit, would never have fruit, according to the goddess's own book. Your body will be strong and capable. You'll be able to rely on yourself always. True. So far, at least. But right now it didn't feel like much of a blessing. She was sick of being strong, sick of clawing for a safe place. Mel opened the door to their room and exhaled with relief when she found it empty. One more night. Then they'd dock in Talmuth and be free of these dank boards and sloshing sea. And a room she and Leeds had to share. You will have to choose between breaking your heart or protecting it. You may not have both. Mel nearly choked as a sob threatened to rip from her throat. She didn't cry, especially not over a decision she'd made 6 years ago. She thought of that moment in Roderick's room when he touched her. It was the first time her emotions had overwhelmed her like that in years. It was like they'd been boiling under pressure and Roderick's hand had popped the lid. There was no point in questioning or regret. It was done. Her curse had come true. She'd chosen to break her own heart to give Roderick another chance. She'd broken her heart because she believed the laws of the Order, their reading of the Book of Ariadne, to be true. But now... She threw herself on the bed and stared up at the low ceiling. What was true? The simplest question with an impossible answer. Faith, myth, belief. The whole realm accepted the interpretations of the Order. And yet what she'd heard in the infirmary embedded itself deep in her soul. Though it made no logical sense. Stones? Magic tethered to objects here in the realm? 6 magical bloodlines? She pulled at the neckline of her shirt. She was grateful for Valta's generosity, but yearned for the loose, soft cotton of her clothes back in Viviers. Home. That didn't feel anything like home anymore. Talking with Ryman had clipped the last remaining threads to the mountains, and now it felt like everything that lay in front of her was here, with Rael and Paladin, leading to Trill and Cantheon, leading to a past she didn't want to confront. If she'd been wrong, if everything she'd believed back then was false, or at least not the full story, then what of the decision she made? Tears stung the corners of her eyes and her ribs squeezed. She couldn't say it, couldn't even think it. No, she'd done what she had to do. Just because she had some strange connection to Aeon didn't mean that she was of a magical bloodline. It didn't mean that she wasn't still cursed with a barren womb. But how could some of this story be true if other parts weren't? How could she be forsaken and chosen? How could her blessings and curse be right if the Order wasn't? Hope. There was that persistent sprout again. Bella had called herself a diviner, raised on Shorn Isle. She could see pieces of the future, not whole pictures, only impressions, small nudges when she drew from the fount. It sounded like a grander expression of Mel's inklings about herbs and plants. How she knew a certain root or fungi was what she needed for an elixir or tincture. Shorn Isle. She'd never heard of people traveling there, let alone living in the rocky cliffs. The stories of the people there were enough to put anyone off. Wild, savage, stuck in the past. Yet Bella seemed as fluent and adept as anyone Mel had met in Aith, more so than people she knew back home. Mel's mind swirled so intensely. She didn't notice when the door opened, and Leeds walked in. She didn't see him watch her for a moment before removing his boots and cautiously settling down on the bed next to her. When his body moved the mattress, Mel jumped. "Sorry." Leeds smiled. "I thought you saw me." Mel put a hand to her heart and shook her head. "I didn't." "Were you sleeping with your eyes open? I've heard heralds do that." He chuckled at her eye roll and propped himself up on his elbow. His sandy brown hair curled around his ears. Mel could barely crack a smile. Thinking. Leeds' boyish grin faded. "About?" Mel's cheeks colored. He was being kinder than he needed to be. She had no idea what to say to him now that he was there next to her. Awake and alone for the first time since she'd... "About what to do next," she answered. It was diplomatic, but she didn't know how to put the rest of it into words. Leeds was Leeds. He was a hard worker, and he loved his simple life in Viviers. She'd never heard him talk about wanting more or less. Now she was leaning toward joining Rael and Paladin. Would he want to come? Did she want him to come? Of course she did. He was her best friend. But their relationship was built around putting off responsibility, not taking it on. She had to threaten to cut him off of Emberflow 3 times before he finally settled for piles at the pub, and 1 ounce every now and then. Though, to be fair, he hadn't asked for any since before Paladin walked in and sat at their table. It felt like another life altogether. They couldn't pretend they were those people anymore. They couldn't pretend they were still the same friends. "Do you think you've been reborn?" Mel asked, changing the subject. Leeds smiled. "Probably. I'm not the most passage-focused." Mel snorted. "Passage-focused?" Leeds shrugged. "Your friends are wearing off on me." "How so?" She laughed. "They sound more refined." Mel ran a hand through her hair. "I noticed you've taken on their speech patterns. I didn't know it was purposeful," she teased. "You'd rather I embarrass you and say, 'I don't give a teck about passage'?" Mel grinned. "It wouldn't embarrass me." Leeds. She stared up at him. He was objectively handsome, with his hazel eyes flecked with green, his mussed hair and dimple in his cheek. He made her laugh more than anyone else, other than Roderick. "I think I have to go with them." Her voice was a whisper. Leeds nodded and lay back on the pillow with his arm behind his head. He didn't say anything, and Mel was glad. 1 more night. Her lip trembled as she turned that phrase over in her mind. 1 more night to pretend her life wasn't changing forever. Even though the maiden's blessing didn't feel like home, at least it was known. Tomorrow, she'd step onto the gangway and walk into a dark tunnel without a candle. Mel wasn't doing it because what the blessing giver said made sense. It was more than that. What she used to believe no longer did. Her old understanding had crumbled, brick by brick, and now she was left with a wide, empty space with no belief to fill it. Not yet. Maybe she would find that their ideas were wrong too, but at the moment, she had no better options. Going to Trill would bring answers one way or the other, and her mind halted as a thought coalesced. Bella. She could see next steps. If Mel found her in the morning, would she be able to give her insight into what was best? The idea brought her comfort. Who knew if the diviner would be willing to help? But she would ask first thing. In the meantime, what she'd explained to Leeds was true. Even if she had been wrong 6 years ago, her heart was still shattered. When a bowl broke, you couldn't unbreak it because you realized you should have been more careful. Mel remembered how it felt, how the pain pierced through her and seemed to grow claws, tearing her apart from the inside out. Never again. She would never feel that pain again. She'd been clear with Leeds, and whatever she'd seen in Roderick's eyes when she lay in his bed, she couldn't let him entertain it. She would walk off the ship in the morning and make her way with the others, then figure out how to find that stone from her dream. She'd learn more of the magic, and search for how she fit. Search for her path. Roderick had his, and she wouldn't knock him off of it a second time. Except, don't ask for more. Chapter 16. A tentative knock sounded at Roderick's door. What now? After the storm, he'd been up since first light helping Valta, Camden, and the rest of his crew mend sails, weave frayed ropes, and seal cracked boards with pitch. His hands were raw, and his shoulders ached. He dragged himself from where he'd been resting on the bed and stalked to the door. He opened it and caught his breath. Mel. She looked him over, probably noticing his stained shirt and general disarray, then cleared her throat. "Are you doing well?" The look on her face told him she knew the answer. Roderick glanced over her shoulder at his men still hard at work. "The storm did some damage to the ship, but nothing that will prevent us from making it to port. We'll have to stay there a day or 2 extra. But all things considered, doing well." Mel nodded. "Thank you for your kindness last night." Roderick stiffened. His mouth felt dry. She looked fresh this morning, glowing. He didn't know how that was possible, considering she couldn't have gotten much more sleep than he had. Her short hair fell barely to her jaw in a gentle swoop. He loved her short hair. "Come in." Roderick stepped back and opened the door a little further. It was the hospitable thing to do, but the last thing he wanted was for her to step into his room again. As predicted, last night hadn't been worth it. Since she walked out with Leeds, his chest threatened to squeeze the air from his lungs at every moment, and he had a throbbing headache. Mel shook her head. She clasped her hands in front of her, and Roderick sent up a silent prayer of thanks. "Roderick, what happened last night? I shouldn't have—" No, you did nothing wrong. Mel drew in a deep breath and looked down at the deck. "I haven't been myself." Roderick clenched his jaw. That seemed to be going around lately. Mel straightened. "I'll be leaving tomorrow, with the rest of the group." "Right, heading home." He knew they'd be leaving. They should have left in Yearns. He'd been livid to see that his timepiece had been meddled with. But had there been a part of him that was relieved? Grateful, even, that Mel had been forced to stay on his ship 3 days longer than she would have otherwise? His stomach turned. Why had he allowed himself to be near her? He knew from the moment he saw her standing on the deck the feelings he thought he'd erased were still alive, floating aimlessly until the sight of her face spread open the sails. The motion both brought him to life and buried him alive. Mel had left him. He shouldn't want to be near her, shouldn't be thinking about her constantly. He should be furious. No, he should be indifferent. His anger was equally to blame for his vulnerability. If he didn't still yearn for what they'd had, he wouldn't have anything to be angry about. Mel sighed. "No, not home. We're going to make our way to Trill." Roderick frowned. "With Ryman and his companion?" Mel nodded. "I don't know if I have the magic, but these dreams." This question had been circling his mind since she told him what she saw. Roderick knew Mel. He knew her family. While they were kind people, he hadn't noticed anything strange, any signs of otherness. Could it be possible? Then there was the feeling he got the second Ryman planted the idea, like something had clicked into place. Mel had always been magic. Everything about her. While he didn't know much regarding the order or the inner workings of the magical bloodlines, he knew enough about her to know she was special, a force to be reckoned with, for better or worse. He cleared his throat. "But you believe your dreams are telling you something?" Mel nodded slightly, as if she could barely admit it to herself. Again her eyes grew glassy. Again, Roderick ached to take away her hurt. Mel glanced away. "I wish things had been different, Rod." There it was again, the shiver down his spine. He wished for different more than anything. Mel's eyes flickered to his, but there was no warmth in her gaze. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "I'm so sorry, and thank you for everything." She turned on her heel and retreated across the helm. Watching her go hurt exactly as much as he thought it would. Mel must have slept, but it didn't feel that way when she woke. Light streamed in through the window, announcing a new morning. Port. This entire nightmare would be over in a couple of hours. The bed was empty next to her. She wasn't sure if Leeds had slept here or not. After their brief chat, she'd considered sleeping on the deck, leave him in peace, but after the storm, couldn't bring herself to do it. A deep emptiness settled in her abdomen, like she was a gourd hollowed out. It was a feeling she recognized, one that was empty but safe. Moving through the world already gutted was easier than anticipating the pain, because in her experience, it always came. If the goddess had plans for her, Mel would accept them and be grateful. Passage beyond this realm was never something she'd allowed herself to hope for after leaving Cantheon. Now, she didn't know if she wanted it. That wasn't true. She wanted it. She didn't know if she wanted to want it. What use was a life beyond this realm if she couldn't have a family to share it with? If she didn't know what was true or not? Yet something within her whispered that this life, her life, was worth living. Did the goddess promise them joy and fulfillment? This was the same question she'd asked herself the moment before she walked out of her home in Cantheon. No, the goddess expected obedience. But obedience to what? Rael and Paladin weren't following the laws of the Order, but they were following the light, trusting their sight and their nuanced view of the Book of Ariadne. Could she do the same? Mel pulled on her cleanest available blouse and her slacks. She folded her few items of clothing but had nowhere to put them. Valta might have a bag she could use. What she wouldn't give for her trunk and that coat right about now. She laughed to herself. What she wouldn't give for her herbs. For so many things. First, a bag from Valta. Then, a trip to the infirmary. She opened the door and started down the hall when she heard a scream. Taryn! It was Rael's voice, but in a register Mel had never heard before. She dropped her clothes on the floor and rushed to their door. Rael? She banged her fist on the wood. Leeds flung the door open. He was in their room? His breathing was quick and his eyes wide. What's happening? Mel asked. Leeds pulled her into the room and closed the door. I don't know. I came in to say goodbye and found this. Mel searched the scene in front of her. Taryn lay on his back, every muscle in his body tense, his skin flushed and his back arched. Rael hunched over him with tears streaming down her cheeks. It's the same, Paladin gasped, as what happened to you in the mountains. Rael's hand shot out. She lifted a vial from the bed. Where did he get this? Mel rushed forward and plucked the vial from Rael's fingers. Indigo. Her heart leapt into her throat. She patted her pocket. Where had her vial gone? The other night, she'd set it on top of the drawers. It must have fallen on the floor when the ship was pitching. She squeezed her eyes shut. They'd been in her room. Taryn had probably found it. Paladin dropped to his knees. It doesn't matter. We have to. You can't, Paladin! Rael shrieked. Couldn't do what? Mel's heart raced. Why had she been so careless? Taryn had gone into Aeon and had met the darkness. Has he been there before? Mel asked. Never, Rael whimpered. Rael, you have to trust me. Paladin dropped to the ground. Rael dropped next to him. It's too dangerous. I can't let you. He lunged forward and stretched his hands around Taryn's ribcage. Paladin closed his eyes, and the hair on Mel's arms stood on end. What was he doing, and why could she feel it? Rael collapsed against Paladin's side, wrapping her arms around his waist. Mel stumbled back, and Leeds caught her before she slammed into the door. The fount. Paladin was pulling from it. She'd been around members of the Order before when they'd drawn power, most recently when Rael gave the blessing in Viviers, but it had never been tangible. The energy in the room was electric. The air seemed to thicken, and she struggled to draw a full breath. Leeds gripped her tighter. What's happening? Do you feel it too? Her heart sank. If Leeds could sense it, then... Feel what? Leeds blinked, then pointed at Paladin. The dark waves of his hair fell forward as his head drooped and his arms shook. Rael clung to him. Taryn's back arched, lifting impossibly from the floor. The ringing in Mel's ears raised in pitch. We have to get out of here, she hissed. What? Now! Mel reached out and struggled to find the door handle. Leeds found it first and nearly tore the door off its hinges. Find Bella! Mel commanded, then tore down the hall toward the steps. They made it to the top deck and split up. Mel ran toward the scullery and Leeds took the helm. She scanned the confused faces of everyone she passed, searching for Bella's blonde hair and Ryman's gray. She cursed under her breath. Where were they? Land and the port of Talmuth loomed closer than she'd anticipated, but that wouldn't help them. Who knew how long it would take to find... Who? Who could help Taryn besides the two people already in his room? Mel slowed, gasping for breath. She turned just as Ryman walked into view along the opposite rail of the ship. She darted toward him, ignoring the shouts of complaint as she fought through the passengers milling about. Ryman! Bella! She called out. They turned, and their smiles disappeared when they saw the desperation on her face. Mel? What? It's Taryn, she choked out. He went into Aeon and something's wrong. She couldn't string thoughts together to describe the way his muscles had stretched underneath his skin or how his eyes rolled back in his head. Ryman's face darkened, but to her surprise, it was Bella who responded first. Take me to him. Mel took a step, then stumbled as the deck shuddered beneath her. A loud crack fractured the air, and Mel fell to her knees. Passengers across the deck flew backward, shouting and scrambling to their side of the ship. Splintered wood skittered across the floorboards. A man screamed as a shard caught him in the side of the head. What was happening? Were they under attack? Mel fought her way past the oncoming passengers and craned her neck to see the damage. She sucked in a breath. A hole, larger than 3 men lying side to side, stood gaping in the floorboards. The railing above it was obliterated. Mel's breath was sucked from her lungs as if someone had punched her in the gut. The damage to the ship. It stood directly above Rael and Paladin's room. She pushed herself up to stand and stumbled forward. Leeds stood next to Valta on the helm. "Mel, stop!" he shouted. Roderick appeared next to them, pulling on his jacket. His eyes widened when he saw the gaping wound in the deck, then focused directly on her. Leeds launched himself toward the steps, and Roderick followed. Faster! She had to get to the lower deck before they stopped her. Rael and Paladin, Taryn. Pressure built behind her eyes. This was her fault. Taryn knew she had the tincture, and she hadn't taken care of it. She'd been careless. And if something happened to the 3 of them now, Mel ground her teeth. What? Complain to the goddess? Ariadne was already going to get an earful from her the second she got off this damn ship. She took the stairs 2 at a time, then flew into the hall and ran toward the door. She skidded to a stop when she found it no longer there. Streams of sunshine lit the once dark hall. The exterior wall remained intact, protecting the ship from being flooded with seawater, but the ceiling was gone. Mel clutched her midsection. "Mel, stop!" Leeds commanded as he dropped onto the stairs. She pushed forward and began sifting through the rubble. They had to be here. They were on a quest, one she now thought she was a part of. Rael and Paladin had a bond in the magic, and they'd fought for what they believed. Tears filled her eyes, and her throat tightened until she coughed. They'd fought for each other, even when everyone said they were wrong. Mel wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. They had to be here. They had to be okay. Chapter 17. Roderick ran toward the stairs. What now? How had something blown a hole that size in his ship? He cursed under his breath as he chased Leeds down to the passenger deck. The hall, normally lit by torches, was unsettlingly bright. His jaw tightened as he took in the damage. Thankfully, the outer bulkheads looked to be intact, but there was 0 chance of him sailing back to Alliern right away as he'd planned. If another storm hit, his ship would take on water faster than any bilge pump could empty it. Leeds stopped ahead, and he walked up to stand next to him. What he'd said on the helm. Roderick still couldn't parse out his meaning. He'd asked after Ryman and Bella, and when Roderick responded, "Isn't Mel with them?" Leeds had glowered at him. "Mel's only ever with herself." Something had swirled in his stomach at that response. He would have reflected on the sensation had he not been thrown into the railing and witnessed a portion of his ship blown instantly into kindling. "Mel, it isn't safe!" Leeds snapped. "Exactly, which is why we need to find them." Mel scrambled forward, and Leeds reached for her arm. "You don't always have the answers, Mel. When will you listen to—" "I'm always listening. That's the problem." Mel whirled on him and pulled her arm from his grasp. Leeds stared at her, his chest heaving. Now Roderick didn't know where to stare. At the gaping wound along the port railing of the Maiden's Blessing, or the 2 of them. Leeds clenched his hands into fists, but said nothing. Mel deflated, then turned and continued her search. Roderick walked forward to stand next to Leeds. A few feet ahead, Mel dropped to her knees and called out, "Here!" She moved 2 loose boards, then pulled someone into her arms. The younger brother. The one who'd gone for water when they'd met in his quarters. The one he'd sentenced to hard labor on the ship. A woman pushed herself up next to them and struggled to shove the splintered boards from her legs. The blessing giver. She coughed and dropped again to her side. "Rael." Paladin appeared to their left and reached for her. The patch was gone from his charcoal eye. Dust coated his hair, and scratches and wounds from the falling boards littered the bare skin of his arms. Paladin crawled forward and brushed the dust from her cheeks. "You're alive," she whispered. Paladin nodded. Alive? Had something or someone threatened to kill him? Who could have done something like this on his ship? What kind of weapon would cause damage like this? Rael's eyes widened. Taryn? Here, Mel cut in. He's breathing. Rael shuffled closer and put a hand on her brother's forehead. Mel turned as Bella and Ryman navigated the debris and stopped next to Roderick. Her eyes landed on him, and suddenly, he didn't care about his ship. Didn't care that he'd likely be disciplined, or even removed as captain, after these ridiculous setbacks. In the midst of what should have been a life-ruining debacle, his heart ignored all of it and drew him in one direction. Hers. Mel pursed her lips and turned to Rael. His skin is on fire. What happened? Rael didn't answer. She pressed a hand to Paladin's cheek. It's okay. You can rest. He exhaled and slumped against her, and she shifted so he could lay his head in her lap. Bella ran forward. He should have waited. I could have helped. A look passed between the two women, and Roderick clenched his fists. They were supposed to reach port in less than 30 minutes. Roderick needed answers, and he needed them now. If there was someone dangerous aboard his vessel, he didn't have much time to make a plan of action. He strode forward, stepping over the debris, and crouched next to them. Tears streamed down Rael's cheeks. She reached for something and held it up between them. A glass vial. I don't think you could have done anything. Taryn went into Aeon. The darkness. He was being pulled under like I... Her voice broke. Mel put a hand on her shoulder. Like in the Satyas. What happened there? Bella asked. Rael sniffed. Paladin saved me, dragged me out, but he had to draw from the fount and... She clapped a hand over her mouth and stroked Paladin's dark hair. Roderick's jaw tightened. He didn't have time for her to pause every 3 seconds and not finish her damn sentences. And what? Mel's eyes flashed, but he ignored her. Rael wiped her cheeks. Aeon isn't safe. The fount isn't safe. For Paladin, Mel finished. Rael nodded her head. That's why you were angry with him. Rael drew a ragged breath. Not angry. He kept trying to help, but I could sense it. Her eyes flicked to Roderick. His gaze hardened. Members of the Order were always unnecessarily cryptic. I don't need you to explain the magic to a Masani, but I do need to know how to protect my ship. The danger has passed, Mel whispered. She looked at Paladin, lying still in Rael's lap. Roderick stiffened. He did this? Mel grabbed his arm and yanked him up off the floor. She marched him through the remnants of the deck of his ship until they were out of the Blessing Giver's earshot. I'm sorry, Roderick. We'll find a way to fix this. She didn't call him Rod. There's no way for you to fix this. You don't have 2 Derek to your name. My first mate had to provide you with all clean clothes. I realize we don't have much to offer now, but what? He threw his hands up in the air, all the emotions stewing in his chest suddenly melding into hot rage. I have a shipment that needs to go to Aliern and vendors that depend on the Maiden's blessing sailing up the coast, Mel. Once every 2 weeks. All the way to Bridalport and back. She planted her hands on her hips. You heard Ryman. There's a lot more at stake here than missed shipments. Not for me. Even as he shouted it, he knew it wasn't true. It felt like everything was at stake. His life had turned on its head in a matter of days, like he'd been living in hues of gray, and now suddenly saw the world in color. A bell clanged from the top deck. Roderick looked back toward the stairs and stiffened. How were they already coming into port? Adrenaline shot through him, and he clenched his fists. He needed to get up to the helm. He needed to apologize. He hadn't meant to snap at Mel, but everything about her made him want to punch a second hole in the roof. We'll get off the Maiden's blessing. Mel's voice was raw. We'll find a way to make it up to you, along with the herbs I'm about to borrow to help Paladin. Mel. She turned and stalked off toward the stairs without a backward glance. Roderick ground his teeth. He wanted to chase after her, but had to get up to the helm. He spun on his heel and pounded up the steps, then marched to take his place at the wheel. What in the light happened? Valta moved to the side and nodded toward the hole in the deck. Are we taking on water? Camden, check the bilge pumps. Camden ran to the steps as Valta turned back to him, but Roderick couldn't begin to explain. A man who wasn't supposed to be aboard his ship used too much of his magic? He couldn't wrap his own mind around it, let alone explain it to someone else. He turned the wheel to pull them into the right angle of approach to the pier, then shouted at the deckhands to luff the sails. Velta cleared her throat. "We'll be stuck here for repairs," Roderick grunted. Velta put a hand on her hip. "Is she leaving?" Roderick blinked. "Who?" "You know who I'm talking about." Velta kept her eyes trained straight ahead over the bow to shore. "Yes." "And you're going to let her?" Blood rushed to his cheeks. "I've never let Mel do anything." Velta exhaled audibly. Roderick wanted to ignore her questions and her obvious dissatisfaction with his answer, but it rankled. "What, Velta?" She turned to him and narrowed her eyes. "Permission to speak as a friend, and not your first mate." Roderick nodded. Velta clenched and unclenched her fists. "You're a smart man, Roderick." "I like to think so." "But right now you're acting like a fool." His jaw tightened. They weren't going fast enough. His men scurried about the deck, readying anchor ropes while he turned the wheel back and forth, using the rudder as a paddle. "Thank you for that compelling insight." Velta lowered her voice. "I don't like to pry, but—" She paused and cleared her throat. "I've sailed with you for 2 years, Roderick. You're a good man. You've always taken care of the Maiden's Blessing and been more than generous with your crew." "And that makes me a fool?" Roderick scoffed. "No. What makes you a fool is going down with the ship when you have another option." Roderick's brow furrowed. "There's no water spilling aboard the ship, Velta. We only need to repair—" "I know what we need to repair." She pressed a finger to her temple. "You told me you love to sail. You love the Maiden's Blessing." "I do." Roderick frowned, growing more confused by the second. "Then why is this the first week in 2 years that I've seen you come alive?" Roderick's chest tightened. "Velta, I don't—" "I suggest you oversee transportation of the shipment to Yearns. On foot." She nodded resolutely. His eyes widened. "On foot? That would take days. We'd be walking nearly to—" "Trill!" She raised an eyebrow. "Camden and I will hire labourers to mend the ship. We can continue on to Bridleport and stop in Yearns on our way back to Aith." "I can't leave my ship, Velta." She pursed her lips. "These are extraordinary circumstances, aren't they?" He clenched the wheel so tightly, his palms began to burn. "The captain should stay with the ship." "And yet, you haven't said no." Mel scanned the dock before stepping out onto the gangplank. No angry men running up at this time. That was a good sign. Bella and Ryman stood next to her with the others trailing a few groups behind. Their first order of business would be to find supplies and a cart for their journey to Trill. A straight shot west. They wouldn't have any mountains to climb, only woodlands and prairie along a well-traveled road. No need for a mule with as many people as they had to take turns pulling. "It seems safe," Mel whispered. Ryman raised his arm and gave a hand signal to the others. They hoped the ambassador and Stavro, even if they knew exactly where they were headed, hadn't been able to make it to Talmuth faster than the Maiden's Blessing. So far, their prayers to the goddess seemed to have been answered. Fishermen unloaded their catches on the opposite side of the pier, tying up their small boats and tossing gutted fish into canvas sacks to lug to market. Besides the buskers and cart drivers, the rest of the port was calm. Since the city of Talmuth was set back from the sea, the only people here were those who made a living on the ocean or those who hoped to make a living off of the passengers on the ship. Mel slung the sack Velta had given her over her shoulder and pushed forward onto the wooden planks. The sun had yet to rise to its full height in the sky, but the golden glow of morning was well past. There was a snap of chill in the air, just enough to remind them light season had come to an end. In Viviers, they'd likely already seen a first frost, but here in the lowlands near the sea, they had weeks to go before night temperatures would reach that low. But they weren't running to avoid cold nights. Cold, lonely nights were the only ones Mel knew, though after this week, they'd be more frigid than ever. The festival in Trill started tomorrow, which meant they were already late. Late for Ryman and Bella to track down the heralds. Late to search for information about her dream. late to begin searching for the bloodstone. Dark season, it seemed, was the only thing perfectly on time. Mel folded her arms around herself to cut the morning chill. The danger that lay ahead helped distract Mel from what she left behind on the ship. Roderick. His name swirled through her, refusing to be tamped down no matter how many times she reminded herself that there wasn't a path for them. There wasn't. Roderick deserved better. He deserved a family and a life less complicated. Even after all this time, all she did was hurt him. Their appearance on the Maiden's Blessing had set him back weeks, and the old pain inscribed in the movements of his mouth, in the pools of his hazel eyes, intensified after each interaction she had with him. She was broken. And no matter what they discovered in Trill, whether she had the magic or not, Rod didn't need more broken things. Mel walked down the pier. Once they were sure there wasn't an ambush awaiting them on the shore, Bella and Ryman would secure transportation into Talmuth. She would lay low, with Paladin, Taryn, and Leeds, while Ryman, Rael, and Bella tracked down their supplies. Then they'd be on their way. It felt good to have a plan, albeit a short-lived one. She wouldn't allow herself to think beyond the festival in Trill, because when she did, the world seemed to close in on her. There. Ryman pointed to a spot in the shade of a storage shed. We'll be back as soon as possible. Mel nodded and ambled onto the grass that had somehow taken up residence in the loose, sandy embankment. The others followed slowly, Paladin still leaning on Leeds for support. She'd given him everything she could, but his body needed time and rest. Maybe they did need a coach. Their group sat on the ground and rested against the wooden siding of the building. Mel pulled her knees against her chest. She scanned the deck errantly until her eyes stopped. Roderick stood next to the Maiden's Blessing, directing his crew as they unloaded crates from the storage compartment. His shirt was loose over his chest, mostly because only half the buttons were done up. His short hair was mussed, and even from this distance, she could interpret his emotions from the lifts and furrows of his dark brows. The crew of the Maiden's Blessing made quick work of filling the first cart. The driver slapped the reins and pulled the load out of the way so the next one could roll in. The men continued to pull crate after crate from the ship. Before she knew it, they'd filled 6 carts and were barely beginning to slow. How much could the ship hold? Was all of that for Talmuth? She looked down at the ground between her knees when Roderick turned and looked directly at her. Light. How long had she been staring? There they are. Taryn pointed down the pier. His voice was raw, and his face still worn from the events of the morning. Somehow he'd bounced back faster than Paladin. He scooted closer. Mel, I need to tell you. Not here. Mel hushed. Rael glared at her younger brother. Paladin needed time to come around, and Rael needed time to cool off. When we get to Talmuth, I want to hear everything. Taryn nodded as Ryman and Bella strode back toward them. Ryman gesticulated with his hands, and Bella nodded. Mel's pulse raced. At the moment, getting away from this port and Roderick's ship felt as imperative as finding food and water. The old blessing giver paused to let one of Roderick's carts rumble past, but when he stepped forward, Roderick approached. Mel cursed under her breath. Why were they talking? There was nothing else they needed to do besides find a way to reimburse Roderick for the damage they'd caused. Maybe that was what they were discussing? But none of that was Ryman's fault. She'd taken responsibility. Bella glanced toward their group with eyes wide with excitement. Mel's heart sank. Whatever they were talking about, that expression made her nervous. If Roderick was offering something to help them, she couldn't take it. And if Ryman and Bella were making amends, she couldn't accept that either. Mel needed to make this up to him on her own terms. The 3 of them started up the slope together, and Mel's heart sped into a full-blown gallop. Not good. Why was he walking closer? Why? Good news, Ryman announced. We have transportation into Talmuth. Rael sighed across from her. Wonderful. Bella nodded to Mel. There's an apothecary there that comes highly recommended. We can get what you recommended for Paladin and Taryn. Perfect. Mel pursed her lips. Let's go then. She stood, then froze as Roderick stepped forward. You have all expressed a willingness to make amends for the damage to my ship. I suggested to your companions an arrangement. I hope you'll find agreeable. This was his captain's voice, commanding, professional and dispassionate. though the look in his eyes was anything but. "Of course." Rael scurried to stand. "We'll do whatever we can." Roderick's lip twitched. "Excellent. I need an escort." Chapter 18. Gish walked through the crowded streets. It was the second night of the Equinox Festival, and somehow more people flowed through the square tonight than last. Though unexpected, the crowds worked in his favor. He hoped the temple was packed to the gills for the ceremony at the end of the week. 2 weeks, 12 days. The equinox celebration began and ended on Divin Day, the Order's day of worship. He'd stopped practicing in the tradition before he discovered the heralds, but now found smug satisfaction attending services with the secret he held. He stood in their midst, sat in their pews, the southern head of the heralds, and nobody was the wiser. In Aith, they only knew him as Tom, a poor merchant who traveled often for work and had no familial ties to the area. He came and went as he pleased, then returned to his chalet to putter in his garden and share pleasantries with the neighbors. This was where all the members of the order had it wrong. The heralds weren't out to burn the realm to the ground, to plunge all of Ariadne's creations into the depths of suffering like they preached over the altar. That teaching only proved how far removed the blessing givers were from the world around them. The heralds served Sidoni for one reason, and one reason only. They thought she was right. In the battle for the passage realm, there were only 2 sides. Those that believed humans deserved to be elevated to the level of the goddesses, and those who didn't. Gish didn't. It was as simple as that. Let the blessing givers and balancers fight amongst themselves over politics and the proper institution of the order. Their division was exactly the propellant needed to prepare the realm for Sidoni's return. The more the 2 enclaves scrapped, the more each Masani resented them. Already there were townships refusing to invite blessing companions to their births. He'd witnessed vendors as far south as Cantheon refuse to trade with a blessing giver. It was only a matter of time. By the end of this week, there would be more than outrage. There would be pandemonium. Pure chaos. The slow simmering frustration between the enclaves would flash into flames. A child wearing a mask scampered under Gish's feet, and he jumped to the side to avoid smacking the boy with his knees. "Sorry," the boy called, barely turning before slipping further into the crowd. Gish chuckled and watched him go. He'd worn a mask exactly like that once, split evenly into light and dark. Though he was a little older, 14, he'd worn it proudly through the streets, along with all his friends. The mask wasn't what gave him pause. It was the memory of that night. Sitting alone with Caroline along the wall in Coralie. The stars were bright, and her eyes even brighter. He'd kissed her that night, and while the blood hummed through his veins, she'd whispered, "Isn't it wonderful to know that the light will always push out the dark?" She'd nuzzled into his neck, which made him incapable of thinking about anything other than the scent of her hair and her breath against his skin. But later that night, her words had looped through his mind like the rolling wheel of a coach. They celebrated equinox, a day of perfect symmetry, balance between light and dark. But light didn't always push out the dark. After that day, there would be more dark than light, and then in the spring the world would reverse. A constant round of push and pull, give and take. Balance that was only evenly split twice a year. It was the first seed that started his path of questioning. Now look at him. Gish sniffed, and when he turned, spotted Malik in front of the pub inside. He'd come early. That wasn't wholly unexpected, though it rankled that the old man still seemed skeptical of his capabilities. Or did he just want to be a part of this? That was more likely. In his old age, he'd lost his touch and hadn't been sent on many assignments with the heralds. That old excitement was difficult to tamp down. He could throw the man a bone, as long as Malik didn't interfere with Gish's precisely laid plan. Everything was in place, from the breakfast served at the temple that morning to the cloak hanging on the wall before the ceremony. They were going to kill the prophet in Trill. But it wasn't the man himself that mattered. It was the hand holding the knife. Mel sat in the back of the cart, stewing. An escort? Since when did a captain leave his ship to personally transport a shipment nearly 65 millia? Sure, it wasn't a trip through the Satyas, The terrain from here to Trill or Yearns was well traveled. Packed roads and flat land would make the trip at least twice as fast as their journey from Aith to Viviers. But still, they were already pushing it to reach Trill in 5 days. Dragging 7 carts loaded with merchandise behind them would make it more like 6. Today marked the second day of the festival, which meant they'd barely make it for the second half. What if they missed their opportunity to track down the man from her dream? She sighed and closed her eyes, grateful she'd opted to sit by herself. With so many carts, there had been plenty of options to choose from. She shouldn't be angry. She told Roderick they'd find a way to make things right, and she didn't have a better idea for repaying him. But spending more time together seemed worse than committing herself to indentured servitude in Aith or Yearns for as long as it took to cover their debts. Yet Trill had to be first. Mel couldn't get the green stone out of her head. She saw green flashes out of nowhere, like it was calling to her, never staying out of her consciousness long enough for her to lose interest. Why would a bloodstone appear to her? What connection did she have to the magic? A thought snapped to the forefront of her mind. Maybe that was all this was. The stone needed to be found, and she, for whatever reason, was useful. Maybe this would all go away after Trill. Good. That would be good. Perfect, even. So why did that idea carve a pit inside her stomach? A few days ago, she wanted nothing to do with this quest, but now? The cart slowed and pulled to a stop. Mel glanced up. They'd arrived at the edge of Talmuth, and the others were already hopping down to the road, all except Paladin and Taryn, who stepped gingerly from the cart. Taryn had kept his mouth sealed shut since leaving the ship, and for good reason. Rael was furious with him for his carelessness. Mel was grateful he hadn't ratted her out by admitting where he got the elixir. She'd have to catch him in a private moment and ask what he saw in Aeon this time, then chastise him for being a little sneak. Ryman, Bella, and Rael cuddled together in hushed conversation. Mel stalked up to Paladin and Taryn. She pointed up the street. "There's a public house. We could grab a drink there and wait." She turned to look for Leeds and found him with one leg up on the end of a cart, lacing up his boot. Paladin straightened and grimaced, his hand on Taryn's shoulder. "Not sure if this one can pass." Taryn scoffed. "I look of age." "No, you don't," Mel muttered. "We'll get you goat's milk." Taryn pursed his lips and Paladin chuckled. "Go on ahead. I'll ask Bella about this apothecary and be right behind you." Mel's heart sped as she started toward the next cart. She headed straight for Bella until movement caught her attention. "Don't cut off circulation," she teased, as Leeds put his second foot up on the cart and struggled to lace his boot. "Too late," Leeds grumbled. "The leather got wet." Mel glanced down at her own feet. Her boots were still supple and flexible since she hadn't worn them onto the deck the other night during the storm. "We could find some oil? I'll take care of it." Mel's lips drew into a line. He was upset. Understandably. "Leeds." She intended to say more than just his name, but no words came out. She'd already apologized, already explained herself as best she could. Nothing else she said was going to smooth things over. He'd hoped for something she couldn't give, and she'd opened the door and then slammed it shut with finality. Leeds slung his nearly empty sack over his shoulder and stepped back from the cart. The look on his face? This was it. They couldn't recover from this. "You're not coming with us." Mel bit her lip to keep it from trembling. When she told him she was going to Trill, aboard the ship, he hadn't responded. She meant to ask, but hadn't. Probably because deep down she'd known this was coming, and didn't want to face it. Mel hadn't spent more than a few days away from Leeds in years. He'd always been the one to cheer her up after a long day, the person she complained to, gossiped with, made off-color jokes with. In the brief seconds it took for Leeds to draw a deep breath and straighten his shoulders, their entire friendship flashed through her mind. "No." Leeds exhaled the word with finality, his face stony. When was the last time she'd seen him smile? "What will you do?" Her voice caught, and she swallowed the lump in her throat. His brows pulled together. "Not sure yet." Mel nodded. Of course he didn't know. If she hadn't decided to tag along to Trill, they would have been looking for work in exchange for passage. The idea of Leeds wandering Talmuth on his own? made her stomach twist. Leeds. Again, only his name. Her mind raced through possibilities. Of all the ways their paths diverged from this point and never came back together, she missed him already. She'd missed him since the moment her words had stripped the easy grin from his face. Mel fought against the pressure building in her head. I want you to be happy. Leeds' eyes flicked to the left where Roderick stood talking with one of his cart drivers. You should want more, Mel. Her heart sunk into her chest, burying itself against her spine. She couldn't make her mouth move or vocal cords hum to respond. Leeds pursed his lips and gave a slight nod. May the goddess bless your travels. He walked past her, but she caught him. Mel wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him. I'm sorry, Leeds. He patted her back once, and as she pulled away, he didn't meet her eyes. She turned to watch him stride up the road. He crossed and turned right, away from the public house. Blessed travels. Mel stiffened and wrapped her arms around herself, then hurried past the carts, her breath coming in short bursts. Where had Bella gone? Her vision blurred as she focused on the door of the pub. She needed a drink before she visited the apothecary anyway. A strong one. Mel couldn't even bring herself to smirk at Taryn's expression as he stared at his glass of milk. On a normal day, she would have snorted on seeing his drooping eyes and pouting lip, but now his expression merely matched her own feelings. She nursed her second finger of ale, allowing the sour liquid to burn down her throat and warm her cheeks. Back in Viviers, she would have been on her third. But now? She sighed and set her drink down on the table. She couldn't keep doing this. What had escaping gotten her up to this point? Nothing. Less than nothing. Where's Leeds? Taryn asked. He didn't want to visit Trill, Mel answered quickly. Taryn frowned, and Paladin watched her closely. Is there nothing else to entertain you? Mel snarked. Paladin took a sip of his ale. Plenty. Mel's eyes flashed. Then look somewhere else. I don't want to. Paladin shrugged. Taryn scanned the room as if he'd gladly focus on anything else besides the fact that he was the only one in the pub without a finger of ale in front of him. Mel ground her teeth. You're not going to survive long on this trip if you keep looking at me like that. Paladin sighed and stretched his arms behind his head. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his skin was still alarmingly pale. Mel. This outburst would be funny if it didn't hit so close to home. Mel looked up. What was he playing at? Suddenly he thought he was an expert on her life. What did he know about... She caught herself mid-thought. About abandoning his home and leaving the people he loved? She ran her finger along the rim of her glass. The only difference was, Paladin didn't choose to leave. His people turned him over to the ambassador, left him for dead. And not the only difference. He'd found someone along the way. Rael. Anger doesn't help. Paladin rested his arms back on the table. It's better than nothing, she muttered. Taryn looked between the two of them, but Mel ignored him. Paladin leaned in. You'll be angry until you can't be. Until the darkness creeps in and convinces you life hurts too much to keep going. I promise you, when that happens, I'll be watching closer than this. Mel's heart thumped in her chest. I should go to the apothecary. Paladin barked a laugh. Mel, I won't let you scrap and bite your way out of this. You're stuck with us, whether you like it or not. Mel suddenly felt hot, her clothes too tight. It's my life, Paladin. I'll go whenever and wherever I want. Paladin leveled his eyes at her. If you try to run, before we reach Trill, I'll haul you back by your ears, and I'll be keeping a close eye on the rope. We need you, Mel, and you need us. Mel never had a brother, but she imagined this was what it felt like. Annoyance, rage, accompanied by a soul-deep knowledge that this was exactly what she needed to hear, which only fueled her frustration. Wonderful! You think I'm insane! She pushed back from the table and stood. She was older than Paladin, more experienced. How arrogant did he have to be to tell her what she could and couldn't do? No. Paladin answered darkly. The opposite. You're beginning to think clearly, and it terrifies you. Terran took a drink of milk and slammed his glass on the table. He had a thick white line above his lip, which made his glare less than menacing. Is nobody going to ask me what I saw in Aeon? Mel's eyes widened at his outburst. Paladin cleared his throat. His ears were tinged pink, but he succeeded in keeping a straight face. Impressive. What did you see, Terran? Paladin's voice wavered, and Mel looked down into her glass, her eyes stinging. Hilarity and warmth bubbled up inside her, dispelling the desperation and emptiness that had threatened to choke her moments before. She sat back on her chair. Terran licked his lips, but didn't quite get all the milk. A man. A herald, I think. He walked into the Temple of Trill and covered himself with a cloak. Mel's eyes narrowed as her mind snapped to attention. Leave the door open. A ceremony. That could happen in the temple, could it not? What did he do next? All thoughts about Leeds, Roderick, or her past faded as she locked onto Terran. This could be the key. Had he seen the same man she'd seen? Had something already happened? Terran drew a shaky breath. He walked down a long tunnel, climbed a circular stairway, then opened a door that... He blinked, and his eyes widened in fear. Opened directly behind the chair of the prophet. Chapter 19. Mel walked back toward the carts holding her sack from the apothecary. The prophet was dead. Or soon would be if what Terran saw was true. People in Talmuth milled about the streets, so either they didn't know, didn't care, or it hadn't happened yet. Mel convinced herself it was the latter. The prophet's death would send ripples across the realm. Not because a prophet had never died, of course they had, but not before their time. They were blessed of the goddess, and typically lived well beyond the average age of normal citizens. There had been 2 prophets before this one that Mel remembered. Mesaus was the prophet of her childhood. Mel had truly worshipped her, held her breath any time someone brought her up in conversation. Back then, Mel believed the order and the prophet herself were sacred. Now, she didn't even know the prophet's name. It wasn't because she'd lost her faith that she avoided knowing anything about the order. Exactly the opposite. Deep down, she still believed. And that made participating in ceremonies or worshiping on Divin Day far too painful. Now, everything she'd seen in her dreams seemed to click into place. A distraction, an open door, all so the herald, Gish, could make his way into the temple. But what about the stone? Mel needed to know more about Aeon, how it worked. Was everything she saw happening in the moment, the future or past? Did it work the same for everyone? Did it even work the same each time she was there? She fought the urge to race forward and intercept Rael and Ryman as they approached with Bella. If what Bella had told them about her powers was true, couldn't she see what they needed to do? Find the stone and tell them how to retrieve it? Roderick's presence next to the 3 of them made it easier to hold back. Seeing him made her questions take a turn. What were they discussing? Had they found the necessary supplies? How long would they have to stay with him and his convoy, and why did he want them as an escort? She stopped next to Paladin and Terran instead. Paladin followed her gaze. Brigands hunt along this trade route. Maybe Roderick thinks I can protect him. Mel frowned. He saw what happened on the ship. She thought of the splintered boards, of Paladin dropping into Rael's lap. Paladin, what did happen on the ship? Paladin glanced down at Terran. I had to help. I'm sorry, Terran whispered. I thought it would be okay. I only wanted to... Paladin clapped a hand on his shoulder. You didn't understand. Understand about the darkness? Paladin drew a breath and glanced over at the others. He leaned in and lowered his voice. It's more than that. The Force, Sidoni's power, is growing stronger. But Rael believes the Dark Sister is seeking more than influence. Mel frowned. It felt as if she was crawling inside me. It felt as if that darkness was crawling inside me, Terran murmured, and Paladin's mouth drew into a tight line. You felt it, didn't you? When you drew from the fount? Paladin shuddered.
I was barely able to drag it out.
It wasn't the same as what happened to Rael? Paladin shook his head.
It was. And it wasn't.
He pursed his lips as if deciding whether he should say more. Mel crossed her arms over her chest. Paladin, if Rael and Ryman are to be believed, Taryn and I have both found ourselves in some version of the dream world, without a tincture or elixir. If something's happening there, I need to know. Rael was still in deep conversation with Ryman, Bella, and Roderick. Paladin cleared his throat.
Rael believes it has something to do with tethering.
Like the bloodstones? Mel asked.
More like our bond, the one she and I share.
Mel's eyes narrowed. How would their bond in the magic have anything to do with Sidoni?
We believe our bond formed because both of us reached for the fount in desperation. The magic, it needs an endpoint. In drawing freely, we became conduits, instead of a place for that magic to land.
Taryn frowned.
Like it flowed through you? And into each other. Paladin finished, binding us together.
But Stavro, he said he could feel Rael.
Exactly. That's why Rael believes this could be happening in Aeon. She felt the same thing when Stavro tried to take her in Calwain, before you showed up.
Mel nodded, trying to wrap her mind around this. So the magic has to land, somewhere.
We don't know for sure, but we believe Sidoni's bonds weaken, and her power strengthens. It seeks to be tethered.
Paladin's expression was grim. Mel chewed on this. Ariadne tethered to stones. Does Sidoni's power come from the same source?
The goddesses are of the fount, of the magic.
Taryn kicked a rock on the ground. I thought the fount was inherently good. How could darkness be a part of it? Paladin chuckled.
The fount simply is, Taryn. It isn't good or bad. It's everything, all at once.
He adjusted the fabric covering his charcoal eye. Mel shifted on her feet. So, every time you enter Aeon,
anytime anyone with the magic enters Aeon,
Paladin corrected. But especially you. He nodded.
I have 2 lines to the fount. I pull more freely.
Mel swallowed. She seeks to bind. What would that mean? To be tethered to Sidoni? Why had Mel never felt the darkness when she'd walked in those dreams? Another witness that she wasn't of the magic?
Especially when we're desperate.
Mel nodded, thinking of Taryn lying on the deck of the ship. Did she?
No.
Paladin shook his head.
We escaped. Barely.
Barely. Which was why Rael was so insistent Paladin stop drawing from the fount. They had to be closer to the magic in Aeon. If it was anything like what she'd experienced, with her body removed from the equation, she'd been all thought, all spirit and consciousness. Was that how Sidoni was gaining power? Had she succeeded with others? Rael looked up and caught sight of them. Paladin straightened, a smile stretching across his face, as if infused with new life. He strode forward and pulled her to his side, then slid into step with her, his arm around her waist. Roderick looked up, and Mel looked away. They want us to come over, Taryn muttered. Mel nodded. They walked together toward the others, and when they huddled in one group, Mel had the unsettling feeling that something was missing. Leeds. He'd always been there by her side, listening even when he didn't understand, watching to make sure she was safe. She glanced up the street he'd walked down earlier. He wasn't coming with them. She might not ever see him again. Mel shivered, suddenly feeling like a field mouse without a burrow. We have 2 coaches, so we don't have to ride out in the elements, Rael stated. Taryn stepped forward. You have supplies? Ryman nodded. Tents, blankets. All being loaded into the coaches now. Plenty of food, Rael added, and Taryn breathed a sigh of relief. He was being forced to grow up fast, but at the end of the day, he was still a teenager with the appetite to match. You visited the apothecary? Mel held out her paper sack. Every night, 1 teaspoon of the liquid, then place a leaf under his tongue, and hold for at least 10 minutes. Paladin grimaced. Before Mel could poke fun, 2 coaches led by Carpin mules rumbled up the street. These animals looked strong, taller than the single mule they'd left in Aith. Their necks were thick, and their roan coats gleamed in the mid-morning sun. "Load in, then." Ryman clapped his hands together. "The sooner we get on the road, the sooner we'll arrive in Trill." Mel swallowed hard, her heart speeding. This was her chance. They'd be in the coach for hours. If she sat next to Ryman and Bella, she could find a way to ask more questions. Her heart sank as Bella turned and followed Roderick toward the door of the coach closest to them. Rael, Paladin, and Taryn walked toward the one behind, and Mel froze. If she followed Bella, she'd be sitting across from Roderick for hours. If she followed Rael, her chest tightened. She'd spend the whole day regretting her decision. Mel closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. Roderick wasn't coming to Trill. As soon as they hit the inlet, he'd be turning south to go to Yearns, and they'd continue west. It was only a few days. She clenched her fists and walked forward to follow Ryman. Her heart danced against her ribs, tapping an erratic pattern that made breathing difficult. She ducked through the door and blinked. Bella was against the window, and Ryman slid onto the bench next to her. That left one seat open. Next to Roderick. Her hands began to tingle. Light, she hoped she could handle this. She sat down and folded her hands in her lap, careful not to touch any part of him. Ryman smiled. "I hoped you'd join us." The driver closed the door, then took his place on the driver's seat. The coach jostled as he ascended the steps outside the cabin. Mel exhaled. "I wanted to talk to you about Aeon." Good. Now Roderick would know she had only one motivation in joining their coach, instead of sitting with her friends. Ryman nodded and turned to Bella. "I doubt we'll have the answers you seek, but we'll tell you all we can." The coach lurched as the mules pulled forward. Mel's hands flew to the bench on either side of her, and she gasped as her right hand landed on top of Roderick's. She pulled back as if singed. "Sorry," Roderick muttered. He put his hand on his thigh. Mel's cheeks flushed. The corner of Ryman's mouth lifted. "First, what do you know of consecration?" Roderick fought to keep his breathing even. He'd made a decision when he stepped off the Maiden's Blessing, one he couldn't retreat from now. Now, with his innards twisting and blood rushing in his ears, he was positive he'd made a mistake. Had it been pride? Valta's goading? Mel looked as if she was about to throw up, and he doubted it was because of whatever conversation she was about to have with the old blessing giver. He'd watched her near the carts, before she tromped into the pub like someone just killed her dog. Whatever conversation she had with Leeds, he was gone, and she hadn't been happy about it. Did she love him? Mel is only ever with herself. A pit opened in Roderick's stomach. What was he doing here? Mel told him she was leaving, and he'd reasserted himself along her path. She didn't want him here. She left him 6 years ago, and she made an identical choice hours ago. How foolish was he to think he could change her mind? If the coach hadn't been moving, he likely would have thrown himself out of it. Instead, he tugged at his collar and pulled the window shade open. "I only know consecration is required for someone to serve as a blessing companion." Even with his head turned, Roderick could see Mel's lips move as she answered, sitting stiffly, so uncomfortable by his presence she'd nearly yelped when their fingers brushed. His knuckles still burned where her hand had touched his. Ryman nodded. "It is. The order requires training within the Enclave and a covenant to dedicate one's life to service within the realm." "Don't forget, a demonstration of proficiency," Bella added. She'd changed from her skirt aboard the ship and now wore durable slacks, cinched at her waist. Her long-sleeved blouse clung to her figure and her golden hair hung to her hips. She was objectively beautiful, yet the fact that her knees sat inches from his sparked nothing within him. "You studied in the Enclave?" Mel asked. Her inquisitive voice sent a shiver down his spine. Roderick shifted on the bench and turned to face Bella and Ryman. Maybe if he forced himself to engage in the conversation, his body would settle. Bella's eyes flicked to Ryman. He gave a slight nod, and Bella turned her attention back to Mel. "My people do not live by the laws of the Order. I was consecrated at the age of 8. Mel leaned forward. You were consecrated? But your eyes used to be brown. Bella smiled. Her eyes were ice blue, like the pale edges of the afternoon sky or tips of the waves. Roderick dared a glance at Mel. Her mouth hung slightly open. There was a faint flush on her cheeks. He swallowed and looked away. He didn't know what was more unsettling, the fact that Bella had just admitted she'd been consecrated outside of the Enclave, and her eyes had turned a color that shouldn't exist, or the fact that he was still only thinking about Mel, despite this realm-shattering piece of information. You said you're a diviner, Mel whispered. Roderick shook his head to clear it. Hold on a second. What are you talking about? There are balancers and blessing givers within the order. Those are the only magical bloodlines. Mel turned to him, her shoulders relaxed and her eyes glittering with wonder. No, Rod. They believe there are 6 lines. Rael and Paladin found proof, as did Ryman. I only found out about it days ago. She pulled back, as if embarrassed by what she said. I'm sorry. She dropped her eyes. I'll let the two of you explain. Roderick's heart swelled. He hadn't heard much past her first 2 words. His name. Bella turned to him. Ariadne tethered her authority to each bloodline. To the stones? Mel asked. Her hands clenched against her knees. Ryman shook his head. Yes and no. Her authority has always been passed through her people. But the stones serve as protectors, Bella cut in. Ariadne gifted us her magic directly. Each line given specific gifts to help each member of the realm grow closer to passage. Then, when Sidoni threatened to strip it away, she had to protect her magic. If that authority is ever lost, it can be restored through the stones. Mel drew a deep breath and exhaled. Is that what your people did? Bella shook her head. Our authority was never lost. Roderick's head spun. 6 lines? How could this be possible? If there were 6 bloodlines linked to the magic, why was the order only made up of 2? You have the sight? He asked. Bella nodded. I do. His brows pulled together. But you don't serve as a blessing companion. You don't bestow blessings and curses on the day of a child's birth. To his knowledge, that was the purpose of the order. That and guidance through the laws of Ariadne. Bella shook her head. I don't believe that was ever meant to be the only expression of our magic. Blessing givers and balancers see into a person's soul. And while the tradition of bestowing a blessing and curse is necessary, there's so much more. More? Is that why you can see forward in time? Mel asked. What? Roderick exclaimed. Bella flinched and Roderick turned to Ryman. When you told me you had power to protect, you meant her ability to see into the future? Or the stone around her wrist? His voice was tight. He'd trusted the old blessing giver. Did you know what would happen to my ship? Bella put a hand on his knee and Mel stiffened. It doesn't work that way. Roderick crossed his arms over his chest. How does it work then? The 40 derrick Ryman had given him seemed less than sufficient now that he had this information. If they could see what he was walking into, why hadn't they warned him? Bella sighed. I can't see the future, not like that. She paused and searched for the right words. When a blessing giver draws from the fount, pieces of a person are revealed to them, and the magic makes it clear which parts will bring them closer to Ariadne. Mel stiffened. Not always. Roderick's heart stopped. The night she told him her blessings and curse flooded into his mind. The memory of her lying beside him, her skin pressed against him as he twirled her long, dark hair between his fingers. Had they been married 2 weeks by then? Ryman smiled with knowing compassion. The pronouncements in your blessing may not present in the way you expect. Bella sighed. Drawing from the fount is tiring. I'm unlike the blessing givers in that I use my magic constantly. Opening myself is as second nature as breathing. But I can only focus on one person at a time. I have to give space for the magic to speak. And what it tells me isn't always easily understood. Her eyes flicked to Mel. Roderick looked between the two of them. Why did you pay for my silence?
Ryman drew a breath. I paid to keep you quiet because it was imperative that my work with the diviners be kept secret. It has been many generations since their elders allowed an outsider to stay on the island. The first time members of their clan have left permanently. That's you? Roderick focused on Bella. She nodded. And the others before me? Others. Ryman had taken trips before. Was he the only one working with their clan, as Ryman called it? Why now? Why, after all these years, would they leave and travel to the mainland? What were they working to accomplish? Mel leaned back against the bench as Bella continued. When I draw from the fount, pieces are revealed. Next steps. I don't know the outcomes of those actions, only that they will guide us down the path that leads to the goddess. You've used the gift here. With us? Roderick asked. Had she used her sight on him? And if so, what had she seen? Bella nodded. I have. He waited, not wanting to ask her outright, and Bella sighed. I told Valta it would be best if you took the shipment to Aliern. The breath whooshed out of Roderick's lungs. That conversation on the helm? Bella had been behind it? He couldn't tell if he was relieved or disappointed that Mel now believed he'd joined them out of a recommendation by his first mate. It wasn't Valta's fault, but he felt betrayed, manipulated. She'd acted as if he needed to do this for closure with Mel, but had she only been listening to Bella? Maybe it was a little of both. You showed me your bracelet, Mel murmured. Bella nodded and pursed her lips. Then I told you about my dream, about the green stone. And now I'm telling you about consecration. Ryman pulled the conversation back to where they'd started. The Order has strict ideas about how the magic is supposed to be used, and yet they ignore all reference to the bloodstones in their teaching. They've canonized parts of the Book of Ariadne and left out entire sections. Mel's brow furrowed. You don't believe they're following the law correctly? Ryman placed his hands on his knees. I don't know if there is a correctly. There are rites that must be followed, and one must have authority to consecrate. But I can't find a shred of evidence to dictate that a person must be prepared or proficient. The magic is given, Bella added. The furrow in Mel's brow deepened. But the prophecy states it's protected with a purpose. Bella held up her arm to show them the bracelet on her wrist. The stone. A protector. A failsafe. Mel's hands trembled, and she clasped them again in her lap. Ryman watched for a moment, then finally spoke. I wish to consecrate you, Mel. The blood drained from Mel's face. Without thinking, Roderick reached out and placed a hand on her arm. He froze, not sure how she would respond. Mel looked down and blinked, then desperately pulled his hand between hers. Warmth flooded through his chest, a wave of relief so strong it nearly bowled him over. When Mel spoke, her voice shook. You said I wasn't a blessing giver. You're not, Ryman confirmed. Then what am I? Ryman gave her a sympathetic look. We don't know yet. That's why. What if I'm not anything? What if these dreams, this connection to the magic you all seem to think I have, what if it's nothing? Then consecration will confirm that, Ryman answered evenly. Mel's fingers tightened around Roderick's, and he saw it. Fear, dilating her pupils and pulsing through her veins. No. Mel shook her head. No, I don't think. Her voice caught, and she pulled her hands away from him, turning to face the door. Thank you for the offer, but no. The Book of Ariadne. Words of Piantu, Prophet under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 2, verse 5. Hold to thy blessings and be delivered from all thy follies, that ye be not cast down and trodden upon. Ye waited not, ye watched not, and thy enemy came swift in the night. Chapter 20. At dusk, the coaches and carts pulled to a stop in the middle of nowhere. Though they'd made a few stops along the way, Mel had been too distracted to pay attention to their location or do more than relieve herself and take the food Rael offered them. They were moving straight west. That was all she knew or cared to know at the moment. After Ryman's offer,
She'd considered switching coaches and riding the rest of the way with Rael and Paladin, but decided against it. At least in her coach, she'd firmly established her desire for silence. She couldn't trust the others not to ask questions, especially after Paladin's insistent speech at the pub that morning. She couldn't blame him. Her erratic actions on the ship didn't exactly inspire confidence in her mental or emotional stability at the moment. When Paladin said those things, it was like he could see into her soul. He understood her, in a way many others couldn't. It made her deeply sad that he'd felt the same sense of loss and hopelessness still ebbing and flowing within her heart. Mel slid the poles and oiled canvas for her tent out of the carrying bag. Not hers specifically. These tents were narrow and tall enough to stand in. They slept 2 people on either side of the central pole. Summer tents. Not ideal for heat preservation, but perfect for shelter. She hadn't asked who she'd be sharing with. She didn't care, as long as it wasn't Roderick. Consecration. The word loomed in her mind. After Ryman's suggestion, she'd forgotten all about Aeon and the other questions she'd wanted to ask about the magic. Now, exhaustion pulled at her, making her mind feel muddy. She needed to sleep. Tomorrow she could try again, but hopefully in a more private setting. She shivered, thinking of Roderick's hand on her arm in the cart. She shouldn't have held it, shouldn't have allowed her emotions to overpower her like that. He'd only meant to comfort her, and yet again her instinct had been to let him. But after what she'd done, after her friends wrecked his ship, she couldn't keep hurting him. 3 more days, she thought, and nearly laughed out loud. Hadn't she said the same thing when they'd been unable to escape the Maiden's blessing? At this rate, she'd never be rid of Roderick. Warmth bloomed in her chest, and she stuffed it back down. She tugged on the tent poles to free them, but they stuck against the fabric. Mel growled in frustration and dropped the entire bundle onto the grass. "Can I help you?" Mel clenched her fists. Of course he was there to witness this. "I don't need help, Roderick. I know how to set up a tent." "I wasn't insinuating." He stopped and exhaled, then stalked past her and picked up the brown canvas lying on the ground. "I said—" "I know what you said, Mel. I'm simply done listening." Anger flashed through her. Didn't he have his own tent to set up? Weren't there drivers securing his shipments who could use help setting up their camps? She reached out and grabbed one side of the canvas, nearly wrenching it from his grip. He held on, and as the tent unfurled, the poles rolled into her arms. She stumbled back, pretending she'd hoped for that result, then knelt in the grass to arrange the tent poles into their frame. "I hope you already set up your own tent," she muttered. He flicked out the canvas, searching the edge for the riveted holes she'd need to push the poles through. "And why is that?" "Because if being too far from the sea has your brain addled and you think you're sharing this tent with me?" "I'm thinking quite clearly, thank you. And I'd never assume such a thing." "Good," she snapped. His interruption caused her finger to slip and she dropped one of the poles. She quickly picked it up and slid it back through the notch until it held tight. Mel stood and picked up the frame, setting it back closer to the trees, then held her hand out impatiently. Roderick didn't hand her the tent. He tromped past her and threw it over the frame, then crouched to slide the poles into their catches. A string of curses sat at the tip of her tongue, but she pursed her lips and walked to the other side to mirror him. "This must be terrifying, Mel." Roderick's voice floated over the roof, and Mel froze a second before stretching the canvas toward the ground. "It's not. I don't know what you're talking about." Possible responses flashed through her mind, but none made their way to her lips. "You don't have to do everything alone." "I'm not doing anything alone." She pulled the pole into place and winced as a piece of her thumb got caught against the metal rivet. "I'm traveling to Trill with my friends." Roderick finished with his side and stood. "I'm not talking about traveling, and you know it. It might be nice to have help." "If I need help, I'll ask for it." Roderick planted himself in front of the tent and watched her secure the last pole. "I've never seen you ask for help in your life. Offer it? Yes. But take it willingly?" Mel stood, pressure building in her chest. "Maybe, because I don't need help from you." Roderick jolted back as if she'd slapped him. Her stomach dropped out from under her, and she instantly regretted her words. Leeds had given her the same look on the ship. How many people could she hurt by the time she reached Trill? The setting sun filtered through the trees and outlined Roderick's head in gold. His gaze hardened, and his dark brows lowered. He gave her a tight nod, then turned on his heel and stalked away. Mel waited a moment, then rounded the tent and balled up the bag it had come in. She snatched the blanket from the grass and crawled into the shelter. Ryman had said they'd be making a fire and preparing dinner, but all of it sounded like pure torture. The thought of food made her stomach twist. The idea of forced conversation nearly made her gag. She yanked off her boots and threw them into the corner, then laid out the blanket and wrapped herself up. The cool grass felt good against her cheeks. Though it wasn't even dark, Mel squeezed her eyes shut and begged the goddess for sleep. Screams and guttural yells shattered the still night air, and Mel bolted upright. Her pulse pounded in her head as her arms flew out, scrambling for a candle. She had no candle. Where was she? In a tent, lying in the grass. More shouts and deafening cracks. Weapons? Bones? They were under attack. Paladin had said there were brigands along this road. Of course they'd attacked at night. How had she been so stupid to fall asleep without taking precautions? Roderick had asked them to be an escort, thinking Paladin or Ryman could protect them, but they couldn't. Paladin lived in fear of the darkness he felt when he drew from the fount, and Bella couldn't force the magic to tell her everything. They were all a gaggle of sitting geese. Mel found her boots in the corner of the tent and slammed her feet into them. She had nothing else inside to grab besides a blanket and a bag for the tent, and those wouldn't help her in a fight. Poles. Mel reached up and tried to pull one of them from the horizontal stick running along the top of the frame. It wouldn't budge with the canvas pulled so tightly. The yells intensified, and she panicked, kicking the pole with her boot and snapping it in half. She yanked the splintered wood from the hole in the ground and pushed through the now sagging tent. Though the pole was only the width of her finger, the end was pointed and sharp. It was better than nothing. The shadows of trees in the moonlight made it difficult to gauge distance, but she spotted a few tents ahead. She hadn't meant to set up camp so far from the others, but now thought it was a blessing. Whoever had infiltrated their camp didn't know she was there. Yet. She crept closer, darting from one thick trunk to the next. Torches. She peered around the gnarled wood, but the lights didn't seem to be moving. They were held out in a perimeter surrounding their camp. How many of these brigands were there? Dark forms slammed into each other, some dropping to the ground. Her heart thudded against her ribs. She had to help. But how would she be able to tell who was who? Then Mel's blood turned to ice in her veins. A dark shadow lifted a struggling form from the ground by the neck. A high-pitched scream. A flash of the blouse Rael had been wearing earlier. A glimpse of golden hair in the moonlight. That was all it took. She didn't need to see the sneer on his face or hear his condescending tone. Stavro. She charged forward with her makeshift spear. She would stab him through the heart before he could harm a hair on Rael's head. She didn't make it. Instead, she crashed into something so hard she saw stars. The pole flew from her hands, and she flew sideways into the grass. She couldn't breathe. Her lungs screamed for air, but her body collapsed inward. Mel choked and clutched at her throat as a hulking figure lunged toward her. She scrambled backward over the soft earth. The edges of her vision grew dark. Her shoulders screamed at her, stinging as she pushed against the damp grass. Mel finally dragged in a lungful of air. She had to do something. There had to be... The man dropped to the ground, landing with a thud at her feet. He was coming for her a second time. She screamed as blood poured out over his chest. A knife protruded from his neck, and she fought to climb to her feet as his body dropped next to her. Before she could turn and run, strong arms clamped around her. "Shh, Mel, it's me." She recognized his voice, but couldn't stop her legs from kicking. The man squeezed tighter and growled in her ear. "Mel, it's Roderick. Rael!" she gasped. "Roderick, he has Rael!" His grip relaxed, and Mel pointed to where she'd seen Stavro before she was thrown to the ground. Roderick reached down, pulled the knife, slick with blood, from the man's neck and wiped it clean on his pant leg. Where had he learned to do that? Mel didn't pause to ask. She raced forward, arm throbbing, in search of her friend. They'd been right here moments before, but now... There! She spotted Stavro dragging Rael across the grass. Where was Paladin? Nausea hit her stomach. Mel could think of only one reason he wasn't here in the clearing. Stavro! She screamed the steward's name, her voice rising above the cacophony. His golden head spun, and she ran forward, not thinking about the fact that her makeshift spear was lying somewhere in the grass behind them. Aha! I'm glad you were here to see this, Mel, Stavro shouted. Mel barreled forward, but Stavro lifted Rael from the ground and put a knife to her neck. She stopped clawing at his hands, and all Mel could see were the whites of her eyes. Don't come a step closer, Stavro growled, then lowered his mouth to Rael's ear. It will be so much worse for this one if you do. Stop! I command you to stop! A woman screamed in the distance. 2 torches wobbled around the perimeter, then fell to the ground. Stavro dragged Rael backward, never dropping his eyes from Mel's. Mel, don't! Roderick didn't have the chance to finish his sentence. There was a flash of movement, and Stavro's legs flew out from under him. He refused to release his grip on Rael, and she fell with him, landing on his chest. A woman. Bella. They were close enough now to see her long blonde hair fly into the air as she lunged forward. A glint of metal. Stavro cried out in anguish, his arms flying wide as he stumbled backward. Rael flung herself forward and dropped to the ground. Guards, no! Please! Stavro held up his hands and begged for his life, but Bella showed no mercy. She kicked his hands with her boot and dropped onto him, plunging her dagger into his heart. Mel ran to Rael and fell to her knees. Rael, are you... Her breath stuck in her throat as she turned her friend over. Blood pulsed from a wound in Rael's neck, and she frantically pressed her palm over it. Help! She screamed. Rael coughed, sending a spurt of blood across Mel's wrist. Roderick landed next to her on the grass. What? She's losing blood. I need... The sound of ripping fabric cut her sentence short. Roderick folded over a strip from his shirt and handed it to her. Mel looped it under Rael's neck with her free hand, and Roderick helped her tie it as she slipped her palm from the cut. Mel? Rael's voice was weak. Shh, hold still. We're taking care of you, Rael. You'll be just fine. Mel turned and lowered her voice. She's losing too much blood, Rod. She scanned the area. Her herbs. Danchin. Garlic. No, she needed something more robust. That's my son! A voice cut through the air. There was a scuffle beyond the torches, and then a cry rang out. Hold! The camp fell silent. Mel scanned the darkness, hearing only their heavy breathing and Bella's soft footsteps on the grass as she walked back to stand next to them. What can I do, Mel? Roderick's voice was low and raw next to her. Movement. Someone approached. Where is she? A voice boomed. Roderick jumped to his feet and stood in front of Mel and Rael, brandishing his knife. Bella streaked forward and stood in front of him, dropping into a defensive stance. Bella? Mel's mind reeled. She was a wisp of a thing, and yet she'd taken Stavro out as if he were a 12-year-old boy. I'm unarmed! Move out of my way, now! 2 figures from 2 different directions. She didn't have time for this. A whimper sounded at her knees. Rael didn't have time for this. Paladin! Mel called when the torches finally illuminated his wavy hair and eye patch. It's Rael! She... He ran forward, but a cloaked figure swooped in front of him. Move, he commanded, still barreling forward until the woman whirled and lowered her hood. Back away, she hissed. I have the right to protect my own daughter. Chapter 21. You lost that right in Aith, Paladin boomed. He pushed past the ambassador as if she were a peddler on the street. He dropped to his knees and scooped her into his lap. Taryn's safe. I did as you asked. Paladin's face twisted in anguish. Mel had been wrong. Paladin wasn't injured or dead. Rael had asked him to protect her brother instead of keeping her away from Stavro. We have to do something, Paladin whispered through gritted teeth. She's slipping. I can feel her pain. Let me... The ambassador started, but Paladin bared his teeth. Don't come an inch closer, or I'll do to you what this one did to your perverted friend. He nodded to Bella, and the ambassador blanched.
Paladin's eyes were crazed as he turned to Mel. "Do something." "I need my herbs," she murmured, then rose to her feet. "I need my case of herbs." Her blood-soaked hands shook. Where was the case? She hadn't seen it since... "Here!" Ryman ran through the trees with Bella next to him. Hadn't she been standing next to them? When had she left? The old blessing giver skidded to a halt and thrust the case into Mel's hands. Her shoulder stung as she reached for it. Roderick put a hand on her lower back. "Mel, your arm." "Leave it!" She fell to her knees and flicked the latches on the case, then lifted the lid. Bitter root for pain, slippery elm to cool the heat. She pulled out bottle after bottle and handed them to Roderick. Mel grabbed an empty vial and a small bowl, then spun back to Rael. Her friend's eyes had fluttered closed. Roderick held out his hands, but as she reached for the first bottle, she froze. She put a hand to Rael's wrist and felt her pulse. It wasn't enough. She hadn't administered anything yet, but by Rael's pallid skin and her weak heartbeat, the answer was clear. "She needs more than this," Mel whispered. She turned back to the case and allowed her eyes to roam over the labels. Calendula, moringa, licorice, bee balm. Nothing stood out. She swiveled and scanned the herbs in Roderick's hands, breathed their names over and over. No, no, no. Mel's heart sped. "These aren't strong enough." Ryman ran a hand through his hair. "That's all we..." "No!" Mel closed her eyes. "There's something else. There has to be something else." The answer sat just out of reach, as if it sat on the tip of her tongue. Each time she reached for it, it slipped between her fingers. "That's all we have." A thought took root, and Mel stilled. It wasn't. It wasn't all they had. Mel closed her eyes as the idea crystallized. Then she turned to Ryman. "You said there was a rite. Something you must do to consecrate?" "Mel, Rael has already been consecrated. Me, Ryman! Consecrate me!" Ryman blinked, then cleared his throat. "Yes, it doesn't take long. Now, Ryman!" Mel began to panic. It seemed as though a clock inside of her was ticking away the seconds Rael had left to live. She had to seal off the wound and build her blood. Ryman shuffled closer on his knees, then held his hands on either side of her head. "Your name?" "Mel." Didn't he know that by now? Ryman grunted. "Full name." "Mel Behunin," Roderick answered. At the sound of his voice, everything inside her seemed to still. She needed him, right here beside her. Mel reached for his hand, and he dropped the vials of oil and herbs on the grass to take it. Ryman held out his hands in the air on both sides of her head and drew a breath. "Mel Behunin, the goddess knows you." He paused, and her temples tingled. "The goddess knows you by name." For the second time that night, Mel's eyes filled with tears. They collected behind her lids and bled into her eyelashes. "You have meticulously studied your craft, drawn to the energy and life of your heritage." Mel began to tremble. Heritage? What heritage? Her family knew nothing of plants, nothing of healing. Roderick squeezed her hand. "You have a pure heart, and are worthy to be consecrated by authority of Ariadne's blessing. To this end, I command, receive your sight." The ground beneath her seemed to come to life. The grass swept against her slacks, then reached through the fabric, pressing against her skin. Cool and fresh, it flowed into her, filling her from head to toe. She breathed in fresh earth and the heady scent of flowers in bloom, tasted fresh spice and rich mulch, felt tender sprouts and velvet leaves against her fingertips. Mel tipped her head back and sighed. "Mel, are you okay?" Roderick's voice floated somewhere ahead of her, and she allowed it to pull her back through the scent of pine and lavender. She opened her eyes as Ryman dropped his hands, and Roderick's mouth fell open. Why was he looking at her like that? Mel pulled her hand from his and turned back to Rael. Yes, now she could feel it. There was something here, something close. Out there. Something called to her from the darkness. "Mel, are you?" "Roderick,
Bring the torch. Ryman, Taryn, build a fire. We need to raise her body temperature, immediately. Roderick marched past the ambassador and snatched a torch from the closest soldier without a word. Then he followed Mel as she strode into the forest. Quickly. Mel wandered, scanning the ground as she walked. The forest teemed with life. Brilliant colors erupted in front of her, veins pulsing in the trunks of each tree, blades of grass humming, clover quivering in their buds, bursts of energy popping and swirling in each leaf and pine needle. "It's magic," she whispered. "I can see it." Roderick was silent as he walked, and yet she could hear every twig he disturbed, every puff of soil he displaced. She rounded a tree, and her breath caught when she spotted it. "There!" She rushed forward and dropped to the ground, then used her hands to dig around the stem and feathery leaves. "I don't see anything." Roderick lowered the torch. Mel clawed at the soil until the root was exposed. "There!" she pointed. How could he not see it? It glowed brighter than anything else, drawing her eyes like a moth to a candle. He peered closer. Mel dug a little deeper, then grasped the top of the root and pulled. It snapped off, but no matter. She didn't need much. Mel stood and scanned for the second ingredient. The slow swish of grass filled her ears, and she broke into a jog. There, at the edge of the trees, next to the julep bushes. She tore a fistful of the graceful blades. "What is it?" Roderick asked. "I don't know the name," Mel admitted, "but Rael needs to chew on it." Roderick lighted the way back to Rael and Paladin, then handed the torch back to the soldier. It was the oddest gathering he'd ever seen. An army that moments earlier had been ripping their camp to shreds now huddled around their wounded. Ryman and Taryn had already dug a small pit and started a fire. Paladin held Rael as close as he could without singeing the hairs on her arms. Mel wasted no time. "Find rocks. Heat them next to the flames. Then find clothes, towels, anything soft, and get ready to wrap them so we can place them around her under a blanket." Taryn, Ryman, and Bella sprang into action as Mel sat next to Rael. She was calm, her hands still and adept as she reached into the case for the mortar and pestle. "A knife!" She held out a hand. Roderick reached for his and she scoffed. "A clean knife!" The ambassador reached under her cloak and pulled out a small dagger. Mel's eyes flashed, but she took it from her. With swift, short strokes, she peeled the root she'd pulled from the ground, then cut small strips into the bowl. Mel removed the stopper from a bottle of grapeseed oil and drizzled a stream over the root, then used the pestle to mash it into a paste. She was good at this. Even before tonight's turn of events, on the Maiden's Blessing, Roderick had been in awe of her skill. "Remove the fabric," Mel murmured. "I can't. Mel, she'll..." "Paladin, trust me. Remove the fabric." Paladin pursed his lips. His fingers shook as he untied the knot and slipped the blood-soaked fabric from Rael's neck. Mel used a thin wooden spatula to pack the paste against her cut. Roderick's eyes narrowed. Rael's neck, chest, and shoulder looked stained nearly black in the orange firelight. He couldn't be sure with the flickering light, but the flow of blood seemed to slow. Mel ripped the blades of grass and folded them between her fingers. She reached out and patted Rael's cheek. "Hey, Rael, I need you to look at me." Rael's eyes fluttered. "I'm putting something in your mouth, and I need you to chew, okay?" Mel didn't wait for an answer. She slipped the folded ribbons between Rael's lips and began to move her jaw with her fingers. "Chew, Rael," she murmured. The blessing giver's brow furrowed, but she began to grind her teeth over the strips of grass. "Good, good." Mel stroked her matted hair, then checked the wound on her neck. She nodded, satisfied. Taryn and Ryman dropped rocks the size of rain fruit around the edges of the fire, then used their boots to roll them closer to the flames. "Will she be okay?" Paladin asked, his voice hoarse. Mel nodded. "We'll know for sure in a couple of hours. Keep her warm. Almost sweating, if you can." She handed him the rest of the grass. "A full glass of water every 30 minutes and make her chew this until she can't stay awake. Clean her up, but don't touch the poultice." Paladin nodded. Mel shifted back and drew a deep breath. Her shoulders drooped as she went to run a hand over her face, but stopped. "We need to clean you up, Mel," Roderick whispered. When he reached out to grab her arm, she didn't protest. Roderick pulled her up from the grass and wrapped an arm around her waist. All he wanted to do was grab her face and stare into her eyes. Green. Brilliantly green, even in the golden flickering light. He pulled her from Paladin and Rael and thought back to their conversation in the coach. Mel had said no to consecration. She'd shrunk into her seat, wholly closed off for the remaining hours of their journey. And now, in a split second, she'd changed her mind. She asked Ryman to consecrate her, and her eyes turned green. Mel was of the magic. Not a blessing giver or a balancer. Not a diviner like Bella. What was she? Mel gripped his arm. Roderick, I'm sorry for what I said. Mel, stop. We can talk later. No! She pulled him to a stop and stared up at him intently. Her green eyes glittered in the moonlight. I went to sleep and woke up to militia attacking our camp. This isn't a leisurely jaunt to Trill. We're in a battle. And I guess I didn't understand that until now. If I have something to say, I need to say it. Nothing is promised. Roderick swallowed hard. The battle is over, Mel. These are the people you were running from, aren't they? Mel sighed. I don't think we're running from people, Rod. We're running from the Dark Sister herself. She shook her head. Maybe that's a bit overdramatic. Roderick reached out and smoothed her hair. Or maybe not. Mel frowned and lifted her chin. Roderick, I'm sorry for what I said. You've been nothing but kind, and She pursed her lips. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Roderick brushed the back of his hand over her cheekbone, and her legs nearly gave way. He pulled her against his chest as her breath came in quick bursts. Breathe, Mel. Breathe. I'm sorry. I know. I know. He whispered. He didn't know. He had no way of understanding what she'd felt and done tonight, but the words felt right. He drew deep breaths, his chest expanding against hers, hoping his body could calm her, then lowered his head. He pushed her hair from her forehead and brushed his lips over her brow, the crease of her eyelid, her cheek. Breathe. She clutched the fabric of his shirt as her lips parted, the soft murmur of his words. Ginger. Salt, she murmured. His brow furrowed. Do you need? No. The corner of her lips curled. It's what you smell like. He chuckled and pressed her more tightly against him. He highly doubted that. After tonight, he probably smelled like the living dead. Footsteps sounded on the grass behind them, and Roderick tensed. He whirled, folding Mel behind his back and fumbling for his sharp, but very unclean, knife. Soldiers. 2 of them. His eyes hardened at the sight of the emblems emblazoned on their tunics. Their weapons were lowered, and they looked at Mel with pleading eyes. The taller one wet his lips. We have wounded. A weight settled over Roderick's ribs. His men. They'd been attacked. He didn't know how many of them lay injured or dying between the trees. Mel, you don't... She put a hand on his arm and looked up. Find those that are hurt. Please. Again, that look on her face. She'd made up her mind, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to argue with her. Despite the fact that Mel had a gash on her shoulder from when that man attacked her in the trees, her hands were covered in Rael's blood, and she was so tired she could barely stay upright. Roderick nodded, then left her side and walked toward the soldiers. Call your men. We'll gather the wounded together. An owl hooted in the trees as the soldiers led him to the other side of the camp. A creature rustled in the leaves that had already fallen to the ground. A chilled breeze whispered against his skin. He clenched his hands into fists, and for the first time in years, lifted his heart to the goddess. Please, help her. Chapter 22. Mel sighed and shook her head. One more. Roderick growled in exasperation. Mel, we need to treat that cut. Her shoulder ached. Roderick had insisted on tying a strip of fabric around her upper arm, but she still hadn't seen the damage. Her eyelids drooped. Her head felt as though someone had filled it with sap. They're in pain, Rod. They'll make it till morning. The tone in his voice held finality, unlike the last 10 times he tried to tell her to give up and go to bed.
Mel shivered. She couldn't feel her toes. Where's Ryman? Roderick was correct that she needed rest. She'd allow him to take her to the tent, but she needed to give the old blessing giver the apothecary case and make sure someone could check on the last handful of men at least once before dawn. Mel laid the last bottle in its place and latched the lid. Roderick slipped his hands under her arms and tugged her up from the ground. He pulled the forest green case from her grip, then linked his arm in hers and walked toward the central ring of tents. The soldiers had moved them for ease of treatment. Mel wasn't sure if she felt better sleeping near complete strangers or by herself off in the woods. My poles snapped, she murmured. Roderick frowned, but just then, Ryman ducked out from underneath a flap of canvas. His shoulders slumped. They'd done just as Mel had prescribed for Rael, and Paladin hadn't left her side. Ryman crouched next to them on the ground. Where were the others? Mel searched the clearing with bleary eyes and found them. Bella, Taryn, standing next to the ambassador, Elora, and her guards. She'd heard the woman's name repeatedly over the course of the night. Knowing it made the ambassador both more and less terrifying. This was the woman who had taken the life of the temple steward and spread Paladin over the altar as a sacrifice to the goddess. She was a blessing giver, the elected authority of their enclave. She was also a person, a wife, a mother. Those truths clashed with such intensity, Mel couldn't wrap her mind around them. The guards' weapons lay on the ground next to the tents. Mel had worked to heal all the wounded, both Roderick's men and theirs. She'd kept her head down and stayed out of the arguments hurled back and forth between Paladin, Taryn, and Elora. 6 were dead, including Stavro. Only 1 of the soldiers, the one who'd attacked her in the trees, and 4 of the men in their own company. 8 others wounded. Elora pled her case and swore she never intended to harm anyone, that Stavro rushed in without her consent and wouldn't be convinced to pull back. That last part Mel believed, but she wasn't sure about the rest. Paladin wasn't either. He guarded Rael like a mother bear and wouldn't let Elora near. Now he was wrapped in his own blanket next to her. Mel stopped at their side and peeked under the edge of the blankets piled over her patient. A plume of hot air hit her in the face. You've done well. She turned Rael's head to the side. There were still a few streaks of blood along her hairline, but they'd done their best cleaning her up. She was in clean clothes, and her skin was warm to the touch. We can move you both under the shelter, Ryman offered to Paladin. He shook his head. No. Let her rest. She's plenty warm. If she starts to sweat, give her a little air. You still have the grass? Paladin pulled a hand from his blanket and pointed to a pile next to him. Every time she wakes, I'll give her more. Mel smiled and nodded approvingly. She wouldn't have thought Paladin to be good at following instructions, but he was well motivated in this case. Rael looked better. Color had returned to her face. She pressed 2 fingers to Rael's throat. Weak, but steady pulse. Roderick dipped inside the tent across from them and pulled out a rolled-up wool blanket. He handed it to Mel, and she motioned for Paladin to lift his head. Roderick brought the case of herbs to Ryman, but he was otherwise preoccupied. Mel looked up. The ambassador approached. I recognize you, Elora called. She wrapped her cloak tightly around her. The blessing giver stood. Ryman. From the northern... Cantheon, Elora spoke over him. She shrunk into herself, and Mel could almost see the memories flickering across her eyes. Rael said her mother was from the northern mountains. It's how she knew about the dangers of the pollen within winter's heart flowers. Did they know each other from home? Ryman looked old enough to be her father. I doubt either of us has been back there in a long time. Ryman's smile was wistful. You've done well for yourself. Elora stiffened, and her mouth drew into a line. I've done what the goddess intended. How is Tara? Ryman asked. Elora's eyes widened. She's well. Though her eyelids were heavy, Mel gaped. They knew each other. Was this a revelation to Ryman, or had he known about Rael and her mother the entire time they were on the Maiden's Blessing? Hadn't he said something about meeting her once, that day in Roderick's quarters? Ryman ran a hand over his stubbled chin. And what of Jude? Mel frowned. Jude? She pictured the burly man living alone in Calwain.
his thick, shoulder-length hair pulled into a knot behind his head, his broad chest, tattooed arms, and gruff demeanor. The first time she'd sold an elixir to him, she worried it was a setup, and wished she'd stopped there first before filling her purse with payments from other customers. He was the only man she knew by that name. But surely they couldn't be talking about the same person. Yet the very mention of his name made her stomach churn. It was her fault Stavro had appeared that night in Calwain. Her fault he and his men invaded Jude's property. Where was he? She hadn't seen or heard of him after Stavro's men forced her into the pub with Paladin. Elora's expression hardened. I'm here to retrieve my children, and the aberration. That is all. Paladin shot up. We're not your possessions to be retrieved. You know nothing of what you speak, Elora spit. She stalked forward and loomed over him, the closest she'd come to the two of them all night. You aren't safe, and you threaten the safety of my children. And I'll be safe with you? Paladin laughed out loud, his eyes glittering in the dull glow of the fire. You're the one who tried to force poison down his throat. Mel stepped forward. Ha! The ambassador threw up her hands. If it wasn't me, it would have been someone else. The entire order wants him removed. I was more generous than most, and I did it because I had no other choice. Just like you had no choice but to murder Rael's friend, the temple steward? Anger pulsed through Mel, remembering Stavro's words in the pub. Unless they get you into the knickers of the future ambassador. Elora pretended to hold the moral high ground, but Mel knew different. She was my friend first, Elora hissed, her whole body quivering with rage. Mel scoffed. That was even worse. Everything she knew about the ambassador reeked of radical ambition coupled with rigid loyalty to herself and to the order, at the expense of the people she should be loyal to. Rael groaned and shifted under the blanket. Elora's voice wavered as she spoke. Shamir was my oldest friend. We may have grown apart over the years, but I would never wish her harm. I didn't kill anyone, but especially not her. Mel's chest was a pressure cooker. Tell that to the cart drivers lying in the meadow over there. I didn't poison Shamir! Elora exploded. Her hands shook as she dropped the edges of her cloak. Rael's eyes opened, and she focused her gaze on her mother. Then who did? She croaked, more lucid than Mel had seen her all night. Paladin put a protective hand over the blankets resting on her chest. Roderick stepped up next to Mel and put a hand on her lower back. She shivered as the warmth from his body radiated against her chilled side. Elora clutched her stomach and nearly doubled over. Gaius, she whispered. Rael cleared her throat. What did you say? Elora's face was pained. Gaius! He poisoned Shamir. The prophet sent a declaration the day prior to your consecration, Rael. Pressure against the order had been mounting for months, years, really. With the attacks of the heralds and pockets throughout the realm refusing to abide by the laws of Ariadne, he instituted colloidal law. Ryman's lips tightened into a line. Mel had never heard that word before. He knew of this? What does it mean? Mel asked. Ryman exhaled. The name comes from the Book of Ariadne, Words of Calamine, Chapter 2. Creations bound to magic will lead, and all my children will follow. I build mine order to protect and serve. Those who fight against passage shall be sifted as dust. Mel frowned. I don't understand. What does that have to do with instituting a law? The order interprets that scripture as law, Ryman explained. Those who fight against passage, those who dissent, will be sifted. Colloidal law states that anyone who teaches contrary to the order must be removed and given a chance for rebirth, Elora finished. The temple steward had done this. Mel only knew a portion of the details, but she knew the steward Shamir had left something that led Rael and Paladin to the pool in Calwain, to information that undermined the teachings of the order. Rael frowned. Father heard me, at the banquet, talking about Shamir. Father? The man Elora had named was her husband? Elora nodded and stepped forward. Paladin bristled and she paused. There was something off with Caius before your meeting with the council. He wouldn't speak to me. And his guard... Her breath caught. I ran to the temple, but I couldn't find her, and then... A sob choked her, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Rael blinked as her eyes filled with tears. That doesn't explain why you planned to kill him, Mel blurted, pointing at Paladin. Her head pounded, and her shoulder throbbed. This night needed to end, preferably not with the ambassador ordering her guards to murder them in their sleep. Elora's gaze flicked to Ryman. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. You believe the current laws are correct, that his mixed blood poses a threat to the magic, Ryman stated, then waited for her to respond. The ambassador didn't move, and Mel held her breath. He continued. Did you believe that back then? Elora's eyes were glassy in the torchlight. It felt as if Ryman was making an important point, and Mel wanted to understand, but her mind was sluggish. The hearts beating around her sounded like thumping drums, the crickets chirping deep within the trees like the screech of rusted hinges. No. Elora pulled herself to her full height, the tilt of her head instantly regal. But I've learned much since then. Ryman's lip twitched. Not enough, it appears. Finish this tomorrow, Paladin grunted. She needs rest. Can she use this tent? Roderick pointed next to them, and Ryman nodded. Roderick pulled Mel by her good arm backward and brought the case of herbs with him. As soon as they entered through the canvas flap, Mel dropped to her knees on the matted grass. She couldn't remember her life before she'd woken up to the sounds of terror, before the stark clearing, before she felt the world at double the intensity. Don't lie down yet. Roderick knelt next to her and lifted her arm. He loosened the knot and tugged at the fabric he'd tied there earlier. Mel flinched as it pulled against her skin, fused to the wound with dried blood. I'm sorry, he murmured as he peeled it off. Mel looked over her shoulder. The gash still seeped. It was long, but not deep enough to require stitching. Roderick opened the case of herbs and pulled out one of the last clean strips of cloth. I'd normally use calendula oil, but you know better. Tell me what you want. Mel suddenly understood his consternation on the maiden's blessing. She hated sitting here weak and helpless, telling him how to take care of her. He didn't have to be here. He could have gone back to his tent hours ago, when Elora had told her guard to hold back. But she was glad he stayed. Roderick hadn't left her side. Was it pity? Chivalry? Whatever was motivating him to be here in the middle of the night, she was grateful. Calendula is perfect, she whispered. Add in a little mint. Roderick wet one side of the cloth with alcohol. This is going to sting. Mel braced herself. The acrid smell stung her nostrils as he brought the cloth to her skin and dabbed. Pain, sharp and acute, flashed through her as the liquid seeped into her open flesh. She gritted her teeth and sucked in a breath. I know, I'm sorry. Mel squeezed her eyes shut. Stop apologizing. Roderick grunted as he cleaned the blood from her skin. Almost done. Mel nodded. When he pulled the cloth away, she finally drew a full, deep breath. It felt as if she'd brushed up against a branch of stinging thistle. This time, when he dabbed her skin, the pain dulled. Better? He asked. Mel sighed and unclenched her fists. Pain had chased away the exhaustion pulling on her moments before and made her body hyper-aware. Maybe she could go tend to those men in the clearing? Don't even think about it. Roderick leaned close, his breath pulsing against her neck and shoulder. His brow was furrowed as he focused on treating her wound. The stinging was gone now, replaced by a dull ache. Roderick searched for a clean bandage. There weren't any left in the case, so Mel pointed to the hem of her blouse, where they'd torn the last one. You won't have much shirt if I take that. You're one to talk. Mel shot a look at the bottom of his button-up. Roderick met her eyes, and his lip twitched, pulling on the tiny scar on his chin. Each time he looked at her, there was a hint of surprise. Her eyes. That had to be it. She'd been consecrated and felt the magic flow through her. They had to be different, and she hadn't even seen them yet. What do they look like? Her breath came in short bursts, not sure she was ready to hear his answer. His hand still supported her elbow, and the rest of her body faded into the background as his eyes seared into hers. There were only his fingertips against her skin, and the molten rock swirling in her stomach. Green. His voice was a whisper. Like the sea? She loved the way he was looking at her, like she was brand new. Roderick shook his head. He lifted a hand and tipped her chin toward him, then narrowed his eyes. Brighter than the trees, deeper than the grass, like fresh garden greens. The corner of Mel's mouth curled. Do you have a garden? Roderick was so entranced he didn't notice she was teasing. He answered seriously. No, but I get vegetables from the farm stand in Aith, most Sundays. He dropped his hand, but before her body's disappointment could fully set in, his fingers grazed her hip. Mel's breath hitched, and Roderick noticed. His eyes snapped into focus, as if he'd fallen out of a trance. His eyes trailed down her front as he reached for the hem of her shirt and tore another strip of fabric from the bodice. Her skin prickled with her hip now exposed to the chilled night air. Roderick wet his lips, and blood rushed from Mel's extremities to pool at her center. Even as she'd worked to heal the wounded in their company, she'd been aware of every touch of his hands, every flick of his eyes, every held breath and frustrated exhale. She'd stored them up until this moment, where she had time to take them out and look at them. Thank you, she whispered as he wrapped the fabric around her arm. For staying with me. I'm sorry it's so late. Stop apologizing. Roderick tugged on the strip to make sure it was snug but not too tight, then secured it and rolled down her sleeve. His fingers trailed down her skin, sending bursts of pure energy shooting straight from her arm into her middle, then upward, transforming into bright sparks of light behind her eyes. When he was about to pull away, Mel reached out and caught his hand. Roderick looked up, and her heart flipped. What was she doing? She'd been up half the night. They both needed sleep. Her mind was fuzzy, but the thought of him standing up and leaving her alone in this tent was intolerable. Her senses filled her to the brim. She wasn't thinking clearly. This wasn't a good idea, and the last time she'd given in to something like that, she'd hurt Leeds. Perhaps she shouldn't. His eyes bore into hers, and her cheeks flushed. Did he want to stay? Mel's heart beat as fast as the drops that had pelted the window of Roderick's cabin the night she'd awoken in his bed. She'd walked off his ship thinking she was ready to say goodbye. She wasn't. She wasn't ready for him to duck back outside and join the others. She wasn't ready for those lights bursting behind her eyes to go out. Chapter 23. Mel felt like a kettle about to boil over as Roderick circled his fingers around her wrist and pulled her from the grass to her knees. How could she know this man so intimately, and yet feel like she'd never been touched by him before? She sucked in a breath as his hands slid down her sides. He took his time, rolling over each rib before landing at her waist and pulling her flush against his chest. Earlier he'd held her close, but not like this. He'd been comforting her then. This was exploratory, purposeful. Her fingers shot up, pressing against his stomach, and his muscles tensed. The tent suddenly felt too small and the air between them too thick. He lowered his head, and his nose slid against her cheek as his lips brushed hers. Tentative, curious, as if he were licking his finger and holding it high in the air to see which direction the wind was blowing. Mel unraveled like a ball of yarn. Spinning so fast, each end slipped between her fingers. She tangled her hands in his shirt, refusing to let him pull back even if he wanted to. Goddess, she hoped he didn't want to. His mouth caught hers, and this time, there was no trace of a question. Her lips parted for his tongue, and the feel of his teeth against her lower lip pulled a half moan from her throat. The sound made Roderick's hands frantic. They slid over her backside, squeezing and releasing, then clamping over her upper thighs and pulling her onto his lap as he sat back. Is this okay? Mel sighed and nodded, then straddled him, tightening her legs around his waist. Her heartbeat throbbed in her shoulder, but she didn't care. She sat higher than him now, and the sense of control thrilled her. She skimmed her fingers over his collarbone, the vein near his throat pulsing wildly, then moved to the back of his neck where his hair was so short it felt like the fuzz of a ripe peach.
"I've missed you, Mel. So much."
Roderick's voice was rough. His lips pushed and pulled against hers with such force, she had no choice but to believe him. "I tried not to think about you," she whispered, recognizing now that she'd been fighting off the inevitable. The force of her feeling had terrified her the moment she'd seen him on the ship, and now it was exponentially worse. His hand slipped up the back of her shirt. She didn't wear traditional underclothes anymore, and as Roderick's fingers moved against her bare skin, his breathing quickened.
"Did you succeed?"
Mel shook her head. "Hardly ever." It was more of a whimper than actual words. She threw her head back as Roderick hungrily kissed and nipped at her neck. "Rod." She whispered his name like a prayer, and he ground his hips against her. She felt along the collar of his shirt until she found the buttons and had barely pulled it open when Ryman's voice sounded at the door of the tent. Roderick went rigid under her, and Mel froze, as if someone had just splashed her face with seawater. The hum of voices outside the tent had silenced at some point, and she'd been too distracted to notice. A torch moved closer. Roderick's eyes were wide as she pulled back and scrambled off his thighs. She took one look at him, his eyes dark and glassy, his hair mussed, his lips pink and swollen, and knew whoever opened that tent flap would see exactly how little they'd been focused on tending to her arm. Mel flopped to the ground, wincing as her right shoulder hit the grass, and quickly rolled to her opposite side. Roderick got the hint and grabbed a blanket folded in the corner. He flicked it open and lay down next to her, then pulled it over both of them. The tent lit up like midday as Ryman moved the torch closer and stuck it into the ground near the entrance. Mel kept her eyes shut and worked to settle her breathing. Roderick reached for her hand under the blanket. Ryman cleared his throat. "Is Mel all right in there?" he asked. When neither of them answered, he flicked open the canvas and peered in. "Lie still. Breathe deeply," Mel reminded herself. Ryman sighed. "Looks like I'll be using Roderick's tent tonight." "Oh, Mel's," Bella whispered. "I'm glad she's getting sleep." "She needs it after tonight. They both do," Ryman agreed. Bella exhaled. "What the ambassador said." "It changes nothing." Light flickered in the tent as Ryman pulled the torch free. "But if the heralds leave Trill?" "They won't. Not all of them. Even if he's not there, we'll find someone to lead us." Bella answered, but her words were muffled, unintelligible. They were too far from the tent, even with Mel's new sensitive hearing. In another moment, the light disappeared completely, and she and Roderick lay in complete darkness. Roderick shifted closer, until their entwined fingers measured the space between them. Mel shivered, leaning into the warmth from his body. "Who are they looking for?" Roderick whispered. Mel released her breath. "I don't know." "But you're going with them?" "Yes." Roderick's thumb brushed circles over hers. "To follow the dream? To look for the stone?" Days. They had days before she would be going west to Trill. And he'd be splitting off south to drop his shipment in Yearns. Her heart sank like lead in her chest. Then, Roderick had a ship to catch. Mel didn't answer. The lump in her throat was so thick, it was painful to swallow. What had she been thinking? This thing, her wanting Roderick, it couldn't happen. She could miss him, love him even, but it didn't mean they could be together. Mel's head throbbed as she squeezed her eyes shut and curled into herself. "Good night, Roderick." Roderick's breath whistled out of him. He tightened his grip on her hand. "Good night, Mel." Mel was gone when Roderick woke. The night before began to take shape in his mind, blurry and not fully formed, until he moved the blanket and released a hint of peppermint into the air. The soap smelled different on her, softer, more floral. His chest tightened as he remembered the feel of her on top of him, the silk of her skin and ridge of her spine under his fingertips. What had he said?
After Ryman interrupted them, Mel had closed off. Her voice was suddenly cold and tight. It wasn't until her breathing slowed that her hand finally relaxed in his. Roderick had lain there next to her, his mind racing. There she was, sleeping next to him. And he felt just as alone as he had on the Maiden's Blessing, when she'd been on the lower deck. Roderick ran a hand over his face and sat up. She'd started things, hadn't she? She caught his hand, not the other way around. He exhaled and looked down. He was still in his clothes, but desperately needed a shower and change. The light was golden and hazy, and it was mostly silent outside the tent. It had to be early. A creek had run next to the road for the last few hours of the trip the night before, then meandered through the trees not too far west of their camp. It was why they'd chosen to stop here, and while the creek wasn't especially deep, it would work for a quick bath. Roderick folded the blanket and set it back in the corner, then crouched and slipped through the tent flap. He nodded as he passed one of the coach drivers starting a fire over last night's coals. His stomach grumbled. He'd get clean, then help the man cook breakfast. The hatch to the coach was slightly open, but nothing seemed to be missing. He found his trunk and pulled out clean underclothes, a shirt and slacks. Mel hadn't been wearing full underclothes. As his fingers had explored her skin, he felt only a thin strip of ribbed fabric connecting around her ribcage. Even thinking of it now made him shiver. He'd heard of such things, of course. Men talking about this lascivious trend in women's clothing, but he'd never seen it himself. He hadn't seen much of anything himself when it came to women over the past few years. Now his curiosity over what that article of clothing looked like on Mel's body nearly drove him mad. How he wished he could go back to that night in his quarters, freeze the world, talk as long as it took for her to hold on to him, arch her back, and breathe his name the way she had last night. His skin tingled as he riffled for a bar of soap, then closed the trunk and shut the hatch. He adjusted his slacks and bundled the clean clothes under his arm. The water of the creek was precisely what he needed. The colder, the better. A soldier strode past, and Roderick stopped him. "You and your men. You'll collect the bodies of the dead. Wrap them respectfully." Tell the ambassador I give the orders here," Roderick snapped. The man nodded his head, then turned and hustled back in the direction he came. Where had they stayed last night? Roderick shook his head. Didn't matter. He stalked past the camp and through the trees, listening for the sound of running water. It didn't take him long to lock in on the burble and chatter. He tromped forward and started down the incline before he saw her. Then, it was too late to retreat. He'd been too loud on his approach. Mel froze with her arm over her head. She faced away from him, knee-deep in the water, her short, dark hair slicked against her head, her fair skin slippery and shimmering in the morning sunlight. He groaned and turned around quickly before she could twist her head and see the effect her body had on him. "Roderick?" He clenched his jaw as water splashed behind him. Mother of light. "I'm sorry, I came down to clean up. I didn't know. Didn't I tell you to stop apologizing?" More splashing. "Give me a second. I'm almost done." Heat flushed to his cheeks, and his mind was ablaze. He couldn't stop imagining what was happening behind him right now. She leaned down to cup her hands in the water. She shivered as she poured the frigid water over her, rinsing off the suds. He blinked, searching for anything to distract himself. Flowers? There were tiny purple flowers coming to life along the hillside as golden streaks of light washed over them. Goddess, he wanted to turn. To press her down against the grass and show her he hadn't been making anything up last night. But something told him to wait. Mel pulled away from him. She'd said good night. Every time she pulled away, and every time he was left to chase her. His ribs seemed to shrink, pressing in on him until each breath was short and shallow. He couldn't keep running after her. This time, she had to come to him. "I'm dressed," she called behind him. Roderick forced his lungs to expand, then settled the bundle of clothes over his waist and turned. He swallowed the urge to apologize again. Mel ran her fingers through her damp hair. The tip of her nose was pink from the cold. "All yours." "I doubt that," he muttered. He drew a breath and walked down the embankment. "Nothing." "Roderick."
He pulled off his shirt and set it on the same boulder Mel had used for her clothes, then unbuttoned his pants. Mel spun around. Good. He didn't want to have this conversation now, or ever, for that matter. He didn't need to hear her explain why he wasn't good enough for her a third time. "I'll see you back at camp, then," Mel stammered. "Yes. Maybe. Hopefully." He settled for a grunt as he dropped his pants to the ground. Roderick walked back to camp chilled but clean. He folded his dirty clothes and tucked them into his trunk. He could hire out the laundry when they arrived in Yearns. Then, as long as Valta had been successful hiring laborers for the Maiden's Blessing, she'd arrive within the week at port. Back to everyday life. A hollow pang in his stomach made him flinch. 2 weeks ago, he would have told anyone who asked that he wouldn't trade a thing in his life. He loved the variety of city life juxtaposed with escaping to the open sea. Now, it felt monotonous and mundane. Less like an adventure and more of a prison. His shoulders tightened as he shut the hatch on the coach. He shouldn't have kissed her. Shouldn't have allowed himself to feel this again. He should have tucked himself away in his quarters and never asked questions, never gotten involved. Bella admitted she'd seen something, that she'd been the one to plant the idea in Valta's head of him taking the shipment to Yearns. The goddess wanted him here. But what had it gotten him? Wasted time? Dead and wounded drivers? A new salacious moment to haunt him when he rode away from Mel. "Thank the goddess," he muttered as he strode toward the fire. One of the cart drivers had already started sausages cooking. Ryman worked to cook corn cakes on an iron griddle. Roderick's mouth watered as he sat on a stump next to Ryman and offered to flip. The old blessing giver handed him the wooden spatula. "You look refreshed." "Clean, at least," Roderick grunted, then tested the edges of the cakes already cooking. Not quite dry enough to turn. "I'll help, with your men. Whatever I can do. I'll get in touch with their families as soon as we arrive in Yearns. I told the soldiers to prepare the bodies." "I'm sorry, Roderick." Roderick nodded. What else was there to do? He didn't know the cart drivers personally, but they were under his care. He'd make sure their belongings and a generous sum of money was returned to each of their families. The ambassador would be contributing something too, if he had anything to say about it. The old blessing giver scooped a pat of dough from the bowl and formed it into a flat sphere. "You slept?" Roderick sighed. "I did." His thoughts returned to the night before, and questions piled up in his head as he poked at the dough. Mel's eyes had turned green. She was part of the magic, but how? She wasn't a blessing giver or balancer, so what did any of it mean? Paladin approached with eyes puffy and draped with dark circles. He looked like Roderick felt. "Ryman, can I bend your ear?" Paladin asked. He pointed across the clearing. "We have Bella and Mel." Roderick followed his arm. Mel tousled Terran's hair as he leaned glumly against the trunk of a pine. He swatted her hand away. "Right." Ryman stood and set the bowl next to Roderick's feet. "Can you keep cooking?" Roderick nodded. He slipped the spatula under the cakes and flipped them as Ryman retreated from the fire. His insides roiled as the dough hissed on the griddle. He glanced up and watched their group form a circle on the grass. Mel was a part of them now. She felt and saw things he'd never understand. The gap between them seemed to widen into a chasm. Her on one side, him on the other. Roderick removed the cooked corn cakes and rolled up his sleeves to scoop dough from the bowl. It felt as if a scorched stone from the fire had slipped down his throat and settled in his stomach. He thought he'd lost Mel 6 years ago. Today, he knew it. Chapter 24. Mel stepped back and watched. This wasn't her fight, and she had no desire to step in between Rael and her mother as she had the night before. Rael still wasn't fully healed, but at least she could speak for herself. "Have you heard anything I've said?" Rael pressed a hand to her temples. "Every word!" Elora planted her hands on her hips. Her long silver hair was twisted into a chignon at the base of her neck. Her violet eyes flashed, and Rael's trepidation in confronting the woman suddenly made sense. Her high cheekbones and angular features combined with the predatory curve of her body was intimidating. Last night she'd been a riled-up mother bear. This morning, she was the ambassador, a woman versed in the world of power and politics and used to having things her way. Bella shifted uncomfortably on her feet next to Mel. Paladin and Ryman stood next to Taryn in front of them. Mel leaned in. Nobody would notice if we snuck away to help the cart drivers pack up, would they? Bella smirked. Rael exhaled. Paladin is not a threat to the order, Mother. Then explain the darkness in his eyes, the hole in that ship. Who told you about that? Rael scanned the group from her seat on the edge of the cart and landed on Taryn. He swallowed hard. Don't blame your brother. Paladin's a threat to himself, Rael exploded. Sidoni is coming, Mother, whether you like it or not. The pollution of the fount isn't his fault or anyone else's. It was bound to happen, and we have to put an end to this division between our enclaves, between all the bloodlines, if we want to protect the magic. Elora blanched, her lips pulling into a tight line. I don't. Rael whirled and pointed at Bella and Mel. Look at their eyes, Mother. She paused a beat, waiting for Elora to do as she'd commanded. The Order doesn't have all the answers. Elora opened her mouth to speak, but snapped it closed again. Rael dropped her hands as Paladin sat next to her and put a hand on the small of her back. Mel's stomach twinged. She'd woken up to Roderick's arm draped over her hips. She hadn't wanted to leave the tent, which was how she knew she had to. Her skin prickled, remembering. Rael drew a breath. Like Paladin told you last night, we won't be going back with you. If you try to force us, we'll find a way out. Ariadne has led us here, and we are on her errand. She will provide a way for us to reach Trill. Rael swallowed and pressed a hand against Paladin's thigh. Then I'll come with you. The fight seemed to physically seep out of Elora, draining into the dew-kissed grass. She was once again a mother, grappling for any hold on the children she loved. Rael shook her head. Not with your guard, and only if you promise to do exactly as we say. I'm the ambassador. I need protection. The second I step foot in Trill, you won't be setting foot in Trill. You'll be waiting at our camp outside of the city until we find what we're looking for. They'd settled on this plan during breakfast. Rael and Paladin had set out to find the lost lines, and without even making it to their destination, they'd discovered two. That had to mean they were on the right track. Elora ground her teeth, and Mel wished she could slink back behind Taryn and Ryman. Standing here in the midst of them, she felt uprooted. Rael had grown up in the Enclave, steeped in the teachings of Ariadne. Bella's people had a long history and tradition, living separate and in secret from the Order, but connected deeply with their ancestors. Mel had nothing. No information on where she came from or what the purpose of the magic in her blood was. Besides the fact that Rael and Paladin had seen an image on a cave wall, her existence was an utter mystery. Another thing she and Paladin had in common. She caught his eye, wondering if he always felt this alone. After everything that happened last night, her mind splintered in every direction with possibilities of what her magic was capable of, but even that was terrifying. She didn't have an enclave to go to, no mentors to teach her how to hone her abilities. Paladin was the only one who understood expanded access to the fount, but his description didn't match her experience so far. Different lines, different connections. Ryman and Bella were focused solely on the heralds and the bloodstones Mel had seen in her dream. Her bloodstone. Whatever she was, an herbalist? It didn't have the same ring to it as the blessing givers, balancers, or diviners. Herbalists were common. Skilled and needed, but not befitting a status like this. Maybe Ryman had some idea, some obscure verse in the book of Ariadne that would give her a clue. I need to go into the city. Elora spoke with forced calm. If what you say is true, the prophet won't believe you. Ryman stepped forward. Trust me, I've tried. Elora scoffed and gestured between Mel and Bella. You showed him this? Did it change your convictions when someone showed you this? Ryman put a hand on Paladin's shoulder.
And you had the benefit of knowing this was possible long ago.
Elora's cheeks flushed. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's right. Just because the order declares something doesn't mean it's true either, Rael asserted.
I believe what your daughter said, Elora, Ryman continued. Ariadne will provide a way. Perhaps you are the ambassador for more reasons than we know. For now, our knowledge is sensitive enough. We do not wish to take it to the prophet. Not yet.
Fear flickered through the ambassador's expression before she drew a veil of calm over her face. My guard will accompany the shipment to Alierne, then return to Trill to accompany me back to the Enclave, at which point you will be returning with me. She turned her eyes on Terran. The boy nodded and dropped his eyes. Then it's settled. Rael pursed her lips, and Paladin took her hand. The ambassador caught the movement, and her expression hardened. Nothing was settled. Elora was doing an excellent job of pretending. Why, Mel couldn't begin to fathom. For Rael's sake? Her own survival? The ambassador, though she spoke the words they all wanted to hear, had taken an oath to sustain the order. She was loyal to the prophet, and Mel was yet to be convinced that loyalty extended to anyone else. Rael seemed to believe she had the upper hand, but Mel wasn't so sure. They needed to be wary, vigilant. Elora hadn't said a word about Stavros' death, nor her guard. It probably made her life easier. How could Rael not see that the ambassador was out to protect one person and one person only? But she couldn't add Elora's motivations to her list of worries at the moment. Mel existed on a new plane, flowing just outside of the reality she'd accepted. It still felt as if Ryman and Bella spoke of myth, even though the proof of their words sat on her own face. She hadn't thought it was possible to feel more lonely than she had over the past 6 years. Every second, she seemed to be learning something new. They packed up camp and returned to the road. Mel attended to the wounded cart drivers. The bodies she'd seen the night before were gone, and nobody spoke of it, though she guessed Elora had ordered her guards to bury them. The image of Bella sliding her dagger between Stavros' ribs flashed through her mind. He was gone. Elora was here. And while Mel didn't trust her, at least they were no longer being hunted. She wanted to ask Terran if he'd had any other dreams, but she couldn't catch him alone. His mother hovered over him like a hen over her clutch of eggs, and though Terran had obviously informed her of their adventure on the ship, Mel wasn't sure if she knew everything that had transpired. She rode in the same coach with Ryman and Bella, but Roderick didn't join them. They were down a cart driver, and even though Elora's guard walked along the road next to them and could have provided a driver, Roderick took the job. Mel couldn't fight the suspicion that he was avoiding her. By nightfall, she was positive his absence was purposeful. The camp wasn't that large, and yet they hadn't crossed paths once. Roderick was missing at dinner, and when she left the fire to turn in, she finally heard his voice wafting through the tent canvas. Something heavy flipped in her chest at the sound of it. Not seeing him made her frantic to catch sight of him, and that knowledge only made the pit in her abdomen gape wider. She still loved him. Of course she did. She'd never stopped loving him. But that wasn't the issue. Last night, when his hands were pressed against her skin, he told her he still thought about her. Mel lay back on her blanket and stared up at the shadows cast by movement near the fire. Was he still out there now, hunched over the flame, his dark brows pulled together, rubbing his fingers over the sliver of a scar on his chin where his stubble no longer grew? What was she supposed to do? The idea of her walking out there when he'd worked so hard to stay away from her made her stomach feel like it was full of freshly hatched snakes. They had one more day, one more night before they parted ways, and she began the search alongside the others for Gish and the stone. Mel curled her knees into her chest. Tomorrow. She would find him and talk to him tomorrow, because no amount of seeing or touching him could make the ache in her chest worse than this. Mel had to wait all day for an opportunity. Roderick was absent at breakfast, then took up his perch on the driver's seat before she could catch him alone. Each second seemed to stretch as she bumped along inside the coach. She asked about Aeon, but barely listened to the answers. Ryman suspected her ability to find her way there was due to her connection with the physical realm. Mel appreciated the thought. Despite feeling like her intestines had been twisting for 2 days straight, she was grateful at least one piece of herself had settled into place. Her affinity for plants and herbs made sense. It was a goddess-given part of her, and if nothing else cleared up, at least she had that. Her consecration changed every belief she'd accepted about herself since leaving Cantheon, and somehow, nothing at all. That night, when voices died down around the fire, replaced by a hiss of water being poured over the coals, Mel slipped out of her tent and ducked through the trees. Roderick had to be in his tent. She'd watched carefully as they set up camp and memorized which one was his, next to the large oak. Easy enough to spot in the dark. Her heart pounded like a pestle slamming against its mortar until all she could hear was blood rushing through her ears. In the off chance that Rod didn't immediately kick her out, what was she going to say to him? She grasped for the closest tree trunk and fell against it, resting her cheek on the rough bark. Her heart raced. Was she going to do this? Could she cast aside the beliefs she'd held for so long for Roderick? It was too much, too dangerous. She should go back. If either option was torture, why risk it? Because you love him, her heart whispered. Mel nearly groaned out loud. She'd been true to the laws of Ariadne, done everything the goddess wanted. Why couldn't she stop loving him? The question stole the breath from her lungs, and the tree warmed beneath her fingertips. Wrong question. Should she stop loving him? The wind blustering within her seemed to shift direction. She'd left to protect him, to give him another chance. She'd left to follow the laws of the Order, laws that seemed to be unraveling as fast as Rael and Ryman could pull on the loose threads. What if this was one of those laws? Even if it wasn't, had leaving protected him as she'd hoped? Mel pressed harder into the tree until the bark dented her cheek. Warmth spread from her fingertips through her palms, then flooded past her wrists toward the crook of her elbows. She needed the scriptures. She'd never owned a book of Ariadne and hadn't sought one at the temple in Calwain. Certainly not from Stavro. Where were his things? If she could read those verses again, for herself, and... The bark suddenly gave way. Mel's arms swung together, smacking into each other as her eyes flew open. She arched her back to stay standing, but her momentum was too great. She teetered for one precarious second, and then fell forward into nothingness. The Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, Prophetess under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 5, Verse 1. When thy soul singeth and lifteth above the tops of the trees, then shalt thou know her. Chapter 25. Mel fought for breath only to realize she didn't have any. She drifted outside of her body, searching for any shred of information to orient herself. The tree she'd been braced against had disappeared, and she'd fallen into... what? A hole? A pit? Thoughts of death or rebirth didn't cross her mind. She was still herself, still positive she existed. But this was mind-bending. Could it be Aeon? If it was, how had she gotten there from full consciousness? It was the only thought that made sense, but this was nothing like the other times she'd dreamwalked. She couldn't see herself, for one, and there didn't seem to be anything to move toward, for another. Though she still didn't have a physical form, this felt more solid, tangible. All of it was a complete contradiction. The sound of water. She didn't need to push forward because she was already moving. Something flowed around her, carrying her through the abyss, until the darkness started to lift. There wasn't light, exactly. No brilliant flashes or an obvious source of illumination, but the darkness seemed to glow from within, as if it were a living thing. A hum grew around her, buzzing through her, then pulsing with steady, rhythmic beats. This was familiar, too. She racked her brain trying to place the sound. No, not sound. Feeling. A memory of her ear against Roderick's chest. A beating heart. Though she had no way to sense it, the flow around her slowed, then stopped, as vibrations threaded through her, pulling her soul into alignment with their peaks and valleys until they were one. Only then did Ariadne speak. Daughter. One word, 2 syllables, 1 breath, and Mel's awareness was bathed in warmth, in acceptance. Every gaping wound in Mel's heart was stitched up and sealed, soothed with a balm she never in her wildest dreams could have concocted. Had she been a failure? A disappointment? Or had she only made up that story in her own head? 1 word, and Mel's healing was instantaneous, permanent, as if her heart had never been torn apart in the first place. You will have to choose between breaking your heart or protecting it. You may not have both. Her curse, just like her blessings, had to be false. Nothing had ever felt more like both than this moment. Mel wanted to speak, to open her mouth and give solidity to the thoughts and feelings zipping through her, but she couldn't. Words weren't sufficient. She'd passed the point where language pushed through barriers of communication and had reached a place where it only hindered. She opened herself like she had next to Rael, with her hands on Paladin's chest. She didn't have much experience with the fount, but that moment was muscle memory, warmth, breath. Mel's soul filled to the brim, like a wash basin flooded with water that never quite spilled over the edge. This was who she was. Not a girl from Cantheon, not a wife, not an herbalist, not even a mother. All the titles she gave herself meant nothing. They were fleeting, gifted and taken away in the snap of a finger. Mel knew this better than anyone, and yet she hadn't understood it until this moment. Love overwhelmed her, whispering to her heart. Mel was Ariadne's, sealed to her magic, sealed to her blood, living within a fallen realm destined to return to the goddess. She had to return. They all did. The stones, the bloodlines, this was why they had to find them, had to figure out how to use them and protect their connection to Ariadne's magic. Because all of Ariadne's children deserved to know this, to feel this. Rael and Paladin had tried to tell her. Ryman and Bella had explained the best they could. It had simply been impossible to translate. She had to tell them she understood. No. First, she had to find Rodri. All Mel did was think it, and she was whirled back from the glow, the warmth, the ancient heart rhythm. She spun until her feet solidified underneath her and her arms again stretched wide. Mel winced. Something bit into her cheek. The tree. She pulled back and blinked. Now. Rodri. She rushed forward into the night, twice nearly tripping over exposed roots despite her improved senses and the light from the torches that still burned near the fire ring. Finally, she saw his tent under the oak. Mel darted forward and ducked through the flap. Rodri shouted and flung his arm out, catching her in the side of the face with his knuckles. Mel yelped, "Rodri!" She doubled over and backed up. "Mel?" He gasped for breath, still standing in a defensive crouch. "Yes, Rod! You nearly knocked me out!" She snapped up straight and pressed a hand over her throbbing cheekbone. Rodri ran a hand over his face. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and the sight of his bare chest heaving made Mel temporarily forget who she was or why she was standing there. Or perhaps that was the blunt trauma to her head. "Have you ever heard of knocking?" Rodri growled. Mel gestured to the soft canvas incredulously, and Rodri muttered something under his breath. After he composed himself, he stepped forward and pulled her hand from her cheek. He whistled through his teeth. "You'll have a bruise, but it didn't break the skin." Heat radiated from his body, his touch feather-light against her cheek. "What were you thinking, Mel? Why did you dive in here like that?" Mel swallowed hard. It hadn't even occurred to her to walk slowly. "Because you've been avoiding me. I needed to talk to you." A muscle in Rodri's jaw tightened, then released. "About what?" He dropped his hand and stepped back, rubbing his fingers as if they'd been scorched. He hadn't refuted her first statement. Just like in the dream, Mel found herself speechless. How could she put everything she needed to tell him into words? How could she explain how she'd left for him 6 years ago, but only now realized it hadn't been for him at all. It had been to protect her own heart, to keep from ever having to feel the dread and despair that overwhelmed her whilst holding their lifeless son in her arms again. She left to pretend she wasn't inadequate, to pretend she held value to the goddess. If she could only sacrifice and let him move on without her. How could she make him understand that she'd never stopped loving him, but that she didn't even know what love meant until a few seconds ago, when she fell through a tree and landed in a dark, glowing place with a heartbeat like his? It sounded utterly insane. Maybe she was insane. Either way, she couldn't do any of it justice. It wasn't possible. But unlike her experience moments before, here in this reality, she had to at least try. Mel swallowed the lump growing in her throat. Rod, I think I was wrong. About all of it. I never should have left you in Cantheon, but maybe I had to. She looked down at her hands, clenching them in front of her to keep from trembling. When she looked back up, his face was unreadable. She had to finish. No matter what his response was, she couldn't let this living root be stifled inside her any longer. I love you, Rod. So much it hurts. I thought if I stopped loving you, if I set you free, you could be better, have better. But all of that is still here inside me. It never left, even though I did. She sounded pathetic. The pleading in her voice made her want to dive back into the woods and hide under a rock. I have to go to Yearns. Roderick's voice was throaty and gruff. Mel nodded. I know. I have to go to Trill. Tomorrow, Mel. She squeezed her eyes shut and ran her hands through her hair. I know, Rod. I don't know how to make this work. I only know I still love you. She dropped her arms as tears filled her eyes. She didn't hold them back this time. A flood of desperation and regret surged through her as tears spilled over her eyelids and dropped onto her cheeks. I've been drowning for 6 years, searching for air underwater, and the moment I see you, it's like... You can breathe again. She nodded, her face screwing up. Except I can't, because you're not right here. I haven't seen you in days, and... Mel choked on a sob, and Roderick closed the distance between them. His arms ran over her back in slow, soothing motions as he pulled her tightly to his chest. She flattened against him, turning her head to hear his heart. Her tears made his skin slick, and she burrowed her head under his chin, working to catch her breath. Shh, he whispered. I'm here now. What did that mean? Was he only comforting her again, or did he want what she did? Mel pressed her lips against his collarbone, tasting the salt of her tears mixed with his skin. She ran her hands along his waist, reveling in the way his skin prickled under her touch. He was here, holding her in his arms, but that wasn't enough. She needed more of him, right now, or her body was going to split at the seams. Can you forgive me? She whispered as she dragged her lips over his shoulder. Roderick wrapped his hand around the back of her neck and turned her head, then dropped his mouth over hers. His breath was hot, lips insistent. Done, he growled, then slipped his tongue against hers. A low sound hummed in her throat. I won't do it again, ever. Roderick tugged at the hem of her shirt, and she raised her hands over her head. He slipped the blouse off in one swift motion and raked his eyes down her body, lingering on the straps sitting on her shoulders, and the thin fabric curving over her breasts. Except when you leave for Trill. The vein in his neck pulsed as his pupils dilated, seeming to absorb the shadows from every corner of the tent. Mel swallowed hard. Except for that. Roderick nodded once, and his eyes glazed as he reached for her. He trailed kisses from the edge of her mouth across her jaw, then sank his teeth gently into the tender skin under the lobe of her ear. Mel's body lit on fire. He fumbled with the fabric over her chest, searching for the tie. I like the smell, but I need it off. Mel tugged at the button of his slacks. Well, I don't like these. I don't like them at all. Roderick laughed low in his throat. The sound made her body sing as if she were a crystal glass, and he'd run his finger over her edges. He undid the button, dropping his slacks to the floor as Mel unclasped her underclothes. She reached for her own slacks, but Roderick caught her hand. That I'm capable of. He twined his fingers with hers, holding her arms at the side as he lowered himself in front of her.
Your body? I'd forgotten. Mel arched into him as his lips brushed against the curve of her breast, then down her center until he dropped fully to his knees. Everywhere he touched, her skin sizzled. Her insides melted like butter against a hot skillet. Roderick pressed his face into the hollow of her stomach, his breath molten against her skin, then pulled his hands from hers to unclasp her slacks. Mel grasped onto his shoulders, too dizzy to see straight. She shimmied as he pulled the waistband over her hips, then stepped out of them, kicking her clothes to the side of the tent. I didn't need an escort, Roderick rasped as he clasped his hands over her backside, then ran his fingers under the band of the last stitch of fabric she had on. I think I knew that, she gasped. Roderick groaned, and the stubble on his chin raised against her skin. Goddess Mel, what took you so long? Maybe I like making you wait, she panted, digging her fingertips into the muscles of his shoulders. Roderick laughed, full-bodied and low, then grazed his teeth over the bone of her hip. Now that, I believe. Mel sighed and threaded her hands through his hair. Roderick rose between her arms, only high enough that he could wrap his arms around her waist and pull her down to his level. He reached to spread the blanket out beneath them, but Mel shook her head. I want to feel the grass. She leaned into him, forcing her hips against his as she kissed the scar on his chin. Roderick shivered, then tightened his arms around her and flipped her onto the cool ground. He lowered himself over her, and Mel snaked her arms around his neck. Roderick's eyes narrowed as he paused, and he brushed his lips over her swollen cheek. I'm sorry I hit you. His hand found its way to her belly button, then trailed lower over her skin. His palm rested over her, and she sucked in a breath. Stop apologizing and make it up to me. Roderick's eyes danced. Gladly.
Chapter 26. Roderick woke to the soft light of dawn. His breath misted above him as Mel snuggled closer against his side, nestling against him like a baby tawn rabbit. Neither of them had bothered to put on clothes before wrapping themselves in a blanket and dropping off into exhausted, satisfied sleep. Now, he dreaded slipping out into the morning air for more reasons than one. Roderick sighed and rolled toward Mel, his hands skimming her skin. It didn't take long before his body responded to her lying naked next to him. He regretted every minute of the last week they hadn't been doing this. Mel's eyes fluttered open. She smiled up at him, then leaned in to kiss the line of his jaw. Her slow blinks reminded him of a cat waking from a nap, lazy, completely content. So much skin. Roderick groaned. He held her firmly against the ground and flipped until he rested over her, then slipped his leg between hers. Mel pulled the blanket over both of them. Too much? Her breath caught as his hand dragged over her side. Never. But how can anyone expect me to leave this tent? He leaned down and kissed her, the cool tip of her nose brushing his cheek. All thoughts of Yearns or the world beyond their thin swaths of canvas broke apart. They made love in slow motion, all the heat and impatience of the night before transformed by their mutual desperation to make each second last. Roderick's legs felt like rubber when they finally braved the chilled morning air and got dressed, then raced each other to the spring at the edge of camp. It was still early enough, the rest of the camp wasn't yet in motion, and Mel took full advantage. She stripped off her clothes to take a bath. Roderick joined her, and they both gasped as the water rose past their hips. It wasn't as cold as the creek the other day, but still not warm enough to be pleasant, especially in the frigid morning air. Roderick gripped the soap. He dipped it into the spring and slathered it between his hands, then scrubbed Mel's back. She shivered as he turned her and took his time soaping up her front. Mel laughed, and her teeth chattered. I'm freezing. Let me rinse. I think I missed a spot. Roderick's fingers swirled over her. She snorted and grabbed the soap from him, rinsed her body with a quick dip, then insisted on lathering him up. When they climbed out over the rocks, slippery as silver trout, the sun had finally risen enough to provide a little warmth to their skin. Mel rubbed her hands over her arms. Roderick pulled her against his chest as her body quivered. It'll be dark season soon. First frost here has to be weeks away. It's already hit the Satyas, no doubt, Mel agreed. It was easier to talk about the weather than what they both knew was coming by mid-afternoon. Him going south to Yearns,
Mel west to Trill. How long would her errand take? An answer solidified in his mind, sinking like a rock in his stomach. It wasn't only this errand. All the pieces of conversation he'd caught on the Maiden's Blessing and along the road from Talmuth began to take shape. If Ryman was to be believed, the day of Sidoni was coming, just as it had been prophesied. They were working towards something, some way to prevent the magic from breaking, and Mel was a part of it now. He, decidedly, wasn't. Mel, we should... Not yet. She clung to him, squeezing her eyes tight as if that would be enough to stave everything else off. Roderick wished to the light it could. He stroked her hair until their skin was dry, then stepped back to pull on his clothes. He watched as she did the same. Goddess, but Mel was stunning. She wasn't the same as she'd been in Cantheon, and he wanted to uncover every nuance, every muscle she'd strengthened, every scar she'd gained, then run his hands over them until she remembered how to let him in. Mel didn't say anything as she twined her fingers in his. They walked together back to camp, and Roderick took his place at the griddle. Mel took down her tent and his. He was like a sundial, constantly reading the angle of her light as she bounced across camp between the trees. It was a miracle he didn't burn the sausage. After everyone ate and the mules were watered, Roderick made a point to follow Mel to her coach. He'd sat with the drivers the past 2 days, unable to be near her or anyone else. He hadn't wanted to hear about the magic or their plans in Trill. They were constant reminders of the new barrier that stood between them. Now, sitting next to her wasn't enough. Now, he needed to hear everything. Mel slid into the bench of the coach. Ryman watched curiously as Roderick slipped an arm behind her, wrapping his hand around her waist. Bella's eyes widened before she could look down and pretend to be busy straightening her slacks. The coach rolled forward, and Ryman cleared his throat. A few hours and we'll be splitting paths. Mel's chest tightened. A few hours. She wasn't sure what terrified her more, saying goodbye to Roderick, or finally making it to Trill. You'll take both coaches. Roderick's hand tightened over her hip. Mel looked up. What about you? I'll ride with the carts. It's only a few hours into Yearns from the fork. Ryman nodded. You'll have the ambassador's guard. Once your shipment is delivered, you'll have your ship? Roderick's jaw tensed. Right. Assuming it was able to be repaired in Talmuth. Ryman clapped his hands on his thighs. Back to life as normal. You can forget we ever interrupted your port schedule. I doubt that. Roderick's thumb moved against Mel's side and she shivered. They were talking about this casually, as if the only thing at stake was lost time. She'd already had enough of that. Will we ever go back to life as normal? Ryman's lip twitched. I guess that depends. On what? Mel glanced down as Bella twisted the cuff on her wrist. He leaned forward. My life hasn't ever been normal. First, I relocated to the Enclave and did my training. Then took my first assignment in Aith, after consecration. It was supposed to be my landing. My normal, like you say. It wasn't? Mel asked. Far from it. I started hearing things, watching decisions being made by the prophet and ambassador at the time that didn't match with my understanding of Ariadne's word. I had a choice. Stay and fulfill my obligations and hope the Enclave caught up to me. Or leave. You left. Ryman laughed and shook his head. No, I stayed. For a while. As it turns out, trying to make changes within the Enclave is more unwelcome than abandoning it. They kicked you out? The ambassador threatened to strip my authority as a blessing giver, so I ran. To the mountains. Less than a year later, Elora showed up on my doorstep. Mel's eyes widened. Sent from the Enclave? No. This was before she made it there. Her brow furrowed. But Rael said she hailed from the northern mountains. The people there don't accept the order. The herbalist Mel studied under had been from Fachown, and working with blessing givers and balancers still made her mentor uneasy. Which was exactly why she and her friends sought me out. They suspected they had magic in their blood. His eyes narrowed as he leaned back and glanced out the window. They were right. That day changed my path forever. Ryman turned back to look at Mel. I've spent nearly 30 years studying the Book of Ariadne, searching the ruins and relics left throughout the realm, hunting for the explanations the Order wasn't willing to give me. I've lived for a time in nearly every township on both sides of the Idris, traveled up the Cephine, and sojourned north across the Camphari Desert, seeking, studying, allowing the goddess to guide me. That is my normal. He chuckled to himself. Perhaps I'm not the best person to ask. Mel thought back over her life. What was normal? Somehow, as a child, she'd developed the idea that you grew up and learned everything you needed to settle down and live a predictable life day in and day out. Wake up each day and work. Love your husband. Tend to your children. Help them grow up and learn so they can do the same. Safe. Comfortable. She thought she'd had to give it all up because she didn't fit, that somehow her existence broke that pattern or normalcy for everyone else, and removing herself from the equation would set everything right. Was that what the Book of Ariadne taught? She didn't know. She hadn't read it in over 6 years. Roderick's chest rose and fell slowly and steady next to her. Did he want that life? The one they'd both been forced out of? The irony of her situation didn't escape her. She had thought she couldn't go back because the words of Ariadne condemned her. Now, she couldn't go back because Ariadne had set her free. So, once you find the stones you're after, how do you use them? Roderick asked. Ryman's lips pulled into a line. Bella twisted the bracelet at her wrist. Mel looked between them and knew their answer before Ryman spoke the words. We haven't exactly figured that part out yet. Mel followed as Roderick hauled his trunk to the back of one of the carts and secured it. He tightened the strap and pulled the tarp back into position. You're not going to do anything dangerous, Intrill, right? Roderick's voice was tight, and Mel's stomach clenched. Of course not. I've heard heralds are a friendly bunch. Roderick barked a laugh. He turned, and Mel hesitated to touch him. The dam she'd built over the past hours to hold in her emotions felt like it was made out of toothpicks. One gentle flick, and it would all come tumbling down. Roderick's brow furrowed. I don't know this world, Mel. Well, good, because neither do I. Neither did anyone else, apparently. They were after a stone they didn't know how to use for a reason they didn't understand. A month ago, she would have laughed at herself for taking this seriously. Roderick looked up, those blue eyes searing into hers. But you will know it. Mel read the subtext. You will, and I won't. Another barrier that should stand between them, but Mel didn't plan to give it credence. As far as the Order was concerned, she couldn't exist. Her access to the magic wasn't documented by their laws, and therefore she refused to be dictated by their enclaves. She'd made her decision. Ariadne would be her only guide. But what guided Roderick? Mel drew a breath. You heard Ryman in the coach. We don't know what comes next. I won't ask you to give up everything you've built for an unknown, Rod. Roderick grabbed her around the waist and pulled her next to him. He kissed the top of her head. You're not an unknown, Mel. She laced her hands together behind his back and looked up. Do you believe in the prophecy? Roderick drew a breath and lifted his gaze to the sky. I'm not sure I want to. I know the feeling. He lowered his eyes, and Mel trailed a finger over his lips. I'll deliver the shipment, finish my route with Valta, and try to wrap my head around all of this. How long will that take? The corner of Roderick's mouth curled. To reevaluate my entire belief system? 2 days, maybe 3. Mel laughed out loud, and that was what did it. The walls came tumbling down, and tears pricked her eyelids. Shh, shh. Roderick saw the change in her face and cupped her cheek in his palm. Mel swallowed the lump in her throat. I'll find a way to meet you, in Aith, when we have the stone and your route is complete. He nodded. I'll be there. Find the maiden's blessing, and you'll find me. Mel nodded, and blinked to keep her tears from spilling onto her cheeks. She'd cried more in the last week than her whole life combined. I love you, Mel. Roderick kissed the tip of her nose, then brushed his lips over hers. I love you too. The others were waiting for her, but she held him a moment longer, savoring the feel of his mouth and the rush of his breath.
Then he was walking away from her toward the front of the cart. He hoisted himself up onto the bench next to the driver. She would go to Trill, find the stone, and then reunite with Rodri in Aith. Mel repeated these steps like a mantra, as if thinking anything else would allow them to dissolve from her memory. Or maybe she was only trying to convince herself that they hadn't just said goodbye for good. Chapter 27. Music drifted through the street, and cheers sounded from further up in the middle of the square. Flags hung from wires stretched between the buildings, and torches danced in their holds. Trill was bursting with energy, and Mel wished she'd found herself here under different circumstances. Mel flattened herself against the stone wall of the shop to avoid getting swept away in the crowd. "Is this how it is every night?" "During equinox? Yes," Ryman answered. Taryn groaned. "This is going to be impossible." Alora had tried to keep Taryn back at camp, but he wouldn't be budged. He had been the one to insist they went to the festival in the first place, and tonight was only reconnaissance. Mel's heart raced. So many people. A shock of sandy blonde hair appeared in front of her, and her stomach twisted. Leeds? No, someone else entirely. Guilt niggled at her thinking of her friend by himself in Talmuth. She kicked herself. Not that Leeds would have wanted to come with them to Trill, but she hated how they'd left things. Hated herself for the way she'd treated him. There wasn't anything she could do about it now. Rodri must have reached Yearns hours ago. She ached to have him here, seeing this with her for the first time. Did he make it safely? Her mind kept slipping back toward the idea of Aeon. It seemed to be safe for her. Could she find Rodri there? Now wasn't the time. Mel had worked late into the night, crushing herbs and infusing oils. Now, working on only 3 hours of sleep, she let the fount flow through her. It calmed her to see more clearly, even if it didn't lead her like it did Bella. She and Ryman both had daggers, but whatever they found today, she did not want them to be necessary. If they found the Herald, Mel was prepared with a vial of chlorophyte extract and a strip of cloth. One waft of it, and he'd be down. Then they could drag him back to the woods and ask their questions. She'd already rubbed catlim oil on her upper lip to protect her from the fumes, just in case. Mel shivered, remembering how Gish had looked in her dreams. He wasn't a member of the Order, and yet he carried such confidence. They had the magic, and he didn't. Surely they could handle one rebel without access to the fount. Even without paladin strength. "Let's find higher ground," Ryman suggested. Mel followed him, Bella, and Taryn into the stream of people. Rael and Paladin had stayed with Alora just outside the city. Though Stavro was no longer a threat, there were others who'd seen Paladin. During such a popular festival, the city may be crawling with people who wanted him dead, and it was safer for all of them to keep a low profile for now, until they had more information and a possible lead. Ryman found a ladder leading to a rooftop and started to climb. It wasn't like the one Mel had seen in her dream. She closed her eyes and tried to remember what she'd seen along the streets the man had walked. Something had convinced her it was Trill. But what? The streets had been empty. It must have been early morning considering this crowd. She couldn't imagine it dying down until just before dawn. She climbed up after Taryn and leaned over the ledge. What had Gish looked like? Hair nearly jet black, dark brown eyes. He was tall, broad-shouldered. He carried himself with an air of superiority, confidence. What had he been wearing? That was stupid. He wouldn't be wearing the same thing. She didn't even know if what she'd seen had been real or... Her hand flew out, and she gripped Ryman's arm. Holy goddess of light. What is it? Ryman searched the crowd. Mel pointed up the street at a woman crossing between the buildings, holding the hands of 2 small children who were doing their best to run in completely opposite directions. It's her. Rodri's mother. Rodri ran a hand through his hair and crossed to the opposite side of the road. He'd booked a night at the Old Fortress Inn. Since he always spent the night on his ship when in port, this was the first time in years staying at an inn, and he already hated it. The building sat inside the old city walls, and his room was comfortable enough.
The worn sheets and barely swept floor weren't the reason for his late-night sojourn to the only pub he could find with the torch still lit. The city was loud, but the voices in his head were louder. He'd delivered the shipment hours ago, and everything had gone off without a hitch. The ambassador's guard had proven helpful once they'd entered the city. Yearns during equinox felt like the solstice dinner at his mother's. His entire family crammed into the front room of her cottage, while children raced around their ankles. He used to love solstice, before Mel left. Mel. He'd visit the temple in the morning and request a message be sent to the steward in Talmuth, let Valta know he was waiting in Yearns, and request information about the repairs. Roderick's steps stuttered as he moved to let a group of late-night festival goers pass along the side street. Would the steward here be able to send messages? He'd never thought twice about commissioning a note, never asked questions or wondered how communications were sent. It had to be done through Aeon, didn't it? After talking to Rael, Paladin, and Ryman, it didn't seem to be a safe place at the moment. Roderick groaned as he pushed open the creaky door to the old pub and stepped inside. If he had to send a messenger on a mule, there would be no point. Valta would be long gone by then. Hopefully. "Welcome to the Blood Oath." A man with more hair on his chin than his head approached, his burly arms crossed over his chest. Had Roderick ever been welcomed into a pub before? The air was thick with the scent of ale and sweat, and the dim lighting cast flickering shadows across the room. Perfect. He could disappear here for a few hours and sleep it off in the morning. Roderick smiled. "Thanks. Just a couple of fingers." The bald man sized him up, then turned and nodded to a friend seated behind a table in the middle of the room. Roderick looked around, scanning the faces of the patrons, and his heart sped. Their conversation had ceased. "I haven't seen you here before." The man stood and flashed a smile that looked anything but friendly. His gray hair tufted around his ears, and he was missing at least one tooth, possibly two. He straightened the charcoal cloak hanging over the back of his chair. Roderick drew a breath. "I'm a sailor. I don't often give up my sea legs." This was a public house, was it not? Why did he feel like he'd wandered into someone's scullery? "Wonderful. We welcome the newcomers here. I'm Simeon." Roderick put out a hand. Simeon's grip was strong, so he squeezed harder. "Paladin." Why he chose that name to give, he had no idea. A name the entire realm might well be familiar with for all the wrong reasons? Roderick swallowed hard. His eyes were normal. There had to be plenty of other paladins, and now he was one of them. Simeon's eyes narrowed as his lip curled. "Paladin, I don't mean to be rude, but tonight is kind of, much anticipated get-together between old friends." Roderick nodded, breathing a silent sigh of relief. "I apologize. I came into town late and saw the torches." Simeon waved him off. "No, we completely understand, don't we, boys?" He glanced around at the handful of men seated at tables, then turned his wolfish grin back to Roderick. "We believe that all men and women are friends. In creation, are we not all bonded?" Roderick's insides twisted, and his ears suddenly felt hot. That phrase. He'd heard it before. Ryman's voice. In his quarters. And then Mel's. "In rebirth we are set free." His eyes snapped up, and his hands felt as if he'd plunged them into buckets of ice. Had he said the words aloud? Simeon's smile finally reached his eyes. "Welcome, friend of the Dark Sister. Please, take a seat." Mel walked through the crowded street with Taryn, Bella, and Ryman trailing behind, trying to keep her eyes on the woman in front of her. She was the spitting image of Roderick's mother, but that couldn't be possible. Could it be possible? Could Roderick have mistaken his own mother's death? Mel's heart raced as she followed the woman through the throngs of people, weaving past shoulders like a snake through tall grass. The air was thick with the heady scent of floral perfume, roasted nuts, and crushed spice. Vendors called out, waving to anyone with a pulse to come close and inspect the wares displayed in their carts. As they approached the square, the crowd thickened, arranged in a circle around musicians, jugglers, and acrobats busking in the street. The woman's dark hair was pulled into a bun at the base of her neck. She was looking for something. Or someone. "We should just talk to her." Taryn jogged to walk next to Mel. No, we shouldn't. But, Taryn, we don't know who this woman is. You saw her, in your dream. With a herald of Sidoni, Mel hissed. The woman turned down a narrow alley, and tingles ran from the crown of Mel's head down her spine. A wooden signpost. Announcements nailed to a board about the Equinox Festival. This was it. How she knew the man was here in this city. This was the alley she'd seen in her dream. The ladder. Taryn grabbed her arm and pulled her behind the corner of the building. When had the crowds disappeared? Mel pressed her back against the wall, gasping for breath. What happened? Ryman stopped next to her, and she hunched over, shaking her head. He looked at Taryn, but the boy only shrugged. It's the same, Mel choked out. The same place. As in your dream? Ryman's eyes flicked to the shadowed entrance between the buildings. Was the woman going up? Mel had to see. She flattened herself against the darkened stone and peeked around the corner. The woman wasn't alone. A man stood with his back to the street. Turn. Mel willed him to twist so she could see his face. This had to be where Gish was staying. She hadn't paid attention to the front of the building. Was it an inn? Shared tenements? We need to follow him, Mel whispered, pulling back out of view. Him? Bella's jaw tightened. Mel nodded. She's talking to someone. You think... I can't see his face, but who else could it be? Taryn peeked his head around the edge, and Mel resisted the urge to scold him. He got enough of that from Rael. He didn't need a third mother. Mel drew a slow breath. If two of us follow him, the others could... He's coming, Taryn snapped, turning and bolting back to the crowd on the main street. Mel raced after him, her heart in her throat. She suddenly became very interested in butterfly masks. They're bejeweled! Magical! The woman cooed, holding one up and tilting her head to make the false gems sparkle. Mel babbled effusive praise, all while keeping her eyes trained over the woman's shoulder. There he was, emerging from the alley. The man called Gish, and the woman from her dream walking next to him. Mel buried her head behind the cart post as they walked closer. She was about to turn her back completely when she heard it. Tomorrow, Marin. Gish's voice was a breath. So faint, she wasn't sure if she made it up. Marin. Could it possibly be? That was the name of Roderick's 16-year-old sister. Except she wasn't 16 anymore. Mel whirled and watched the two of them amble toward the square. You look like you've seen a lost soul. Taryn plucked the mask from her hand and hung it back on the cart. Worse, Marin's soul wasn't lost to rebirth. She was lost to Sidoni. Roderick's sister was a herald. Mel shook her head to clear it. More importantly, both Marin and Gish had walked away from the building. This was their chance, and she was going to take it. Chapter 28. Goddess, help him. Roderick had wandered into a meeting of the Heralds of Sidoni, and moments ago he claimed to be one of them. He kept his face calm, while his feet paddled frantically beneath the water. He nodded as the man with the burly arms set a fanker of ale on the table. His stomach felt too sour to drink, but he forced himself to grip the handle and take a swallow. He nearly sprayed it through his nose when a man spoke at the table next to him. I don't understand why we can't all be in Trill, at the ceremony. Simeon put a hand on the top rail of the chair he'd vacated when Roderick arrived. Because chaos is going to break loose, and we need to be the ones controlling the narrative. But I want to see their faces. I know. Simeon raised his hands to quiet the grumbles of assent. I promise. You'll all get the chance to see your own miracle. There will be plenty in the days to come. For now, know that you'll be blessed by the rightful goddess as you fulfill these tasks. He had to get out of here. If they asked him anything, they'd see his true colors. He took another swig of ale. Roderick nodded in all the right places, clinked his glass when the men next to him raised theirs, and grunted in agreement whenever possible. Simeon gave examples of how these men could sow distrust in the order. He spent 15 minutes talking about rumors he'd like to spread about the balancers in Aith, and Roderick had nearly tuned him out. When he mentioned Trill, Roderick's ears perked up. Only talk about the blessing givers there. How they turned on their own, how even within the enclave the magic can't be trusted. Turned on one of their own? What was the man talking about? The portly man sitting next to Roderick wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "You're telling me a blessing giver agreed to go through with this?" Simeon's eyes glinted as he smiled. There are many of us within the enclave. But this... The man shook his head and trailed off. Simeon shot forward and slammed his hand on the table. Roderick jumped, spilling ale over the lip of his glass and onto his fingers. "For a true herald, no task is too great," he hissed. The man's ruddy cheeks now resembled ripe tomatoes. "Of course, I only meant—" "I know what you meant." Simeon stood and wiped his hand on his slacks. "Any other questions?" The men shook their heads, and Simeon's gaze landed on Roderick. His eyes narrowed. "Where are you assigned?" Roderick's mind raced as he pretended to be distracted by drying his hands. "Aith," he answered. "My ship was damaged in the storm." "It was a bad one," a man behind him chimed in. Roderick nodded and sighed, bolstered by the social support. "I'm a tad late." Simeon worked something from between his teeth. "One of our friends was on a ship. It was supposed to port in Yearns days ago, but didn't make it." Roderick tensed and hoped he didn't show it. Friend? A herald had been on his ship? "That wasn't mine," Roderick lied. "Sounds like others have been as unlucky as I. Did they make it to port?" "Talmuth." Roderick nodded and held Simeon's gaze. "Good. I'm glad they tied up safely. Hopefully won't be as late to their assignments as I am." He laughed good-naturedly and took hold of his glass. Simeon's eyes grew dark. "They're already in Trill. Traveled by coach with a shipment sent here to Yearns." Roderick squeezed the handle so hard, his nails bit into his palm. Not only had a herald been on his ship, but they were traveling with Mel and her friends to Yearns. It couldn't be anyone with the ambassador, but that only left. "It won't take long for the news to travel after the ceremony tomorrow. Be swift on your journey to Aith," Simeon admonished. Tomorrow. A blessing giver was going to do something terrible, turn on their own. Tomorrow. Mel, Taryn, Rael, Paladin, Ryman, Bella. He counted off the members of their group. The cart drivers. It had to be one of them. They're already in Trill. Roderick's stomach sank to his knees. The cart drivers were all with him, here in Yearns. One of the other 6 had to be the friend Simeon spoke of. How else would he know the details of their trip? "How are you communicating so quickly?" Roderick asked, his throat drier than the camphari. The torchlight flickered in Simeon's eyes as he reached into his pocket. "Ah, you've been at sea too long, if you don't yet know of this." He pulled out a thin glass vial and held it up. Liquid swirled in the light, inky black. "Dream-walking is no longer only for members of the Order, but it's certainly convenient when one side has no need of our tincture. The beauty of recruiting blessing givers and balancers." Simeon slipped the vial back into his pocket. These men? They didn't have magic in their blood. They weren't members of the Order. Roderick blinked. Was Simeon telling him that the tincture in his hand allowed them to dreamwalk? Heralds were talking in Aeon? Was that why the blessing givers spoke of the darkness? Roderick couldn't feel his hands. Mel was in trouble. Someone in her group was communicating with the heralds. They were in on whatever event Simeon was talking about. One of her 5 companions wasn't who they said they were, and he had no way to warn her. "Incredible," Roderick wheezed, then took a drink of ale. Could it be Mel? The thought slammed into him like a stone wall. He hadn't seen her in 6 years. She'd changed. Was it possible? No, absolutely not. Why would she talk of her dreams? But maybe she wasn't telling him everything. The laws of the Order had taken everything from them. Could she resent it enough to turn her back? The man with the ruddy cheeks leaned in. "If you need help getting to Aith, I run 3 coaches in town. I could lend you one with a driver. Next to the bakery, in Newtown." Roderick nodded. "I believe my ship will be ready in the morning, but if not, I'll find you." He wouldn't be finding his ship or a coach driver. He wouldn't even be going back to the inn. Roderick stood and riffled in his pocket for a few derrick. "Thank you for the drink. It's been a long day." The eyes of every man in the room bore into his back as he walked toward the door. With blood rushing in his ears, he paused, then turned to face them. "In creation, we are bonded." The room erupted in unison. "In rebirth, we are set free." Before Mel could ask a question none of them knew the answer to, Taryn pointed back to the signpost at the mouth of the alley. Mel peered closer. "Usher in Divin Day, a sunset ceremony with the prophet. Kylo Day at the Ariel Chapel, Temple of Earth and Fire." "He said it would be a ceremony," Taryn murmured. Mel frowned. "He?" Taryn blinked. "My dream." "We passed the temple. It stands on the hill above the square," Bella offered. Mel put a hand on Taryn's shoulder. "You saw him at the temple? The man we just saw?" Taryn's brow pulled together. The circles under his eyes had grown darker. "I'm not positive. He wore a cloak, covering his head. He entered through a door at the back and walked through a tunnel." Mel pursed her lips. "Kylo Day is tomorrow." Taryn clenched his jaw. "He's going to try to harm the prophet. I know it. We have to stop him." Mel's heart pounded. They needed more information, but she doubted they'd be able to get it. Gish had asked Marin for a distraction. He'd asked the woman in the dimly lit pub to leave the door open. Taryn had seen a man enter through the back door of the temple. They had to be connected, didn't they? "We have to find the stone." Mel stalked forward until she reached the ladder, then grasped the metal rung and dropped all of her weight toward the ground. The ladder released with a clatter, and she whipped her head toward Ryman and Taryn. "Clear?" Ryman nodded, and Mel began to climb. Just as in her dream, she didn't have to go far before she reached the wooden landing. That was the easy part. She brushed herself off and crouched as Bella appeared behind her. They crept forward and peeked through the small window. Neither of them spoke. But having Bella next to her made Mel breathe easier. After watching her in action with Stavro, Mel was committed to keeping the woman next to her at all times. The room was cozy. A single chair and the side table she'd seen in her sleep still sat in the middle of the floor. No movement or signs of life. "We could break the glass and slide through," Bella whispered. Mel had nothing to protect her hands, but she could lean back on the rail and kick into it. Without thinking, she stepped forward and squeezed the iron handle. It clicked, and the door swung open. Mel gasped. That was easier. Hairs rose on the back of her neck. Too easy. "I'll go first." Bella slipped past her and crept into the room. Mel waited, not sure if she should follow. She waited a few moments, but standing in plain sight on the balcony made her skin crawl. Mel drew a breath and stepped over the threshold, then closed the door behind her. "It's empty," Bella announced. Possibly not for long. Mel went to work, searching anywhere she could think of. Inside a basket sitting next to the front door, under the chair, inside the singular drawer on the table. Bella searched the cupboard under the wash basin. "Anything?" Mel asked. Bella shook her head. The room jutted out on one side, making space for a narrow bed, similar to the inn back home. Mel could practically see the rest of the establishment in her mind. Bathroom facilities indoors, down the hall to the left, stairs on the right that led down to the common room and pub or cafe. She ripped the sheets off the bed and searched under the stuffed mattress. Bella dropped to all fours and searched the floor. Nothing. Mel planted her hands on her hips. If Gish was still in possession of the stone, he hadn't left it here. Maybe he carried it on his person? In her dream, he'd been looking at it, but she hadn't seen where he kept it. "Let's go." Bella set a hand on Mel's arm. Her long golden hair swished behind her back as she strode out onto the balcony. Frustration settled over Mel like a film. Through impossible odds, they'd found the people from her dream, and they'd led to a dead end. Should they have followed the Herald? It didn't look like anyone was living here. Maybe they'd moved locations. Panic choked her as she swung her leg onto the ladder. "Please give us something." She threw the thought upward, hoping the goddess was listening. Bella and Ryman knew more than she did, but even they didn't understand how to use the stones. They had to find them. But why? Did the Heralds know more than they did? Did they have more than just the green stone that called to her? There was a gap in the floor. Mel froze with one leg on the rungs. Her stomach swooped as blood rushed to her head. Bella dropped down to the ground. "Mel, what are you—" Mel held up a finger and darted back to the door. Under the table there had been a gap between the floorboards. She hadn't thought anything of it until right this second. She flung the door open, not even bothering to close it, ran forward and dropped to her hands and knees next to the table. There. She pressed her fingers against the lip. The board shifted, and she dug her fingernails into the wood. The board squeaked as it gave way. A compartment. Mel pushed the piece of wood aside and peered into the shallow gap. She blinked, trying to convince her brain that what she saw was real. The stone. A masterfully cut emerald, 6 sides, glittering even though the light barely touched it. Mel wanted to scream out loud, shout this discovery from the rooftops. They'd done it! Found the stone! Now it didn't matter if they intercepted the Herald. They didn't need to go to the ceremony or search for anything else in the overpopulated streets of Trill. Her heart nearly burst out of her chest as she reached in to grab it. Before her hands clasped around it, a metal click sounded across the room. Had that been in the direction of the landing? No, she'd left the door open. It still swung on its hinges. Mel whipped her head in the other direction. The door to the room pushed inward, and she panicked. Wrapping her hand around the stone, she reached for the fount and sprang up from the floor, then bolted toward the landing. Why wasn't the ladder getting any closer? Warmth flooded through her as her senses heightened and her mind focused, yet her legs felt like they were slogging through mud. She gritted her teeth and pushed harder, willing her body to make it to the ladder. "I could watch you do this all day," a soft, low voice whispered next to her. Mel's heart galloped as her throat went dry. She tried to turn her head to see his face, but her neck was frozen in place. "Relax," the gravelly male voice came again, this time so close she could feel his breath on the shell of her ear. "I won't hurt you. I promise." Who was standing next to her, and why couldn't she move? The voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't place it. Beads of sweat broke out along her forehead as the edges of the stone cut into her palm. Mel willed her arm to lower toward her pocket. If she could only reach the vial. "We should go, don't you think? Before your friends down in the alley get suspicious." "Please get suspicious." Mel reached for the fount, begging for some escape, but she couldn't find it. Couldn't even feel the warmth hovering above her. Then she was moving. Backward. Away from the balcony and away from anyone who might be able to help her. She pushed to speak, call out, scream, anything that would alert Bella at the bottom of the ladder. Nothing came out. Mel was being pulled by some invisible force, something dark and unforgiving. "Right this way," the man purred. "Good girl." Chapter 29. Roderick snuck into the barn, protecting the flame of a small candle with the palm of his hand. It was late, but he didn't want to attract attention walking around with a full torch. He set the candle holder in the dirt and surveyed his options. 2 mules in their stalls blinked sleepily at him. He walked toward one and stretched out a hand. It nipped him, and he pulled back. The other mule nuzzled his palm. Roderick patted its head, then moved to the side wall to pick up the saddle and harness. Under normal circumstances, he would have chosen the even-tempered mule, but tonight, he needed the one with fire in its belly. Tomorrow night was the ceremony. If he rode until dawn, he'd arrive in Trill and have a full day to find Mel and warn her. Or discover she'd been a part of this plot all along. What had she said to him? "I can't ask you to give everything up for an unknown." No. The man had distinctly said blessing givers and balancers. It couldn't have been Mel. But if it were, would it change anything? He threw the saddle over the mule's back, careful to stay on the animal's side so he didn't get clobbered with a hoof. Since leaving Cantheon, he hadn't studied the Book of Ariadne, hadn't worshipped on Divin Day. What had any of that done for him? Still, would he be willing to abandon belief in the goddess completely? The mule whickered as he tightened the straps on the saddle. He gently patted its shoulders, then pulled the knife from his pocket and walked toward the wall. He hated that he was stealing someone's animal, though he'd purposefully chosen an estate that seemed wealthy enough to absorb the loss. Roderick flicked out the blade and began to carve letters into the wooden railing. "I'm sorry. Emergency. Will return mule." That would have to do. He left a stack of coins on the ledge, then blew out the candle and turned to cut the mule's rope. As he led the animal out of its stall, his ears perked up, and he froze mid-step. A scuff of a boot against dirt. Was his hearing playing tricks on him? No. A branch moved outside the window, but there wasn't any wind. He looped the reins around a post and pulled the knife from his pocket a second time. With his arm straight against his side, he flicked open the blade. If someone was out there, would he be willing to use this? What if it was a stable hand? Someone who lived on the property? Did they deserve harm because he needed their mule? Roderick groaned and put the knife back in his pocket, then walked to the wall and picked up an iron mallet. Easier to use in self-defense. He whistled a low melody as he walked past the mule. Another scuff, and the rattle of seed pods. Someone was there. Roderick bolted through the stable opening and curved right, launching himself into the bush. Ah! A strangled cry escaped whoever had been hiding there. Roderick didn't give him a chance to react. He pushed the man to the ground, then swung the mallet in the general direction of the man's shadowy form, scrambling backward on the ground. The man shouted and dropped like a sack of rocks, clutching his leg. His knee. The mallet had made contact with his knee. Roderick raised the mallet and the man froze. "Who are you?" In the shadows, he couldn't see anything other than a vague outline. "Nobody. I'm sorry. Roderick slammed the mallet down on the man's foot. A guttural yelp. The man's body writhed as he gasped for breath. "I was at the pub," he finally choked out. "Simeon sent me to watch you, and—" The man groaned. Roderick's veins turned to ice. Simeon. He thought he'd convinced the man he belonged there, but apparently he hadn't done as good a job as he thought. "Empty your pockets," Roderick commanded. The man turned onto his back and quickly reached into his trousers. "Drop it." Roderick's voice was cold. He was now the intimidating captain, not the Roderick he'd been after leaving the Maiden's Blessing. Certainly not the man he'd been with Mel. He would do anything to get to her. "Get back," he ordered, and the man slithered across the dirt, still clutching his leg. Roderick squatted, never taking his eyes off the man, and gathered the items. No weapons, some money, and objects he couldn't make out in the dim light of the moon. He slipped them all into his pocket and stood. "Don't move, or I might decide to focus on something other than your leg." Roderick stepped back toward the stable. The man didn't look like he could breathe, let alone stand up and walk. Still, he wasn't taking any chances. Roderick reached into the stable, still facing the bush, and pulled the mule forward. He hoisted himself into the saddle, his eyes still trained on the dark shadow of the man's boot sticking out from under the foliage. Finally, he pulled the reins into his hand and leaned forward. Time to go. Mel fought against her invisible bonds, but it was no use. She was trapped, gliding over the floor like it was a frozen pond. She couldn't turn, couldn't see where she was going, and still couldn't catch a glimpse of her captor. Where had she heard his voice? Then, the pressure around her limbs dissipated. She could move. Mel's heart raced and she darted down the hall only to have her arm yanked backward. Wrong direction. The man clamped his arm over her shoulder and pulled her back. Again, Mel reached for the fount. Just like in the clearing at camp, as the magic flooded through her, she gained strength beyond her own, clarity and focus. She dropped to the floor and twisted, only to find herself frozen again under indiscernible weight. What was he doing to her? She couldn't lift her head, couldn't see anything besides the black slacks in front of her. The man turned and flicked his wrist. Mel rotated, then straightened, and floated backward against her will until they reached the end of the hall. They descended stairs she could barely feel beneath her feet. Every muscle in her ached, screaming for relief. Where was he taking her? What did he want with her? If her limbs weren't already rigid, she would have gone stiff with terror. She had nothing with her, no weapons, no way to contact anyone for help. A doorframe. Mel's eyes darted from side to side as she passed, scanning for any useful information. Walls the color of deer hide, stone floors instead of the wood upstairs. Once again, the pressure dissipated, and she drew a deep breath, then again charged forward and turned down the hall. She wasn't holding the fount. Both times she'd reached for it, the pressure had slammed into her. Could there be something wrong with the magic? She groaned internally. Of course there was. Rael and Paladin had been warning everyone for weeks, but she hadn't anticipated it applying directly to her. Strong arms gripped her waist and slammed her sideways against the wall as a hand wrapped around both of her wrists, holding them above her head. Garish, the herald of Sidoni she'd seen in her dream, pressed against her, his face drawn in concentration. She resisted the urge to draw from the fount and instead threw her knee up toward his groin. He jumped back, then crashed his shin across both of her knees. Mel yelped, but with her arms restrained, she couldn't get any momentum. How did he have access to power? He wasn't a member of the Order. His eyes were dark, but not charcoal like those of a balancer. The sharp angles of his jaw and the tilt of his brows made him look menacing, but the way he held himself, the way his eyes seared into hers, that made him terrifying. Smart not to draw from the fount, Garish panted. But when you don't have help, there's no way you'll be able to overpower me. I'm more than twice your size. He knew she'd been drawing from the fount? Doesn't mean I won't keep trying. I have nowhere to be. I can do this all day. Mel growled and flung her body away from the wall, but Garish easily kept her pinned. The edges of the stone cut into her palm, but she refused to let it go. Was that all he wanted? Could she hand it to him and walk away? Why are you doing this? She gasped. I don't take someone burglarizing my things lightly. His nostrils flared. You could easily take the stone from my hand, and yet you haven't tried once to remove it. The corner of Garish's mouth turned up. Draw from the fount, Mel. I dare you. Mel's mouth fell open. How did he know her name? Do you have magic in your blood? Thankfully, no. Her wrists screamed at her, the bones clashing as he squeezed. None of this made any sense, but he was right about one thing. She wouldn't be able to overpower him in this position. Blood was already rushing from her arms and they started to tingle. She would tire, and then he'd have an even stronger upper hand. Mel stopped struggling. She relaxed her muscles and waited. Good girl, he whispered, and Mel cringed. Every part of her wanted to lash out, to slam her fist into his nose, the edge of her hand into his throat, or use her nails to scratch at his eyes. She knew none of it would work. He towered over her and only had to use one hand to restrain both of hers. She'd never felt so powerless in her life. The hold on her released slightly, and she drew a full breath. Her hand relaxed around the stone, relieving the pressure of the edges against her palm. Better, Garish goaded. Mel wouldn't give him the satisfaction of nodding. She wet her lips and swallowed. Questions threatened to spill out, but she held them back. Had he seen her in his dreams like she'd seen him? Is that why he knew her name? I'm going to lower your hands and pull them behind your back. If you so much as twitch, I'll have you back up against the wall so fast you won't have time to breathe. Garish didn't wait for her response. He kept her legs pinned as he lowered her arms, then flipped her sideways and pulled her hands behind her. He dropped his leg. Mel's shoulders groaned as he pushed her down the hall to the room they'd nearly entered moments before. Garish closed and latched the door, then sat her down in a chair and stepped back. I don't recommend you move. You know exactly what will happen if you do. Garish stalked across the room and leaned back in the chair opposite her. He was dressed well. Was he wealthy? High up in one of the townships or merely compensated by the heralds? He lifted one leg, resting it across the opposite knee. He said you were feisty. Mel forced her expression to remain even, though his words snapped against her like a willow switch. Who said she was feisty? Who did she know that would talk to someone like him? Her heart dropped. Leeds? Had he been so upset with her he'd somehow found the heralds and ratted her out? He didn't know about her consecration, and she couldn't imagine him doing something like that. But everyone else had been with her. Everyone except... Roderick is here, Garish stated simply. Hopefully he's found his sister by now. This time, Mel couldn't keep her mouth shut. Roderick is in Yearns. Her voice came out slow and thick, her tongue slow to form each syllable. Garish chuckled. He was in Yearns. Mel's heart sank in her chest. Was he telling the truth? How would Roderick have known about any of this when he didn't even know Mel would be on his ship?
Her mind buzzed through all of their interactions. Every moment since stepping aboard the Maiden's Blessing. He'd been angry, confused, frustrated that he didn't know why they were there or what was happening aboard his ship. Then he'd chosen to go with them because of his shipment, but also because of her. Was everything he said to her, everything they'd shared, an attempt by him to get closer? To uncover more about their quest? Mel squeezed her eyes closed, remembering how he'd helped her care for the men that night in camp, how he'd listened, made her feel safe. Roderick wasn't dedicated to the goddess, but she didn't think he would have swung to the other extreme. He wasn't extreme in anything. Roderick was steady, balanced, loyal. Or he was. It had been 6 years, and here she'd assumed he was exactly the same. Leaving Cantheon had changed her. Maybe it had changed him. And she hadn't wanted to see it. When Mel opened her eyes, Gish was rising from his chair. Her breathing quickened as he crossed over to her. He stopped, towering above her so she had to crane her neck to keep her eyes on his face. Yes, just how I like it. Gish smiled wickedly and put out a hand. Mel set her jaw. Don't touch me. Gish's eyes narrowed. You have something of mine. I'm only taking it back. Nausea flashed through her as he brushed his fingers over her hand, then peeled back her fingers to reveal the stone. Gish clicked his tongue. You shouldn't have taken this, Mel. But I have to admit, I was impressed. You acted so quickly. I thought you wouldn't make it there until at least tomorrow. He plucked the stone from her palm and tucked it into his coat. No. The loss she felt was instantaneous. Gish took a step back, and Mel fought to even out her breathing. What do you want? I have what I want. He patted his pocket. Then I can go? Gish raised an eyebrow. Mel's eyes flicked to the door. I thought not. How did you know I'd come here to find it? Gish smiled. His teeth were impeccably straight and white under his full lips. I didn't lure you here, if that's what you're asking. You were a very fortunate addition to the group I was hoping to find. He crouched down so his face sat directly in front of hers. You're right, though. Once I knew about you, I did want it to be you who came for the stone. Mel's insides squirmed. What do you want? This time she infused more venom into her tone. I want to tell you, Mel, I really do. But I think it will be more exciting for both of us if you see it for yourself. See what? He knew they were there, knew what group she was with. He was aware Roderick was here. Why was Roderick here in Trill? Dread settled in her stomach like rotten meat. I'll keep running. And I'll keep dragging you back. Mel ground her teeth. I'll find a way to draw from the fount and... Gish barked a laugh. Please do. It's my favorite way to handle things. I've never enjoyed getting my hands dirty. Mel's brows pulled together. He hadn't admitted it outright, but everything he said confirmed her suspicions that his power only came when she drew from the fount. How was that possible? How could someone who wasn't of a magical bloodline tap into Ariadne's power? Gish slapped his hands on his knees. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I think we'll study at the temple. Then I'll answer your question. Study? Gish reached out and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. It's the only place I know of where there's a book of Ariadne. I don't have one myself. There's so much you need to learn, Mel. I'm going to teach you. The Book of Ariadne. Words of Josephine, Prophetess under the Order of Ariadne. Chapter 20, verse 2. When he cometh, he shall speak vanity and flattering words. A belief in the heart can convince, but cannot be proved herewith. Chapter 30. Roderick rode all night, nearly falling off the mule once when his eyes drooped under the steady rhythm of hooves on the dirt road. Thankfully, the jolt of adrenaline through his system when he tilted to the side was enough to help him make good time. The city gates weren't yet open when he arrived. He had half a mind to tie the mule to a tree and curl up behind a bush to sleep, but he didn't trust himself to wake. Light crept along the line of the horizon. It wouldn't be long now. Roderick dropped to the ground and grunted as pain seared through the backs of his legs and up his spine.
He didn't need to stand straight to walk, did he? He put a hand on the mule's back and drew a heavy breath. The animal's coat was damp with sweat. You did well. Thank you. Roderick patted its neck. He would find a stable to feed and water the poor thing. Then, he sighed. Search a city of thousands of people for the one person he'd unsuccessfully been trying to find for years? She'd found him this time. She'd come to his tent. That had to be a sign. He lifted his arms over his head and stretched out his back. As he looked up, he saw a flyer pasted to a board next to the gates. The edges of the paper curled, revealing layers of old announcements. This one read Equinox Festival in flowery script. Lines of text fell below the title outlining special events, dates, and times. Sunset Ceremony, Kylo Day. That was today, Roderick realized. Tonight. Held at the Temple of Earth and Fire. It was the only thing listed for this date. That had to be what the heralds were referencing. He had to find her before sunset, before whoever was plotting betrayal followed through with it. His gut twisted as the doubt again entered his mind. What if it was Mel? Instead of pushing it off this time, he stared at the gate and imagined it. What if it was Mel? Mel wasn't the same person he'd known 6 years ago. She was stronger, hardened. Then he remembered the way she'd thrown her hesitations to the wind when her friend needed help, asked for consecration, stayed up in the service of others until she literally couldn't hold her body upright, how she'd painstakingly ministered to him on the ship. Mel was good. Though he questioned his own faith, he believed that to be true. He didn't have a replacement myth about how the realm was created or what would happen to them after they died, but he felt in his heart what was good. Mel was all things light. Sitting in the pub last night, all he'd felt was darkness. The hinges creaked on the city gates, and Roderick jumped. He strode back to the mule and gathered the reins in his hand. The heavy wooden doors moved inward, revealing a sliver of the street inside the walls. All he had to do was find her before sunset. He pulled on the reins and led the mule forward. Mel woke and tried to roll to her side but couldn't move her arms. Panic surged through her as the night before bloomed in her memory. She was in a room, alone, with Gish, with her feet and hands restrained. You have much to learn, Mel. I'm going to teach you. Bile rose in her throat as she remembered the way he'd toyed with her before retrieving the stone. He hadn't touched her again, not even after lying next to her in the only bed in the room. He'd fallen asleep, his back turned, and she'd listened to his heavy breathing for hours before dropping off herself. She thought about working her ankles and wrists from the ties, somehow pulling herself from the bed, finding the stone, and slipping out before Gish noticed. She worked at it until her skin was slick with sweat, but the knots only tightened. She'd collapsed back against the sheets. How long had she lain there shivering? Fear, panic, regret, and grief blended and coiled within her. The most toxic elixir she'd ever created, especially for herself. Tears had streaked silently down her cheeks until finally she closed her eyes and thought of one moment. Roderick's thumb, brushing her cheek in the tent, his blue eyes gazing into hers, his lips on her skin. Goddess, she loved him. Why hadn't she realized it sooner? Why hadn't she gone with him to Aliern and given up on the bloodstone? She'd chosen to do what was right by the order the first time she left, and this time she'd been sure she was on the right path. You will have to choose between breaking your heart or protecting it. You cannot have both. Now, as the light streamed through the window, Mel's eyelids seemed to scrape as she blinked. She didn't have to turn her head to know Gish was no longer next to her. She was proven right when he came into view, ambling through the back door, his shirt off, and a mug dangling in his hand. Mel's nostrils flared. Here he was, holding her captive and having a relaxing morning on the patio? Ah, you're up. Gish looked delighted. He set the mug on a side table, then opened a cabinet and pulled out a crisp, buttoned-up shirt. Mel averted her eyes as he pulled it over his head. What was he trying to accomplish by putting himself on full display? You look a bit disheveled. Would you like a bath? Gish raised an eyebrow. Mel pursed her lips. I'll take that as a no, though I have to admit, I'm quite good with a sponge. I'd rather bathe in a patch of nettles. Gish smirked as if they were old friends bantering with one another. He walked toward her and reached for the ties. In seconds, her legs were free. Then he moved on to her arms. On to the temple, then. He motioned to the counter at the back of the room with the wash basin. Get cleaned up. Have a bite to eat. Mel rubbed her skin, willing the blood to begin circulating. Gish leaned in. I don't need to tell you to be careful. I'm giving you the freedom to walk on your own, but that can easily be taken away. Temporarily or permanently. Mel's heart sped. If she did anything out of line, she had no doubt he could squeeze her until her bones cracked. She'd pretend to go along with his game until she could find a way out. She stood and crossed the room, straightening her shirt and slacks. The wash basin was filled with fresh water, and she splashed it over her face and neck, then dried her skin with a towel. A plate sat on the counter with a biscuit and jam. She hadn't eaten since lunch the previous day, and as much as she wanted to be stubborn and refuse his food, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Mel used the knife to slather the jam over the biscuit, then took bites until only crumbs covered her fingers. Blackberry, Gish stated. Mel's cheeks flushed as she washed her hands and turned to him. She wouldn't say thank you. I need to use... Gish motioned to the closet next to her. She took a hesitant step and opened the door. It looked similar to the toilet in Roderick's quarters. At least she'd have some privacy. Mel stepped inside and slid the door shut behind her. Her whole body deflated as she pulled her slacks down and sat over the hole. This couldn't be happening. She had to get away from Gish, but how? Every time she drew from the fount, his magic slammed into her. A thought crystallized, and she bent over and lifted up her slacks to reach into the pocket. The vial. It was still there. She ran her finger over her lip. Was there enough oil left there to protect her? Or had she just rinsed it all off over the wash basin? Mel set her slacks back into their puddle on the floor and put her head in her hands. If she released the extract at a far enough distance, crushed it next to him without him knowing, she wouldn't be able to douse the cloth and take him unaware. If she threw it and ran, he'd run straight past her and never take a whiff. It would have to be the perfect moment. She would find it. She would knock him out and run, with or without the stone. He'd said they were going to the temple. In public. Would he risk looking like an attacker? Mel patted herself dry, stood, and pulled up her slacks. She clenched her fists to keep her hands from shaking. She could do this. She would do this. Mel stepped back into the room and washed her hands. Gish watched her, then walked closer as she dried her hands. She tensed. Mel, I'd like you to turn out your pockets, please. Mel didn't lift her head, and Gish took another step. I could do it myself, but I don't think you'd appreciate it. Mel set the towel on the counter. I don't have... Gish clicked his tongue. Turn them out, Mel, or I'll do it for you. She turned to face him, her eyes flashing. She reached into her pockets and pulled, gripping the vial in her palm. Hand it to me, please. His voice was calm, steady. How did he know she had something in her pocket? Could he intuit what she'd been thinking of on the toilet? Gish held out his hand. It was now or never. Mel lunged toward him, pressing her nails into the glass, but the herald was too fast. He caught her arm and yanked it high above her head, nearly dislocating her shoulder. Mel gasped as he used his other hand to uncurl her fingers and remove the vial from her hand. He stepped back and dropped her arm. She rubbed her shoulder, but wouldn't allow a whimper to pass her lips. Gish set the vial of liquid on the round table next to the chairs, then motioned to the door. Shall we? What was she? His pet? He may as well wrap a leash around her neck if he wanted to pretend he was doing her a favor. He didn't wait for her to respond before stepping forward and opening the door. Mel seethed as she walked next to him. She had nothing. As they made their way toward the temple, she met the eyes of the people they passed, willing them to notice that something was wrong. Gish stayed glued to her hip, and nobody noticed her pleading eyes. People went about their business, barely glancing at her face as they passed. When they finally made it to the Temple of Earth and Fire, Mel collapsed onto one of the pews in the back. Gish hadn't bothered to disguise her appearance in any way. Everything he did seemed to be whispering, I'm in control. And she hated it. He grabbed a book of Ariadne from an offering table and slid into the pew next to her. You're a herald of Sidoni, Mel stated. I've seen you before in my dreams. Gish turned to her, his eyes sparkling. Please, tell me more. Mel's eyes narrowed. You met with Roderick's sister Marin, told her you needed a distraction. Then the woman in the pub. You asked her to keep the door open. Garish's eyes widened in mock surprise. You've been paying attention. I'm flattered. Don't be. She scanned the chapel. Maybe she didn't have to knock him out. Would he risk looking like an attacker if she screamed out for help? He leaned closer. You know that's exactly what I wanted you to see, right? Mel turned her head and locked her eyes on his, searching for any hint of a lie. There was none. You're not the only one I've talked to in Aeon, Mel. Sorry if you thought you were special. Talked with? In Aeon? Mel's mind jumped back to yesterday. He said it would be a ceremony. Taryn, you spoke with him in his dream. Garish's lips curled. Excellent work, Mel. But why? Why tell Taryn about the ceremony? Why? Shh, that part will come next. Right now, we need to read. Garish opened the book and flipped past the first few introductory pages, then stopped on the words of Josephine, Chapter 1. Mel quivered with rage as he held it out in front of her. She'd already scanned the room for anything she could use as a weapon. There wasn't anything sharp, but a vase sat on the table in the back corner. She would scream, but first, she needed to hear whatever he was trying to tell her. This whole time they'd been following what they thought was guidance from the goddess, but it had been manipulated by the heralds. Had Taryn's dream about the ambassador waiting for them at port been given to him? Had Garish wanted them to port in Talmuth instead of Aliern? Every piece of the last week washed over her and filtered through a different lens. This had been a trap, which meant whatever Taryn saw in his dreams could be leading him in the wrong direction. They were here to find the stone, and she'd found it. If she stayed a few moments more, could she figure out how they could take it with them? Her heart felt as though it was crawling up into her throat. Mel scanned the text in front of her. She read the words, but none of them sank in. Out loud, please, Garish commanded, his voice soft and low. No, Mel whispered. Tell me why I'm here, and... She gasped in pain as weight slammed into her, crushing her from all sides. As quickly as it hit, the pressure disappeared. Mel's breath came in quick bursts as relief flooded through her muscles. I didn't reach for the fount. Well, he did. Garish pointed to a man ahead of him, his head bowed in reverence. Beads of sweat broke out on Mel's forehead. He could access power when anyone around him reached for the fount. They were in a temple, most likely filled with blessing givers and balancers. This was why he wanted to bring her here. Her heart filled with despair. She couldn't scream or reach for the vial. He would stop her. She couldn't rush for the vase on the table or run for the doors. She was stuck on this pew next to him. There was no way out. Garish gave her a moment, then tapped his finger to the page. Out loud, please. Her body began to shiver, but she clenched her fists and cleared her throat. Verse 1. The magic is creation, and in you the fount is complete. Continue. Garish pointed at the second verse. For, as a seed sprouteth and stretcheth forth, would ye say pluck it out and bury it? Nay, the stem must thicken, the leaves expand. She stopped and lifted her head. What is the point of this? Keep reading. Mel ground her teeth. Verse 3. The goddess is of the fount, though the gift of her power... Careful, Garish whispered as her face twisted in pain. Look up and smile, please. The pressure lifted, and Mel glanced up to see a temple docent walking toward them up the aisle. Mel did as she was told. When the woman passed, Garish put a hand on her shoulder. Continue, but please, let's be reverent. Lower your voice. Mel fought to keep her breathing even. Though the gift of her power in this realm is fettered by darkness, it shall not be divorced. If ye but hold precious the treasure, remember the jewels bequeathed. Mel kept her eyes on the page, her neck already sore from moving it moments before. This speaks of the bloodstones. Yes, though the order does not interpret it so. They believe these verses talk of metaphorical treasure. Mel shook her head. They're wrong. As they are with so many things. Garish tisked. She continued. Verse 4. When all is lost, ye shall join together in rebirth.
Blood shall be spilled as ye cry to the goddess, restore that which was lost. Gift unto me your light that no one else shall suffer. A shiver ran down Mel's spine. And what does the order think this means? I believe a blessing giver would say this refers to the day of Sidoni. You don't agree? No. But the heralds of Sidoni believe the magic should never have been given to the passage realm. Isn't that correct? Look at what it says. Joined together in rebirth? It's straight from the book, Mel. We believe humans do not deserve the same privilege as the goddess, and the prophetess told us from the beginning. Which goddess? Mel muttered. Gish chuckled. They are both connected to the fount, a part of it. They share the same privilege. Only one of them seeks to elevate those who do not deserve it. You speak of privilege, and yet you freely draw. You preach that Sidoni should remove the magic from the realm, and yet here I am buried by the weight of it. Gish shushed her. I said, we do not believe that it should be trusted with humans, and this only serves to prove my point. I'm too weak to avoid holding Sidoni's power when it will give me what I want. That's exactly the problem. Mel glared at him. He could choose to abide by the laws set by Ariadne. His selfish actions proved nothing to her. So it's her power? Each day her bonds weaken. Each day she teaches us how to bring about her purposes. Mel scoffed. You're pathetic. The order might be wrong about plenty of things, but at least they aren't seeking to harm. Gish barked a laugh, and heads twisted toward them throughout the chapel. You know nothing of the order if you believe they do not seek to cause harm. Look at what happened in your camp the other night. What the order sought to do to your friend, with mixed blood. Mel's blood ran cold, and her shivering grew more intense. She felt like a leaf in the middle of a windstorm. How do you know all of this? Gish leaned closer. You're not the only one who can watch through dreams. You don't have magic in your blood, Mel growled. You shouldn't be able to enter Aeon. The goddess bound her magic to bloodlines to keep her sister prisoner. Is that the goddess you serve? One who will hold her own family captive to take what she wants? He shook his head wistfully and leaned back against the pew. So proud for one consecrated days ago. So arrogant for one who's never been. Gish's face hardened, and Mel clamped her mouth shut. His words felt like a slap to the face, but she couldn't show it. He was wrong. His words made sense until they didn't. Her head understood the points he attempted to make, but her heart raged against his conclusions. What she felt? The truth she knew of Ariadne wasn't darkness, but light. So, this is the goddess's will? That you spill my blood? She pointed at the verse. That is why you brought me here to the temple, is it not? To justify what you're about to do? I don't seek to justify anything, Gish snapped. She was getting to him. His easy manner slipped further toward defensiveness and annoyance. It both terrified her and bolstered her confidence. Then why explain? You could have spilled my blood the first second you met me. She watched him from the corner of her eye. You believe it will activate the stone, don't you? A muscle in his jaw clenched. Mel continued. But I don't understand. When I saw you with the stone in my dream, even I didn't know I had magic in my blood. Nobody did. You wouldn't have known either. So why me? Why not any of the 1,000 blessing givers or balancers here in the city for equinox? Don't you think we've tried that? Gish ran a hand through his hair, as if killing for the bloodstone was a petty nuisance. Mel thought she might be sick. How many people have you killed? Me? None. I only came into possession of the stone a few weeks ago. Right. You don't like getting your hands dirty. Gish's mouth twitched. The heralds found the stone last year, buried in a hillside in Cantheon. They read these verses and tried everything they could think of. I came here in search of someone whose blood would work. And look what the goddess provided. If the heralds had tried using blessing givers or balancers in the past, why would Trill be any different? What would exist in this city that hadn't existed everywhere else? Why would... The prophet, Mel whispered. The ceremony. You planned to take his life. Gish watched her, his expression inscrutable. The goddess helped me find a better option. Mel slammed the book closed. And what will the stone give you? What power does it promise? She thought back to her conversation with Ryman and Bella in the coach. Ryman explained that the stones served to ground Ariadne's magic, to prevent it from being wiped from the earth even if the bloodlines were lost. Would it provide unfettered access to the fount? Her heart skipped a beat. If the heralds were after the stones, did they know something Ryman didn't? Could they gain access to the magic even with Masani blood? I don't draw freely. Gish leaned closer, his voice low. The stone will change that. Mel shivered. Will it? Gish drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I think it's time we took a walk. Chapter 31. Gish forced Mel to sit on the courtyard wall behind the temple. Her body yearned for relief, to burst through the bubble that pressed in on her, but she wasn't going to receive it. They'd traipsed all over Trill as Gish stopped at strange shops and inns, talking with men in the shadows, then whistling as he walked, as if this was the most ordinary day in the world, as if she wasn't being tossed between having control of her body and being held with an invisible death grip. Maybe this was normal for him. Maybe he regularly forced innocent people to follow him around foreign cities and townships and then killed them at the end of it. She hated him. She hated how helpless she felt. Her insides roiled, twisting until they seemed to be bundled up in a tangle behind her ribs. It couldn't end this way. Everything in her life had just begun to be made right, and now it would all be taken from her? We've got quite a show tonight, Mel. I'm looking forward to it. Gish settled in next to her and leaned over his knees. Just get it over with. Why make me trail behind you like a lapdog all day when we both know where this is heading? Gish steepled his hands against his lips. That part is your fault, I'm afraid. Mel frowned. What are you talking about? He sat up and drew a deep breath. You made me improvise. I hadn't planned on finding you until a few moments from now. Mel's heart beat in her throat. Wasn't expecting her? He'd been fed information from someone in their group, but who? She refused to believe it was Roderick. He was smart, strong, and capable, but not a performer. He hadn't been able to keep anything from her, not even his proposal of marriage. He'd changed in 6 years, but not that much. No, it had to be someone else. Mel pondered this, running through every interaction on the Maiden's Blessing. Who knew they were traveling to Trill by road? Who knew she held the magic? Who? The blood drained from Mel's face. Taryn. He told her he'd put the marble in the timepiece because of his dream, because he saw something in Aeon. Mel hadn't said a word in her dreams, but Taryn was convinced. He was sure they were from the goddess herself, leading them toward their goal, keeping them safe. What if he'd talked back? Mel cleared her throat. You could have let me go. Captured me this evening instead. Gish barked a laugh and shook his head. But you still haven't answered my question, Mel continued. Why take me with you? Why not kill me last night? She had to get to the others, find a way to send a message. Something. Gish exhaled. Timing is everything, Mel. You'll see. Mel could have choked him. His legs dangled over the wall as he leaned his head back, soaking up the last rays of sunshine. He reminded her of Roderick in some ways, which was why he was so repellent. This man used his good looks, his charm and strength to manipulate and use. He'd sold his soul to Sidoni for access to power that he wouldn't get to keep. Power he didn't want to keep. There was nothing she could say to convince him he was wrong, that her life was worth saving, that the magic was worth protecting. Mel searched the courtyard, pleading with the goddess that her eyes would land on someone she knew, someone she could bore her eyes into and hope they'd turn around and spot her on the wall. Roderick. The thought of him nearly made her sob. Goddess, she was pathetic. She could almost feel his arms around her, the way her cheek felt against his chest. Remembering their brief night together made her body feel like it was being pulled apart from the middle, each layer pulled away to expose raw, tender flesh underneath. Mel fought to draw air into her lungs. If Gish noticed her distress, he didn't give any indication. Just as her head grew dizzy and her vision swirled, she froze. Her nails bit into the stone beneath her hands, and she blinked. Was she imagining things? A cart trundled along the stone, making waves in the horde of people waiting to enter the temple for the ceremony. Marin's hands were clamped around the handles of the cart, and she gasped. There he was. Roderick. Roderick no longer believed in signs. He'd run across the city in all directions searching for Mel and come up empty. He'd waited in the square for hours, scanning every face that passed, until they blurred into one solid mass of humanity. He sat on a sidewall and tore a bite off a roasted turkey leg and chewed, watching the throngs of people heading to the temple. This was his last-ditch effort. Wait outside the temple and hope she showed up. The ceremony was here. It had to be. Simeon hadn't specifically mentioned the Temple of Earth and Fire, but what other event could he have been referencing? Roderick's head throbbed. He'd been up so long. He'd flogged his body into submissiveness. Though his eyes felt like sanded paper and his head felt like it floated above his neck, he'd done everything he could. Tried his best. It hadn't been good enough. Now, whatever was going to happen would happen, and he frowned mid-bite. A woman with dark hair stood with her back to him, and somehow, through all the commotion, she drew his eye. It wasn't Mel. This woman's hair was long and pulled into a bun. She turned, but her face was obscured by a jeweled butterfly mask. Roderick dropped from the wall and tossed his half-eaten turkey leg in a bin, then pushed his way across the crowd. The woman stood next to a cart. Her shoulders were tense. She lifted a hand and fidgeted with the top button of her blouse. That's how he knew he was right. His face split into a smile as he approached. The woman noticed him and gasped. "Hello, Marin." Her mouth fell open. He assumed that meant she was shocked, but considering that half her face was covered, he couldn't tell if it was a good surprise or a terrible one. "I haven't seen you in a year and a half, and that's all I get?" Marin tore the mask off and threw her arms out. Roderick laughed and scooped his youngest sister into his arms. She squeezed her arms around his ribs. "What are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't be coming home until the fall." "This isn't exactly home," he chuckled. She stepped back and straightened her blouse. "So, you had time to attend the festival but not stop in Cantheon?" Roderick grimaced. "Hardly. This was an unexpected detour. My ship was damaged in Talmuth. I'm waiting for it to be repaired." He wanted to give her more details, but after hearing the heralds talk in the pub, he wasn't sure what information was safe. Her face clouded. "I'm sorry to hear that." Roderick shrugged. He glanced up, still distracted by the hope of finding Mel in the crowd. She had to be here. "You should leave Trill and go to Cantheon. Stay at the house." Marin put a hand on his arm. "The others would be thrilled to see you. I have commitments tonight with the festival, but I'll be there in the morning. We could—" "I don't have time. I came for the ceremony. I have to head out first thing." Marin's lips pulled into a tight smile. "I wish I could spend the evening with you, but—" "What work do you have? I could help." Anything to take his mind off what was about to happen. "No, I couldn't make you miss the ceremony. You should go inside the temple before all the pews are filled." Roderick glanced back at the temple doors. Dread settled in his stomach. Any moment now. Whatever the heralds had planned was going to take place, and he couldn't stop it. "I don't care about the ceremony, Marin. I'd rather spend—" "Roderick, I love you, but I need you to go. Now." Marin slapped the mask back over her face and spun on her heel, rounding the side of the cart. Roderick followed, and his brow furrowed. "Marin, I can help if—" "You can't help with this," she snapped, grabbing the handles and lifting until the cart rolled forward. She pushed to the side, rounding the corner of the temple and heading behind the building toward the courtyard. What had gotten into her? Since when did his little sister try to boss him around? He opened his mouth to comment, but she was already a few feet in front of him. "Marin, wait!" Roderick growled. She was trying to push a cart full of knickknacks into a river of festival-goers. He turned to slide past a group of young boys when he heard gasps in front of him. "Fire!" someone shouted. The crowd scattered as if Marin's cart was a rock dropped into a standing pool. His sister jumped back and let out a shrill scream. She pointed at a tendril of smoke lifting into the sky above the canopy. Roderick reached for her, pulling her back further as the entire cart she'd been pushing moments before burst into flames.
That's our cue. Garish hopped up and walked along the wall. As the magic pressed around her, Mel had no choice but to follow. The courtyard flew into a panic, people rushing to move away from the flames and plumes of smoke. Mel pushed against the magic, holding her tight, but couldn't force herself forward off the wall. She had to get to Roderick. He was with Marin. He could explain this, help convince. Look, there. Garish pointed to the left, where a small group of people walked along the opposite side of the temple. Your friends, right? The ambassador, her daughter, and the aberration are in front, waiting to enter the chapel. They thought it best to split up, and I don't blame them. Ryman, Bella, and Taryn. Where were they going? Taryn's dream, the ceremony, the open door. The back door of the temple, Mel whispered. Yes, which is why we need to hurry. Garish made it to the steps leading down to the courtyard and descended. When Mel reached the bottom, he offered his hand. She glared at him, and he shrugged. He pushed forward into the discombobulated crowd, pulling Mel with him. She fought with all her might against the force wrapped around her like a thick blanket, but she only seemed to move faster. Men and women swirled around her, running away from the incendiary vendor cart, and then she was next to Garish as he swung open the door. Inside, he whispered, as if she had a choice. He hustled her down the dimly lit hall. Torches lined the stone walls, but the tunnel seemed to swallow the light. Mel's footsteps echoed against the tile. They passed 2 alcoves, depressions in the rock, then ascended a set of steps worn down in the center by hundreds of years of balancer and blessing giver footsteps. Garish stopped when they reached the landing. Voices. Mel searched the rectangular space edged with columns. To her left, light shone under the bottom of a heavy curtain, but the herald didn't give her time to inspect it. He pulled Mel into the shadows of an archway at the far side of the space. People were on the other side of that curtain, she was sure of it. Where were they? An auditorium? Chapel? Mel clenched her jaw. Taryn thought you were going to be here. I am here. Mel struggled against her invisible bonds, and they snapped tighter. Her arms pressed against her sides. He thought you were coming to harm the prophet. Garish whispered against her ear. No, that's his job. Tears welled in Mel's eyes as the pieces fell into place. Taryn believed the herald would be entering the temple through this door, that he'd be shrouded in a cloak, and that he was heading through the hall to the door that opened behind the throne of the prophet. The boy is adept at entering Aeon in his dreams, Garish continued. The elixir he took proved especially helpful. He was so terrified of the darkness, it made him doubly dedicated to this mission. What mission? Mel couldn't turn her head. She was forced to stare straight down the hall toward the back door. Garish exhaled. Killing me, of course. Don't you know? I'm going to be entering through that door in just a few moments, after your friends. Mel's throat clenched. It's him. The prophet. You were never sneaking through the tunnel. Very good, Mel. He lifted a hand and patted her shoulder. At this point, she didn't even try to writhe away from his touch. He's just a boy, she choked out. Oh, not after tonight. In a few minutes, he'll have a dagger plunged into the prophet's heart, and the whole realm will know that the ambassador's son, a blessing giver, raised in the enclave, assassinated their leader. No. The words slipped out without permission. Mel rolled Garish's words through her head. Taryn was terrified, and convinced the man in the cloak was bringing forth the death of everything he and his family held dear. But Ryman and Bella only wanted answers. They wanted the bloodstone. They wouldn't allow Taryn to harm the herald, would they? Mel bit the inside of her lip. Questions and answers wouldn't be good enough for Taryn. Garish had whipped him up into a terrified frenzy to make sure of it. Mel's eyes burned as she stared at the closed temple door. You will serve as a link as if in a chain, connecting ancestors before you with fruit of your womb. False. She had no way out. No way to warn her friends and no way to save herself. Her link would break tonight. Your body will be strong and capable. You'll be able to rely on yourself always. False again. Mel pushed against the magic and it did nothing. You will have to choose between breaking your heart or protecting it. You may not have both. She thought back to the moment against the tree.
The goddess had welcomed her, pulled her into the fount and made her complete. Now, Mel could barely remember what it felt like. Had it been real? Had she worked herself into such a state of desperation that she'd imagined all of it? Mel knew it was possible to feel her heart physically shatter. She didn't know until that moment that it could happen twice. Chapter 32. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and the dark magic sealed Mel's mouth shut. Her heart galloped, and her nostrils flared. Air. She couldn't breathe. Ryman, Bella, and Taryn appeared one by one at the top of the landing. The old blessing giver whisked behind one of the columns, and Bella joined him. No! Mel screamed inside her head. Don't leave Taryn alone! The boy stayed near the opening to the stairs and pressed himself into the corner where the doorway met the far wall. Mel fought to move, to make a sound in her throat. Anything that would alert them that she was there, staring at them from the shadows. It felt as if a hand were clamped over her mouth, forcing her to swallow her screams. Another set of footsteps. Slower this time. Methodical. Not in any hurry. Ryman nodded at Bella, and she reached for her dagger tucked into the strap cinched around her waist. Suddenly, she froze. Her shoulders hunched, and her hand extended. Panic rose in Mel's chest. Ryman didn't move either. Garish! How was he able to hold them too? Tears stung the corner of her eyes as she watched Taryn shift on his feet. Shh, Mel. It will be over soon. Garish whispered in her ear. No, no, no! Mel screamed and thrashed inside her catatonic body. Closer. The cloaked figure appeared in the doorway, but Taryn couldn't see him yet. The prophet walked forward and stood in front of the curtain at the center of the platform. Wait, Taryn, don't move, don't... Taryn pulled something from under his jacket. A glint of metal. No, Taryn, stop! Taryn waited, watching the column for Ryman or Bella. When neither of them moved, he tensed and sprang forward, just as the prophet lowered the cloak over his head and the curtain pulled apart in the center. Taryn's eyes widened, but it was too late. He blinked as bright sunlight streaming through the windows of the temple chapel flooded the small stage. The prophet collapsed to his knees, and Taryn let go, leaving the dagger buried to the hilt in the left side of his back. The prophet! He's been attacked! Screams filled the atrium, and guards rushed up the steps. Mel caught sight of a woman standing at the edge of the dais, her hand still holding the tasseled pull string for the curtains. Her face was half veiled, just as it had been at the pub that night in Mel's dream. Garish pulled Mel further from the light, then opened a narrow door in the back wall. She still couldn't move her mouth, couldn't cry out as Alora rushed the stage. She searched the crowd and found Paladin's dark hair and patch. He whirled toward the exit with his head pointed toward the ground as Rael stood in the aisle, torn between him and her brother. There's been a mistake, Elora screamed. That's my son! She collapsed as two guards intercepted her, refusing to allow her closer to Taryn. Time to go now, Garish murmured, and then she spun into another dark hallway as the door slammed behind her. Mel's body groaned as she dragged behind Garish through the dark streets of Trill. They'd escaped through the side door of the temple, then followed the crowd around front until Garish peeled off to the north. The prophet is dead! By the ambassador's own son! The shouts and whispers sounded all around her, pounding against her like physical blows. Her heart ached for Taryn. He thought he'd been doing the right thing, thought he'd been following where the goddess led him. She'd been foolish enough to think the same thing. If that moment in the woods was real, what good was it? What good was it to be led to the truth if it all got snatched from you the second you closed your hand around it? Awfully quiet there, Mel. Garish ambled next to her. Every once in a while, he'd pat his pocket. The stone was in his jacket, so what else was he hiding? A weapon? Mel had nothing to say to him. Just like when she'd been standing at the docks of Aith staring at the guard who refused to let them in, her blood simmered. If all this was his attempt to cow her, it wouldn't work. She was more determined than ever to make him regret this night. How? That was another question, but she trusted it would come to her, hopefully before he slit her throat. Do you always chat up the people you're about to kill? Mel asked. Garish shrugged.
It's a matter of decency.
Mel laughed out loud. Definitely. I appreciate the consideration. Makes the entire experience much more palatable. The road turned to their right, and she only saw darkness ahead. They'd reached the edge of the city and were walking toward the woods. Mel's heart leapt at the idea of being surrounded by living things. Maybe she could... Dread hit her stomach. She couldn't. If she reached for the fount, she'd be handing Garish power over her. She couldn't access the magic without strengthening him, which meant being in the trees would do nothing for her. Blood rushed in her ears as Garish pulled a torch from the last house on the street and lit it, then stepped onto a soft mulch path leading into the trees. Her head spun. Garish didn't have a hold on her now. There wasn't anyone here drawing from the fount. She could run, find a weapon, hide in the shadows. Even as she thought it, she knew it would only bring more pain. Every muscle in her body ached. Garish had slept well, and while he'd also walked all over Trill today, he didn't have to fight to move. He was stronger than she was. There had to be some other way. She reached out and brushed her hands along the tree branches. The fount called to her, so close she might touch it by accident. A cloud of humming warmth just above her head, beckoning her in. Mel cleared her throat. It's interesting how you seem to be approaching this by trial and error. You'd think if you had access to the Dark Sister's power, you'd know what to do by now. A muscle in Garish's jaw tensed. I do. That's why you're here. Mel shook her head. You were planning to kill the prophet yourself. Now you're suddenly sure you know the answer? The goddess led me to you for a reason. Just like she led you to the other members of the order? At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, the goddess gives when necessary. Garish snapped. It's not for man to determine her timing. Mel raised an eyebrow. She'd struck a chord. Though they fought for different sides, maybe they weren't that different after all. I ran for years hoping to make the goddess proud. I feel honored to make that dream come true. He sped up, and Mel worked against the pressure to match his stride. Nobody will be proud tonight, He whirled so quickly Mel gasped. You think you understand the heralds, but you don't. Death is a precursor to the gift of rebirth. He pulled the stone from his pocket, holding it in front of her face. The heralds don't care who has to die. We will spill blood until we find the goddess's secret. He was agitated, jumpy, but not only because of what she'd said. Though it may have been buried deep inside, the twitch of his brow told her there was a part of him that didn't want to be here either. Mel held her ground, and her face hardened. Then what are we waiting for? Garish pointed at the path. Mel stalked ahead of him. It was only a few minutes later that the blood drained from her face as they ascended a low slope and started down the other side. 5, maybe 6, other men stood in a small clearing just off the path. He'd planned this. Timing is everything. If she thought the chances were slim of her escaping 1 man, what were the chances of escaping 6? Garish motioned for her to stand next to him in front of the small group. Her body felt like it was no longer hers. It moved without permission, and stood still when she wanted to rage at the heavens. Was this really how it ended? Mel's throat felt so thick she thought she might choke. She leaned down and started untying her boots. Garish put a hand on her arm, but she slapped it off. I want to feel the grass on my feet. Nobody spoke as she removed her boots and set them next to her, then curled her toes in the soft clover. Are you finished? Garish asked, with almost a pitying look. Mel nodded, then focused above the heads of the men who stood in front of her. They all looked like average men, wearing shirts, vests, and trousers, men who could have been closing down shop at the end of the day or wrestling with young children in their front room. But they weren't. They were men who had gathered in the woods to witness her murder. In creation we are bonded, Garish recited. In rebirth we are set free. Garish nodded and pulled the stone from his pocket. The man closest to them stepped forward holding a rope. Looks like they weren't going to bother with any small talk. Mel's hands tingled. She couldn't let this happen. Roderick was in the city somewhere. He would never find her out here. Ryman and Bella didn't know what the heralds were planning. Bella had a second stone. Would she be next? If Garish had been spying on them through Aeon, did he already have men looking for her? She couldn't let this happen. Maybe she couldn't stop them from spilling her blood, but she could try to warn the others, try to say goodbye, and tell Roderick how much she loved him. If Gish gained more power by her reaching for the fount, who cared? She'd already be gone. Mel thought back to that moment in the woods behind Roderick's tent, the feel of the rough bark against her cheek, the desperation of her heart. She spread her toes against the greens, burrowing into the soft earth. She could feel the magic now, the beckoning of the plants beneath her feet. She didn't need to choose to protect her heart, because in a few moments, there would be nothing worth protecting. Tonight, she would break it, use it, spend every last breath and pulse of blood within her. She inhaled deeply and closed her eyes, then reached for the fount. The ground lit up around her, and just as invisible pressure clamped down over her body, she started to fall down into the earth. Chapter 33. Merrin! Roderick ran after his sister. Something was happening inside the temple. People streamed out instead of in, and all darkness was breaking loose in the square. Masani, blessing givers, and balancers shouted as they scattered. This was it, what the heralds had planned. Mel was nowhere to be found. He'd have settled for anyone he recognized, even the ambassador herself. But then the cart exploded, and now everyone was running like the Dark Sister herself was chasing them. He felt like he was trying to catch a silver trout with his bare hands, except the thought of Mel slipping through his fingers a second time made his stomach flip inside out. Roderick grabbed Merrin's elbow and pulled her to a stop. "Let go of me!" She tried to yank her arm free from his grip, but Roderick held tight. "Merrin, enough! Mel is in trouble. That's why I'm here." Merrin blinked. "Mel? Roderick, what are you—" Someone ran into Roderick's back, and he pulled Merrin toward him. "We need to get out of this crowd," he growled. Merrin nodded, and together they pushed toward the shops. "The prophet is dead! Someone murdered the prophet!" Roderick's heart raced as shouts echoed into the night. So, that was it. The heralds had succeeded in murdering the prophet. But who had done it? Icy dread slid into his lower abdomen. Could Mel or one of her friends have killed him? Why would they murder one of their own? Roderick jolted as his shirt pulled tight around his neck, jerking him backward. "Get off!" he spluttered, fighting against whoever latched onto him. "Stop! Roderick, it's me!" Bella grasped his shoulders. Roderick froze. Why was Bella here? How had she found them in the massive crowd? "Where is she?" he shouted. Bella's eyes dropped as she pursed her lips, and Roderick felt the street drop out from under him. What did that mean? Was Mel? "Roderick, who is this?" Merrin put a hand over his. He was still squeezing her arm but couldn't unclench his fingers. "Where's Ryman?" he asked. Bella pointed to the old blessing giver pushing through the crowd behind her, then turned to Merrin. Her eyes narrowed and she nearly hissed. "Roderick, what are you doing with her?" "She's my sister." "She's working with the heralds." Bella's shoulders tensed, and her hand tightened around the hilt of the dagger tucked into her belt. Roderick looked down at Merrin. Her mouth fell open, but she didn't refute the accusation. His sister had been in the square. She'd pushed the cart into the crowd. The fire wasn't an accident. His voice was barely audible over the roar of the crowd still rushing around them. "I'm here!" Ryman finally made his way through the crowd and pushed toward an archway protecting the entrance to a closed shop. Roderick pulled Merrin along until all four of them huddled in the shadows. He dropped her arm as soon as she was tucked into the corner behind Bella. "Rael and her mother are in the temple. With the prophet dead, there's rumor of an attack on the Blessing Giver Enclave," Ryman explained. "It's true, then?" Roderick asked. Ryman nodded. "Elora isn't safe. Someone recognized her in the temple, and after—" He trailed off, looking up at Bella. "Will someone please tell me what's going on?" Roderick growled. "None of us has any idea." Bella gritted her teeth. "Mel disappeared yesterday, and then Terran told us of his dream." "Mel disappeared?" Blood rushed in Roderick's ears. Bella nodded, biting her lip. "We saw the two of them, your sister and the herald. Mel said it was the same man she'd seen in her dream, so she and I went into the house, looking for the stone." "Did you find it?" Bella's eyes were glassy. "We don't know.
Mel never came back out after me. When I went back in to check for her, she was gone." Roderick's chest stretched so tight he thought it might burst. She was gone. He'd searched all over Trill. His head pounded from lack of food and sleep, and the words wouldn't process. Mel couldn't be gone. How could she have disappeared? "I don't understand," he wheezed. "Mel." Bella put a hand on his arm. "We haven't given up, Roderick, but right now we think she's been taken by the Herald." Mel glided through the darkness, enveloped in warmth. It was so easy to slip into the grass and earth, as if her body belonged here more fully. This was better, simpler. She wished she could sink here and never again lift to the surface. But that wasn't why she'd come. She had to find Roderick, and then Bella and Ryman. She had to tell them what she knew of the Heralds and warn Bella to take her bloodstone and get as far from Trill as she possibly could. Mel pushed forward through the mist. "Help me find them, Goddess Mother." She conjured every sense of Roderick: sight, smell, touch. A shimmering light appeared ahead of her, and she pushed toward it. Voices. Warbled, but she could hear someone talking. Mel moved faster, pressing against a film that seemed to stretch and form to her essence. After the weight Gish had flattened her with all day, this was nothing. A subtle pop, and Mel was standing in an archway, just off the busy street. "Why didn't you look for her?" Roderick exploded. Mel rushed forward and threw out her arms, but they passed through him. Aeon. He couldn't see her or feel her. "Why is Mel here, Roderick?" Marin cut in just as Bella groaned. We've been looking for her everywhere." Mel whirled, trying to put all the pieces together. How had Bella and Ryman escaped from the temple? Why was Roderick with Marin? Did he come here to help her? Or was it a coincidence they ended up in the same place? Did he know she was working with Gish? Did they know what happened in the temple? Roderick turned to his sister. "Mel ended up on my ship. Why would they have seen you with a herald?" He studied her face and blinked. Did he remember that moment on the Maiden's Blessing? Could he see how much his sister looked like his mother? Marin swallowed hard. "I wasn't with him. He asked me to provide a distraction, so—" "He asked you?" Roderick's jaw tensed. He looked as desperate as Mel felt. "Gish, he's a leader of the Heralds, and he asked me to—" "A leader of the Heralds?" Roderick threw up his hands. Mel stood next to him, willing her presence to bleed into his. His questions answered her own. He didn't know about Marin's connection to the Heralds, which meant he'd come to Trill for a different reason entirely. Marin bristled. "You know nothing of them or their beliefs, so don't—" "I know enough. They murdered the prophet, Marin." Marin looked between the four of them, and her lip trembled. "Who killed him? Was it Gish?" Bella's eyes flitted to Ryman. She shook her head. "No, it was Terran." Even though Mel knew this, hearing it out loud sent a new wave of grief through her. Where was he? Had the Heralds captured him? Rael and Paladin weren't here. Maybe they were keeping him safe? Roderick sucked in a breath. "Terran?" Ryman nodded as his brow pulled together. His cheek was swollen and his lip was coated in dried blood. "He told us of the dream, of the Herald walking through the tunnel. We thought he could lead us to Mel, give us answers to our questions." Ryman looked meaningfully at Roderick. They'd talked about the stones in the coach. Told them they didn't know how to use them. Ryman didn't want to give specifics in front of Marin. Did Roderick remember? Bella's nostrils flared. "I told him to stay back. When he saw the man enter the tunnel, something snapped. It was like a nightmare. He couldn't see reason. We thought it was the Herald, but—" She sucked in a breath. "It was the prophet," Roderick finished. "I don't know much about Aeon, but Terran, these dreams he had, the dreams Mel had, they both followed where they led." "Yes," Mel whispered in his ear. "I'm so sorry. I love you, Roderick." "And now Mel is gone and Terran is being held by the prophet's god." Bella groaned. "We told him Aeon was dangerous and the stubborn—" "Mel didn't take any elixir," Roderick cut in. "I know the boy did, but only once. The dreams came to him in their sleep." Mel ended up on the deck of my ship in the middle of a storm because of one of them. He turned to Marin, his eyes wide. If you've been working with the Heralds, do you have a tincture? Mel grew still, as if her very particles ground to a halt at Roderick's words. Tincture? What was he talking about? Marin frowned. What tincture? The vial that the Heralds used to enter Aeon. If Mel had breath, she would have gasped. Heralds had no right to go into Aeon, no access through their bloodline. What tincture could they possibly have that would break through Ariadne's order? Marin scoffed. No, I'm not high enough up to have those privileges. Roderick sighed and leaned back against the stone, defeated. Heralds? Masani can walk in Aeon? Ryman fixed his eyes on the two of them. Roderick's lips pulled into a line. That's what they told me. Marin's eyes widened. Told you? Are you? No! I wandered into one of their meetings and they spoke of a plot. This plot. Though I didn't know it then. They had someone feeding them information. Someone from the group we left with in Talmuth. The Heralds must have shown, whoever it was, false images and made them believe something that wasn't true. Yes, Rod, exactly. Mel had no idea how it was possible, but it had to be. And Taryn had talked back, shared information with the Heralds, information that led to her capture and the Prophet's death. Ryman's face pulled together. That's not how Aeon works. You can't dreamwalk and make up stories about whatever you want. Time works differently there. You can walk in the past or the future, but not in possibilities. If the Heralds are walking there with Sidoni's power, they could only have shown him the truth. But made him believe something different, Marin whispered. She looked up at Roderick. You have to believe me. I didn't know that he was going to kill the Prophet. I only thought... She caught herself, her eyes darting around like a tawn rabbit in a trap. What did you think, Marin? Roderick asked, his voice low. She swallowed hard. Gish showed me a stone. He told me that what the Order had taught us was wrong, and he had proof. They held worship meetings where they taught us the true meaning of the Book of Ariadne, and... Marin began to tremble. Roderick reached out and held her hands between his. She drew a ragged breath. Roderick, you have to believe I would never have helped if I would have known. Her face pulled together as she dropped her head and started to cry. Did he say they knew how to use the stone? Ryman asked. Marin nodded. Yes, they said they were preparing for a ceremony, that the stone required bloodline magic to awaken, and they were preparing for... She trailed off and looked up, her eyes wide. Roderick had already dropped her hands. Bella's eyes flicked to the bracelet she had on her sleeve. Run, Bella. Mel wished she could warn her. Ryman shook his head. We have bloodline magic and it still hasn't worked. There's a scripture in the book of Josephine. What color was the stone? In Mel's dream. Roderick choked out. Ryman's face was ashen. Green. But Roderick, I promise you we've tried everything. Mel's missing. She saw the stone in her dream and now she's missing, Ryman. Maybe the Heralds know something you don't. He ran his hands through his hair, struggling to fill his lungs with air. Mel traced her hands over his face, his chest, his arms. Thank you for coming after me. Thank you for always coming after me. I love you. Marin cleared her throat. Roderick, Gish spoke of a ceremony. I know. The sunset ceremony at the temple, he erupted, shoving past them to step back into the light of the torches. No, she called after him. This was different. A ceremony for the stone, Roderick. If Mel is with him, if they think she's the one who can activate the stone, I think I might know where she is. Chapter 34. Mel pulled back through the dark earth. It was too much, seeing Roderick in agony. Had that been how he looked when she left the first time? She dove forward, willing herself back to the woods. Her mind was still functioning, but that didn't mean her body was safe. The Heralds didn't need her to be awake to proceed with the ceremony. She could be bleeding out, her heart barely beating. The only thought that propelled her was that she couldn't make Roderick look like that again. Though she understood very little about the magic, what she had experienced in the camp was real. Ariadne knew her. The goddess was there.
tangible, though Gish never tried to refute that. The heralds knew both Ariadne and Sidoni were there, but that begged the question, who was right? Was Ariadne right for binding her sister and sealing her magic to the passage realm, or was Sidoni right to fight against it? When Mel had chosen obedience 6 years ago, it was out of fear. Fear that she would cost herself or Roderick passage. Fear that she would shame her family, his family. Fear that others in Cantheon saw her only as a failure. Leaving hadn't been breaking her heart. It had been protecting it. This time, she would choose correctly. Stay. It didn't matter which goddess was right. She'd wasted so much time trying to figure out what was right, and it had only brought her misery. It wasn't her job to make sense of the realm, because she'd made sense of her own heart. Her heart wanted Roderick. Her heart wanted to feel the love of Ariadne. If her heart, mind, and body were all created by the goddess, then they had to be good. Mel's mind raced as she rose up and settled into her body. Her eyes flew open as she drew in a ragged breath. She was lying on her back in the clover. Gish hovered above her with the stone in one hand, a knife in the other. She was still alive. Gish flinched when he noticed her eyes were open, but before he could move, Mel's hand shot forward. She clamped her hand around the knife, but Gish slammed her hand to the ground. Glad you're back, Mel. Just in time. No, she couldn't allow him to restrain her like he had in the hall. His body shifted as he reached for the knife with his other hand. She couldn't see anything above her, but as she pulled against his grasp, she gasped. His pocket. He'd been patting it all day, and her left hand was still free. She jammed it into his trousers and Gish jumped. Not fast enough this time. Mel grabbed the vial tucked between the fabric and pulled it out into the open. A tincture, dark and inky. Without opening it, she couldn't be sure what it was, but she had one educated guess. Gish reared, dropping the stone, and moved to snatch the vial from her hand. Without thinking twice, she threw her palm forward and smashed the vial against Gish's teeth. The thin glass shattered, and dark liquid oozed into his mouth. Gish! One of the heralds lunged forward and dropped to his knees. Gish growled and spit out pieces of glass, then scrambled to keep her pinned to the ground as she writhed to get out from under him. The herald slammed his hands against her shoulders, and she yelped. It didn't take long for the tincture to work. Gish's motions grew sloppy, and then he dropped to his hands. What did she do to him? The herald holding Gish's torch leaned in. Get on with it, another one called. Gish panted, and his head dropped, hanging between his shoulders. His legs relaxed, which meant hers were nearly free. Mel slid her leg to the side and positioned herself, then drew her leg toward her, slamming her knee into the other herald's ribs. He grunted and let up just enough for her to roll. Gish fell to the ground, landing on her hip, but her torso was free. She scrambled forward, clawing at the grass until her body was free. She jumped up and started to run, only to have her ankle pulled out from under her. Mel slammed to the ground, but though her breath was knocked out of her, she forced her body up. Run! She would run until her body gave out. She pumped her legs with shouts echoing behind her. She ran down the path, darting into the trees and hiding in the shadows as she made her way back toward the city. Footsteps pounded against the soft earth close behind her. Roderick! She screamed. If Mara knew they were headed to the woods, maybe they'd be close. Maybe... Mel! His voice sounded in the distance, and she nearly laughed with relief, then stumbled over a tree root. Too far. His voice was too far away. A snapped branch. A grunt. The herald behind her was catching up. But Roderick was out there. That knowledge gave her new strength. Mel burst from the trees and sprinted down the path. Rod! She screamed again. She'd barely turned a corner when the herald's hand slammed into her. He grabbed her shoulder, wrapping his fist into her blouse and spinning her to the side. Mel fell hard against the mulch, and tears sprang to her eyes as she rolled. The herald yanked her up from the ground, tearing the neckline of her shirt as he wrapped his burly forearm around her waist. Mel screamed and kicked against his shins. She slammed her head back, hoping to hit bone, but the man dodged. He had just turned and started back up the path when Roderick stormed ahead of them, with Bella and Ryman following close behind. Rod! Mel screamed. He charged forward and lunged, tackling the man to the ground. Mel flew to the side, then scurried out of the way as Roderick slammed his fist into the man's face. Bella drew her dagger and dropped into a crouch, then slid it across the herald's throat before he could hit Roderick back.
Roderick shook out his hand and stood, then ran to Mel's side. He pulled her up from the ground and pressed his hands against her sides, then patted her down, searching for any sign of injury. "I'm fine, Rod." Mel flung her arms around his neck and buried her face in his chest. I love you so much." Roderick stroked her hair and squeezed her so tightly against him, she couldn't tell where her body ended and his began. "This isn't him," Bella growled, then wiped her dagger across the grass. Mel gasped. She killed him and didn't even blink. She was grateful, but also terrified of the woman. "No, Garish is back in the clearing with the others." Her face dropped. "The stone, it's still there. I ran, but—" "Show us." Bella's eyes glittered in the moonlight as she looked up at Ryman. He gave a slight nod, then helped her up from the ground. Something passed between them, but Mel didn't know what. She didn't have time to wonder or ask. "This way." Roderick's fist throbbed as they ran down the path. The sight of Mel running next to him allowed his lungs to fully inflate for the first time in hours. Yet he still felt jittery and restless. How many heralds were there? Yes, they had Bella with them, but any risk felt too high at the moment. He should run. Take Mel with him. Roderick's stomach was in knots when the path dropped over a low hill. A torch. Men in the clearing. "Mel, Mel pointed to a man lying on the grass. "There! I forced him into Aeon." Bella and Ryman ran ahead without questioning her. Forced him into Aeon? "Get the stone!" Bella called out behind her. Roderick's mind spun. Mel tore from the path as the heralds exploded into action, and Roderick had no choice but to go with her. Bella moved like a cat, springing directly into the middle of their circle. The only light came from the flickering torch, casting eerie shadows across the clearing as she attacked. 2 heralds engaged, grinning as if they'd been hoping for a fight. The blade of a knife glinted as the man on the left lifted his arms. Bella looked petite, but they were about to discover she was no easy prey. She lunged forward, her dagger flashing in the torchlight as she struck at the first man. He stumbled backward, clutching his shoulder in pain, while the other shot forward. Bella sidestepped his attack, delivering a swift kick to his knee that sent him toppling to the ground. As the first man recovered and dove at her again, Bella parried his blow with her dagger, then spun around and kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling. The second man growled as he charged forward. This time, Bella met him head on, slamming the hilt of her dagger deep into his gut. She hadn't used the blade. The herald let out a throaty scream and collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Roderick stayed glued to Mel's hip as she dropped into the fray on her hands and knees, running her fingers through the grass. The heralds who had been tending to Garish wheeled around and barreled toward them. Roderick threw himself between the man and Mel. The herald lunged forward, throwing a punch at Roderick's face. Roderick managed to duck just in time, then retaliated with a swift uppercut that connected with the herald's jaw. He winced as the bones in his hands crunched. The herald staggered backward, but he quickly regained his footing and charged forward. Roderick blocked the herald's next punch with his forearm and followed up with a quick jab to the man's ribs. The herald grunted, but didn't back down. Instead, he threw his full body weight at Roderick, trying to tackle him to the ground. Roderick clamped his arms behind the man's neck and threw him forward as he twisted his body out of the way. The herald dropped to the ground, and Roderick pulled the herald's arm behind his back and torqued his wrist. Roderick tightened his grip, and the herald bayed like a wounded animal. "I found it!" Mel gasped. The herald flung his free arm back and scrambled to make contact with Roderick's face. Just as Roderick was about to kick the back of the man's knees, Bella flew past him and slashed the herald's shoulder. The man gasped, and Roderick dropped his hold as the herald fell to the ground. Roderick ran back to Mel, his whole body fueled with fear and adrenaline. She held up the stone, then lit up as she caught sight of someone over his shoulder. "Bella, it's here! The stone!" "Hide it!" Bella hissed. "I have to activate this," Mel choked out. "I read the scripture. I think—" "Get rid of it now." Bella's shirt was stained with blood. "Bella, please, let me!" Ryman cried out behind them, and Bella spun. Roderick jumped to his feet to find the blessing giver dashing across the clearing. What was he doing? Mel's face went white next to him. The herald, who'd been lying in the grass, pushed himself up to his forearms. Why hadn't Bella dispatched him like she'd done the man in the woods? "Garish!" Ryman growled. "Don't draw from the fount!"
Mel scrambled to her feet. "Ryman, he—" The old blessing giver slammed into Gish and reached for the knife lying in the grass. Roderick grabbed Mel's shoulders and yanked her up from the ground. "We have to get out of here. Now!" She clenched her hand around the stone. "But Ryman—" "He has Bella, Mel. You heard her. We need to hide the stone." He yanked her back toward the trees. Mel struggled against him. "But if they draw from the fount, Gish can use their power and—" "You have the stone. And right now you're safe, Mel. I'd like to keep it that way." Mel's lips trembled. She nodded and stopped pulling against him, then ran with him into the trees. "Wait!" Mel pulled from his grasp as they passed through the brush and turned back. She raced a few paces back to the edge of the clearing with her head lowered, then dropped to the ground. Metal glinted as she lifted her hand from the grass and stood. "Bella's bracelet! She dropped it!" Roderick opened his mouth to speak, but a cry split the air. Mel froze on the ground, and they both stared at the scene in front of them. Ryman landed with a thud on Gish's chest and raised his knife above his head. The herald looked stunned, still waking up from wherever Mel had sent him. How had she forced him into the dream world? "You have betrayed the laws of Ariadne. You shall not gain your passage, but shall meet the rebirth you seek." Ryman thrust his arms toward Gish's chest, but before he made contact, Bella ran toward him. She should be the one to do it. She was stronger, more agile than Ryman, and— Mel gasped, and Roderick's heart stopped in his chest as Bella spun, then plunged the dagger into the old blessing giver's heart. Gish caught his breath, then shoved Ryman off his chest and scrambled to sit. He looked up at Bella, and Roderick's stomach dropped through his middle. She smiled, then offered the herald a hand. Roderick clamped his fingers around Mel's arm. "Run, Mel. Now!" The Book of Ariadne, Words of Calamine, Prophet under the Order of Ariadne, Chapter 1, Verse 6. Men seeketh safety in caves that will not hide. All flesh shall be laid bare, all bones stripped clean. All who seek passage shall first be cleansed, and then reunited. Chapter 35. Mel ran until she couldn't feel her legs, then kept running until they reached the city wall. It wasn't only her extremities, everything in her body felt numb. The scene of Bella plunging her dagger into Ryman's chest played on repeat in her head. Had she seen it correctly? It had been dark, and she was exhausted. No. Mel shook her head. She'd clearly seen Bella offer Gish her hand. She gasped for breath as Roderick headed south until they found a gate that still hung open. He tore laundry off a drying line. "Change. Quickly." Mel didn't question him. She switched her blouse and wrapped a scarf around her head while Roderick put on a new shirt. Mel's body shivered. "I don't understand. None of us knew that much about Bella." Roderick shoved his arm into the sleeve. "Ryman did. He trusted her." "Did he? Or did he need her to find the stone?" Mel blinked as Roderick buttoned his shirt. In the clearing, Bella hadn't asked for the stone. She hadn't tried to take it from her either. She'd told Mel to hide it. Ryman was dead. Ryman was dead. She repeated the words in her mind, trying to make herself feel the weight of them, but she couldn't. Her heart seemed to float outside of her body, a bundle of feelings she couldn't quite grasp. Roderick pulled a jacket over his shirt. It was too large, but that almost did a better job of changing his appearance. "We need to leave the city. Go back to Aith." "No, we have to find Rael and Paladin." Mel reached into her pocket. "I have the stones, Rod. They're going to come for them. Come for us. Gish believes they'll give him power. If I can activate them, maybe we can use them to keep us safe." "That's what he was trying to do? Using you?" Mel nodded. She pulled the stone out and flipped it in her palm. Her skin felt warm when she touched it. "It calls to me, Rod. Like it's telling me something. I don't think Gish could feel this." Roderick stepped closer and cupped her face with his hand. "I don't care about the stones, Mel. I only care about you." Mel nuzzled against his palm and breathed him in. "But what if I care about the stones?" Roderick wrapped his hand around the base of her neck, and his jaw tightened. "You're infuriating. You're aware of that, yes?" She lifted on her tiptoes and brushed her lips against his. "Come with me to the temple. Someone there must know where they took Taryn.
Rael was there with her mother. How do you know that? Roderick frowned. Mel pulled on his hand. It doesn't matter. I'll explain everything later, I promise. Roderick didn't budge. And if we don't find a lead? Mel threw up her hands. Then we'll do it your way. I'll leave with you. We'll go into hiding. She frowned, a thought occurring to her. What about your ship? To darkness with my ship, Mel, Roderick growled, then grabbed her hand and pulled her down the street. Flowers had already appeared against the walls of the temple as a shrine to the prophet. People sobbed and held each other, swaying in the torchlight of the square. The doors may be locked, Roderick mused. Mel reached out and pulled on the handle of the tall wooden door. It didn't budge. She sighed and leaned against them. Roderick stiffened and scanned the crowd. Gish and Bella are probably back in the city. We aren't safe here. Mel nodded. I know, Someone called her name. Mel's head spun in the direction of the voice. Rael! And Paladin! Her heart leapt as she forced her sore legs forward. Roderick put a hand around her waist. Was she limping? Mel couldn't quite tell. Everything in her body felt disconnected, like she'd been pulled apart and put back together in the wrong order. Rael approached, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy. She threw her arms around Mel. I'm so relieved you're okay. Mel squeezed, then pulled back, desperate for answers. What happened after... Her chest tightened, and her hands began to shake. Where's Taryn? Rael pulled back, fresh tears brimming in her eyes. She motioned for them to leave the square and gather in the shadows behind the temple wall. She ran a hand over her face and drew a deep breath as Paladin stood next to her. He's locked in a cell. Mother's with him, though she won't be for long. She spoke with you? Rael's cheeks flushed. Not exactly. Paladin put a hand on her shoulder. I left the chapel as soon as... His jaw flexed and his nostrils flared. I couldn't risk being seen. Mel drew a breath. You followed him, instead of going to Taryn. Rael nodded and looked down at the paving stones beneath their feet. Mel didn't blame her. If it had been Roderick, she would have done the same thing. Though that was easy to say, having never grown up with a sibling. Rael sought information from the guards, the docent, before they closed the doors, Paladin explained. They'll let the ambassador go? Mel asked. Rael's lips pinched together. They have to. The Enclave is under attack. Her voice was barely a whisper. So it was true. Mel put a hand over her mouth as Roderick's hand slid along her lower back. The motion infused her with enough strength to stay standing. Do we need to break Taryn out? Paladin threw up his hands in frustration. That's what I said. Rael sniffed and wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. It won't help. He's only 16, and he can't be on the run the rest of his life. She glanced up at Paladin. We have to do this the right way, for his sake. Mel bit her lower lip. Is there a right way? Taryn was manipulated by the heralds, tricked. He thought he was protecting the prophet, not harming him. Hard to prove, Paladin grunted. But we do have to prove it. The enclaves have been soaking in absinthe for years, and all the heralds had to do was sweep in and drop a match. Rael ran her hands through her hair. They're calling for Mother's immediate removal, and the balancers are convinced the blessing givers aren't fit to lead the order. Removing your mother as ambassador is good, isn't it? Mel looked between Rael and Paladin. Did they not remember what she'd done a few weeks ago? Rael bit her lip. I'm not so sure anymore. She was beginning to listen. Paladin's nostrils flared. Barely. And she didn't agree with us. No, but she did hear us out. I can't think of many others within the Enclave who would give us that. Maybe if we can give her more time. Rael paused and her brows pulled together. She looked at Mel. Where are Bella and Ryman? Mel's throat suddenly felt rubbed raw. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Ryman's dead, Roderick answered for her. Bella killed him. She's one of them. Rael stared at them blankly. What? Paladin roared, then caught himself and lowered his voice. This can't be possible. We saw it with our own eyes, Mel hissed. Ryman attacked Gish, the herald, and she... Mel sucked in a breath. I was there too, Roderick added. She stabbed him in the heart. Rael's eyes brimmed with tears. I don't understand. Why would she do such a thing?
She folded her arms over her chest and began to pace. Doesn't make sense. Why would Ryman bring her here? Why?
Because he didn't know, Roderick muttered. She had him fooled.
Mel reached into her pocket and pulled out Bella's bracelet and the green stone. Rael's head snapped up. How did you get that? Rael ran a finger along the metal cuff. She never took it off. I found it in the grass. It must have fallen. Rael's eyes narrowed. The clasp. It's closed. How would it have fallen off and closed itself? Mel inspected the underside of the cuff. Rael was right. It would have been impossible for it to snap closed, or fall off, for that matter. It clipped together in 2 different places. She didn't kill the heralds, Roderick whispered. Mel's head snapped up. What are you talking about? She slit in the clearing. She killed the herald on the hill when nobody was watching, but in the clearing, she only defended herself. And me. He met Mel's gaze. Because Gish was there, Mel murmured. Her mind returned to the night in the woods. How long ago had that been? 3 days? Ryman and Bella approached their tent when Roderick was supposed to be tending to her wound. He had, but they'd gotten distracted, and then Ryman. Mel gasped. They were looking for him. For Gish. Roderick frowned and Mel continued. Outside the tent. That night. She replayed the conversation in her head. Bella had started. What the ambassador said, and Ryman answered, it changes nothing. Bella asked what they'd do if the heralds were to leave Trill, and Ryman said they won't. Even if he's not there, we'll find someone to lead us. Roderick put a hand on her shoulder, and Mel turned to Rael. What if they were after more than the stones? Rael's brow furrowed, and Mel pressed on. The herald, he can access Sidonai's magic. Anytime someone draws from the fount, Wait, slow down. Rael put up a hand. He can access what power? Mel wet her lips. Sidonai's power. Darkness. I don't understand it, but I felt it. He was Masani, Rael stated. Yes, and yet he was Masani and he could pull from the fount? Rael turned to face Paladin. Paladin's jaw clenched. I don't know if it's possible. If what's possible? Mel whispered. Rael turned back to face her. Sidonai seeks a place for her power, just as Ariadne has found hers. She pointed to the stones. Mel's heart hammered in her chest. If Ryman knew that, then Bella may have the stones because Sidonai's magic isn't in them. It's somewhere else. Roderick's grip tightened over Mel's shoulder. She left the stones with us. On purpose. Rael clasped a hand over Mel's fist, closing the green stone and bracelet under her fingers. Bella left them with you, for a reason. Mel looked up. I think I have an idea. Going back to camp wasn't an option. If they were wrong about Bella, that would be one of the first places she'd look. Roderick thought they should leave the city, strike out for Aliern immediately. Mel could barely hold her head up straight. Together, the 4 of them stumbled through the dark, narrow streets of Trill, their boots scuffing against the cobblestones. The city was eerily silent, save for the occasional distant sound of a dog barking or the hooting of a barn owl. The buildings loomed over them, their stone walls and crooked roofs casting dark shadows over the streets. Roderick led them to the city walls. The thick, imposing stone structure towered above them. We can't leave without Taryn, Rael whispered. Mel exhaled, fingering the stone and cuff in her pocket. If we can find a quiet place, I'd like to try something. Roderick nodded and ran a hand over his face. Okay, the gates are already closed for the night. I saw something earlier this morning that I think might work. If it was possible, he looked more exhausted than she did. Roderick, when did you come to Trill? Mel asked. Last night. Borrowed a mule. You rode all the way here? He nodded and yawned as he trudged down a narrow alleyway. He hadn't slept. Mel twined her fingers in his, but didn't have the strength to hold tight. That tidbit about the Herald's tincture saved me, you know. His eyes narrowed. I didn't tell you about that. How did... Not important. She smiled smugly and he shot her a look. Roderick pointed as they approached an old stone building.
Half the roof was caved in, but it appeared to have an intact chimney, and there weren't any clouds in the sky anyway. Will this do? Anything will do, Mel sighed. I think I could sleep on a bed of nails. Roderick pulled on the heavy wooden doors. You may just get that opportunity. The collapsed roof turned out to be a blessing. Moonlight bathed the dirt-swept stone in blues and gray. Mel strode toward the hearth at the back of the room. Had this been a trading floor? Market house? Old stalls stood, dividing portions of the room. No fire, Paladin grunted. Mel's face fell, though as soon as he said it, she knew he was right. Smoke coming out of an abandoned building would draw immediate attention. The whole city's population seemed to be tucked away, huddled in homes after the traumatizing events at the temple. But looks could be deceiving. How many more heralds were there in Trill? Rael sat down on the floor and slipped a sack off her shoulders. I have a little food. Not much. I have water. Paladin held out a flask as Rael set a book on the ground next to her, then removed and unwrapped a parcel with biscuits and dry cheese. Mel's stomach growled at the sight. Roderick's face darkened. We'll need more than that. I can... No! Mel shook her head and reached for his swollen fist. Tomorrow we'll get supplies and leave the city. I'll gather herbs and treat this. Do you still have the mule? I left him to water. We'll need to pay. Not if we're there. Rael handed them both a biscuit. Mel sighed as she took a bite. Biscuits. The last meal she'd eaten with Gish. She shivered and took a bite, chewing slowly and savoring the buttery crumb and hint of salt. When she finished, she brushed her fingers on her slacks and scooted back until she could lean against the wall. It didn't take long for Roderick to join her. I'm sorry we don't have a blanket. Mel muttered something unintelligible, too tired to form words. She tugged at him, her eyes already half closed. Roderick slipped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her against his chest, then lay down on the cool stone. Mel snuggled against him, throwing a leg over his and tucking her hands between his arms and his sides. They didn't say a word. In less than 3 breaths, both of them dropped into a heavy sleep. Mel could barely move when she woke. Every part of her ached. Her neck screamed at her as she rolled over to stretch, and she sucked in a breath. Roderick grumbled as he shifted against the floor. My thoughts exactly. Mel lifted her arms over her head and moved them from side to side. At least we're not dead. Is this better? Mel chuckled. Gish told me death was a precursor to the gift of rebirth. I knew I liked that man. Mel snorted, then forced herself to sit and regretted it instantly. It felt like every bone in her spine was fused together. If she moved too quickly, it might snap. Sunlight poured in through the roof, making the dilapidated room somehow look more dreary than it had the night before. In the dark, she hadn't been able to see the piles of dirt and leaves in every corner, or the cracked and broken tile. Rael and Paladin were already up. They motioned for Mel and Roderick to join them for another half a biscuit and a sip from the flask. The promise of food was the only thing strong enough to force Mel's limbs to move. After she finished her few bites, reality settled in. Where would they go? What would they do? Even if they were able to get the mule, Taryn was in prison, Ryman was dead, and Bella was gone. The night before floated through her memory like a terrible dream. It had all happened. Mel felt inside her pocket and pulled out the emerald stone. It sparkled in the morning light. Did the herald say anything about what it does? Rael asked. Mel shook her head. Not exactly. He showed me the scriptures he drew from, but I don't think he knew for certain. I still don't understand how he could have access to the fount, Rael whispered. Mel shivered. I felt it. Whenever I opened myself, a force would slam over me. He thought the stone would help him draw freely, but I don't know what that means. Like me, Paladin murmured. My blood allows me to draw more of Ariadne's power, but that means more darkness blends with the light from the fount. You think he seeks the dark magic? Rael asked nobody in particular. Mel said it. He draws from the darkness now, but... Paladin shrugged, and Mel understood. He believes the stone would let him access the light, on his own terms. She turned to Rael. Do you think that's possible? Rael dropped her eyes to the stone in her palm. I don't know what's possible anymore. You said you had an idea? Mel held up the stone. I think Gish was right about one thing. This stone calls to me, and it could be my blood that brings it to life.
Chapter 36. Mel held the shard of tile in her right hand.
I don't like this, Roderick muttered.
I won't cut too deep.
Mel drew a deep breath, then dragged the jagged edge across the center of her palm. She exhaled sharply at the stinging sensation and dropped the tile. Blood darkened her skin as she wrapped her fingers around the stone and lifted her face to what she could see of the morning sky. Rael lifted the book of Ariadne. First chapter, right? Mel nodded, impressed. You have your own copy? And how did you know? Rael thumbed through the introductory pages. I've studied this book my whole life. I recognized your words. Here. She held up the book so Mel could read. Restore that which was lost. Gift unto me your light that no one else shall suffer. The stone warmed against her palm, and she closed her eyes, opening herself to the fount. Energy rippled across her skin, dripping over her as if she were being bathed in warm tea. The chill left her body as her breathing deepened and light enveloped her. Then, the flow of warmth simply stopped. The light held, pressing against an invisible boundary that kept it locked away, just out of reach. Mel blinked and looked up. It's there, but I can't access it. She looked down at the stone in her hand. It was alive. She could feel the vibrations. It wanted to pull. It was meant to be filled with Ariadne's power. Something's holding it back. She dropped her eyes again to the text. The magic is creation, and in you the fount is complete. For as a seed sprouteth, and stretcheth forth, would ye say pluck it out and bury it? Nay, the stem must thicken, the leaves expand. The goddess is of the fount. Though the gift of her power in this realm is fettered by darkness, it shall not be divorced. But if ye but hold precious the treasure, remember the jewels bequeathed. When all is lost, ye shall join together in rebirth. Blood shall be spilled as ye cry to the goddess, restore that which was lost. Gift unto me your light that no one else shall suffer. Gish's words flooded through her mind. His interpretations of these scriptures compared with the orders. When all is lost, ye shall join together in rebirth. Blood shall be spilled. Rebirth. Something about that word. Mel reached into her pocket and pulled out the bracelet Bella had dropped. 2 stones. Joined together in rebirth. Paladin's eyes narrowed. Can I see those? He reached out and Mel handed him both the bracelet and the stone now streaked with her own blood. He inspected them, his brows pulling together, then held them up to Rael. She stared at them blankly. They're shapes, he stated. A hexagon and an oval. Rael blinked, then gasped as she looked up and met his eyes. Do you think? Paladin nodded, and Rael pulled the book back into her lap and scanned the text. When we were in Calwain, at the Terrian pool, we found depressions in the rock. They were shapes, like this. Paladin handed the stones back. Calwain. Mel's heart skipped a beat. Rebirth, she whispered. Calwain is the birthplace of Ariadne's magic. Rael's finger stayed fixed to the page as she looked between the 3 of them. 6 lines. 6 bloodstones. A shiver traveled down Mel's spine. The stones won't work because they're not all yet together in rebirth. Rael nodded. We have to find the rest. And take them to Calwain. Mel frowned and looked down at her stinging palm. But it's not only the stones. Blood shall be spilled, Paladin murmured. Blood of the 6 lines. What will the stones do when they're all together? Roderick asked. Mel shook her head. I don't think we have that answer. But everything is leading us to the day Sidoni will be loosed. Rael put a hand on Paladin's arm as her expression clouded. Her bonds weaken by the day. Mel swallowed hard and tucked the stones back into her pocket. Roderick tore a strip of fabric from his shirt and wrapped it around her hand, and she flinched. Where do we start? Roderick tied off the bandage and brushed his fingers over her wrist. How about with a mule?
The streets of Trill hummed and bustled by the time they left the stable. Roderick's stolen mule was still there, thankfully, and so far, Bella and Garish were not. Mel was still on edge, scanning the streets constantly for long blonde hair. Though, with Bella's training, she doubted she'd catch sight of the diviner before she struck. Where had they gone? If Bella and Ryman had orchestrated this from the beginning, Bella was alone inside a viper's pit. She was trained, skilled, but as far as Mel knew, she didn't have the first clue about Garish's power. Her heart squeezed each time she thought about Ryman. Had he known he was running to his death? Though she hadn't known the man for long, she'd be forever grateful for the knowledge he shared. What else had he known that was now buried and gone? Rael, what about Ryman's body? Mel asked, as the four of them turned to join the throng of people flowing up and down the main street. Rael stopped. You don't think they left him there, do you? Rael pursed her lips, and Mel's stomach twisted. We'll go back, Paladin offered. Rael nodded. We have to return to the temple and petition for Terran's release. We don't have the stones. You could still be in danger, Roderick pointed out. Paladin nodded and put a protective arm around Rael's shoulder. We have to get him out, Rael whispered. Her violet eyes grew glassy. Mel swallowed the lump in her throat. I don't know what comes next. Rael gave a wan smile. None of us do. Not really. She reached out and took Mel's hand. The other 4 stones are out there, and I believe Bella entrusted those 2 to you. She's a diviner, Mel. She knew at least a piece of what came next, or she wouldn't have dropped her cuff in the grass. Mel bit the inside of her cheek. Was that it? Had Bella known to drop it there where Mel would find it? Had she known that killing Ryman was her only choice? Rael looked between the 2 of them. Where will you go? Yearns, Roderick answered, just as Mel whispered. Home. Roderick looked at her questioningly. Pressure built behind her eyes as she reached out and took his hand. They weren't safe anywhere. Not here, not in Yearns where the heralds knew Roderick would be waiting for the maiden's blessing. She'd been running for so long. And now, they were here. So close to the family she'd walked away from. If they weren't safe anywhere else. I want to go home, Rod. Mel stopped at the end of the drive leading to her parents' home and stared. It looked exactly the same. They'd redone the front steps and planted a new tree behind the root cellar, but everything else? Are you okay? Roderick asked. Mel swiped at the moisture on her cheeks and nodded. They're probably out in the fields covering the vines. Before she could finish her sentence, the front door swung open, and there he was, her father. Mel couldn't feel her toes. He looked up and stilled. They were far enough away Mel couldn't decipher the expression on his face. Without thinking, she took a step, and then another. Then she broke into a jog, pulled toward the front steps like she was on the end of a fishing line being reeled in. Dad! When was the last time that word had left her lips? Her father leaned back inside and yelled, probably for her mother, then turned back to stare at her. Mel couldn't stop, couldn't slow down her legs. She jumped up the steps and barreled into his arms, nearly knocking him over. He wrapped his burly arms around her and wrung her out like a sponge. Mel laughed as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Dad, I can't breathe. He loosened his grip, but didn't let go. Mel? Her mother gasped, rounding the corner from the kitchen. Mel gave the best wave she could with her arm pinned against her father and her face obscured by his bicep. Mel! She ran to them and wrapped her arms around both of them. They stood like that, swaying in their embrace until Mel's arms went numb. Her father finally pulled back and cupped her face in his hands. How are you here? Why? Mel turned and looked down the drive. Roderick was only a few paces away from the steps. He leaned one arm on the mule and saluted them. Mel's mother sighed and clambered down the steps, rushing to him and throwing her arms around him. You brought her back to us! Roderick laughed out loud. Your daughter brought herself. You never were able to force her to go anywhere. Mel's father chortled, blinking back tears. Her mother looked up. Are you here to stay? Both of you? Roderick's eyes flicked to Mel's. Mel drew a deep breath. I think we better go inside and sit down. 30 minutes later, Mel's parents stared at them, their hands clasped together as they leaned forward, taking in every word the two of them had spoken. I don't understand. Her mother drew a deep breath and stared again into her daughter's eyes. How could we, our family, hold the magic? Mel sighed. I don't know, Mum. Her father's brow pulled together. You have to leave to find those stones. Bloodstones. Mel nodded, and Roderick put an arm over her shoulders. What about you? Mel's father looked up. You have a shipping route. A crew. I know. Roderick looked down at the floor. I also have an excellent first mate who's probably due for a promotion. Mel smiled up at him, and his blue eyes sparkled. Her father stood. You'll need money then. And food. Her mother followed after him, then darted into the kitchen as her father turned right down the hall to their bedroom. Mom, Dad, you don't need... Mel slumped. They were already gone. They won't listen anyway, she muttered. So, you come by it honestly? Mel elbowed him in the ribs, and he laughed. Mel grinned. She'd missed that laugh. The crinkle of his eyes. The quirk of his eyebrow. Her smile faded as she watched him. She glanced at the cups of tea on the table in front of them, the blanket draped over the edge of the chair. Rod, we're going to be on the run. I'm not like Rael. I can't just walk up to vendors and expect them to give me what we need. I can't ask. Roderick lifted her chin and stared at her, his eyes blazing. Mel, I need you to hear me right now. I don't care if we sleep in a home or in an inn. We could sleep in a barn or out in the woods, a different place every night. I'm not worried about getting caught or what we'll need to do to protect those stones in your pocket. I've had safety, a warm bed, a good job, money, plenty of food. None of it made me happy. None of it mattered without you. Mel's cheeks flushed, and her lips felt hot. But what if that changes? What if it gets too hard and... No. Roderick shook his head. It will never get too hard. We could suffer for years, fail our quest, and be killed and reborn. I don't care, Mel, as long as it all happens with you by my side. Mel traced a hand over his cheek. I love you, Rod. Roderick lowered his head and grazed his lips over her jaw. I'll never get sick of hearing it. What about blankets? Mel's mother popped her head around the corner, and Mel jumped back. Great, Mom, blankets would be great. Her mother beamed at her, then disappeared again down the hall. Mel leaned into Roderick and breathed him in. Ginger. The sea. Would he lose that scent when he no longer sailed? Goddess, she hoped not. I'll never stop saying it, she whispered. Mel closed her eyes and listened to the beat of his heart. She knew what it felt like to be without him, to be lost, to run from everything that made her heart and soul complete. That was her mistake, she realized, to believe her fate was final, that her curse meant forever. Loving meant protecting your heart and breaking it, just not all at the same time. Mel would gladly break her heart, allow it to be broken, and then she'd protect it. She would fight for what her heart knew to be true and follow the path the goddess set out for her, even when she knew none of the answers. Her path would require her to break her heart over and over again. She understood that now. But it wasn't as terrifying when Roderick could soothe it, when Ariadne could mend it. Now, she could see clearly that it wasn't all up to her. It never had been, because when she dropped into the dark, the man who had never once let her go would be right there, ready to protect her heart for her. Mel couldn't have both. But perhaps one was more than enough. Epilogue. Bella's heart pounded as she pulled the cloak over her head and followed Gish through the now empty streets. He hadn't said much since they left the clearing, but that was fine by her. Her actions spoke louder than words, and the last thing she needed was for him to see the tears collecting in her eyes. Pull it together. She'd been trained for this, but hadn't been ready to say goodbye to an old friend. Permanently. Why would the magic lead her to take his life? Dropping her cuff hadn't made sense either, but at least it hadn't caused anyone harm. Unless nobody found it, and it still lay there, buried in the grass. Would Ryman have made a different choice? No, she realized. He wouldn't have. He trusted her sight and would have gladly given his life if she'd had time to ask his permission. But she hadn't. And somehow, that made all the difference. They'd been led to Gish. Ryman had tracked him for over a year after hearing tales of dark magic. The moment she'd heard that Mel had seen him in her dream, she knew Ryman was right. It wasn't by accident that Mel, Rael, Paladin, and Terran had happened upon Roderick's ship. Even from her limited perspective, Bella could see Ariadne working her magic. Time after time, it was the same thing. Small breadcrumbs, leading her further down the path. Now, eyes were being opened all across the realm. They were in the midst of a true awakening, just like her people had foretold. She thought of her island, and her heart felt like it was taking on water. How long would it be until she saw her family again? The diviners had never sought to become part of the Order, and now she fully understood why. The Order was corrupt, led astray. Her people were held aside, protected with a purpose, so they could come forward when the goddess needed them most. Ariadne had led Ryman to her and prepared her heart to accept this path. Gish thought he was using them to reach his goals, but it was completely the opposite. Ariadne was using him to reach hers. In here. Gish held open a door and motioned for her to walk over the threshold of the room ahead of them. They were still in the city, but wouldn't be for long. Gish never stayed anywhere long, as far as Ryman could tell. The old blessing giver had been meticulous about tracking the heralds. He'd known of their organization years before he ever set foot on Shorn Isle, years before he ever found her. Gish followed into the room behind her. We'll lay low for the evening. I'll meet briefly with a friend in the morning. Then we'll make our way to Aith. A friend. Bella would be sure to find a way to eavesdrop on that meeting. She watched Gish pull his dirt-stained shirt from his trousers. He didn't look anything like she'd expected. The way Ryman described heralds, she'd always envisioned them with stringy hair and rotten teeth, rough around the edges. Gish had thick, dark hair, and his lips were full. She hadn't seen him smile yet, but she doubted there were any teeth missing, purely based on his attire. If she passed him on the street, she would think him important. Bella scanned the room of the inn. It was simple. 2 beds lined the walls with a narrow counter and a wash basin at the back. No private toilet, though she hadn't expected that. She'd used an outhouse growing up. Being on the Maiden's Blessing had been an upgrade. She walked to the opposite side of the room. Her hands still trembled, and her dagger weighed heavily against her belt. I heard there may be an attack on the Enclave tonight. You heard correctly. It's already in progress. Gish untucked his shirt and leaned over the wash basin to splash water on his face. He ran a tongue over his teeth and gums. His lips were bruised and swollen. Come here. Bella's heart sped as she did what he asked. Gish narrowed his eyes. Why did you kill him? Bella sucked in a breath. Because he endangered your life. No. One of my men. In the woods. Because I needed to find you. She knew where you were, and I didn't want to waste time. He considered this. Why me? You know why, Bella whispered. I want to serve Sidoni. You're the strongest of the heralds. And you believe you're worthy of a place here? She swallowed hard. I killed your man, didn't I? Her heart thudded in her chest as she waited for his response. Gish pulled his lip up to expose his teeth. There aren't any mirrors in here. Does it look bad? Bella exhaled slowly and peered at him. Yes, she thought, but she didn't say it. 2 cuts were deeper than the others, but they weren't bleeding. Your teeth are fine, she answered. Your gums look sore, but they aren't in need of stitching. Gish let go of his lip, but paused before turning back to the water. How did you do it? Find me, I mean. Breathe. Bella clenched her fists, and her nails bit into the palms of her hands. I traveled with the blessing giver to Trill. He sought out the heralds because he wanted to do something to harm the group. I pretended I wanted that too. It was the truth. All except the last part. You didn't want that? Gish's eyes lowered slightly to her lips, and she pursed them reflexively. Bella shook her head. No. I grew up in a remote area and didn't know you existed until a few months ago.
I wanted to join the Heralds. His eyes narrowed. Why? Because I don't believe the world should have magic. I've never believed it. As a child, I saw men and women abuse others because of the magic. Because they thought they were better. Again, true. This time, all except the first. Gish gave a slight nod of his head. You're a skilled fighter. Better than you know. Fighting was easy when you could see your next move. Bella reached for the fount, and as the warmth filled her, she scanned the air in front of her. Easy to fight, and easy to convince him with the proper steps. She would earn his trust and... Gish frowned, and he glanced toward the window. He stalked forward and pushed away the curtain covering the glass pane. What is it? Bella asked. The streets are empty. Yes. Bella let go of the magic as her heart sped. What was he looking for? Why had he gone to the window? Gish turned back and met her gaze. He took slow steps toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. Where did you say you were from? Piatha, she blurted. She'd never been there, but knew it was a small town in the northern mountains. Ryman had mentioned it more than once. Gish stared a moment longer, then moved to the wash basin and braced himself. We must retrieve the stone. Mel has it still? Gish shook his head. They'll be long gone by now. Probably back to Aith to help the Enclave. Then we'll go there. He spun around and leaned against the counter. We go nowhere. You will meet with the other heralds in the morning, and Malik can assign you from there. Bella nodded, then turned away from him. She pulled out her hair tie and let her long golden hair flow down her back. She would be going nowhere, except with Gish. Ryman had been sure he had a lead on another bloodstone, and she'd seen it herself. Her next step was with this herald, and none other. Now, all she had to do was make herself indispensable. She would find the next stone, and then bring down the heralds before they could sow more seeds of division between the enclaves. Whether he knew it or not, Gish was the key, and he was going to lead her there. We hope you enjoyed this production of The Herbalist, Book 2 in the Blessing Giver series, written and read for you by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright, Button Press, 2023.